let's talk about Captain America: Civil War. The main reason I asked you today. Obviously, you're a huge fan
I love that film so much.
of the Captain America trilogy. We did one together, which was a
Good.
lot of fun. We did not do two together, but now we're back for three.
We are.
Um, what's your kind of history with Captain America: Civil War? Like, where were you back when this one came out, or like what was
Um,
kind of your space then?
so Captain America Civil War came out when I was in my final year of secondary school. And at the end of school in Ireland, you do this thing called a leaving cert, which is like your final exam to determine what college you get
Mhm.
into. So it came out early May. So it was like 3 weeks before like the biggest exams of my life sort of thing came out. So like everybody was stressed or whatever, but I didn't care because I had Captain America Civil War coming out. I was like, let's go. Everybody was studying. I was like, I don't care. I got Captain America Civil War. Um, so it came out around then, and it was great. We were going to see it straight after school on the Friday it came out, and it 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 blew me away. This was back during this era of Marvel, where every time a new Marvel film came out that I loved, I was like, this is better than Winter Soldier. Like Guardians of the Galaxy came out, and I was like, this is better than Winter Soldier. And then um, I remember being disappointed in Age of Ultron, and then Ant Man, I was like, this that was really good. But then Civil War came out, and I was like, better than Winter Soldier.
Mhm.
I don't think that anymore, but at the time, it really was just the biggest Marvel film you'd ever seen. You know, like not only do you have almost all of the Avengers in it, but you had Spider-Man making his MCU debut, which
Black
was
Panther.
such
Yeah.
a big deal to see him alongside the rest of the characters. You had Black Panther showing up in some of his coolest stuff in the entire MCU is in this film. You had Ant-Man coming in, joining up straight after his film came out, which was really great. And I still love that despite the fact that this does feel like Avengers 2.5, it is still very clearly at its core a Captain America film. You know,
Mhm.
you've got a lot of little connections from Winter
Yeah.
Soldier. You've got the Bucky stuff being such a huge deal and so important to the story that's going on. And you've got Natasha still there as well in a big role, just like she was in Winter Soldier. And Sam as well. You bring Sharon Carter in, you have Peggy Carter's funeral, just a lot of really cool little connections and tie-ins. And you got Crossbones at the beginning as well, which was a great little
Yeah.
moment, which is crazy to see Frank Grillo in that after
Frank
seeing him in
Grillo.
Peacemaker and Superman. But yeah,
His
I love it.
his his outrage after that for Marvel is very, very
Yeah.
funny.
I mean, wasn't he scheduled for like 7 films? And then they were like, yeah, you got a cameo coming up in Endgame, that's all you're getting.
He he went off on a rampage on
Yeah.
Marvel where it's just like screw Marvel, and like he made a tweet recently where it's like I hope Marvel can get back to its greatness of what it used to be. It's like, dude, just shut up. Like,
Yeah.
come on, like you go do anything else. Which I
Yeah.
get it, but like when you're it just comes from a place of pettiness to me where it's like, all right, man, whatever.
Yeah.
Um
It
but
is
no, I
sour because he didn't get to do. But I mean that's kind of a thing with Marvel at the moment. Most of their actors and actresses aren't in a lot of stuff anymore.
and Crossbones is cool, but also I'm not like, give me more cross. You know, I'm not like
Yeah,
hashtag get like I'm like he's fine. I don't need any like
yeah,
it's whatever. Um, but yeah, I remember when this movie was coming out. This I think was my first big Marvel movie that I was like, and I wasn't even caught up yet. I hadn't seen
yeah,
like at the time. I don't even know if I saw the first like Captain America movie. I don't know if I seen all the Iron Man movies, but like
yeah,
at the time
yeah,
I just started middle school, I think. I think it was my 7th grade. It was like the end of 7th grade. And I remember it just being the biggest thing. It was the biggest
yeah.
thing. I have a very distinct memory of going around school with my friends with a piece of paper that said Team Cap or Team Iron Man, and everyone would vote on which team they were on.
Wow.
And
Yeah,
it was just like everyone was involved, everyone was talking about it. Obviously, you would have the kids who were like, "Shut the fuck up!" like it's like
yeah.
what
Like, what are you talking about?
it's like, you fucking nerds, but, like, at the time and again, this is me knowing, like, I didn't know Marvel, I didn't know these characters.
Yeah.
We we have the last time we were on a podcast together talking about Civil War, it's like an inside joke
Oh
within our friend
yeah.
group
Yes,
of
yes.
just me being like, "Yeah, kinda mid, I don't
Yeah.
know." And, like,
This wasn't recently as well. This was back like before Infinity War came out that you said this.
yeah, I think it was post Endgame, so it was like
Yeah. Oh, it was
2019.
post Endgame? Okay,
It was
okay.
yeah, yeah, because
Okay.
I think one of our first episodes of the Holy Sway podcast was like Endgame. I think it was like our Endgame
Yeah.
discussion. It was like a
Yeah,
couple
sure. I didn't even know you guys before Infinity War. I don't know why I said that.
yeah.
Met you guys that year,
Which
like late that year.
yeah, but, like, I think at the time, like, meteor literacy wasn't my strongest suit yet, I'd say. I feel like I was just trying to have an opinion, and I think it was maybe just because, like, at the time, I didn't like Cap went to prison. I think that was
Yeah,
really the, like, crust of it. Like, I didn't like I remember watching it for the first time and being like, "They're the heroes are criminals? What the hell is this? This is stupid." Like, I remember I was on Team Cap at
yeah,
I was Team Cap, and I was like, "What the hell? What that's stupid." They're
yeah,
fighting. I don't like that they end the movie them not So and I think, at the time, it's like, "Well, this is bullshit." But I think, just watching it simply another time, it's like, "Oh, no, that's incredible." Like,
yeah,
they're like, that is why the movie is so good, is because it doesn't end
yeah.
in
It
a way.
divides the Avengers.
Yeah,
Like that's one of my favorite little things about this film is that
yeah.
Zemo, which is still
You
to
win?
this day one of the best antagonists in a Marvel film, is the reason why they lose when it comes to
Yeah,
Infinity War because they're broken up. He destroys the Avengers, and because they are not together, Thanos is able to
Thanos
beat them
wins.
easily. He probably wouldn't have won if they were all at Wakanda, but because
Yeah,
he only had to fight half the Avengers at a time on either planet, he was able
mhm.
to beat them. And I think that that's so fascinating to think about how Zemo caused,
He like,
Infinity
he's the
War.
only one to truly win. Like,
Yeah, only villain to win.
you could point to Thanos being like, "Yeah, he won," but, like,
He won for 5 years.
long term, yeah, like,
Yeah,
he did win for the time, but, like, long term, it does ultimately go back, right? Like, they
yeah,
do get everyone back, and it is kinda where you start from, even though there are major consequences. The effects of what he does in Civil War is never truly fixed. Like,
yeah,
the damage is done, and their dynamics are never the same again.
yeah,
Not really. Like, we heal some stuff in Endgame, but, like, it's still there. The consequences are still there. So,
yeah.
no, Zemo is, again, a villain I didn't get until later. Like that first run through, I was like, boring villain. What the hell, But, like, now it's like, oh no, no, he is truly this, like, mastermind. And
He's so well written.
I love movies. I love superhero projects that have consequences for characters'
Yeah.
actions. And this is one thing I actually do like about Batman v Superman as well. And I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole, but I like the events of our big team up movies having consequences and
Yeah,
being like, we saved the day, we saved the world, but at what cost?
yeah.
And those having consequences,
Like, was it worth it?
and having to justify your actions and
Yeah.
justify your decisions is like, man, fascinating stuff. And I feel like this is a pretty good spot to kind of jump off here. All right, guys, Team Cap or Team Iron Man?
Team Cap.
Yep,
100% always Team Cap.
Team Cap.
Wait, when's your DCEU retrospective starting?
Someday. That's what I
You
want
can do
people to
the
piss me
Ayer
off.
cut now that the script is leaked.
Oh yeah, of course, of course. Um, I find this interesting because, like, what I love about it is I don't necessarily think there's 100% right nor 100% wrong
Yeah,
in this. I
sure.
think
Both
both
have their points.
have valid points. I was Team Cap, but at the time it wasn't reasoning. It was just because I liked Captain America more as a character.
Yeah,
Like, that was it.
yeah,
And there was an era there for a couple years where I was kind of leaning a little bit more like Iron Man for like a minute. I was like, because they're not wrong, right? I
yeah.
think I think I
Sokovia
think
happened. New York happened.
it does happen, and
Yeah,
like, if I'm placing myself in the people of the real world, I'm also terrified,
yeah,
right? Like,
yeah,
I think about this, like, with, like, the X-Men a lot too and their stories, but it's like, if there's someone that can lift my house with their mind or, like,
yeah,
trample over my children in their sleep, I'm like, I also want restrictions to what can happen, right? I'm also terrified of my well-being,
yeah,
and so wanting restrictions, I think, is valid and fair. Um, but I think this movie itself is kind of proof of, like, even Tony by the end is realizing, oh, he's kind of right. Like him himself is breaking the accords to do what he has to do by the end of the movie, and it's like,
yeah,
oh shit, he's right. This lasted
yeah.
like a day, like, which
Which
is
is something I think is so great about this film as well, is that it really, really, really does subvert your expectations of what you think the film's going to be. You think, the overall film's going to be about the Accords, about Iron Man versus Captain America. And then once you hear about all the other Winter Soldiers, you're like, okay, so that's what it's going to be. The final
yeah,
battle is going to be you know, these Winter Soldiers being unleashed, and then you have to see Captain America and Iron Man fight them, you know, in a really normal sort of superhero end
Right.
fight. But then it turns out just to be this emotional sort of like battle
Yeah.
between Captain America and Iron Man, where neither of them want to be fighting, but they have to because you know Steve has to defend Bucky, and Tony just wants to kill Bucky for what he did to his mother. Like
Yeah.
it's incredible to be honest. It's one of the best third acts I think in any superhero film ever. Like, yeah,
No,
the
I
big
agree.
team, like the big fight between all the heroes is great, but I think the actual final act
That's the
is
real
one of the
fight.
most well crafted, like well written moment, like in his comic book film.
Yeah, I like that there's not really real tension until that spot, right?
Yeah,
Because like in that original fight scene between Bucky and them, and like their tension, the tensions arise there, and even like by the airport scene, there's tension. That Rhodey is like on death's door, but
yeah,
Tony is still like, okay, okay, this is we can fix this, we can come back from this, and it
yeah.
wasn't until the very end where it's
He
like
snaps.
true civil war. It is like this is a line I can't cross. And
Yeah,
I think this whole movie, I think like what I think the analogy I kept coming to the whole movie was like, this is like a powder keg. This
yeah,
is like everything the MCU has been building to since day one, since he came out as Iron Man, since the Battle of New York, since Sokovia, since like all these little tiny things, these little these like canon events that are slowly building up, building up, building up to this one powder keg, and everything's just blowing up in this movie. Every 10
yeah.
minutes, there's a new just explosion of consequences for a character's actions. Um, that's just so fascinating to see how it's all kind of leading here, and like what a like really like what a Marvel wet dream this whole
I
movie
know. Yeah,
is.
it was
Like
insane.
I think like you have like you have the actual Avengers together in the mansion. What I always dreamed from Marvel, like that's my favorite stuff from the Avengers, is just seeing the Avengers together, like from Age of Ultron to this, just getting to see them like in the mansion, hanging out, living together, having those like dynamics. Like that's what I always dreamed of it being. We
Yeah,
don't really get to dive into that too much, but having that and these clashes and Spider-Man and Black Panther and like all of it is just like, how did you pull this off? How
yeah.
did you possibly do this? This is crazy.
It genuinely is. Did Were you active kind of on like the Marvel social media space when Civil War got announced?
Definitely not. No.
I remember I think it was D23 2015 was when the film got announced, or maybe 2014, late 2014. But I think it was 2015 when they announced the film. And they announced it's like Captain America 3, and they're like Captain America Serpent Society. And they're like, you know, the Serpent Society for who ended up being the villains of Brave New World, or some of the
Right.
villains of Brave New World, were going to be the villains of Captain America 3. And everyone was like, woo, let's go, Serpent Society. And then like
Ooh.
Robert Downey Jr. came out alongside Chris Evans, and they're like, "Wait, that doesn't seem right." And then they changed the name to Civil War there on stage, and I think it was the same panel then when they brought up a picture of Black Panther, and then Chadwick Boseman came out with them, and then you always still see that picture of the
Ah,
three of them standing together on stage at something, and it was at that panel, and it was just so insane. Like I didn't even really read Marvel comics at this point, but it was
yeah.
just the most hype thing ever. Because then right after that, then they showed a clip from Age of Ultron, which so then it would have been 2014 because it was before Age of Ultron. But they showed a clip from Age of Ultron, and it was that one scene where Steve and Tony are standing outside, and Steve is like ripping apart the blocks, and then Tony's like, "Isn't that why we do the fight so we can end the fight and go home?" And then they were like, "This scene is going to lead to Civil War," and that was a whole thing, and it was just great. It was a really fun time.
It's I'd kill to see this as it's coming out, not
Yeah,
knowing like what it is, like getting to see having that experience, and then for the first time, it had to be something beautiful. And
yeah,
I didn't see it in theaters. I saw it on like DVD in my living room. Um, but like again, that era, just like with again, it was such a fun like choose your side era for
yeah,
Marvel that I don't know if like Infinity War Endgame was obviously big, but like I don't know, there was such a piece in like the Marvel fandom that was so exciting around this time. At least growing
yeah.
up was so incredibly fun, that they were really able to pull off in a beautiful way.
I agree.
Let me go through some of these individual characters because there are a lot of characters in here, and I do want to hit most of them. Um, great movie for Steve Rogers.
Mhm.
Do you think this is your favorite movie for Steve, or do you think
No,
he's better
Winter
in
Soldier is my favorite film for
in,
Steve. I
in
do have a really soft spot though for Steve in Infinity War. I think him with the
Yeah,
beard and being like
I
very
love
much
Beard.
like there
Yeah,
was that moment with Thunderbolt Ross where he's like, uh, I'm through asking for permission and I'm way past giving forgiveness or something.
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
paraphrasing, but he says something like that. And like he's at his coolest in Infinity War, I think, easily. But I love what they do with him in Winter Soldier. I think
When he like
that whole
throws
thing.
the spike and it like you pan to him and he's
Yeah.
like he got the
And
it's
it's
like
like
oh
the train going by and there's just a shadow and he steps out of the shadows and then the Avengers theme starts playing. It's just so
it's
good. But then in
it's
Winter Soldier you have like when he finds out about Bucky and it's just some of the coolest like
yeah
stuff, like the most emotional stuff he's had, which is really good. And then on
yeah
which
I
the end of the
agree.
line pal thing as well, towards the end of Winter Soldier is so good.
Yeah, I think that might be his best. I almost think this is slightly maybe a more slightly interesting version of him though. Just like
He's
slightly I'd argue
conflicted,
just
yeah.
because like I do like the like conflictedness of what he has to go through in this movie. He's a
Yeah.
character that is so like he knows himself 100%. Like he always knows what he is, and I like that everything is kind of put to the test in here.
Yeah.
It's a character that's being made choose like he has to choose his old family with his new family in such an interesting way, and his
Yeah.
morals are put in check. And is he always in the right in this movie? No, I think he makes a lot of the wrong decisions sometimes here, in big ways and in ways that just doesn't, I don't know, sometimes compromises him as a character at times where it's like,
Yeah.
oh man, I don't know if you made the right choice there, Steve, but but he owns it. And like there's that fantastic scene at the end with like Bucky where
Yeah.
it's like, what's going to happen to them? He's like, whatever happens to them, I'll deal with it. And it's like I
Yeah.
think in the moment he like he doesn't know if he made the right choice there. Like he thinks maybe he's gone too far, but it's too late for that now. He can't think about that. He has to just move
Yeah.
forward. And it's like scenes like that. It's like
I
just
think he probably should have talked to Tony more in the film. Is
oh
one of my biggest things.
yeah
Is I think he should have had some moments like, I don't know, straight after Bucky
yeah
went on the run, like the second time, like after
yeah
Zemo broke Bucky out of the German like site that they were in. I
hmm
think Steve should have went to Tony and been like, "Look, please help me get Bucky. Like,
I,
please work with me on this." Rather than just round up a group of people and go to an
I
airport and
think
end
he
up
would have
fighting
listened.
everybody.
And like I
Yeah,
think I think that's kind of the again, like I think that's kind of the point a little bit is that like he's not confident enough that he can do
yeah,
it. And I think like there's that scene with him and Sam where it's like, like we can go talk to Steve. He's like, it's too late for that. I don't think it
yeah.
is.
I don't think it was either. I don't think it
I
was
think if he
either.
would have sat down genuinely and
Yeah,
like told him the whole thing, because I think him going back to Steve after everything to help him at the end proves that. Whereas like,
yeah,
oh, ultimately they have their issues, but they do trust each other and they do have a bond. And I think if he would have sincerely been like, please help me with this, I think
yeah.
Civil War would have been avoided. I think we would have found a
I
way. We
agree.
would have. There's also that scene where like he's so close to like signing his name on it, and it's like,
And then
no,
yeah, Tony
don't
brings up
think I
Wanda,
can.
and he's like, "What do you mean by Wanda?" He's
Yeah,
like, "She's a kid, Tony."
and yeah, and like we kind of skipped over it a little bit of like the Accords itself. It's like I'm so close to siding with it. I'm so close to being like we need this, but I think the movie tells you directly like it's not in the right hands yet, right? Like in
Yeah,
theory, it's the right move, right? Like in calculations, it should be there are some restrictions of what you can do, and like you do have to be put in check, but they're currently not the right people in power to put them in check, right?
yeah,
There's not the right people yet. And it's almost like I almost want like I don't know, maybe Steve in charge. Like, if it's someone like Steve in charge being like, this is what we should or shouldn't do. So it's
yeah.
someone a little bit more reliable to make those calls. But Ross is not that guy. Ross is not
No,
the
yeah,
person that
Ross
should be
is gonna
pulling those.
have a bias towards using the Avengers for military reasons.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. So it's so fascinating, and I think I think the longer this movie kind of ages, the more relevant these kind of ideas are a little bit about like
yeah,
the government and like how we use it, and like public reception of like vigilantism in
Yeah,
very weird ways, but like we're seeing more of that kind of stuff nowadays than we used to, and it's like, man, it's fascinating stuff.
yeah.
Um, just yeah, it's very interesting.
Which slight side note, I know
Mhm.
this is completely unrelated,
Yeah.
but and I know this was out of Marvel's hands because William Hurt obviously passed away, but it's really, really, really hard for me to see Ross in Civil War as the same character as Brave New World.
Mm,
I don't know
yeah.
why, just the Harrison Ford version just feels so different in a lot of ways.
I like him a lot, but they are slightly different versions of the character. They have different vibes, and I think it would have been better if it was just, I don't know, one cast throughout it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Ross was never my favorite to begin with, though. Like
I
I
mean,
was
yeah, I
never
agree.
like,
Yeah,
I was
that's
like,
fair.
oh, I need more Ross. Like I like this is probably his best movie by far. I'd say. Like I think
I would
he's
agree. Yeah.
easily peaks here. But yeah, it's interesting for sure. We already talked about Tony a little bit. But like again,
Mhm.
his arc is fascinating. It'd be crazy if I said this was my favorite Tony movie, like my favorite like Tony
I th-
Stark movie.
I think Iron Man 1 is probably still my
Yeah,
favorite Tony film, but I think he is great in this as well. This is
yeah,
probably easily like the second best.
yeah. I just love his like especially that first act. Tony is so
Yeah,
fascinating to me. This is his most vulnerable he's ever been. He's really struggling after the failure of Ultron. He's so
yeah,
vulnerable after that because that is his fault. Like he did create Ultron. He really he does kill all those people. Like I think that aspect of it's more interesting. It's not just like, oh, we had to protect people and sometimes our powers have consequences. He literally created
yeah,
the person who did that. Like
yeah.
it's not just like,
And he
oh,
modeled
stay
it
with
on himself.
yeah, no, like that is
Yeah,
fully every death there is his and Bruce's fault. It
yeah,
mainly his, but like, like that is still on him. So like seeing the like direct consequences of that and like the mourning of that is so interesting to just see
yeah,
this kind of like running train that he cannot catch up with, and it's one thing after another, and he's lost Pepper, which I think puts him in another vulnerable spot where he doesn't really have anybody to lean on right now to go home
yeah,
to and like grieve this stuff with. Maybe if he did, it'd be a different story. Like maybe he'd be in a better mental place where like he'd be more willing to listen to Steve and stuff like that. Like I don't know.
yeah.
So
I agree completely.
like he's great in this movie as well. Nat's also good in this movie. I
Yeah,
really actually really like her.
I love everyone in Civil War, but I also struggle to think of anybody in Civil War as at their best in the MCU, if that makes sense too. Like Natasha as well, I think is stronger in Winter Soldier
Really.
and in Infinity War than I think she is in Civil War. But I still think she's great in Civil War. She's just not my favorite version of herself in Civil War. Which I feel like it's because maybe Civil War is like for a lot of ways between their character arcs. Like I feel like a lot of
Yeah.
characters before Civil War and after Civil War are very different. Like Civil War changes them fundamentally, which means Civil War
Yeah.
feels like kind of like a transitional period for a lot of these character arcs,
It's
where it's
yeah.
getting them to where they're going to be later on.
I think I don't know. In many ways, I do think this might be my favorite for her as well. I,
Yeah,
I think like I don't know. I think Winter Soldier there's she's great in that movie, but I still
yeah,
think there are still slightly sometimes struggling with like the in between of her as a character, and like
yeah,
sometimes she is still a little bit more like stereotypical hot girl at times. She's better in it for sure. She's much better than she was previously.
yeah,
But this is her first movie where I feel like, oh, she is a full on real character that's not just here for like some, like eye candy for men in theaters. You know what I mean? It's like she felt like
yeah,
this real character, and I like that she's kind of stuck in the middle. That's just like I don't know what to choose. Like she is so like conflicted. She's playing both sides, and she does choose the right side by the end. But it's like, what does that mean for me as well? Like I've maybe crossed the line in a way I
yeah,
can't come back from. I think I also really like her in Infinity War as well, and then Endgame. I also think she's very fascinating. I think she's almost like the glue in Endgame come that movie.
yeah.
But no, she's great in
She
here.
kind of becomes the heart of the Avengers by Endgame, I
She does.
think.
Yeah. This almost feels like Bucky's like it's not his first movie, obviously, but it almost feels like his first like, oh, that's Bucky. Like as the
Yeah,
Bucky
it's the
we know
version
in
we know. Yeah, yeah,
yeah, like he's not he's kind of there in the first the first Avenger, and then Winter Soldier. He's not Bucky. He's Winter
Yeah.
Soldier. So like this is like, oh, introducing Bucky Barnes. You know, the character
Yeah.
that you know and love.
Like similarly, I think my favorite Bucky appearance in the MCU is in Falcon and the Winter Soldier. I
I'd
think
agree with that.
that's
I
his
agree.
best. Like that moment where he's talking to Sam and he's like, and if he was like, Steve gave you the shield, and if he was wrong about you, then he was wrong about me. Like
That's
that's
great.
just
Yeah.
such a great moment. And like, yeah, he was kind of a just there in Thunderbolts, I think, for a lot of reasons. Like, I think he was the one character in Thunderbolts that could have been removed and not a lot would have changed. But I think he was great in Falcon Winter Soldier. Like, really good in it.
Yeah, like I think he's good here, but I'd also kind of say he is kind of there sometimes in this movie. Like
Yeah.
he's great, but like he is kind of a plot device a lot of this
Yeah.
movie where it's just like
Absolutely.
he doesn't have a huge personality yet, which is
Just
valid.
brainwashed a lot of the time.
He shouldn't have a personality yet. He's still coming. He doesn't know who he is yet. He doesn't know
Yeah.
this version of himself, so he should. But he's nowhere near my favorite version of his character. I would agree. I think
Yeah.
he gets better
Yeah.
in almost every appearance after this. Um, but you're right, especially I think Falcon's his best project. Sam's really good in here too. I think they
Sam
really
is really good too.
established who he is.
Yeah.
That like right hand man, that wingman, if you will. He kind of puts this whole team together. He like his loyalty to Steve is something
Yeah.
unseen. Like that
People that
man,
wind up shooting at you usually wind up shooting at me. Such a great line.
he
I think
just
he's great in this one. Yeah.
sticks to him like like bubble gum. And I like you know he's someone who is trying to like I do kind of like that he's also a bit conflicted because like he is a government man,
Yeah.
like that's where he
Yeah.
started
From
from.
the army
uh
or the
yeah, so
Marines
it's
or the
like
paratroopers. I don't know which one.
yeah, so like what's that marine, it was, yeah, it was something. Yeah,
Yeah.
but like seeing that confliction of like, let's just take a beat. Are you sure this is exactly what you want to do? And I will be with you if it is, but let's just think about it for a second. And then the scene at the end, I really like as well with Tony, and like everyone else inside the jail cell is like, "You son of a bitch," and like
Yeah.
it's him being
It's like
like,
How's Roads.
"Is Rhodey okay? Fuck? Is he okay?" Because it is his fault, kind
Kind
of,
of is, yeah.
So it's like I like that part of it. He's so
But also,
sympathetic.
if he didn't jump, that vision shot could have killed him. You know, like Sam was not wearing Iron Man armor, and
Yes,
that shot was coming straight for his chest. I
yeah,
think Sam would have been dead if he
he
didn't
would have been
jump out of the
dead.
way, and at least Rhodes could survive it because of the Iron Man armor
And
or
then
the War
yeah,
Machine armor.
well then the whole narrative is different now. Like I think Tony's
Yeah,
like point of view is now different because it was like, fuck, I just killed your best friend. You know what I
yeah,
mean? So
yeah.
like, and
That could have
so
been
then
the
when it
bridge too far gone. That Steve might not have forgiven Tony after that. You know?
that is true because then he might be a little bit more sympathetic towards what Bucky does, where it's like,
Yeah,
I don't know if I could be mad at you for killing my mom when I just killed your best. Like there's that
yeah,
element there that's like he might be a little bit more sympathetic or a little bit more. He might not be willing to throw the first punch because he just saw what that violence can cause. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
like that might be interesting. Don Cheadle as well. I feel like he like kind of similar to Bucky in a little bit.
He's a
He
little bit of a
kind of
plot
is a
device.
yeah. He kind of just is there to I don't know, cause that strive
Yeah.
between Steve and
He's there to argue with Sam about the Accords for a
yeah,
bit, and then he's just there to like also be a bit of a government man, where
yeah,
he's coming in as like a kind of with Ross as like part of the
right.
like one of the very
He
first
really
people.
pushes it forward.
Yeah,
Yeah, which makes sense for his character. Like I have no issues with
yeah.
that. Um,
And then he becomes a scroll
I was
right
just about to
after
ask
this.
you, do you believe this is the last time we ever see real Rhodey? Because
Yeah,
that's what a lot of people think. Yeah?
yeah. Well, he didn't get snapped, didn't he not?
No, no,
So
he
I
didn't.
guess it could have been between Endgame, or could have been between Infinity War. There were 5 years there that we didn't see him. It
Yeah,
probably does make more sense if it's between those two films.
sure. And it does feel like Rhodey by the end of the movie as well. Like that doesn't feel like that dynamic they have doesn't feel school behavior, but maybe they're just really good at their job.
Yeah,
I do love that. I do love that Stanley cameo a lot. The like Tony Stank is like up there for
yeah.
me.
Tony Stank.
I love that scene a lot.
Yeah.
Um, all right, let me try and speed run some of these guys because there's a lot. There's a huge cast in here. Clint comes out of retirement, does a couple things.
He's actually not in a lot of this film.
No,
He's in the scene where he rescues Wanda.
what? 8 minutes, maybe
Yeah,
less.
probably thereabouts. A little bit in the fight where he's fighting Nat mostly, and then
Yeah.
Black Panther at one point, and then he's in the prison cell, and that's really it.
Yeah, he does kind of feel like he's just there because they needed another member. They were
Yeah.
like, "Oh, we need one more. We need someone to fight Nat for a little bit in this fight."
Which I also
Um,
think he's in here because he wasn't in Winter Soldier like planned. I think the Russo bros really wanted to
oh,
work with him before
interesting.
Endgame, and he was supposed to be there was supposed to be a subplot where he went after Cap in Winter Soldier, like Shield sent him after him.
Oh,
Like
I didn't.
you even get a reference to that in the last one where Steve finally shows up with the Triskelion, and the guy who's Abed in Community is like, yeah, Clint, he's on assignment, and like that assignment was supposed to be he was trying to catch Cap, um,
Oh, incredible.
which I think that's why he was in here because they didn't include him in Winter Soldier.
That is interesting. Yeah, no, I mean, I like his dynamic with Wanda a lot. I like that scene actually
Yeah,
quite a lot, where like he's breaking them out and like it's like, oh yeah, I owed her the
yeah,
favor, and like a lot of those little moments I really like in here as well. Like I like it. I don't really like it until Endgame, but I like the like Clinton T'Challa dynamic too,
yeah,
where it starts with like I'm Clint, I don't care, and then it
yeah.
goes to Endgame being like Clint here. It's like they did he
He
knows his
knows them.
name. Yeah,
Yeah,
I like that little bit there as well. I like the like him kind of holding his punches against Nat. Like I like
yeah.
that little banter there as well.
Yeah,
And then at the
it
end of
feels
the
like
movie,
Clint and Nat are mostly just like, well, we
they're
have to
fighting.
fight, but
I
like I'm
like
not
that.
really into this. I don't want to hurt anybody, so let's just do it so it
Neither of
looks like
them,
we're doing it.
both of them are half in. They're like,
Yeah,
well, we've got here, so let's just
yeah,
play. Let's just like,
yeah. It's literally yeah. It's
it's like, see
practice
you
for them
later.
for another threat. They're like, well, if we fight them now, that trains us for the next big threat
Right. It's
or
like,
whatever.
see you next Friday for poker. Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
feels just
exactly.
yeah. So that was fun. I also like his little bit at the end with Tony. Like that kind of fucks Tony up. I think like seeing
Yeah,
Clint in there, just like, God damn it, I didn't want this. Like,
yeah.
and Clint's pissed as he's valid. Um,
Who do you think
T'Challa.
Banner and Thor would have chosen? I think
Oh,
Banner
yeah.
probably chooses. I don't know. I think Banner just. I mean, but there's also Banner probably has a huge like conscience problem about Ultron that might force him to side.
That is true. I think
Yeah,
I think Thor is easily Team Captain America.
yeah.
There's nothing around it. He's
I
not
think
letting
Thor
anyone
likes
kill
Cap
him.
over Iron Man anyway. I think Thor will be
Yeah.
like, oh, well, I like Steve.
They have that friendship. And it doesn't really matter to him. He's like, I'll just leave. Like
Yeah,
I don't need this. I'll just go.
yeah.
Um
I'm not signing my name on this register. I'm just gonna go back to Asgard and stay there.
Bruce is definitely a lot more conflicting because Bruce, I
Yeah,
can see him really. I think he's kind of similar to Nat, where maybe he's trying to play both sides.
I think so too. He doesn't want
I
to do
actually
it.
think it's probably very similar to Nat, where he maybe starts off on Tony's side because of
Yeah,
the same reasons Tony does, but then the more he thinks about it, it's like, yeah, but the government's been hunting me down
my
for
whole life almost,
ages.
or like
Like,
my whole like Hulk life. Yeah,
yeah, like I've seen the consequences of what government can do with my kind of power. Like that's what led
yeah,
to Abomination. I think he does also end up with on Team Captain America. Or
yeah.
actually, I don't. I think he just leaves. I don't think he fights either. He's like, no, no, this is too
Yeah,
much for
I'm
me.
just
I'm
going
not.
away.
I'm going back into hiding because this is
Yeah,
what I was hiding in the first place for because I wouldn't
yeah,
cause this kind of violence. So I think there's a reason why Thor and Captain America or Thor and Hulk aren't in this movie because
yeah.
you just can't. It's too much.
That also brings up the like maybe my most hated line in the film, just because it's so egotistical from Thunderbolt Ross, is when he's like, Captain America, or like Captain Rogers, do you know where Thor and Doctor Banner are today? And it's like, and then when Steve says no, he's like, if I misplaced a couple nukes, you best believe I'd know where they are. Like, it's why does Ross think he can know where Thor is? Thor is a god, not from
Yeah,
Earth. Why does the Ross think he
yeah.
can control Thor and be able to have a location for Thor at all times? Like, of course not.
Which kind of goes into why he's not equipped for this because he doesn't
Yeah,
see them as people. He sees them as weapons,
yeah,
and they're not
yeah,
weapons. They're real people. So
yeah.
like that.
Weapons he can point at
Yes.
whatever he feels needs to be pointed at.
Yeah. T'Challa, Chadwick Boseman's introduction into the Marvel
Yep.
Cinematic Universe. Crazy to think he joins pretty late, actually. Like I think of him being this like Marvel and he is in every regard. But it
Yeah.
is interesting he doesn't join until Phase 3. Like he really
Yeah.
just kind of just exists in Phase 3. What's your thoughts on like his introduction here?
I really like it. I think that the setup from Age of Ultron about Andy Serkis's character Claw, and then the references to Wakanda and stuff like that really does set up a cool
The build up is
way
really
to bring in.
nice.
Yeah, which is another reason why I think Phase Two was really cool at this point because it felt like
Mhm.
everything was genuinely thought out. But
Right.
I think he's really cool. Not my least or not my favorite film with him. I think the first Black Panther gives Chadwick a lot more to do and is a lot more interesting for his character of T'Challa, but I think he is great in this film. He's just a straight up badass through and through in this film. Like everything he does is one of the coolest parts of the film, and every
Hmm.
time he's in a fight is one of the coolest fights in the film. Like he's great.
Yeah. No, I think he becomes truly great by the end. Like,
Yeah,
most of the movie, he's a very different version of the character than we see in his, his origin movie.
yeah.
I think it makes sense. He's in grief instantly.
Dealing
Like
with his
it's not
father.
even
Yeah,
something like he's literally not. He's had zero time to process any of it. There hasn't been
yeah,
a funeral yet. It is like, well, you're going to die. It's like no, you are
yeah,
dead. Like it's not anything at all.
yeah,
And it's this kind of build up to what we get like earlier in the year with them, where it's like, oh, all these people died coming here. Then my father died coming here. Like it like the fact that he gets to a point where he opens up to the rest of the world by the end of the first movie is impressive because I wouldn't,
yeah.
you know,
No,
like
yeah. After what I just saw, yeah, no way.
yeah, like after my dad died here, fuck no. Are you
Yeah,
no? Like this is a reason we're like isolated. This stuff doesn't happen where I am. So like I think that aspect of it is so good. I like his ending stuff with Simo. Like
yeah,
him being the one to be like, like I was like you're clouded by what is it? Vengeance. They're clouded by vengeance.
yeah.
I would
Venice
no
has
longer
consumed
be.
you. I'm done letting it consume me. Like it's
Yeah,
a great line.
it's really, really,
Yeah.
really good. I love kind of pulls the whole Zemo arc fully together. And then obviously, has to be said, Chadwick Boseman, national treasure.
Rest in
Shout out to
peace.
him. Just peak
Phenomenal.
casting.
Genuinely could not think of a better actor to play Black Panther.
It is it's always a bit sad when I rewatch these movies with them. It's like, man,
Yeah,
just wish we could have seen so much more because he does
yeah,
kill this role. It's one of the greatest combat castings of all time.
I agree.
Um, yeah, I think it's up to this and Black Panther as one of his best, which arguably the only two movies he has a massive role in as well.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
Vision. Let's talk about Wanda and Vision actually at once because I feel like they kind of go hand in hand.
I've
Um,
never been the biggest Vision fan,
that's
and
interesting.
the thing is, I actually think he was a more interesting character in Age of Ultron than he is in Civil War.
Mhm.
It almost feels like he's just being pointed at things by Tony and by like he's not in a lot of the film, but it does feel like he's just sort of being pointed and manipulated sometimes where he's been being told one thing by Tony and then he's just committing to doing that. Whereas in Age of Ultron, I feel like he was like he said in Age of Ultron, he was on the side of life or on the side of Earth or
Right.
something like that. And I think that feels more like an interesting, unique character. Similar with Infinity War. I think he's a more interesting
He's much
character with
interesting
his
there.
own motivations and with his own decisions. Like
I
when
agree.
he's off in Scotland with Wanda, um, is really cool and really good and shows that he's got a lot to him. But then in this film, it just feels like he's motivationless in a lot of ways. He's just being
Mhm.
pointed at things. He doesn't really have a lot of his own. Like he does have that speech about um, consequences or not consequences. It's like situations breed catastrophes or something like that.
Right. Yeah.
But and that's like the one cool thing he does. But like even in the fight, I just feel like he's being aimed at things rather than
I
being involved in it.
I think just a little bit more push with him fixes that a little bit. Just
Yeah,
like being like, because it makes sense he would side on Team Iron Man. Just like if his whole
yeah,
thing is like calculations, like hypothetically, this will save more lives, right?
mm,
Like more controlled chaos is better than just chaos. So
yeah,
like if you calculate the events of Age of Ultron and New York and like his stuff at the start, where I think you know him kind of breaking it down is like there's been more super powered people since you've arrived and
yeah.
it may be on us like maybe we did do this is like I think it makes a lot of sense but I do agree I could have used a little bit more but I'm not like I'm fine with what we're given here. I'm not
Yeah.
like, oh man, they really dropped it. I think he's good.
I
But
don't think I wanted more of him. I just think that like what we did get didn't give me a lot to be like, oh, he's a fully fleshed out character.
yeah,
I just feel like his motivation is kind of whatever.
yeah, I would agree. And then Wanda, I think is I actually really do like Wanda here. I think this is a
Yeah,
big improvement upon Age of Ultron. They dropped the accent.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
always
I
really
think
funny.
I think she gets better throughout these three films. I think she's fine in Age of Ultron. She's better in Civil War, but then she's even better in Infinity War. It's kind of how I feel about her.
Yeah, it is interesting watching her arc because like I know a lot of people are pissed in Doctor Strange too that she's just, oh, she's a villain now.
Yeah,
I think it's always been there though. Like if you watch her arc, and and I do agree. I think the transition in Doctor Strange 2 could have been a little smoother, but like in Age of Ultron, she is a villain, and then here her whole arc is that people fear her, and
yeah,
like her ultimate thing is like, well, they can deal with it. Basically, it's like okay, maybe they do fear me, but I can't control that. I control me. Like, and
yeah,
you're kind of already seeing it there, where it's like, yeah, is she truly good here? Not necessarily. Like she's fighting on the right side, but it's like
yeah,
you see it in there still. That the like nuances of that.
yeah.
And then when you literally take away the one thing that's been holding her grief together, which is Vision in Infinity War and
Yeah.
Endgame,
She explodes. Like she
it's like
just
yeah, it
a
makes
nuke goes
sense
off.
to me. It makes
Yeah,
sense why she goes there. And again, I would have liked a slightly better transition from the end of WandaVision to Doctor Strange too, but
yeah.
it makes sense to me personally. Um, Scott Lang, we already kind of talked about him in this movie in our
Hmm.
like Ant-Man talk. I like him here. I
Yeah, I think
do.
he's good. I don't think he's as good as his own film, but
Yes.
I think he has a sizable amount. I do like the moment where he's like Hank
Sizable.
Pym always said. I do like when he's like Hank Pym told me you could never trust a Stark,
Yeah.
and then Tony's like, "Who are you?" That's a fun moment.
It is interesting how many times you've been like in jail and locked up, you
Yeah,
know? Like he starts a movie in jail and he gets out and then by mid Ant-Man he's locked up again
yeah.
and then he's locked up again here,
And then on
right? And he
house
gets
arrest for two
out
years.
and then you could argue he ends up in a prison of such at the end of Ant-Man 2 with the quantum realm,
Yeah, Quantum Realm.
so
Yeah,
it's like he's always locked up and stuck places.
he's in a cell in Quantumania that Kang locks him in.
My man can't catch a break.
Free my man Scott.
Free him. Uh Sharon Carter in here as well.
Oh yeah. I don't know. I still think, considering Steve time traveled back to Peggy, I think that it is a little strange, the love angle with them in these two films.
I've never liked it. I've
It is
never.
it's weird. It feels like they needed some like a love interest for Steve and they just gave
He didn't. He
Sharon,
didn't
yeah.
need a love interest, especially days after
Yeah.
Peggy's death. She just died,
It it,
my man.
it was it was wasn't that the day of her funeral that
Yeah.
they like had that moment at the elevator and then it was like the next day when they were at the car. Like
I'm not a huge. Yeah, I've never been a.
yeah.
I like her more in like what is it, Falcon and the Winter Soldier when she's like the villain. I kind of fuck with her as a villain, and I'll be honest, I don't think we're ever seeing her again.
I don't think we're ever seeing her again. I mean, I don't think I've ever been an extremely big fan of her character. I think she's strong-ish in Winter Soldier, but even then, she's like probably not top five favorite characters from Winter Soldier.
Yeah, like I like the idea of her being a villain. Like I really like that element. Like I like
Yeah,
that she's someone that can never live up to the expectations of her uh what is it, her grandmother,
yeah,
right? So it's like I have to do memes that gets me there that
yeah.
I can't do it the way she like I like that stuff a lot and I'd
There just
argue
wasn't
maybe
enough.
she maybe should have been the villain of Captain America 4. Like
It
I
would
think
have
that
been better. I think it would have been better. Yeah, and it would have tied in more to what they'd already set up.
hmm um Peter Parker, Tom Holland, first appearance of Tom Holland, which is
I think it's a
uh
great debut.
it's crazy. Next year we will have Tom Holland Spider-Man for 10 years. Isn't that
Yep,
crazy?
it is kind of crazy.
That's
Yeah,
insane.
and he looks the same. Like most of the time you go back to
Yeah.
these films from 10, 15 years ago, and you're like, wow, they look so much older in the current films. But no, I think Tom Holland looks the same as he did in Civil War, as he does like
Yeah.
on the set of Brand New Day.
Yeah, and what he's done in 10 years, he will have done 4 or I'm sorry, 4, he'll have done
He's been
4
in four
Spider-Man
Captain America
movies,
films.
4 Spider-Man movies, a Captain America movie, 2 Avengers
Yeah,
movies, like he's
he's
going
been in
on
a lot. And
almost 10
A
movies in 10
version of his
years.
character has been in What If, but not Tom Holland.
Yeah. Like almost 10 movies in 10 years is pretty great. That's pretty good.
Yeah,
Like especially in COVIDs and writer strikes and like
yeah.
the
It's twice as
weirdness.
much as any of the other live action films Spider-Man.
Yeah. No, for sure. We already talked about Zemo, Frank Grillo a little bit. I don't have much thoughts on uh, him at all. Um, William Hurt, of course. Um, Ross has an appearance in this movie. Is this
Oh
his
yeah,
first introduction?
yeah. This would be because Black Panther was his first main film. Then
Yeah,
I always do
I
forget he's in this, and then
I
he's technically a
completely.
Skrull as well, isn't he? Not yet, maybe, but at some point soon, isn't he
Mm,
a Skrull?
I,
Didn't he get killed really early in Secret Invasion because it was a Skrull version of him?
he was there at the end. I remember. I don't. I think
Yeah,
he
because
was a scroll,
wasn't
but
he there at the end because they freed him from the cell along with Rhodey, or from
yeah,
the stasis pods?
yeah. But I think that I think I'm pretty sure that happened like in between like Eyes of. I'm sorry.
Oh, when he
Um.
got released at the end of Wakanda Forever.
Yeah, yeah. So I
Oh,
think
okay, okay,
yeah, like I don't think there's any time where it's like, oh, he was this in this movie. I think it was just all off
yeah,
screen kind of
yeah.
stuff.
Which he definitely shouldn't be a Skrull by now because that would mean every appearance we saw him in was him as a Skrull, which would be insane.
It'd be
And we
like
never actually saw the real character.
yeah, we never actually met him. We're like,
Yeah,
okay, who care? Which I actually like Everett quite a bit, actually. Like I really,
I like
I
the
know
actor. He's Jim in the UK office, which is like fun.
I know you get memes on a lot for being just like the token white guy in Black
Yeah,
Panther movies, but like
yeah. We see that poster like where it says Black Panther. It's just his face. It's just it's the funniest thing ever.
it's fun. I like him a lot. I wish we saw him in Thunderbolts. Could have been cool
Yeah,
as well.
he
But
would have fit in. Yeah.
that's all the major characters I have here. Is there any other
Aunt
names
May's
that you
first
want to point out?
appearance.
That is true.
Who else? Oh, we have a cameo appearance from um Joe Russo. Is it in here? He does not play the same character. He does not play the gay man that he plays in Endgame because he dies in this film. Um, that's it, I think.
Hmm. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
right.
that's all the major characters.
Yeah.
I do really love like
Oh,
to go back to the
is
good.
was Okoye in this
Yes.
briefly? Yes. Yes.
That
Okay.
1 second where
Yeah.
she's like challenging Natasha and he's like, as
Yeah.
exciting as that may be, we don't have time for those.
Yes.
But that
Okay.
was funny. I do really, really love that appearance or that the scene between actually yeah, let's talk about like the Spider-Man of it all just a little bit here because like I have conflicting feelings about Spider-Man in this movie a little bit.
Yeah.
Um I think everything itself is great. Like I think Tom's performance in here is great. I think it's almost the most like Spider-Man-esque he is. Like his quips and like his swinging around, he's
He's just
doing stuff.
webbing
Like
things up. Yeah.
he's great. I love him here. I love that scene between him and Tony in his bedroom. Um, I was talking about this with some friends recently because we were like rewatching Superman and Lois, and I think
Yeah.
about that scene a lot with the whole like Jordan doing football stuff. And there's a scene where it's like, well, I couldn't before, so I shouldn't now, and like that aspect of it, I think is just
Yeah.
like I think about just a lot in terms of like Superman and Lois and Smallville and stuff like that that does similar storylines.
Yeah.
I love that so much. That just like real genuine scene between the two of them. Their chemistry is off the chart.
Yeah.
So I think that scene's great. I I don't think I think if he had the full picture, he would not be Team Iron Man. I stand by that. I don't
I
think
agree as well. Yeah. I think
I,
he was semi manipulated into being
he
on Tony's side.
he was
Yeah.
he saw a tiny toy and he's like, ooh, I like this. And I really 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 love what they did in Friendly Neighborhood this year with Civil
Yeah.
War
It's
and
a
that
great
aspect of it.
TV show.
I I love that they kind of point out like a letter on that a little bit because
Yeah,
that version of him definitely would not have. And I like that it's going on and he's also being manipulated. It's like, don't worry about it. You're
yeah.
different
By
because I do think
Osborne's like, don't worry, no, it's good. You don't need to be
I
involved.
do think it's interesting because what does Peter have that none of the other heroes have? A secret identity, right?
Yeah,
Like he is kind of really the only one there that's not controlled by any of this, really. Like unless people find out who he is, which they do later, obviously, but like right now it doesn't really affect him.
yeah,
At least in the same way. Like I bet they would have cracked down on him a little bit, being like, "Oh, we need to find out who these masked vigilantes are so we can put them on the list." You know, like that's
yeah,
a thing. I bet, but like I do think they kind of missed a little bit of an interesting writing opportunities with him in this movie. Just being like,
yeah.
Team Iron Man, you know, like I again, I don't like I like the dynamic we have there, but I've always thought it's a little like boring in some ways. Like I think they go the most boring route, and I was like, I if Peter really knew who Tony was, I don't think he'd like Tony that much.
I don't think so either. I think
Ultimately,
he would not have been a Tony fan.
no, no, it's interesting, and there's a greater conversation you can have about the Peter and Tony stuff in the MCU. Like
Yeah,
you could go down rabbit holes. I agree with
comes to
some of it. I
Homecoming and
don't.
Far From Home and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
It is a bit crazy. I do think like the extent they go to make Peter like an Iron Man fanboy is one of the major drawbacks of the character in the
Yeah.
MCU.
And I like it to an extent. Like I think it works to an extent. I do sometimes think they lost track of the arc a little bit at some
Yeah,
points in it, where it's like the arc. I actually think the arc in Homecoming kind of where it should have ended a little bit, where
yeah,
it's like, oh, I'm my own hero. I'm Spider-Man because I don't have this tech, and that's a great arc. And then Far From Home, it's interesting because he died, right? And so
yeah,
it's like, oh, people want me to be that, but I'm not. And so like it's another arc of him being like, I am not that, I'm my own hero. And it's like cool. And then he's still wearing the Iron Spider suit come like No Way Home. And
yeah.
it's like
I'm so over that suit, man. I don't know. I'm happy we're doing just a normal Spider-Man suit
I
for
think it's a cool suit, but it's
a
like
new
what
day.
it means bugs me
Yeah,
because it's like and I get the point is they wanted the Iron Spider suit versus Doc Ock. Like they wanted that, like,
yeah.
oh, they I get that, but uh
Could have done better.
it's a little weird. There's some weird stuff in
Yeah.
there for sure. But do you have any final thoughts on Civil War? I
No.
know we talked about a lot.
Um, one of the last, actually, I'll say the last MCU film that Agents of Shield like had genuine tie-ins for. Like, yes, there were references to Doctor Strange. Yes, there are references to Avengers: Infinity War, but the whole thing with the Accords was the last time
Yes,
like a
you're
plot
right.
point genuinely impacted Agents of Shield when we had um Glenn Talbot come in with the documents and was like, okay, you need to show me all of your Inhumans because I need to put them on the list.
We are going to be talking about some Marvel Cinematic Universe movies. We are now chugging along the MCU phase 3. We launched phase 3 last time with Captain America Civil War, which is a very, very good movie. We had a great time talking about that. We're fully diving in now. We are in the brisks of it. It feels weird to be this far in already. Like I've been doing it for a year, but it doesn't feel like it. It feels like I just started doing these.
You
Um,
combined them after a while
I
too, so
I started that definitely has helped get through them a lot faster for sure.
yeah.
Next month we're doing 3, so that would definitely jump us ahead a few bits. But yeah, we're gonna talk about first of all, we're gonna talk about Doctor Strange from 2016. Now, again, this is one of I assume your favorite movies in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. You kind
It's
of
definitely
told
up
me
there.
like when I started, he's like, when you do Doctor Strange, let me in. I was like, aye, aye, Captain, I will
Yeah.
let you in. And I was very curious about this one because and I'll let you like give your history with it in a second here, but like I don't know why I like I had only seen this movie once previously to this to rewatching it for this. I had seen it once, and I remember having a good time with it when I watched it that one time. But I think somewhere in between me not watching it for what is nearly 10 years or 9, 8 years. I don't know when I watched
Mm,
it.
mm, yeah.
Um, I changed my mind. I don't know why. I
Next year
had
will
this
be 10 years
assumption
since it's come out.
next, which is crazy. Which is,
Yeah,
and we'll probably
that's
talk about that.
wild.
But like I think I convinced myself that it was a bad movie somewhere around the
Really?
track. I think a lot of my friends did not like the movie. A lot of my people around me were like, "Yeah, Doctor Strange." It's not a movie that's talked about much. I feel like in the MCU fandom, I guess we talk a lot about two. We talk a lot about the sequel,
Yeah,
but we don't talk a lot about
which I
this one
also
in
love.
particular. Um, but what's your history with Doctor Strange 2016, Jake? What's your vibe on it?
So going into it, I I feel like I was kind of one of those, one of the smaller, in that smaller crowd of people that knew the Doctor Strange character and was familiar with him. And it was actually in what is one of probably my all-time favorite Marvel comics now, still, which is actually a kind of a duo story. It's called Doctor Strange and Doctor Doom: Triumph and Torment. I would heavily recommend people go read that if they haven't. And I, for the longest time, I hoped that they would do that in the movies, but I would wager they probably won't. But reading that comic, then seeing the character in the Spider-Man '90s cartoon, and then getting exposed to that character and the whole Sanctum Sanctorum world in the Marvel Ultimate Alliance game was where I got a lot of my fix for that character too. And then back in 2009, I want to say, is when they came out with an animated uh, Doctor Strange movie. It was made by
Sure.
the
Yeah.
same crew from Lionsgate that made things like the next Avengers film, the Hulk versus little mini movies.
Oh,
They made whoops,
oops. Oops.
um, but I know it was made by that same crew, and I just became more and more fascinated with the character. And I remember the day that that first teaser came out, where you see him with the cloak. He's kind of in the shadow, and you see the big window of the Sanctum Sanctorum behind him. And I fell even more in love with the character. And when that first film came out, I was just kind of blown away by it. It, you know, visually, I think it's still one of, if not the best looking MCU movie. Just, I love how they do the style of having those kaleidoscope visuals that look like an Escher painting brought to the big screen. And it really trips up your mind the more you watch it, and as you're watching through, you're like, wait, where does the real world connect? And you think but then there's that one bit that trips you up. And I love how movies can do that even upon rewatches, how you don't 100% know things that go on. um, I think Benedict Cumberbatch absolutely knocks it out of the park in the role. And even more so, I think, in the second film, but he definitely puts a good mark on the MCU in this first movie. And what I love too is that this movie kind of takes his origin story here is kind of a combination of like Iron Man, Captain America, and Thor. Because like with Iron Man, he starts out as somebody that is only interested in himself, doesn't want to help anybody, doesn't really care about what happens to the world around him.
Yeah.
So he has that kind of self-secludedness. And then you have Captain America, who has that old-fashioned wholesomeness, who wants to help
Yeah.
everybody no matter what. And Thor, who has that arrogance and thinks that he knows best and is like the best one to handle everything, before he eventually gets humbled and then taught a series of lessons. And Doctor Strange's origin is kind of a mix of all three of those.
Yeah.
Like, he wants to help people as a doctor, but he's also a little bit arrogant. Thinks that he knows best and knows more than anybody else, and that's carried on into the second film too in a great way. um, but he also has that hard lesson that he needs to learn, and then eventually grows to help people in a different way. And I also love the score for this movie. It's one of my favorite scores in the entire MCU. Some of Michael Giacchino's best work in recent years. Of course, he scored films like The Incredibles, The Batman. Recently, he did Fantastic Four: First Steps. I love his score for this movie. I think it is a really underrated one of his, and not one that I see people talk about enough. Um, and I mean, I could go into a whole spiel really, but I love the
Yeah.
whole world building of Kamertage. Just that, you know, just the environments that they put you in are able to. They make you feel like you're there. Like whether you're in the temple with the ancient one, or whether you're in like the catacombs with the forbidden books. It makes it feel like a real place that you want to jump into the frame and explore. And I love
I'd
how the
agree with
movie
that.
do that.
Yeah.
And maybe this one's a hot take.
Oh.
Um, I think this movie, actually both Doctor Strange films, do a much better job at displaying magic and wizardry than the Harry Potter movies do.
Oh wow.
Because especially in the last couple Harry Potter films, it's kind of just like they're holding, AK-47s disguised as wands. Is basically what they do in the last couple films. Whereas this one, you see the actual runes that they make. You see the difficulty in making a portal. Um, you get the visual whenever he, wraps time around his wrist. This has always been one of my favorite MCU films from not only a story sense, but from a musical and visual sense as well.
Hmm. Yeah. How do I feel? I feel like you are clearly definitely much more attached to it than me. So you are definitely going to be coming in here with a lot more passion than I would. But no, I definitely enjoyed it a lot more this time around than I did the first time. And that's probably also just helped by like we've got more Strange since I saw it last. Like I am just more attached to the character than I am last time I saw it. We've had, an Infinity War, we've had an Endgame, we've had say what you want about What If, but we have one of the greatest pieces of like Marvel content that What If gave
I'd
us, and that
say, yeah,
involves Doctor Strange, and he's the villain of the second season. Like
I'd say
there's
that
a
was the
lot.
best episode of What If.
Easily the best episode. It is. I'd argue it's almost a masterpiece. I love that
Oh,
episode.
I agree.
And then you have a Spider-Man, No Way Home, which he plays a big part of. And
Yeah.
so,
And a lot of
yeah,
people crap on his role in that movie. People dunk on his role. They say,
yeah,
oh, like, why would a grown man do this? And for a while, I had that same question. But then Multiverse of Madness kind of answered that question, where like, why would a grown man, just go along with the whims of a high schooler? That second movie, again, not to get lost in the weeds on it, but that second
mhm,
movie lays it flat out on the table. Strange is dangerous. He's arrogant. He thinks he knows best and that he
yeah.
can handle anything. And
Wants to
that
be
arrogance
liked.
comes that
Yeah,
arrogance comes back to bite him.
yeah, no, for sure. And like, he's definitely very like Strange is a lonely character,
Yeah,
is what I'd probably say. Like he doesn't want to admit it, but he does want friends. He does want people to like him.
yeah,
He wants to be admired. That's his whole thing. And I do kind of like that his arc hasn't necessarily like finished necessarily.
nope,
We introduce an arc for him, and he definitely grows from where he is, but he's still an arrogant prick by the end of the movie. Like he's
yeah,
still kind of a douche, and he's yet to technically like to finish that or like a really super in a huge way grow from that.
we'll
And
see
like
if that hypothetical third movie can.
I am very curious because like despite his this movie next year, what is it, a year from now, I'm pretty sure, right, will be 10 years old.
Yep,
we will have
2016.
we will have had this actor in the role for almost 10 years. Before long, he will have grossed Robert Downey in terms of his time. Well, I guess not anymore because they're all coming back. But like in
Yeah,
their original runs in Endgame, he would have surpassed their runs as playing these characters for the amount of time. He's been doing this for a while. Typically, I would be like, oh, maybe it's time to say goodbye. But I feel like he's barely started. I want a third
yeah,
movie. I'd probably watch a fourth. I want him to do, like, I feel like we barely scratched the surface
yeah,
of what I want from Doctor Strange in the
yeah.
MCU, and that does scare me a little bit because how much more does he want to do? Because again, he's been
That's
doing it for
fair.
10
Yeah,
years. Like, if he said tomorrow, like, I'm getting a little tired, I'd be fair enough. You like, yeah,
I
I
get
like
it.
fair enough, yeah. So
And I mean, his character, the whole world of just his whole world that they could go to, the different planes. Here's a little bit of a thing here. Say this third movie, like I really want them to explore the bits of the dark dimension where Charlize Theron's character that you see at the end of the
Sure.
second movie, Clea. I want them to explore that, and maybe they could do. This might be a bit of a tenuous tie, but they could even connect his whole side of the world if they wanted to bring a version of an Iron Fist back, kind of like what we saw in Eyes of Wakanda. If they wanted to connect
Yeah.
his world to Kunlun, I'd love to see that as well, because those worlds have been connected in Marvel media before. Like I
Yeah.
think in the Ultimate Spider-Man cartoon, they did it in a way, but I think there's so much more you can do with that character, and just a lot of different bits of ancient magic history that you can explore. That's
Mhm.
been one of the most fascinating things about those movies for me, is how they tell their history of all these different dark creatures and sorcerers and forbidden spells
Yeah.
and things like that. That's been one of my favorite things about that series of projects that he's been in.
Yeah, I think my main takeaway when watching this movie was just how underutilized the magic world has been in the MCU up until this point. Because you
Yeah.
are right, like it definitely does have that like almost Hogwarts-esque kind of vibe that we don't get a lot in that second movie for obvious reasons. It's not focused
Right.
on that, obviously. But like I like where we're sitting in here and we're training these characters and we have characters just kind of living here. I'm like, I do kind of want like Harry Potter, but this, like I kind of want like again, it's been rumored for a while that like Strange Academy show or when I
Yeah.
give it to Wong instead. I'm like, I kind of really want it after rewatching this movie because
Yeah.
there is this
I'd like to
vibe
see
and
it.
this feeling that like if you can add that like that fun and whimsy that you get with Harry Potter, but add that Marvel splash of color to make it its own,
Yeah.
I think that would be a hit. I think it would do well,
Yeah.
especially with how controversial the actual Harry Potter show is right now.
Yeah.
I'd be very funny if we're like, hey, let's all just watch that one instead. Like let's
Yeah.
watch the other one.
And
Um,
I mean, they've kind of done things like that where they take something that already exists and that exists in fiction already and put their own Marvel splash on it. Because for anybody who doesn't know, and again, I know this is not related to the first movie. It's just the first thing I thought of.
sure.
The sequence in close to the beginning of the second movie, whenever they're fighting that monster out on the street, that is essentially the character Shuma Gorath, for anybody who knows that character in Marvel. Um, but they couldn't call it that character for rights reasons. So
Mhm.
they kind of took a character from like H.P. Lovecraft and then splashed that Marvel kind of candy coating on it and then mixed those two different things. So if you can do that with more things in fiction, take something that already exists in fiction, and then put a bit of Marvel coloring on it to make it a clear adaptation of insert thing here, then I feel like that's a way to keep the franchise fresh.
Sure. Yeah,
I,
no,
I hope that made sense.
no, 100%. And like again, like this is something I was thinking about. I think today, or like while I was watching it, I was like, there are just these worlds that Marvel introduced in, especially in Phase 3, that I want to see explored more. Like I want to see the Magic World more. I want to see like Wakanda explored in a bigger
Wakanda,
way. Like they create these fascinating worlds that we're not setting shows in, I think because of probably price, probably because it'd be very expensive,
right?
mainly. But I do think it is it is kind of sad that we can't just kind of live in these worlds that they invented. I don't know why, like, again, maybe they have because I've never been there, but like Disney World isn't doing stuff with this. Like this feels like a little section. Like this movie feels like you could build a section around this in Disney World where you can
Yeah,
go play with magic and shit like that. Like that sounds awesome as well. Um,
they might. I haven't been to Disney World since 2007, so
yeah,
it's probably
maybe they
changed
do.
quite
I
a
have no idea.
bit.
Like I know they have like a Marvel section now where it's
Yeah,
just the Marvel shit. So
um,
like if they don't, they definitely
yeah,
should.
and I imagine Universal's probably got something to that same build as well. Because little side note, the year I went to Universal was like right after the Avengers came out, so it
Mm,
was stacked with
yeah.
a bunch of different Marvel paraphernalia. You walk into one of the stores and there's like a 7 foot Iron Man statue at the front of the door.
Yeah.
If I thought they were loaded back then, they're probably chocked full now. But
Yeah.
to what you were talking about with living in some of those worlds, like your Kamatars, your Wakanda, your places like that. I think that's been one of the biggest missed opportunities with a lot of the shows is that they don't really introduce us to a world a lot of the time. It's just your average run of the
Just
mill looking
plop them
city.
in. Yeah.
But it's just a city. There's nothing special about it. It's like we're spending a lot of time
Yeah.
here. You could tell stories within this place, which is like
Yeah.
on the Star Wars side of things. That's what I love about Andor so much is that it's world building a bunch. And with Marvel, they haven't really done that. I mean, WandaVision kind of did it, but then it was a fake city. And then honestly, that's one of the things that even though I enjoyed Eyes of Wakanda, I was hoping we would actually get to spend more time in Wakanda
In
itself,
Wakanda, yeah, you
and
were
we
kind of
really
not
didn't.
there. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's fair. And I think like not to get in the weeds of it, but like Miss Marvel is so close to doing that. Like you
yeah,
jump in the first episode and it's so vibrant and fun and colorful, and then they go, back to where she's from and stuff like that. And that was also really colorful and cool,
yeah,
but it's just for the 2 episodes. So you can't explore either of them because you're trying to do both. And it's like if you just stayed in one spot, guys, just pick one
yeah,
of the locations to stay in and you're good.
yeah.
Um
And you could
yeah.
do that with the Thor movies too. I feel like that's been one of the biggest missed opportunities
I
with
want
those
to
movies.
I want
There
to
are
be in
so many realms.
Asgard.
There are so many realms you could go to, like whether it's Asgard, like the bits that connect the Bifrost
Yeah.
together, because it's way bigger than the first movie made it out to be.
I miss Asgard. I miss just being there, like that being a place we can just explore and be.
Yeah.
Oh man.
And there are other realms you can go to. And like, yeah, like I have my criticisms with Ragnarok, definitely. But there were at least other worlds that they introduced. And even though I
Yeah.
despised Love and Thunder, we finally went to Olympus. So it's
Yeah.
it's it's like
Give me a
I want to see more of the world building. And yeah, I
give
say
me a
we finally
Thor
went to
video game. Give me a Thor video game where I could just be in all the like locations and you can go to all the worlds. You could like explore Asgard and keep your treasures there and
yeah.
upgrade your oh man,
I
that'd be so much
I-
fun.
I've been saying that they need to work with Santa Monica Studio, the guys that made the God of War games,
God of
and they
War,
need to do
yeah.
a Thor game.
Yeah.
That would be my pitch for a Thor game is work with those guys, get that story, world building, and everything mixed together.
Hmm.
That's how you do a game for him. Because I mean, the only thing you've really got right now is the one based off the first movie, and that game is dog shit.
That was from the
That game,
Wii, right? That was like the Wii PlayStation, what, 2 or 3?
Wii, PS3, DS. That game's terrible. A lot of they stopped doing movie games for MCU after
Yeah.
Phase One.
Oh,
Because like you had Iron Man,
yeah.
bad. Iron Man 2, bad. Incredible Hulk, fine. Thor was bad, and Cap 1 was fine.
Yeah.
And then
I
they
haven't
didn't
played
have one
any
for
of
the
those.
Avengers.
That'd be fun to do at some point. Just play through all the bad MCU games.
Oh,
I had like a Thor mobile game at some point that I had for a while, which was kind of at the time at least I thought it was really cool the way they did it. But again, it was a mobile game, so it couldn't have been that good.
well,
But
now
yeah,
you
no,
guys
like
are
I
right.
yeah. I would definitely I think you nailed it with the visuals of this movie. I actually kind of mixed on the visuals because I think on one hand, when it's anything magic based, I think it's gorgeous. I'm sitting here being like, oh, this is some of the best the MCU has probably ever looked. It is gorgeous. It is obviously you have that very iconic scene when Agent One does the head thing and he pushes through and he comes back in and then they do and they do it again and he's flying through the
Yeah,
multiverse. Maybe one of the most beautiful sequences the MCU has ever done. That is what I'm asking for right now with the MCU to do new, interesting, dynamic things with their visuals. That was beautiful.
yeah. And we
I
were at that point in the MCU. It was in Phase 3, and they
yeah.
showed that they could still make distinct projects with their
Mhm.
own feels. They showed they could still do it.
Yeah.
So there's no reason why they can't now.
I will say though, and again, I am not like I don't know like cinematography. I didn't go to school for it. I will not be one of those people where it's like, actually, it should look like. I'm not going to do that. There were some shots though within it that looked very white to me. They looked very gray sometimes, and that was more so just your like when you like peer across the streets or when you do those skyline shots. It's like I kind of wish they had a little. I wish they looked a little different sometimes. But again, I'm not an expert. I'm not going to sit here and be like, you should do this. I was like, I do think this is kind of in that era where some of the Marvel movies, in terms of that look, started to look kind of similar. The Russo brother
Yeah.
effects is kind of full in display at this point, and like
Yeah, there
there,
was a lot of gray color coding.
a lot of that's the exact word I'm looking for. Yeah, a lot of it looked very gray to me. And again, I think I only notice it so much here because when this movie looks good, it looks insanely good.
Yeah.
It is beautiful. And so like when you go from a scene like that straight to like the city streets that look super gray, it's like, oh, I don't really like the
And
look of that, guys. I don't know.
and plus, especially as those movies got on, the city streets kind of just became dead streets. Like they were just drops for the fights to happen on. It's like there were no people in them. There was nothing going on.
Yeah.
I was like, this is okay. Like you're drawing the line of realism a little too thin here.
I love the Russos, but I do think that was in some ways I think they were the ones that really started that dynamic.
Yeah, because like Infinity War, that one shot where you've got Tony, Bruce, Strange
Yeah,
looking
where
at
is
it.
everybody? Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I really enjoy this one for the most part. I'm going through the cast. Again, I like Strange here a lot. Would you say this is his best movie, or do you think he has a better one?
Just like from an acting standpoint.
I'd say from like a character standpoint.
Um,
I feel like I might say Infinity War is my favorite from him. Now that I think about it, like I really love him in there.
honestly, maybe this one's a hot take, but also is not going to be surprising for me. I think Multiverse of Madness might be his best
Okay.
one for me.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
I just love the journey that movie takes him on.
Yeah, I'll say actually, like now I'm thinking about it, I don't think Strange has necessarily had like a bad outing necessarily. I
No,
guess outside of like What If season 2, which I was not a fan with what they did with
yeah,
uh
I struggle to count that
Strange.
though.
Yeah, I know for sure. Yeah, like I'm thinking like, okay, he's pretty solid here. He's not my favorite. I actually will say I think Strange is at his best when he's bouncing off of other characters. I think that's his strength. Like in this movie when he's bouncing off Christine or Wong or even like Mordor, that's when he's at his best.
Yeah,
And then you go into like Infinity War, it's like when he's bouncing off Tony and Peter.
Tony or Spider-Man. Yeah,
He's very much like Captain Marvel, where like those two were like they work at when they are surrounded by a good cast. And that does not mean they are bad characters, but they need interesting characters to bounce off of to make them interesting themselves. And I think he is one of those.
difference is I feel like Strange can still work on his own.
Sure. I guess I need another outing from him
Yeah.
again
Yeah,
to really prove
I
that.
just never felt that a character like Carol did work on her own.
She hasn't yet, I guess is what I'd say. Because, yeah, I didn't love her in that first movie, and I did like her in the second movie when she's with, like, the Monica, and, like, I loved her in Endgame when she's with, like, Thor and stuff like that as well. Like, I like those
Yeah.
dynamics a lot.
Yeah.
I guess that's a fair point. But yeah, I liked them here. I really loved the, like, medical elements of this movie as well. I think it's that kind of stuff
Yeah.
that makes these movies feel unique and fresh. It's something this is now 13 movies deep into the MCU, keeping those things fresh and new and exciting.
Yeah,
So I thought
and
that was cool. Yeah.
they even tie it into the existing world because, like, right as soon as the crash is happening, like right beforehand, you hear on the radio, like they're talking about, Stark and the like bits of Sokovia and all that. So like
Sure.
you're
Yeah.
hearing the stuff that makes you remember, oh, you're in a lived-in world here where all this other stuff's happening, but they do it so subtly, but
Mhm.
not enough to take the focus away from Strange and his story. And the whole
Sure.
medical bit you were referencing, I love one of my favorite sequences in the movie is whenever he's in his astral form and he's
It
like
was a great
directing her
scene.
through
Yeah.
the surgery. Yeah, I love that scene.
Yeah, no, I like that scene a lot as well, and I think Christine, I think she works as a love interest, quotes, right?
Yeah.
I think she works. She doesn't have much personality outside of Strange. Like she does do. A lot of the MCU kind of struggled with their romance department, but it does kind of feel just like, oh, she is the love interest, and then it's like, okay, but who is she outside of Strange? It's like, well,
Yeah,
no. Like,
yeah, she was never my favorite character.
yeah,
And I mean, the whole time I was watching that movie the first time, and every time we see her, no joke, I'm there wondering, where's Clea? And then into the second movie, you finally get Clea. So we'll see what happens there.
yeah, and like, I definitely do respect it though, because they could have easily, like, at the end of the movie, had that kiss of like reuniting their thing. But I think it is a story about not everything is meant to work, not everything is meant to be. And as much as I want this to be, you are still not
Yeah,
the man I need you to be, and I
right.
can't do this as much as I want to. Like, I like that stuff a lot.
Yeah,
Could have used a little bit more time.
maybe.
Sure, time they didn't have though.
Well,
So
it's like that whole thing where they say some people are only meant to be in your life for a season, and that's kind of what that
that's what
felt
they
like.
were. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. It's interesting, and then we'll probably talk about this if we ever get to two. But like, I do like the alternate shit we do with them in the second
yeah,
movie, where it's like we mirror the effects of what it's going to be, and I also think that is kind of interesting as
yeah.
well.
I mean, that's I think one of the stronger parts of two is she sets him on that path. Where she says, "I've always respected the fact that you had to hold the knife, but I couldn't love you for it."
That's the
It's
line.
like
Yeah.
I love how she kind of sets him in a place there, and then he eventually goes on to realize that he doesn't have to be the one that's in control. He doesn't always know best.
hmm
So, yeah,
We had Mordo in here as well, which
yeah,
uh, interesting character for sure. I do
yeah.
remember watching this for the first time and like everyone being like, "Oh, he's going to be the villain for the second movie." I was like, oh, "Okay, cool,"
And he
and then he
technically
wasn't.
was. He
He
technically
was,
was. He technically
yeah.
was a villain, but a very different villain.
You think we're done with that whole thing, or do you think they might ever circle back around and do that for like our version of the character?
I would like for them not to be
Oh,
done,
interesting. Okay.
but like, because I would like to actually see that pay off. Because they
Yeah.
say in Multiverse of Madness, they say, "Oh, he's been trying to kill me for all this amount of years, and we've been fighting each other on repeat." And I'm sitting here thinking, right,
Oh, yeah.
like, oh, we need to see that at some point. Um,
Yeah, it's kind of sad that it's an off-screen development.
yeah,
Yeah, that'd be interesting. And but like, again, I don't know Doctor Strange comics whatsoever. Like, it's probably one of the characters I'm probably least familiar with outside of the
fair.
MCU. But like, 3 doesn't seem like it'd be that either. Like, 3 seems like it's going in a completely different direction.
Yeah,
Um,
so
if we do 3 at
I'll
all at this point, like,
so I'll make this prediction right now. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm not. But with Charlize Theron's character Clea,
yes, yeah.
she hails from the dark dimension. I doubt the movie is going to be called like Doctor Strange in the Dark Dimension or something like that. I doubt that's the title. It'd be hilarious if I just called it right now. But there is a character like obviously Dormammu, is very prominent there, which is another character that feels a little bit wasted after this movie.
Mm-hmm.
But what I think would be a really compelling villain for Strange to go against to kind of further deal with those insecurities is the villain Nightmare that you see. And he's been in Marvel Comics before. He was in the Ultimate Spider-Man cartoon. He's even been in a game or two, some obscure ones. But I feel like that'd be a good villain for him to go up against. Is that going to happen? Who knows? But it'd be funny if I called it just now.
That wasn't the person from X-Men, right? That was a different character from
X-Men.
'97. That was a different character, right?
What character are you thinking of?
I'm thinking of the one with Storm. That was a completely different character, right?
the adversary. No,
Yeah. Okay.
yeah,
Different.
that was very different.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
No.
No.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. No. But I agree. I'd like to see him more. I think he's serviceable in this movie. I don't love him in this movie, but I think he does what he's supposed to.
Yeah.
We talked about Christine a little bit. Wong in here
Wong.
also.
Yeah.
So kind of jarring a little bit because he is so different to what we ultimately give him. Like, I kind of forgot that Wong is supposed to be this like serious character, this very stoic character. While he still is in later stuff, I feel like he's kind of got a little bit of the like comedy relief role or the like fun best friend character in the last couple
Yeah,
years, especially via like his cameos in all the other projects, in your She-Hulks and in your Shang-Chi's and in a couple others I'm blanking on right now. That kind of jazz. But
yeah,
um I like him here. I think he works. I'm not in love with him in this movie directly. Like, it takes a while, I think. It's him and the Infinity Wars and the End Games and the She-Hulks and the Shang-Chi's for me to be like,
yeah,
I think I like him because he's consistent. He's like,
yeah.
he keeps coming around. He's like, oh, it's good old Wong.
He was a part of one of the funniest scenes in this movie, though. Whenever you see him listening to the music that Strange
Beyonce.
recommends,
Funny. Yeah.
and you see the portals on either side of him of Strange just taking books. I laughed so hard at that scene.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's
Um,
one of it does age it a little bit, I think, the way you're like, you don't know
little,
Beyonce?
little
Which
bit.
Beyonce's still a big star, obviously, but like not like 2016 Beyonce, I feel
I
like.
mean, yeah, I mean, you're gonna get that with these
You
movies once
are.
in a while.
But
Because I mean, like, if you go back to like the Batman '89 movie, you had Prince doing the soundtrack. You go back to Spider-Man 2002, they have Macy
sure.
Gray singing the movie. So you're gonna have those things once in a while. Could you pull up
Yeah.
Harrison's thing right quick, please?
The about
Uh,
Nightmare and
yeah.
Multiverse Madness? Yeah.
So that was originally going to be the case when Scott Derrickson was still attached to the project before Sam Raimi came and take it over. They were planning to do something with Nightmare, but he was originally removed, or he was ultimately removed, rather. So, little
Feels like
tidbit.
there was a lot happening with that Doctor Strange too. It feels like
Yeah, it was infamous for having a lot of script rewrites to the point where Elizabeth Olsen just stopped reading drafts.
hmm,
And while the actual filming process itself was unorthodox for some of them, namely, like her and Haley Atwell both said that, they both have said more than once that they don't fault it to Sam Raimi at all. Like, they
yeah,
had a blast working with him, and it was more the
the machine. Yeah.
that was more the machine that was making things difficult, especially Haley Atwell and the whole Illuminati sequence. Everybody filmed their scenes
Yeah.
individually for that, so that had to make it difficult.
Yeah. I think
I love
I
that
do imagine
sequence, but
I
I
do
know,
imagine that's probably one of those. Kevin Feige probably wasn't super close on it. They were probably like, all right, Sam, just, let blank, blank, and blank help you out with this, this, and this. And they were probably like chickens with their heads cut off kind of thing. And Sam Raimi was probably trying his best while all the corporate mumbo jumbos were like, no, it should be this. No, it should be, I can just imagine whatever the heck was happening in the corporate world. Ew, it
yeah, I mean,
was.
I still appreciate the hell out of that second movie, and just because of
Sure, sure. Yeah.
the direction that he brought with it, and with what he did with those characters, like, you got to see Evil Dead Sam Raimi in the MCU, and I
Yeah.
love that. But
I want to.
we'll definitely dive into that more if we ever get to that movie.
We'll get to that more. I want to see Sam do. I want Sam to have his full control on a movie. Again, he did a great job on it. It didn't fully feel like his movie. It felt like his movie with a cap on it. It felt like his flavor, but not fully his full creative vision. And I want to see him uncapped off. Like, I
Because
want to see him
yeah,
just like do your thing. We won't say shit unless we absolutely have to, of course.
I
But
mean,
like,
because he by that point he had the credence to say, "Hey, I've made 3 Spider-Man movies," and for the
yeah,
longest time he wanted to do a Doctor Strange movie. He said that more than once, um, and
yeah,
I would have thought that they would have learned the lesson that Sony didn't learn about interfering with Sam in the creative process of his movies. I'd have thought they would have learned that lesson. Apparently, they did not. So,
yeah.
if there have been rumors that he's going to come back around and do the third movie. I
Or
really hope
yeah,
it's true.
I'd
Um,
like it. Yeah,
and we'll see. And I hope that, that with this third movie, it's not, that it's not a case where the writers of it, don't watch like A, B, and C that they need to watch in order to do it.
yeah,
Because while I love Multiverse of Madness, you can definitely, it's been reported more than once that the script writers did not see WandaVision.
And it does kind of suck they have to as well, though. Like, I can also understand, like, we've heard, like, stuff where it's like, blank doesn't really want to do Marvel anymore, and these people don't want to do Marvel anymore. And it's like, as much as that sucks, I also get it from, like, a creative vision that you have to, like, work within these boxes, that you have to be like, okay, you can do this, but only if it fits in with this and this and this and this and this and this. It's like, wait, I can't do this because you already did that? Okay. Like, I feel like, as much as I love the MCU, I think I would hate working in the MCU as like a filmmaker. Like,
and then like when they started adding TV shows into the mix, they got more complicated.
Sure, it's like, okay, you want to direct our movie? Watch 50 hours of content. It's like, no, I'm gonna be
It's
writing
like,
the movie,
no.
guys. I don't have time. I don't have time to do that. Give me.
Imagine if that was one person's job. If it was just one person's job,
Yeah.
just to watch all the other shit, bring it to the writer, and say, "All right, these are the things you can't do. Go nuts."
Yeah. Speed run. Last couple thoughts I have, I guess. I'm not a huge fan of the like main villain, I guess you could say. Dormammu is the main villain. I think that's what really matters, and he's good. I love him, and we'll talk about that. But
he definitely has a big presence.
The villain himself, Mad Mikkelsen's character,
Caecilius, I love Mad Mikkelsen too.
Same, and like there's a point in like the middle where I'm like, oh, I'm all right, I'm getting it, but I think by that point it's a little too late, and then they drop the ball again, and I kind of just don't care as an audience for his character, to the point I didn't even know his name just now. I was like, the villain guy.
What, until I said it?
Yeah, I was like, the villain guy played by big actor. But
fair enough.
On the flip side of that, I think the like Dormammu scene is so iconic and so incredible on its own. It's like, whatever, it's fine. That scene's so good, I don't care. It's like, that's what I'm focusing on right now.
People came like out of the movie just quoting that, like amongst my friend group, for the next couple of days.
Yeah,
it was just that for the next couple of days.
Which, like you said, also a very underutilized character. It was not even referenced up until very recently with this season of Ironheart, which I actually did really like what they did with him. Where like, it's him, and like when they said it, I'm like, really? I thought it was going to be blank, that it ultimately is, and then it's like, oh, plot twist, you fuckers, which makes me very scared for like, and I doubt they'll be able to live this up. How powerful is Mephisto? Because they plant him as being way more powerful than Dormammu. It's like, can they live up to that? That's a high bar. Like,
and I was talking about this a little bit ago, but if we get, this is not going to happen, but I could not tell you how happy I would be if they did some version of that Doctor Doom, Doctor Strange story where they go to Mephisto's realm together to free Doom's mother because she's a prisoner of Mephisto. If they do some version of that story, I would be like the happiest camper in the whole campground. Is it gonna happen? Probably not. I'd love to be wrong.
Yeah. Any other character? I mean, we had the Ancient One as well, which someone brought in comments where
and
the controversies.
There was controversy, but I mean, really, like, okay, I'll just be honest. Whose favorite character was the Ancient One going into this movie? Like, there wasn't anybody who was like, oh, like us 510 Ancient One fans over here are shaking our fist at you for this. No, I honestly didn't mind it, and I thought Tilda Swinton was good in the role. I really thought. I thought she brought a lot to it. And again, like you said, has the whole sequence where she's hitting Strange out of his body. Love that sequence.
Great scene.
But then that you have between them in the third act when they're reminiscing after she's gone. I love that sequence too.
Yeah, no, I love that scene, like on the like balcony as the lightning starting to strike, and she's trying to decide, oh, it is my time. And I do love the themes of this movie where it's just like, sometimes you have to do the wrong thing for the right reasons, kind of thing, where it's like, was what I was doing technically against the rules and bad? Yes. Was it needed? Also, yes. You
And they
gotta deal
explore that
with
even
it.
further in the second movie.
Yeah, no, I do really like that element, and I think it does add a lot to, I think, Strange's mentality of just kind of just like not giving a fuck, and like like
Yeah,
especially when you look at the Spider-Man shit,
actually,
where it's
no,
like,
that actually kind of carries across Strange's character across all of his appearances because
yeah,
he gave the stone to Thanos. He was willing to reset Spider-Man's whole identity thing.
hmm
He dreamwalked into his own dead body. Like he does the
he
wrong
breaks the
things
rules, yeah.
for what he considers the right reason.
hmm Interesting. I hope they. Again, I'm wondering where the vision ends for him. Like how is that all going to come full circle? Because like there is the elements in this one where it's like the consequences are going to catch up with you, Strange, and
Yeah,
I'm kind of like, I kind of wouldn't hate if he at the end he dies. Like I think I'm almost thinking he has to pay for his consequences by the end of his journey, and he has to accept that
yeah.
shit
I'm
again when he's done being the
yeah.
character, once he wants to
So
leave.
I guess what I'm worried about is if they reach that conclusion to his arc in a third film, if that is if that movie does happen before Secret Wars or not. Um, like if he's in that third movie or if he's in Secret Wars, if he doesn't die in a third movie, where does this character go in Secret Wars?
Right.
That's what worries me because like but I feel like it would be the same sort of thing as like people after Iron Man 3. They're like, oh, okay, so his movies are done. Where does his character go? And we saw
Yeah.
where his character went. Now, if they've thought that far ahead, then cool. But it's just a little worrying.
Yeah. That is one of the, I think the upsetting consequences of just this era where like Secret Wars should be the end of this era, and I would say, okay, we're wrapping up characters like your Thors and your Doctor Stranges, but they haven't had their final film yet to get to that
Yeah,
point. Like I would have liked a Thor 4 before this. I would have liked a Doctor Strange 3 before this. I would
we
have
had
liked
a
a
Thor
Black
4. It
Panther
was
3. I
trash.
mean Thor 5, I'm sorry. Maybe a Black
Yep,
Panther
yep.
3.
Would have liked another movie with Sam as Captain America.
Another Shang-Chi. Like, yeah, there's a
Yeah,
lot more Kate Bishop, and like it's like there's a lot. That's a topic for another day on what we would shift and what we would move around, and
yeah.
that's a rabbit hole. Um, anything else for Doctor Strange that we haven't talked about that you would like to mention?
Um, Not that I can think of off the top of my head. I just always have a lot of fun with this movie, and I'm not joking. There was a small window of time
Okay.
where whenever this movie came, I think I got it off of a Red Box back in the day, uh, before I owned it physically. But I brought it home, and then I had already seen it. My mom had not seen it yet. We watched it, and as the credits are rolling, she looks at me and goes, "It's one of the best movies ever."
Aw,
Yeah, like
incredible.
she loved Doctor Strange.
Good.
Um, so I just have a lot of fun attachment to the character, the movie, the franchise within the
Sure.
MCU for more than one reason. Um, and I'm hoping this is probably never going to happen, but I would love it if we were to get like a Hogwarts Legacy style game for Doctor Strange.
That'd be fun.
I'd love it if we got something like that.
Very true. Very true.
And
Um,
I don't know
oh,
if you've noticed this, but in like the past, one or two streams that I've done of Lego Marvel, he's been pretty prominent in those past couple streams because I just love
okay.
playing as him there.
There's a lot. Insomniac would that would actually kind of be sick as fuck as
Yeah,
like
I want to see
like
it.
but yeah, because you have the like instead of gadgets you have the like different spells you can swap in and out. Oh, that would
Yeah,
be actually pretty.
and
You
you
can
can
like
even do a thing where
combine shit.
you're like crafting your own spells.
You
Yeah,
get to
and all the worlds you can go to. Come on.
that'd be pretty
And
fucking hype.
they already did the whole Sanctum Sanctorum thing in Spider-Man 2. So like, come
I
on, build
did
on that, build on it.
have him fully appear in 3. have like a little mission you can play as them, and then I don't know, something
Uh,
like that would be fun.
Come on, man, just give it to me.
With that being
It's actually
said,
that's not the
oh,
only. Those aren't the only Spider-Man games where you can visit the Sanctum Sanctorum. By the way, because
interesting.
small little side note, all the way back in 2005 with the Ultimate Spider-Man game, that game has like a day-night cycle in it. If you visit the Sanctum Sanctorum at night, the back door is open and you can see purple light from inside the door.
That's
You
cool.
can't go in it, but Marvel fans know what's going on there. I was like,
Cool.
that's how I felt playing those games back then. It was just a tease.
Naruto said, "What do you think of Gen V yesterday?" Haven't watched it yet. I'll watch it soon.
I have not watched it at all.
Alrighty. Now let's move on to your favorite Marvel movie of all time. You said it's better than anything I've ever seen before. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume Dos.
Things that did not happen for 100, Alex.
What a... This is one of my... I'll be honest, this is one of my most conflicting Marvel movies of all time.
I feel like you and me were like coming from such opposite perspectives on both of these.
For sure. Because there's so much I love from Guardians 2. There is so much that really, really works for me. But then there's also a lot that does not work for me in this movie as well. Things that I just, especially on this rewatch, this was my least favorite rewatch I've ever done. This is my third time watching this movie.
Same.
This was the time I was like, I'm seeing the gunnisms a little bit that I hadn't noticed before. And I think I'm just super, like, I'm more aware of them now, I think, than I was previously, now that we've got Superman and Creature Commandos and, like, 2 seasons of Peacemaker. Like, it is so ingrained into my mind, and now his style is so apparent to me when I see it. It's like, oh, that's the gun. That's the gun on display.
Especially if you watch his movie Super from back in the day. That definitely is a little bit apparent in some of his movies that comes out lately.
Yeah. I mean, what was your thoughts on just, like, even before jumping into this, like, the first Guardians? Like, what was your take on that? And then what was your kind of history with this one in particular?
So the first Guardians is like still one of my favorite MCU movies. I love it. It's definitely it's in the top 10 for me. I don't know where in the top 10, but it's definitely there. And you know, I had read some Guardians of the Galaxy comics a little bit. You know, I had seen, you know, like Drax the Destroyer appeared in the Silver Surfer animated series back in the 90s.
Oh,
so
cool.
I knew some of those characters. But you know, I wasn't the biggest Guardians of the Galaxy fan, and I think, you know, which is the case for like 90% of the people who either like knew them but really didn't know them, but most of the people had no idea who the hell they were, and that helped. That is one thing that, you know, despite my criticisms with Gunn, he does specialize in taking characters that people don't really know, doing his own thing with them, and then, you know, making them likable, especially with animals. I will give him credit there. And yeah, I really enjoy that first film. You know, it's got a lot of great hijinks between the characters. Villain's a little weak, but he is not the focus of that movie necessarily. But at the time it came out, it was just so different and so fresh. But it was also kind of a risky move for them at the time, because, like, I remember when they announced it at Comic-Con after Avengers came out, I was like, has Kevin Feige lost his damn mind? Like, you just did the Avengers, this billion-dollar comic movie of all these different franchises that people know, and you're following it up with this? Really? What are we doing here? But yeah, then it came out. The film ended up, you know, winning a lot of people over. I had friends before it came out asking me if it was like a spoof Marvel movie. That's how little people knew about it.
Yeah.
But in particular, that lineup of the Guardians of the Galaxy, it was relatively new. Because, you know, like, they didn't have like Cosmo, they didn't have a Nova. I mean, they kind of did, but not on the team and not really. But I really enjoyed the first movie, which is why going into the second one,
Mm-hmm.
I was kind of crestfallen
Oh, yeah.
because, I mean, my first time seeing it in the theater, there were points where, yeah, I laughed, but, you know, eh, the time I would go back to rewatch it after that, I was thinking to myself, wait, I feel like I liked this before. And then I sat there and thought to myself, was I just forcing myself to like this movie at the
Mm,
time? Was that what was going
yeah.
on? And looking back, it felt like I was just kind of pushing my way through the movie and then maybe laughing a couple times. But even then, on this recent rewatch, the humor really does not land for me.
Yeah.
Like a lot of the doofy dick and crap humor really just does not land for me at all.
Yeah.
Um, and especially there are moments where Drax is just this naive, like intolerant asshole
He
in this
sucks.
movie.
Yeah.
Like I really don't like him in this movie.
No.
Just the bit where he's essentially just destroying somebody that's a slave to ego who already has low self-esteem. And he just goes, "Oh, you are horrible to look at." It's like,
Yeah.
what happened to this broken family man from the first
He,
movie? It's
me
like,
and me and Ronan talked about this in the first one, and we praised him in the first one. We were like, he is one of the hearts of this movie. This is easily his best outing as Drax.
I even think
And
so. Yeah, even still.
after that movie, he goes downhill. This is his worst, I think, by far. I think
Yeah,
this is Drax's worst. They
yeah,
really forgot, like they really leaned into just what was kind of minor parts of his character in the first movie, twisted it up to a million, and was like, this is who Drax is, or this is who he is. He easily the worst part of the movie. I think if you take out Drax from this movie, it at least goes up
uh,
at least a letter grade 2 for me, because I do think a lot of
uh,
the humor, for me personally, that does not work revolves around him. Not all of it. Not all of it. Some of it also does not work for me in other areas. But it almost feels like it kind of reminded me of Thor: Love and Thunder a little
I knew
bit,
you were gonna say that.
where it's just like, and it's not even just the jokes. I think the jokes are mostly fine, but it's that rhythm, that joke, 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 joke,
Yeah,
joke, Drax,
it's
Drax,
like
Drax. It's like,
every couple minutes. Yeah,
guys, were like, gun, relax a little bit. And I do imagine he was probably just very ambitious after the first Guardians. He's like, people love this. I
yeah,
can fully be me. And he was like, I'm gonna just do it. I'm gonna do what I'm feeling. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. That is okay to experiment with. I'm glad he got to do that.
yeah.
That didn't work for me necessarily. Does it work better than Thor 4? Yes. I personally
Yeah.
think so. It
Okay.
works better, sure.
Yeah.
Um
But I mean, even then, I feel like even still today in Gun's filmography, that's one of my biggest issues with him is that he does
I
not let
agree.
a moment sit before trying to make someone laugh. Uh,
Gunn is I think Gunn is best when he has restraint. I think it's best when someone's holding him back a little bit. And I think he
yeah.
had that with 1. I think he had that with 3, because I think it was a very different, honestly, because he was just kind of getting back into Marvel.
Yeah.
Like he didn't have that safety net he had with Guardians 2, where it
Yeah.
felt like he could have done anything.
I
But
had other issues with 3, but the humor
sure,
was definitely more in check.
it was 100%. Yeah. So you had that with 1, you had that with 2. I'm trying to think of anything else, but like, yeah, like I think Suicide Squad. Actually, Suicide Squad, I actually feel that a little bit too. I know you don't love that movie, but like
I was gonna say
that,
even in Creature Commandos, it felt like it was in check.
sure, sure. And then you go into like Peacemaker and Superman, where it does feel like he's a little bit more
Ooh,
rapid fire with some of it, which I like a lot of it. But like, yeah, again, like I do agree with you most of the time when it comes to Gunn, where it is like he is a good writer, he is good at what he does, but sometimes he goes overboard with how he does it, and that is something I'll be curious to see continue over these next couple of
we'll
years as we're in with
we'll
DC.
we'll see.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, there were multiple characters that frustrated me in this movie. Drax was not the only one.
Okay.
Um, I, I love Kurt Russell, but the villain sucked in this movie. I thought Ego was
Okay.
terrible, and again, another one of those characters where it's like they have to attach a joke to everything. It's like, yeah, I'm a
Mhm.
living planet. I've also got a dick. It's like that
Yeah.
stupid thing, and probably one of the most egregious moments in the whole movie is when they just reveal what happened to all of Peter Quill's other siblings. They were essentially all ingested and killed.
Yeah.
They don't let that moment sit for a
They don't.
full
Yeah.
minute before immediately
It's
trying to make a joke out of it.
it's
And
the pace of it. Yeah.
stuff like that happens too often in the movie for me.
I really like his. I do like his performance a lot in this movie. I like him as a villain. It's just not. It's not enough to chew on. It's like once we get him, it's almost like it's over.
Well, it
Like
also,
you need.
yeah, because there's no stakes. Like, it doesn't feel
Yeah.
like he's a looming threat until he reveals himself.
Yeah, like because he's not a villain for like 90% of the movie. He's nice dad. And then as soon as he's not nice dad, he's evil planet. It's like we needed more
Yeah.
time evil dad as Kurt Russell, sorry. Blanked
Yeah.
his name for a second. Like we needed him actually as the villain because he's a great performer. He's an excellent actor. I think his chemistry with Chris Pratt is actually really good. Like I love their chemistry a lot. They do feel like a father and son duo. I do like this element that like, yeah, you were the one that worked. Like I like this like psychotic evil planet that is like, oh, you're gonna work with me because I love you. Oh, you don't want this? I'm gonna fucking make you do it. Like that stuff is good. I really like that and how it works. But you are right. It is too fast. They don't do enough when we do have him on screen. He's not a like they kind of treat it as like a twist villain, and like
It didn't
it's
work.
not a twist. Like
And,
it's
I
not
mean,
like
not only does the main villain in this movie not work, it also feels like each act has a different villain, which really that
yeah.
bothers me. Like, that really bothers me
The
when there's not a clear villain. I mean,
the Ravagers
sometimes
is
the twists work.
yeah
Like, you have the Ravagers, you have Ego. Like, Nebula's antagonistic for most of this movie.
yeah.
And then what the hell's the other one's name? I can't think. I can't think of the one's name. The one
The
that they're always laughing at. Fuck.
Taserface.
Yeah, that one.
Taserface. You bad joke. I've never been a fan of Taserface. Yeah.
No, that I mean, and you can even tell, like, the whole scene where he's, like, bragging about his name, and everybody around there is going, I don't know how I feel about this. It's like, yeah, because it's not that funny.
Yeah, and then they do the whole thing with what the core where they're like, "That's your face." It's like it's just too much. Like the joke. That's the thing. Like it's
Yeah,
not a bad joke on paper, but it goes on way too long. And that should have been a
yeah,
one beat
and
joke where it's like you say his name, that's funny, end of joke.
right, and
That is it.
you contrast that with, like, Baby Groot getting tortured by these guys. It's like
Oh yeah,
it's
yeah,
like what are we doing here? It's like
yeah.
like these two things do not mix together at all.
Yeah, no, for sure. And yeah, like that's again, that's one of those aspects where like it sucks because I love the Yondu stuff. I love the Rocket stuff. That to me that's the heart of the movie. That's what makes it work for me. I adore that element of it, but it is also surrounded by the whole taser face shit with the stuff that's happening over there and up until like the end of the second act. It's almost like where are we going with all this? How are we getting here? Where is this
Yeah.
all leading?
So
Um
I mean, I will say there is one part of this movie that I do kind of enjoy, but I like what another movie does with it more.
okay.
Um, and that's the Peter and Gamora stuff.
Okay.
I do like parts of that.
Okay.
However, I think not only was that joke with Mantis not that funny, but also B, it ruins. I feel like a lot of the momentum that you would get from something like that, and you know what joke I'm talking about. I feel like
Yeah.
it ruins the momentum because the movie doesn't get to show you how they get there. They just tell you that one of them's already there, and then you eventually know the other one's going to get there, so it's not really as interesting, so you don't get to see them gradually grow.
Are we
It's more
talking about the
it's
like laughing sequence where it's like we really like he feels sexual feelings
yeah,
for a bit?
yeah, that.
Okay, yeah, yeah,
It's
yeah.
it's like they already tell you that he's feeling that way, So the entire movie, you're just like, okay, she's gonna gradually get there and get there and get there, instead of just seeing them naturally come together. And
Mhm.
that that's really sullied it for me, because I mean that one of the sequences I do enjoy in this movie is where they're out there
The
on
dancing, yeah,
on the patio, and you have that dance
brilliant
between
scene.
them. I
Yeah.
do enjoy that scene quite a bit, and you can see that she, obviously knowing her history, it's hard for her to feel that way about somebody. And like next to Rocket, maybe this is a hot take, but next to Rocket, she was my favorite Guardian.
Oh, interesting.
So I enjoyed what they did with her in
Yeah,
these movies, and then I have a good amount of issues with how they did her in 3. But
sure.
um, it was some of the better parts of this movie, I feel like, but it was buried by a lot of the not good stuff.
I like Gamora was never one of my favorites, unfortunately. I think, and to be fair, she's the only one that doesn't really have a full arc necessarily. Like she does get,
Yeah,
pun intended, cut short.
she falls
So
off.
yeah, no, for sure. But like
I'm sorry, that was
I
terrible.
I do like her. Like I like that she's struggling with her vulnerability. Like
Yeah,
she wants to be part of this family. Quill has clearly helped her come out of her shell and become who she is. She is a real character in this one where I
yeah,
feel like in the first she didn't know who she was. She was the daughter of Thanos. Who am I now that I'm not without it? And she's struggling with that. So I think that
yeah.
that stuff is really
And
good.
and I love how just that little bit where you see when they're introduced in Infinity War, and she's like singing along to that who is it uh that one spinner song that they have playing in the spaceship, and she's like singing along to it. That just showed character progression, because if you were to done
Yeah.
that like one movie back, she wouldn't have been doing that.
No,
um
it's yeah.
just that little bit of progression. And honestly, even though that's the movie where she where she does die, I think you get the arguably the best stuff out of her in that movie.
No, for sure. Yeah, no, like she's good in here. I think Peter's fine in this one.
Peter's kind of it's weird. It's like half the
This is my
time,
least favorite from him
it's
personally.
like half the time I get him, half the time I'm like, dude, you're a fucking ass. Like
Yeah,
again, like the whole Drax and Manta stuff, where I don't like that. The whole like him just shit talking Rocket a bunch. I'm like, do we really need this? This doesn't seem like it's doing anything.
yeah. Well, I like it from Rocket's POV because I love the Rocket arc in general. I love, and they really get into it where it's like you do that shit to push people away because you don't feel like you are worth loving. That
Yeah,
everyone you love is going to leave you. So if you push them away first, then it will be easy. I love that shit, and I think that, again, the stuff with Yondu and Rocket, genuinely some of my favorite moments in the MCU. Like that big yelling sequence from Yondu, masterpiece. And I think it's even like obviously done better once you see 3, once you see the full arc, once you see why he doesn't like being called things. He doesn't like being a
yeah,
raccoon. Like that shit's
yeah.
incredible.
And
Like
then they pay it off in 3 when he says the name.
he says the name. That stuff is incredible. You couldn't really see it as much in the first one, but you can see what James Gunn means by Rocket Raccoon was the secret main character of the trilogy. He is the main character of this movie for me. He is the main focus. And again, the stuff with him, and I loved Yondu in this one as well. I really enjoyed this, like,
Yeah, and he
uncovering who he is, uncovering his secret motivations. Very similar to Gamora, where it's like Peter is able to unveil his true feelings, even if he was never able to say it himself. I Is the scene a little silly? Maybe, but I love his death scene. I think his death scene genuinely was like choking me up a lot. Where
oh
it's like
Yondu's.
like the whole end, everything with Yondu at the end was really,
Yeah,
really, really well done. And I actually think outside, again, the ego stuff I think could have been done better. But I do think the third act really does find itself. It brings that up in a way that works for me most of the time. Not everything, but most of the time it does really work for me when
yeah,
those emotional beats are repeating. Like the moments where like he's talking to Rocket and he's like, yeah, I have to go do this, and he's like, all right, and you have little group things like, welcome to the Guardians of the Galaxy. Like there is something about Yondu finding his family in his death that kind of fucks with me a little bit. Like that is such an emotionally driven moment. And then when you get back to the ship and Gamora's like, I'm gonna go find him. He shoots her because I can't lose anyone else. That shit kind of fucked me up on rewatch, knowing what happens in 3, knowing why he's like that. And there's stuff like that in the first one as well, where he does the same thing, I think, to Peter. But it's like, oh man, like he is not fucking around. He's not losing his
Yeah, no.
people. Like I love that stuff.
And you know, there was one moment that I did enjoy here too. Again, I still don't really like the movie that much on the rewatch,
Fair,
but
fair.
there's like a small handful of moments I can enjoy. Like I said, the Gamora stuff, but also another moment where she's talking to Baby Groot. I do actually like that moment quite a bit,
Yeah.
where it's almost kind of like, you know, it sounds weird to phrase it this way, but like a mother calming down a concerned infant in a way.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, this is, you know, nice.
Yeah.
And surprisingly, it was one of the more emotionally resonant scenes that didn't get ruined with a joke, which I can't say that for about 90% of the movie, but
I'm a sucker for Baby Groot, bro. Like, does it all work? No.
yeah,
I think
like,
some
I
of
said,
it.
the whole child torture scene, or where he's like bringing back random bits like a toe or
I love
whatever
that
the
bit.
hell. It's like,
Listen, was it needed? Does it throw off the momentum? Yes. That's my kind of comedy. I loved him bringing back random shit. It was like, no, Groot, that's a toe. Go back, try again. And I'm sorry, I love it so much. I love when he finally finds the journey undoes. He's like, no, he did it, and he still picks up the wrong thing, and it has to be what's his face to be like, no, it's the other. Like, it's so stupid. It
yeah,
works
I
for
get
me.
that works for some people.
But I do agree that it does throw off the momentum of it. Like, again, there's like another joke I still enjoy, but for one, it went on too long, and two, it did ruin the tone. I love the button joke, as stupid as it is, where it's like, all right, you have to press this button. He's like, I am Groot. No, not that one. Like,
Yeah.
as stupid as it is,
Thing, yeah.
that is another example of a good joke that goes on way too long. It's almost a 3-minute scene where like Quill's like, does anyone have the tape? And he goes around to Everett. Great joke. Again, too long. It takes up too much of that scene. Sometimes less is more, and I do think that's one of those situations. I still find it funny though. It still kind of worked for me in some aspects.
And I mean, this was another one of those movies that, you know, the Guardians movies have always, you know, they've one of the things that they've been most recognized for is their soundtracks.
Yes, incredible soundtrack.
I did not love the soundtrack in this
Oh,
movie.
interesting. Okay.
Especially, I don't know why this bothered me so much, but the opening sequence, it's a fun sequence where you have
It's
Baby
very
Groot
fun,
like going around the entire
I
battle.
like that stuff a lot. Yeah.
That's fun, but the song that they use, Mr. Blue Sky, like they have that song in the trailers, and they have it there in the film, but then they never get to the chorus, which is the best part of the song, and it bothered me. I don't know
Okay,
why,
fair.
but it felt like it was flowing really well with the scene, and then they cut away. I'm like,
Aw,
no,
yeah.
that's the one moment where I wanted you to keep going. And like, yeah, that sequence was fun. I'll give it that.
Yeah.
Just because, like, you see Groot is the point of view character in that scene, and you can see like blurred other Guardians in the background where, like, you know, you have Gamora holding the gun and she's like, "Get out of the way!" And then it goes to the next one. That's fun there, but then it dives into the whole overdone sequence where you have like Drax inside the belly of whatever that thing is, where he's repeatedly stabbing inside the stomach thing. I'm like, okay, you're just doing too much.
Yeah, again, like that's one, like Drax movie one. Drax wasn't stupid. I think that's the thing. Drax was smart. He just didn't know social interactions. He didn't know how to be a social guy. He didn't know human lingo. That was it.
He's like, why would I touch my throat?
Yeah, like he's not an idiot, especially when it comes to like alien species and just basic common sense. And they really double down on that. I was like, he wouldn't have done that. Like movie one, Drax would not have done that. Although what I will say, I thought was kind of interesting. and I don't know if he did this on purpose, if there was any amount of planning to this, but there was that scene in the first act where like Drax is like, you and Gamora aren't going to be together. Like you guys aren't going to end up together. He was
Yeah.
right. He was right. And I was like, huh. I wonder
Yeah.
if that was always kind of in the cards, because I actually like the
So I don't think it was personally. I think
I
when you get to Infinity War, that was the Russos making changes.
I agree. And like James Gunn like said recently that like yeah, he there were some changes that we made, but that was generally what we wanted to do. And again, was that a lie? Maybe, possibly. But I actually like the sad fantasy of it all. Like I like this story of almost like it didn't work out and that's okay. Not every story is going to, if it was able to spend more time setting that up. It is a afterthought in Guardians 3. It is a, oh, let's throw this in there. Like I think in a perfect world, do 3 without her and then do a 4th or something like or like do something else where like I don't know, like I think they needed their time apart to make that
Yeah.
scene work, to let it have more of that impact, and it doesn't, and it needs more time. It needs a movie focused on that dynamic, and that's not the dynamic because it's focused on saving Rock. I don't know, like
Yeah.
it is a thing, and it is sad looking at this movie and even first being like, huh, that didn't really go anywhere, huh? Like
Yeah.
they were
I
setting it
mean,
up, and it,
I'll be honest. Like, and I've said that Gamora was one of my favorite Guardians. When you get to Infinity War, aside from that, uh, aside from the ending, I'd say her death was probably the saddest moment in there for me.
it's a great scene. Or like even put, just don't bring her back at all. Don't have this alternate Gamora at
Yeah,
all.
because that didn't even feel like Guardians 1 Gamora. It felt like a completely different character than any version of her that
Yeah.
we'd known.
Yeah, like have it. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I think I maybe would have been more into it if she just didn't come back for 3. And it is a movie about grieving, and it is a movie about accepting to let go and accepting that things weren't meant to be, and that like I need to move on from not only her but this whole era of my, like I think maybe that would have worked better, and then that would give you
Yeah.
more time to focus on some of the
And
other aspects. Add Adam Warlock, actually give him stuff to do
that
in that movie.
and what would have helped, and maybe this is such a minor thing, and I apologize for getting like a little bit lost in the weeds on this,
No, go ahead.
but when they all come back in the final battle in Endgame, and like I get it, they're in a final battle. I would have loved to see Peter reacting to being back on Earth after so many years, and we never
100%.
got anything like that.
No.
I would have loved to see that because, like, he's thrown back into the place where he was a kid, and then he spent so long away from, but he has to fight as soon as he gets there, and they never got any time of reflection there. I would have
I
just wanted some of that.
I love Infinity War and I like Endgame, but the Guardians are done the worst in both of those in terms of their arcs and what they're going through. Because like obviously you had the Drax stuff, which was not touched on at all in those movies. The fact that Thanos murdered his family.
Well,
You
they kind of did,
not enough,
because
I don't
like you
think.
see him run toward Thanos before he gets turned to clay in that one
Yeah.
sequence. It was like, but I mean, granted, how much more of that were we gonna get because of how many characters were in that movie?
Yeah.
Um,
And then this movie they set up Nebula as well, and her
yeah,
vendetta against Thanos, which is also really good and very justified. Like those two characters deserve it more than any of the Avengers cast, I think. Which I understand why it has to be Tony because he is the main character. I get that, but it, like in theory, I wish it could have
yeah,
been like Drax or Nebula.
fair.
Like
I
in
mean,
the comics, it's her, right? Like
yeah,
she's the one with the Infinity Stones, right? So
it's Nebula. She has the gauntlet. She has hair too.
incredible,
Um,
yeah.
but no, I'll be honest. Nebula was not a character I liked until probably Endgame.
She's
Like it took me a while to come
okay,
around with her.
fair. I mean that's fair. She is now in my like top 5.
That's fair.
I love Nebula.
Like after Endgame, after the holiday special, especially,
Right,
and
3.
then
Yeah.
3. Yeah, 3 is definitely her best one, I feel.
That's fair. It is cool to kind of see her officially join the cast though. Officially like join the like actual team itself. I enjoyed that ending
Yeah.
a lot where it's like help us stop what happened to us happened to all these other children and girls. Like, I love that stuff a
Yeah.
lot. I thought that was a fantastic way. We kind of skipped over a little bit. Mantis also joins the cast this season. This episode or this
Yeah.
movie. While probably her weakest appearance, I love Mantis just as a character, especially once we get to the special and 3, and
That's
Infinity War as well.
The holiday specials when I started to like her. I
Yeah.
didn't really before then because in 2
Not a lot to chew on.
she's
Yeah.
kind of just that slave to ego that just gets shit talked. And really, the main purpose that she serves in Infinity War is kind of what I predicted going into that movie, was that she was at some point going to be used to put Thanos to sleep. Of course, that did not end up working out, but I had a
Yeah.
feeling that's how they were going to use her there. She didn't really get a lot of moments beyond that.
That's fair. I do like her in this movie though, personally. I like that she has such a big heart, and I like that she only puts up with what he's doing because she doesn't really know people and what humanity is, and the moment she does, the moment she can actually feel genuine real emotions, she's like, oh, this is what life is supposed to be. Like, this is what, and I
Yeah,
like that, like, self-discovery. Do I hate how Drax treats her? Absolutely, he's a piece of shit.
yeah.
But there is that fantastic moment between her and Drax where they're just like looking upon the sunset, and it'd be like, yeah, but being ugly is sometimes okay because then you know how people truly feel. I was like, what a great moment. That's such a great moment. And then you have the
Yeah.
whole Gamora thing kind of ruining the moment, but like that singular, that is incredible. I love that stuff, and I like how she does become part of the
yeah,
team at
like
the end, and like yeah.
like there's some good moments in there, but then it gets buried under like she gets like hit in the head by something and knocked out. He points to the ground and starts laughing. I was
Look
like,
out! Yeah, it's like
dude, you're an asshole.
it, that scene does make me laugh. Like, I don't like it for the tone, but it is funny. Hey, watch out! After like 10 seconds of being hit by the, it's like, god damn it, come on, guys.
I mean,
It's not great, but it is a funny gag.
so I don't know.
Yeah.
I hope that where I'm coming from with this movie, with both of these movies, makes a little bit more sense now.
No, 100%. I don't blame you, but like this is such a weird one too because like it is really the pick a dot of the Marvel world because this is people's favorite Marvel movie. This is people's least favorite Marvel movie. This is people's in the middle of the road Marvel movie. Like this is everywhere for people. Depending on who you ask is depending
Right.
on where this places on their list. And again, like I said at the start, it's
Yeah.
middle of the road for me. There is stuff I adore that I think is fantastic. There is stuff that's not fantastic that I don't
Yeah,
love.
and then
Yeah.
when it comes to one like Doctor Strange, for a lot of people, it's middle of the road.
It's also my like I liked it a lot on this route, but it doesn't. Here's what I'll say with Doctor Strange. I think is really good. I don't know if it has for me personally the highs of the highs that a lot of the other Marvel projects have for me. Like it doesn't have that like I love that bit. I love this. It's like I think it's consistently good throughout all of it. Outside of the like forehead touch when he's going through like that stuff is great, obviously.
Fair.
But
I mean, if I'm just looking on my like my list that I have here right now of MCU projects, as far as the movies go, not counting shows, the first movie is actually my number 12 for movies.
okay.
So, and
Let
then
me
the
look.
second one is a little bit higher.
Yeah, on the rewatch so far, it's number 9 for Doctor Strange.
Okay.
But that's just out of the 14 that I've ranked in this rewatch. So far it is quite literally middle of the road.
Fair.
And then in general, oh boy, I'm scared. Where did I put it?
Yeah, after Iron or not, I almost said Ironheart. After Wonder Man comes out, I'm gonna do like a long form video where I have every project ranked. That's gonna be a bitch to edit, but it'll be
Okay.
fun to have everything there.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I definitely feel like it will be shifted because on my original was like 25 in just the movies, and that's pretty low. Like, I'm looking at it right now, and it's like below Age of Ultron, it's below Eternals, it's below Ragnarok. Like, I feel like it'll probably shift. But also, I love Ragnarok. I like Ragnarok, and we'll see if I change my mind on rewatch.
Yeah.
That feels like the good kind of ending point. Do you have any final thoughts on this movie we haven't talked about yet?
That I can think of, no, not really. Like out of all James Gunn's comic projects, this is definitely down there as one of my least favorite ones. Um,
I would agree with that.
but granted, I only love like 3 or 4 of his. Like I
I
love
would say
Guardians
it's right.
1. Like I love Guardians 1. I love Creature Commandos, and I love the Holiday Special, and then that's pretty much it.
In the
Yeah.
sense I can fly. That's
Yeah.
nice.
But then again, you have to defend 9 realms while Spider-Man only has 1 city.
That is true. I think Thor has a lot more responsibility. Maybe I'll just pull
Yeah,
a
which is kind of
Thor and
funny
just
with
be like,
Spider-Man's whole thing is responsibility, but
yeah, I'm gonna just be
but
like,
yeah.
deuces. I'm gonna go chill down on Earth, have fun here.
Yeah. Leave it to the other Asgardians. They've got the 9 realms, you got the 1 realm. You're good. Earth does need a
Absolutely.
lot of saving though.
Yeah, and somehow no one's ever around when we need them
Yeah.
for anything.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But yeah, with that being said, I think we're going to be jumping into our main topic here today, which again a pretty, I think, nice transition into these topics here.
Yeah.
These retrospectives. So 2017, I think, was definitely a very interesting year for Marvel.
Mhm.
I definitely think this was the era of like the next generation of Marvel and their heroes and what they were setting up. And we're definitely in the era now where they are setting up the Infinity War and the end game of the universes. They are trying to get everything in place for their big event movies. And I think these movies are pretty good reps of that, of like putting our
Yeah.
characters in certain situations and certain places and building out these roster of characters that we're going to be watching over these next 3 or 4 years here. And the first of that is Spider-Man Homecoming 2017. Now, you're a big Spider-Man fan. I think we,
I
we,
am.
we talked about it quite a bit last time. We talked about it this week, how big of a Spider-Man fan you are. Did you see this movie in theaters? What was kind of your history kind of watching this for the first time?
So I did absolutely see this movie in theaters. Something that like really connected with me about Tom Holland's Spider-Man specifically is I was like the same age as him for all of the movies. He was like canonically about 14 in Civil War, and I was about 14 in watching Civil War. And then in 2017, it was weird because it was my first year of high school, and then I was 15,
Yeah,
and Peter Parker was 15. He was in his second year of high school, so like slight difference because yeah, um, but so I kind of connected with that version of Spider-Man a lot. I could relate to him a lot. So I absolutely saw that one in theaters. I think I saw it twice in theaters. I don't remember, but I definitely saw it at least once in theaters, and I loved it. It's like when I saw it, because Spider-Verse hadn't come out yet. It was my favorite Spider-Man movie, um,
yeah,
like easily, and it just happened to have like two of my favorite Marvel heroes interacting, Spider-Man and Iron Man. Iron Man was my favorite at the time.
sure.
He's still up there, and Spider-Man was always one of my favorites. So that like seeing that relationship explored in a movie was really exciting because like there was like such a long period of time where we thought Spider-Man was never coming to the MCU. There was no
Never.
way that they were
No.
ever going to do that because he was owned by Sony and they were doing the Amazing Spider-Man franchise. And there was no way they were ever going to be able to do something with Spider-Man in the bigger universe. And then that
Right.
Civil War trailer dropped and everybody lost their minds.
Yeah.
It was really exciting. So like as soon as that first Spider-Man Homecoming trailer dropped, I was all over it. I was obsessed with it. It was incredible. I was so happy to get that movie and to get that character in this larger world with all the other heroes.
Yeah. No, that's yeah. Like that was. I wasn't fully in the fandom yet, and I really wish I was.
Mhm.
And like that was one of the reasons I wanted to start this little series I'm doing
It was
here.
the best time to be in the fandom.
It
I think
was
everybody was so excited. It kind of went downhill after there because everybody started being so, you know,
cynical, I guess would be the
cynical.
word.
Everybody's
Yeah.
like so. Everybody tends to like be like my opinion's the only one that's correct and the only one you're allowed to have, and it's like
Hmm.
like there's like no room for interpretation, it feels like, in terms of like what's comic accurate or what isn't, and like
Yeah.
what's a good movie versus what's not a good movie. It's just back then it was so much more fun to actually talk about
Mhm.
these things because people were genuinely like, I don't want to say less critical because it's not like that. It was just like a more
Mm.
positive, a more inviting environment than it is now, because it kind of sucks now.
Yeah, I think that's interesting though, because like I would agree, at least I think on the MCU side of it. Like I think
Mhm.
MCU fans at least I think loved Homecoming when it came out. But
Yeah.
I do remember like Spider-Man fans having a heyday with this one in its early era.
Mhm.
And where it was just like, well, this is, this is a good movie, but it's not a good Spider-Man
I know,
movie.
that's
And
what I
that
was
was,
thinking of, and that was such a
yeah,
stupid, like, I don't know. I don't want to talk about that necessarily, just because I
sure,
don't want to
fair,
like piss off
sure.
anyone's fans. I just never agreed with that sentiment. I thought it was a fantastic. I remember, like, every time I would watch it, I would think this is one of my favorite Peter Parker stories ever told.
Hmm. No, for sure. I think just, and I think things have actually got a lot better since No Way Home came out, due to
Yeah,
like,
especially for that one specifically. People started seeing Homecoming in a better light.
also I think just like it embraces the difference of the characters. I think like
Mhm.
around this time and like for the last like 20 years or so, like new adaptations of characters are hard for people. Change is just hard
Yeah.
for people. If
Yeah.
they grew up watching those Tobey movies, that's just Spider-Man from, which is valid. It's
Mhm.
totally okay for that to be your Spider-Man. I
Mhm.
I love Andrew. I don't love his movies as much, but I love him as that character. So like I
Me
can
too.
definitely understand that it being hard, because
That
it is a different take
attachment,
on
yeah.
Spider-Man. It is a very different take on the character. They are doing something
Mhm.
very different, and I think that's probably what I'll title this episode, is like that time Marvel tried something different, because I argue that's for
Yeah.
both of these movies we're talking about today. They tried
Yeah.
something different with these characters, and that is hard for people. So like I do understand if it's not someone's favorite Spider-Man movie, but I do think No Way Home made it very acceptable to be like, wait, their character strengths are their differences. Like if all three of these
Mhm.
characters were just the same, if they were all just Toby, be kind of lame. It'd be kind of
Yeah.
like their dynamics wouldn't work as much. It works, and this goes for every Spider-Man. And I think that's why he's one of my
Yeah.
favorite characters of all time, because every version of them feels different. Toby and
Yeah.
Andrew and Tom, and then you go to like, Josh Keaton feels different, and
Mhm.
my favorite Yuri Lowenthal is so different,
Mhm.
and like Neil Patrick Harris and freaking Jack Black and that one little thing so
Oh
like
my gosh,
every
the SNL bit or something, right? Yeah. I forgot
like
about that one.
every
When's he gonna
everyone
be
is
in Beyond?
different, and that's his strength. I feel like I can watch a new Spider-Man project every couple of years, and it's this new
Mhm.
energized enjoyment I get, because it's like it's a new take on the character, and that's a good
Mhm.
thing. You need to have this. And
Yeah.
so yeah, no, I think this movie aged very well. I think this is
Mhm.
still, it's a toss up between, for me, from No Way Home and this one, but I think this is my favorite Tom Holland outing as Spider-Man still. I
It's so funny.
really
Every
like this
time I
one.
watch either No Way Home or Homecoming, I'm like, that's my favorite one. Like I watch
Yeah.
Homecoming, like that's my favorite of the trilogy, and I
Yeah.
watch No Way Home, and I'm
I
like,
go
that's my
back and
favorite of the
forth.
trilogy.
Yeah.
It's really hard to decide. I keep switching them around on my ranking for both Spider-Man and MCU,
Hmm.
since they're both Spider-Man and MCU. Um,
Yeah. I
it's
mean,
just it's
I'm
that's
kind of that way with like Spider-Man as a whole, because like,
yeah.
okay,
My
like I'll be
Spider-Man
like,
list is constantly changing. We're not going
yeah,
to talk about my Spider-Man list though, because it'll piss people off. But that could be said no matter
there.
what your Spider-Man list is. Honestly, nobody
I
can agree on what the best one is, and I say that because most people agree on the best one, but that's not my favorite.
Mhm. Fair. But like again, like I think that's one of those rare franchises where like it's okay. Like I think
Yeah,
like I think there's some franchises where I'm like, oh, that's easily the worst one, or that's easily the
yeah,
best one. And I think with this one, like I kind of like all of them.
yeah. I was
I
gonna
think
say my
like
hot take about Spider-Man: not a single bad movie of the bunch.
not a bad
There are
movie.
ones I like more than other ones, but there's not a single bad one. I
There's not
think
a bad one.
Spider-Man's been really lucky in terms of adaptations because like
Yeah.
I love all of the Spider-Man movies and I can't wait for the new one.
it's very surprising how good they have been. Like even
Yeah.
you have like Spider-Man 3 where it's like, okay, there was clearly some production stuff happening
Yeah.
behind the
And
scenes,
then
but I'm
Amazing
still like
Spider-Man 2, where there's a lot of production stuff happening
a
behind the
lot of
scenes.
stuff, and like I'm still like, I don't know, they're still fun. Like I still get a
Yeah,
lot of
I
enjoyment
still have
out
a
of
good
those.
time watching them. The
Yeah.
performances are usually good. Like even in something where it's like not as good a movie, at least it's entertaining. Like I
Yeah.
think that they're still I personally think that they're all good movies, but like
Great.
maybe I have bad taste. I don't know. Maybe I'm not harsh enough, but I just think
Mhm.
if I'm like scrolling through TV, because people used to do that. If I'm just scrolling through the TV channels and I see a Spider-Man movie on, I'm gonna put it on. I'm gonna watch it,
I'm gonna
no
watch.
matter
Yeah.
which one it is.
Yeah. No, no. I went to a hotel a couple years ago, and I just turned on the TV, and it's No Way Home on, and I just sit there and I watch the whole
Heck
thing,
yeah,
and I'm
yeah.
just like, I got it. It's so much fun.
It's a Spider-Man movie.
Yeah,
He spins a web any size.
yeah, no, for sure. But yeah, no, I think I think Homecoming's is definitely a very interesting movie. I think out of the roster of not just like Spider-Man movies, but also just like the MCU at the time, because
Mhm.
they're definitely going a very different direction than I think a lot of the MCU movies, at least of its time, did. Like I think we're doing more stuff like that now with like Ironheart and Miss
Mhm.
Marvel, but at the time it was so different because the MCU
Mhm.
was filled with these billionaires and these
Yeah.
gods and these super soldiers, and they
Mhm.
were these like highest peaks of the world, and these were the like 1% of the world, I guess.
Yeah.
And I like that Homecoming is just like, hey, let's take a break. Hey, let's just
Yeah.
go down to the lowest surface level of just people and just follow the
Yeah.
story about these teenagers and these teachers and these students that don't have powers. They are not rich.
Mhm.
They are just normal people. And this kid that's kind of stuck in between these two worlds, that is very
Yeah.
fascinating to see. This someone who like he's working with Tony Stark and
Yeah.
he fought Captain America and he has this very rich suit. Oh, but then he has to go to like, algebra class
Detention.
at 12. Yeah, and like the tension
Mhm.
and that struggle I think is fascinating of like
Mhm.
I could go to tension or I could go get myself a scholarship and never have to deal with any of this stuff again.
Mhm.
And those temptations, I think
Mhm.
I think really does set this apart not only from just the MCU but also I think the rest of his trilogy, because I don't think
Mhm.
not say the other movies are bad, but like I don't think they ever have this kind of the small scale style
Mhm.
ever again in the MCU up until this point. Like, even Spider-Verse, we're like dealing with like the multiverse
Yeah.
cracking in half and like stuff like that. Where
Yeah.
like the stakes in this one is like, hey, some tech is getting stolen. Like Tony will
And
be
people could get
fine.
hurt.
Yeah, like
Something I really like about watching Spider-Man Homecoming and Thor Ragnarok back to back, which made it really interesting, is just the stark difference in in
mm,
terms of scale and in terms of stakes. Because like
fair.
I watched Spider-Man Homecoming, and it's
Hmm.
like, oh, it's this like it's Peter Parker, and he's Spider-Man, and he's trying to stop weapons deals and like
Hmm.
theft of like dangerous technology that can like harm people, because the main reason he doesn't like care about like Stark losing money. He just cares about people getting hurt by the weapons because they're
Right.
selling them to
Yeah.
criminals. That's the whole thing he cares about. But then you go and watch Thor Ragnarok, and it's gods, and there's the Hulk, and then
Yeah.
there's like they're on another planet, and then there's Hela, and she's trying to like
Grandmaster.
take over,
Yeah.
and the Grand Jeff Goldblum for the win. Um, and then there's Surtur and destroying Asgard, and it's like, wow,
Yeah.
this is like space, like end of the world, but like
Hmm.
not our world, their world, but like still end of
Yeah.
a world, like events and like stakes. While Spider-Man is just, I'm looking out for the little guy.
Hmm.
I wanna help where I can. There's a whole montage of him like giving a lady directions, stopping a bike thief. It's like I just really like that whole friendly neighborhood Spider-Man thing. And I think that honestly, I think Homecoming does it the best out of all of them. He really feels like a part of the community. Like even down to that like the news bit after my favorite scene in the movie, the bank robbery scene. The little news bit, like their file photo for Spider-Man is him coming out of a porta potty with toilet paper stuck to his foot. Like he feels like he's just somebody who lives there, and he just happens to dress in red and blue spandex and punch bad guys. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, no, I definitely agree. And again, I'm very excited for Brand New Day because it
me too.
feels like we're tapping into that again. And
Mhm.
and hopefully a way we've never seen before,
Mhm.
in a way, because like I know like one of the big criticisms of this one where it's like the whole like Iron Boy Jr. thing, and it's like,
Don't
oh,
even get
just
me started
Iron
on that
Man,
thing.
and like I'm always very confused when I rewatch this movie because I think, did you finish the movie?
Yeah,
Did you
the
watch it to
whole
the
thing.
end?
It's so funny when people bring up that comparison and then they act like they double down on it in
Yeah.
Far From Home, when it's quite literally the opposite.
Yeah.
Because people, like, not to get on that movie too much because
Mm.
we're talking about Homecoming, but people
Yeah.
always bring up the scene where he's in the plane and he's building the new Spider-Man suit, and then Happy
Yeah.
puts on AC/DC and he says, "I love Led Zeppelin." It's just,
Yeah.
it's like showing, like, sure, there's similarities there because they're both really smart and they're really intuitive and things like that, but they are
Yeah.
different people. They are very different, and he was never going to be Iron Man.
Yeah.
Like, full stop.
No, for sure. Like,
But especially in Homecoming, because like they're like, oh, he's Spider-Man is Iron Man's sidekick in this movie, and every single time he does anything, it's the opposite of what Iron Man told him to do. And then it's kind of funny because people are like, oh, his characterization was better in Civil War, but Civil War is where he's doing everything Iron Man's telling him to do.
yeah, I think that is an issue I sometimes have with Civil War. Like, I love their dynamic
Yeah,
a lot. I love the Peter
yeah.
and Tony. It's great, but like there
Mhm.
is a tiny part of me that's like, would Peter get along with Tony if he really knew what Tony was doing? You know, like there is a
Mhm.
little bit of that where I do think if he knew the full scope of everything, he would have chose Steve's side of that
Oh, he
fight.
totally would have.
Yeah.
Tony was keeping things from him. It's a little
Yeah.
manipulative. I think
He
he
was
gets, like, the relationship gets better as it goes.
he definitely
Because
took
like
advantage
after
of him.
Homecoming, you can tell Tony respects him a lot more.
Yes, yes, for sure.
Which
Yeah.
is awesome because that's such a good character arc for both of them. I think
Mhm.
their journey, like, honestly, Peter and Tony have two of my favorite character arcs in the entire MCU.
Mhm.
I think that it's just really interesting. But yeah, I
Yeah,
don't
no,
remember
like
what I was saying.
again, that final scene, it might be my favorite MCU Spider-Man sequence, like that final bit where like Tony's like, "All right, we have the thing. You're an Avenger now. We'll move you
Yeah,
in
and
right
then
next to
he's
Vision,
like,
blah blah
no.
blah." And it's that moment of like, "No, I don't. This isn't right. Like this is what I thought I wanted,
But
but I'm not."
now that I have the chance to get it, I
Yeah.
think I need to stick to where I am.
Yeah.
Look out for the little guy, because that's the whole thing he's learning. He's trying to do
Yeah.
these bigger things the entire movie, but then in his fight with the Vulture, who's claiming to be looking out for the little guy, and he
Yeah.
sees the hypocrisy in him because he's been to his house. He's huge house, lots of windows. But he kind of learns, like, I don't know if I was doing this, like, I think I got in over my head. I need to scale back to remember what this is really about for me.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Again, like that's the arc I think people forget is like the whole
Yeah,
point is that he doesn't need the tech, and
yeah, because it kind of
it like
messes him up at every
does.
turn.
Yeah. It's that like again there's that fantastic scene where it's like, well, if you're nothing without the suit, you shouldn't have
Then you
it,
shouldn't
and
have
he's
it. Yeah.
100% right. And
Mhm.
I think there needs to be that moment where Peter's like, it does, like that tech doesn't matter, Tony doesn't matter, the Avengers
Mhm.
doesn't matter. What matters is I'm protecting these people and I'm helping
Mhm.
them and I'm doing what's right and I'm saving people. That's what Spider-Man is about, and that's what it
Yeah.
started on. It's very easy to get lost in the fame and the money and the possibilities, but once that's gone,
Mhm.
it's easy for him to be like, no, this is what I need to do. This is what
Yeah,
needs to be done.
it's kind of like, in a way, Peter's original arc in the comics, where he starts off doing the wrestling thing for the fame and the money, and then does the superhero thing
Right.
afterwards. It's kind of like, it's almost like people like to say that the whole trilogy is an origin story, and I strongly disagree about that.
Okay.
But Homecoming kind of is, in a way.
Sure. It's like a backwards version
Yeah. Where, like, he's
of that
already
arc.
doing the right
Yeah.
thing because he already learned the responsibility lesson off screen. I will
Mhm.
stand by that. Like, I will
Yeah.
always be the one to say Uncle Ben existed. He died.
Yeah.
Um, and it was Peter's fault, or at least Peter thinks it's his fault. It's never really,
Mhm.
really like. I mean, it is and it isn't. It's a complicated situation.
Yeah.
But like he learned that lesson, and like people are like, oh, why doesn't he bring him up? Why did you want him to bring it up to Tony Stark when he just met him 5 seconds ago?
Yeah.
Like, anyway, but that's another conversation that is gonna piss off fans. But yeah, but he's so I don't even remember where I was going with this. I keep getting on. I get on Spider-Man tangents a lot. It's like
Right.
I get on so many arguments online about it. It's insane. I have to stop. That's what like every now and then you'll see I won't post about Spider-Man for several weeks because I'm trying to get rid of that like
Mhm.
the fan base is insane, honestly,
A lot.
at times. Yeah, so it just gets to be too much. So I'll stop going on my Spider-Man tangent. We
No.
can keep obviously we're gonna keep talking about Spider-Man, but like
Yeah.
I will step off my Twitter talking points for now.
No, no, it's fine, and I think you're right. Like, I think there's again, like, Spider-Man's one of those characters where it means something to someone else, and when
Yeah.
you again, it's a movie that does diverge from what you kind of know. Like, it's not the Spider-Bite,
Mhm.
and it's not the Uncle Ben, and it's not those stories that you kind of know. But I think that's cool that we don't have
That's
to
part of the appeal
retread.
to me. We've seen the
Yeah,
origin story. Everybody knows the origin story. So of course, if we skip the origin story, you can just assume it happened like similarly to the way it's happened before, because it's always the
yeah,
same.
yeah. No, like I think. Yeah, like I think it works here. Like, I don't
Yeah.
fully agree with the take where it's like we should never see the origin story again. Where
Yeah.
I'm like, whoa,
No,
all right,
we
like
can totally see it again if they want to. I don't mind them skipping it because it's a story we've
waiting a
seen.
couple years.
But
Yeah, like
yeah, wait a couple years, reintroduce it. Do
yeah,
something fresh with it, because like I love Spider-Man 1 and I love The Amazing Spider-Man. They're somewhat similar in the origin stories. They change a little bit for The Amazing Spider-Man.
mm,
But like the origin story is usually pretty similar because
yeah, for
everybody
sure.
knows it. Spider-Verse even makes like a joke about that. They start being like, all right, you all know the story. Let's go over it
Yeah,
quickly. Um,
sure.
so yeah, I don't mind them skipping the origin story for this one because we all know it. However,
Mhm.
like if they want to do it again in some other
Yeah,
Spider-Man reboot like 10 years from now, that's totally cool too.
yeah. Like I think our next Peter Parker, I'd be like, sure, do it again because like
Yeah,
it will have been.
it'll have been a
Well,
while.
it's been a long time. Like even like Friendly
Yeah,
Neighborhood.
2012 was the last origin story we've gotten on the big screen.
Sure.
Or yeah, that was 2012, right? Yeah,
Yeah,
Amazing
so that's
Spider-Man. Yeah,
been almost
it's been
15 years.
I don't even want to
Four,
think about that.
14? Yeah. And it's gonna look
Moving
Tom
on.
Holland's gonna be doing it for a while now, so it'll probably be
Yeah,
close to 20-25 years before we get another one. So
yeah.
yeah, you can
So
definitely do it
that's
again.
totally enough time.
Yeah. No, for sure. Um I adore Vulture in this movie.
Oh yeah,
Um
Michael Keaton was fantastic in this film.
Hot take, my favorite Michael Keaton superhero role.
Yeah, I like Batman, but he's
I
better
do
as the
too.
Vulture in my opinion.
I
It's
I love his performance as Vulture.
probably my second favorite Michael Keaton role, only behind Beetlejuice. But
Yeah.
I really like.
I I think Vulture's my favorite MCU villain. I don't know if that's a
Really?
crazy
Oh,
take.
that's not. I mean, I can respect that. I would have to think a little
Yeah,
longer about all the MCU villains. But
sure.
Vulture
I
is
mean,
he's in my top three live action Spider-Man villains for sure.
sure.
Probably number two, honestly.
Yeah.
That's my hot take.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of good ones too. Like, at least that's a hard take for me to say. Like, am I including like Agents of Shield? Am I including like
Hmm.
Kingpin and Purple Man from like the Netflix? Like
Yeah,
that's
there's
a
a lot.
conversation for another
Well, you
day.
definitely
Yeah.
include Kingpin now because
You can include
he's
Kingpin,
in
yeah.
Born Again and in Hawkeye and in
Right.
Daredevil, which is canon now.
Which yeah, they're all canon. So like then I'm like, well,
Mhm.
David Tennant's Purple Man, like that's up there. Like that is
I still
like
gotta watch Jessica Jones. I still gotta finish Daredevil. That's the thing that my Marvel nerd card's gonna get taken away. I still haven't
yeah.
finished Daredevil.
I
I
need to
finished
finish
Born
the
Again, but
back
I
half
haven't
of
finished
those
the
shows.
original.
It's really good. I
Yeah.
recommend at least that first season of
Oh yeah,
Jessica Jones.
Jessica
That first
Jones.
season.
Yeah, I've heard good things about that first
Masterwork.
season.
Yeah.
I'm definitely gonna watch that one soon. I'm gonna finish Daredevil and I'm gonna watch that pretty soon, hopefully, if
Yeah.
I have time. It's not been having a lot of free time recently.
Fair enough. Absolutely. But no, I love Vulture. I know
Yeah.
there's some people that wanted him to be a little bit more comic book accurate, but I think
Mhm.
it really works for this world that they've built.
Mhm.
And
I
maybe
love the
eventually.
idea of him.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, you can keep going.
I was just gonna say, like, maybe eventually they will evolve him and make him look
Mhm.
a little bit more of, the
Give
like
him like
colorful
some more green.
costume. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But I think at least for this one, it makes a lot of sense why he looks
Mhm.
like this, and I think the like real world implications of why he's doing what he's doing, why
Mhm.
he has this tech. I know people argue that like, well, why does it all have to be Iron Man, blah blah. But I think it works very well having these real world connections of like people leave their trash after all these alien
Yeah.
invasions.
I
We're
love that he's a
taking
literal
that.
vulture. He's literally taking from the wreckage of the battle. He's taking from the corpses of the
Yeah,
cities, um, and he's turning it into something to use to make a
right.
profit. It's like it's a really really unique take on the vulture, and I think it's like I just think it's fantastic. And something else I really like about using the Vulture for this film is that that is one of the first villains Spider-Man ever fights in the comics. I think he
Mm,
might be the first like real supervillain, unless the Chameleon was first. I don't remember. I've read those first couple comics, but it's been a minute. Um, but like the Vulture is one of like in issue 2, I'm pretty sure, is when he fights the Vulture. So it's really cool because technically, like it feels like Spider-Man: Homecoming is issue 2 of
right.
Spider-Man's time in the MCU, or in like because we don't see the origin story, which would be issue
We don't.
1.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
I actually really like stepping like that's something I don't know why I love the origin stories, but I also like stepping into the world as it is, like with Spider-Man and Superman, for example. Like both of those, like just kind of getting into the middle of it, it's really interesting to me for a first movie. It's not something you see too often, so I really like that.
No, yeah. I think it works. And I think that's something I really appreciate from Spider-Man movies over the years, where it's like
Hmm.
most of the time they're all different villains. Like I know, you
Yeah,
have like No Way Home, which is like an exception of that.
it's
But I
kind of
like
like a
how,
reruns best of.
yeah. But like I love having each villain it be like, well, we're adapting a villain people have never seen in live
Yeah.
action before, which is something you
Hmm.
can't necessarily say for like Batman, where it's like, all right,
No,
we
they
have like
always do the
3
Joker.
Jokers and
And
a bunch
Catwoman.
of
Joker and Catwoman they do like every single
Catwoman,
time.
and
They've
Riddler's
done a
been
couple
done
Riddlers.
twice, and yeah, so it's like
They've done Two-Face twice.
Two-Face a couple times. Yeah, no, for sure, for sure. And like I do appreciate that, and I'm excited for, No Way Home. Sorry, not No Way Home. Brand New
Brand New
Day, because
Day.
it seems like, well, I guess there's a couple villains because you have
We're finally getting the
Tombstone,
Scorpion.
we got the Scorpion. I know
Finally
there's
following up that Homecoming post-credit scene I've been wanting them to do. It's
yes.
like it is funny though because now the Vulture doesn't remember him.
Well, that's another thing. Yeah, Vulture. Like last time we saw the Vulture,
Yeah, because we're
I,
ignoring Morbius. We're just not thinking about it.
I was
It's not
mentioning this
canon.
last night. They're going to obliterate that. There's no way that's
No
canon.
way.
They are.
Hmm.
There's no way because that was a Sony shit. I, I
Yeah.
I imagine Kevin Feige probably saw that movie or like saw all the like DMs from him after that happened. Was
Yeah.
like, God damn it, Sony! What are you doing? Stop doing
Yeah.
this
So we're
to
gonna
me.
pretend that the Vulture never left the MCU. The only
Yeah.
thing I could think of would be like, if they did want to keep that canon, um, I would like I actually like it's funny, my brother and I
Mhm.
have like we had talked about like a workaround for it where instead of having him go to the other universe because of the Doctor Strange spell, instead
Yeah.
it's because of that stuff in the Spider-Verse across the
Mm,
Spider-Verse where they've been rounding up like
sure.
villains who have been getting into the wrong universe and have Miguel send him back, that way he still remembers him, which would be interesting. But I don't
Fun
want
little
anything
Easter egg.
tying into the Spider Verse for this next movie, so I'm gonna say not canon. He does not. He
Yes.
never left. He's still there. He's just in jail.
You can also like we got Secret Wars coming up. You could
Yeah,
literally just say, "Hey, it just never happened this time around. Like it's all
yeah,
different now. Don't worry about it. It's a new
yeah,
like that's going to be there." I mean, I dealt with this with the Arrowverse for like many years. It's like, hey, it's
yeah,
Crisis. Crisis changed it. It
yeah.
never
We've
happened.
been
It's
we've
fresh
been we've
slate.
been down that road before. We were both big Arrowverse guys.
It's their
So
excuse to
we
literally
yeah.
any continuity error.
It's
It's
like
just like
that bit with Cisco. He's like, I don't even remember buying this Superman shirt.
it's so yeah, no, it'd be very easy for them to just do that.
To just
But no, I
retcon it,
love
yeah.
I mean, this movie has so many of my favorite MCU scenes that, like,
Yeah.
I think the plot twist with Vulture is
Yeah, I was gonna say
masterclass.
that last 45 minutes or so of the movie, like after he gets the date with
Yep.
Liz and then he shows up to her door, those last 45 minutes are like near perfect,
I
honestly.
agree.
I think like another hot take, I think it's my favorite Spider-Man third act of all time.
I might agree.
Yeah.
I think it's a perfect,
He's
because like I think the
he's
first couple
down
acts,
to the
yeah,
bare minimum. He's
yeah.
got that crap, well, not crappy because it's awesome, but like it's my favorite homemade suit. But that
Yes.
sweatpants suit and then the clunky web shooters, and he's got nothing but himself and Ned. And also leaving the phone in the car was a genius move. Like that's something that I think like is just that was such a good strategy to be able to track him because he's gonna take the car to where he's gonna go so he can follow the phone.
Mhm.
But like I just think that third act, he's chasing down the vulture, he's doing everything he can. And like the scene with Liz in the dance when he goes up to her after that talk, like
Mhm.
I don't know, it's like it kind of hits hard like you don't deserve this and he just leaves. It's like that's just
Yeah.
pure Spider-Man. There's so many moments in that movie where I'm like that is pure Spider-Man.
That's
Like
Spider-Man.
earlier
Yeah.
on when they're at the hotel and Liz is inviting him to the pool and he's on the roof and he's just looking down and he wants
At
to
what
go
he
in so
wants to
bad,
do.
but he
Yeah.
can't because he's got the responsibility. So he just puts on the mask and leaves. And then at the party earlier on, it's the same scene pretty much. He's on the roof, he's getting the Spider-Man costume on to go show up and be like, "Hey, I'm
Mhm.
Spider-Man. I'm validating all of these things that Ned said." But then something bad happens. He has to go. He can't do the thing he wants to do. It's just there's so many moments in that movie where it's like that's what Spider-Man's all about. He wants to do the thing with his friends. He wants to do this thing to get the girl. He
Yeah.
can't do it. He just can't.
I agree. Yeah, I think how this movie portrays responsibility, I like a lot. And I know, again,
Mhm.
not to go back to like the Twitter shit, but like
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of people where it's like, well, he's not homeless and he's not broke and he
Yeah.
doesn't lose his job and he doesn't, and those things are fine. I love those
Yeah.
kind of stories with Spider-Man. I
And
love
we're
that,
getting
like
that now, so it's like, yeah.
again, yeah, but I see
Mhm.
there being no problem with taking the long way around. I don't think
Yeah.
Peter needs to be broke his first ever appearance. I think
Yeah,
he can
when
like,
he's in high school and he has his aunt, like he should be able to be at least a
yeah,
little like okay off. Like I know like a lot of people like want him to be like, oh, he has to get this photography job in high school to take care of his aunt. And it's
yeah.
like, yeah, but also like I think the themes of responsibility and these choices that he's making are more important than like how much money he has.
No, for sure. And I think it's a lot more realistic, I think, to your audience of just being
Hmm.
like, okay, yes, you could go out and get the job. And like again, like there's that fantastic scene from like Spectacular Spider-Man I love when
Hmm.
he's like, okay, I can buy a new camera or I could like give this to my aunt for the rent
Yeah,
and he has to choose the rent. I love
yeah,
scenes like
I
that. But
love
like
things like that.
I also I think it works here on just like,
Yeah,
hey, he's a kid and like those again, like it hurts you when he has to go up to Liz and be like,
yeah. I'm
I
sorry, you
I
don't
have
deserve this. I gotta
I
go.
have to go, and he can't tell her what's
He can't
wrong,
tell her
and
why. He can't give her any explanation. He's
yeah,
left this poor girl so many times. Like
yeah,
I really like every single time I watch it, I want it to end differently. Sometimes I'm like,
yeah.
yeah, you should just let the vulture do his thing, but obviously
Just
you can't because you're Spider-Man.
but also like I also love how like I'm almost there with Vulture. Like I'm so
Yeah.
close to being like,
Yeah.
well,
If he wasn't such a hypocrite, he would have a point. But like
it's
he's living in the lap of luxury right now. Like,
yeah. Like I'm
yeah.
like, well, yeah, like I'm not necessarily for the first class, and I do want to
Yeah.
see these working people get what they're due, and it's like,
Yeah.
but you
But
are
you're
putting
selling to
people in
weapons,
danger.
you're
Yeah.
selling the weapons to criminals who are gonna hurt
Mhm.
people, and like
Yeah.
that's not okay. There's a line somewhere. That's the thing. Villains with points always have to cross some sort of line in order to make them villains.
Yeah. No, it's so good, and like again, like
Yeah,
Michael Keaton's so good. Again, like just
Michael
going
Keaton
back to
is
that,
so good.
going back to that car sequence.
He's that perfect. Oh yeah, sorry, keep going.
I was just gonna say, like, I love how long that scene is. Like,
Yeah,
I think the MCU rarely has these very long, drawn out,
yeah,
like cinematic scenes, but like it's the like slow burn of
yeah.
he's slowly piecing together
He's
who
piecing it
Peter is,
together.
Peter
like,
knows, but he
yeah.
can't say anything, and this back and
Yeah.
forth. So it's just like,
And that there's two things I want to talk about in that scene specifically
Yeah,
that I
go
really love. One bit is when they're talking about DC. It's like, oh, you disappeared at DC, and like, oh, it was pretty scary what happened in DC. The Vulture's trying to like piece together if he's Spider-Man by like being like, were you I bet you were excited to see Spider-Man show up. You were relieved. And then Peter looks over at Liz. He's like, Liz knows I wasn't in the elevator. I can't say I was in the elevator. I have to do it's going to put my identity at risk, but in order to protect it from Liz, I have to tell him that I
Yeah.
wasn't there.
It's
And
so
then at the very end, like when he like fully confirms it in his head, the light changes from red to green. It's such a
really
good use of like lighting in a film. Like I really like you using the lighting to tell a story. That's what lighting in film is like usually supposed to be, aside from being able to see things. But like using it in that way to tell that story, it really enhanced the scene.
Yeah.
I just really liked that use of lighting, and that use of like that the writing in that scene was so good.
Yeah, no, it's I have that vocal stem all the time where it's like, good old Spider-Man, and it's just like he knows, and it's
He
like
knows.
you can see his brain like went like, okay, how do I want to do this? How do I want
how do I go about this? I can't do this with Liz in here. She can't know what I'm doing, and she can't know what he's doing.
Yeah,
like it's just I don't know. It's that car scene is actually I said the bank scene was my favorite scene in the movie, but I think that car scene is actually my favorite scene in the movie. The bank scene is my favorite like Spider-Man action scene in the movie because like he doesn't stop talking. He's like his quips are on point. It very much felt like a comic book scene. But that scene is like it's so dramatic. It's so like I don't know. The writing is on point. Everything like is piecing together. It's just like a perfect scene, that car vulture scene.
Agreed. No, it is it's up there. I think in like the MCU as well. Like
Absolutely.
I think at some point I'm gonna have to do an episode where it's like, okay, my favorite like Marvel scenes of all time, and that's up there. I think that is up there, along with just several minutes later when he's like under the rubble and like he's
oh my god, yes. I remember like when I was a kid, when I watched that movie for the first time in 2017, like I didn't know as much about the comics at that time, but I knew about that scene. And when I was watching, like they're adapting this in the first movie, that's bold. Like doing If This Be My Destiny in the first movie is a really bold choice, but it really works. I really love that scene. The shot with him looking down and seeing his mask in the water and his face half reflected. What a great shot. I'm getting chills just talking about it.
No, it is. It is a very well done sequence, and like I do think like it just shows why he doesn't need the suits. I think it goes into that narrative of like, and I feel like it's just like in terms of just its display, the strongest we've seen Spider-Man on screen. Look, obviously Toby and Andrew are also very strong. We've seen them do fantastic feats, but I think there has never been a like on-screen. There's been some stuff like with the Toby with the train and holding that's awesome, but like physically seeing, oh, he is strong.
Yeah, there's like, two scenes like that in Homecoming for me. It's that one, and then there's the when he's holding together the ferry. Like even for only a couple seconds, that is an insane. I watched like Film Theory. Matt Pat did a video about that ages ago. That is like probably the single strongest feat Spider-Man has ever done. That's an insane amount of force on just his arms. Like that's an insane thing because he does hold it together for a solid like 3 seconds, which isn't a lot, but if you really think about how much he's holding there, it's insane.
Yeah. No, it is. It is. Again, like that sequence is also incredible, and just like like I think we were talking about earlier, but like I love the like, well, if you shouldn't, if you need this,
nothing
then you
without
shouldn't
this
have
suit,
it.
then you shouldn't have it. I love that Peter is constantly like in Civil War and in Homecoming. A lot of the time, he's trying to prove himself to other people, to Tony Stark mostly, and like just to everybody, trying to prove that he can do more. He can be this hero. He's trying to prove himself to other people. But in that moment at the end, when he's crushed under that weight, he's not trying to prove himself to anybody except for himself. He doesn't know. He needs to prove himself to himself to know that he's worthy of this power and that he can do the right thing. So I just like that he goes from trying to prove himself to anybody else to trying to prove himself to himself because he doesn't believe it until he he remembers what he was told. He remembers everything he's been through, and he has to lift it up. He has to get out of there because he has to save everyone.
Agreed. Okay, let me speed run a couple of characters that I do want to highlight before we move on to our next movie here. Obviously we talked about Peter, we talked about Vulture, we talked about Tony quite a bit. We got introduced to our May Parker here, Aunt May. I like her. I guess I don't love her, and maybe that's just because I think maybe she was mainly used as a bit, I think, for most of her appearances in
They
this
didn't
universe.
utilize her enough. I
Yeah.
think her best role is in No Way Home,
Agreed.
when she gets to because like in that one and in Homecoming, I think they actually utilize her pretty well in Homecoming as well. Because in those two films, she really gets to parent, and I think that
Yes.
is I like that. She feels I think I like her take on the character a lot, actually.
Same.
Probably more than most. But I feel like she was ultimately underutilized.
I think in this movie especially, I think it's probably her. I guess the next one too, because she's not really in the next one.
Oh, she's
but
in Homecoming a lot more than Far From Home, I'd say.
100%. And like I think in this movie, it's just kind of like, well, she's hot, and that's the bit. It's just like,
Yeah.
oh, well, it's a hot aunt, and we're kind of sexualizing her the whole time. And I think it works. I think it works with Tony a lot, but I think when like every character does it, I'm like, all right, guys, it's coming a lot.
It also kind of worked for me with Mr. Delmar because I thought it was funny. It's like, oh, she's a very attractive Italian woman, and Peter says, "Well, how's your daughter?" Like that was some of that Parker sass I really liked.
Sure,
but...
no, fair, and again, it does work, but I wish, but again, there's that fantastic scene in this movie when like they're having that sit down. It's like, okay, what is going on with you?
Yeah,
Why
that's one of my favorite Aunt May scenes. It's like I know you sneak out all the time.
Yeah.
Like I like that she's smarter than she lets on. Than she looks. Like, because like we're seeing it all from Peter's perspective. We don't really see too much of Aunt May. So like that scene where she reveals that she knows he sneaks out. She knows like he's been missing and like skipping classes and things like that. It's like, oh yeah, she's a fully aware person. She's smarter than Peter thinks she is. She knows what's going on. She just doesn't know what's going on.
And there's probably this like element of like, well, I know I'm not his mom, and I'm trying to give him a little bit of that freedom.
In space,
but he needs a parent right now. Like he
does, yeah. He needs a little bit of structure because, like, in order for his life to be somewhat normal.
Happy's in a bit of this movie. I think I like Happy more in the Spider-Man movies than I do in the Iron Man movies. I don't know. I think I love.
I gotta watch the Iron Man movies again to really like remember. Like Happy is almost more memorable in the Spider-Man movies.
Yes.
I think it was an interesting choice to make him a Spider-Man character, but he really works actually. I don't know.
He does. I almost feel like he's sometimes more of a father figure than like Aunt May's a mother figure to Peter, which is interesting. I guess he's more of like that uncle figure.
At least more in he's more of like an uncle figure in Far From Home and No Way Home, because it's a similar sort of thing. He respects him more after Homecoming because he does not like him in Homecoming. It's really funny how much he doesn't want to be there.
But also I think Tony's death was probably a big thing in that, where it's like, well, he's dead.
It's something that they could relate over to.
That, and also like his lasting legacy. Like Peter was one of his lasting legacies as a hero.
Yeah, something I always talk about with with the MCU for Iron Man's arc, especially like something I noticed like when doing a big MCU rewatch a couple of years back, is that every single like appearance of Iron Man early on in the MCU and even into like Civil War and stuff, there's a central theme of legacy and what you leave behind, because that's like his whole origin story is about his legacy. It's like, oh, I don't want this weapons like thing to be my legacy. And then so every single thing he's doing is trying to like leave something positive behind so he'll be remembered fondly and like to do the right thing. So like seeing Peter as like kind of a physical embodiment of that, while also breaking away from that, is like I love that Happy, he kind of can allow Peter to break away from that in ways. Where now Peter's not really Tony's legacy, he's more of May's legacy. Like doing the things that May believed in. When you help someone, you help everyone. It's on her gravestone in both Spider-Man and No Way Home. I think it's a really interesting arc, and I think they utilized Happy pretty well in these movies.
Agreed. Yeah. Like, he doesn't do a lot here, but yeah, I think Come Far
Yeah.
From Home and then No Way Home, like, they really utilize him, I think, in an
Yeah,
interesting
he's more
way.
of comedic relief here, and I think he does that job pretty well. I like the
Mhm.
part where like Ned's finally doing his guy in the chair bit, and he's like he calls Happy, and he's like, hello, who is this? He's like, this is Ned Leeds, I'm an associate of Peter Parker. He's like, you gotta be kidding me, and he just hangs up.
Hangs up instantly.
Immediately. It's so funny.
I mean, good transition. Ned in
Mhm.
this movie.
Yeah.
I think this is my favorite Ned
I was
appearance
gonna
in the
say this is Ned's
MCU.
best appearance. It's
Yeah,
this and then Far From No Way Home and then Far From Home, I think, for Ned.
yeah,
I like
yeah.
him in all three though.
I think he works. I've never been the like. I've never been like I love Ned, but I've always liked Ned. I think he works very well. I think especially in this one, I do just really
Mhm.
enjoy his antics of just like, wait, can you do this? Can you do this?
Yeah.
Can you do it? Like, I think that really works, especially from an audience perspective. Especially if this is someone's first like Spider-Man movie, I think it works in just because like, well,
Yeah.
can you? Like, can you do this? I
Yeah.
don't
It's
know.
like, can you talk to spiders? Like,
Yeah, I think this is a solid. If this is your first ever introduction to the character, I think he works as your good audience point of like,
mhm.
so who is Spider-Man? Like what
Yeah.
can he really do?
What can
And
Spider-Man do? What are his limits? What's
yeah,
he got going on?
yeah. But I enjoy him here. Zendaya as MJ is introduced in here as well.
Not given a lot to do, which is an interesting use of Zendaya.
It is interesting that she is a like characters like Flash and Liz and
Mhm.
I'd even argue like Aaron Davis have a more important role in the story
Yeah.
than her here, which
Yeah.
is I think one of my issues with Far From Home a little bit is because I wanted that transition to feel a lot more smooth. I'm fine with it
Mhm.
here with her not being a big role, but they kind
Mhm.
of jump into Far From Home being like, oh,
Yeah.
they are like really close and he's
Yeah.
infatuated with her. It's like, whoa, all right, we moved.
Yeah.
There was a
I kind
jump
of do
that
get it
happened.
though in some way
Yeah,
because like when you're young like that, you kind of do
that's
jump from crush to crush pretty quick.
that is
Um
true.
but like it's also like I wouldn't have minded when they originally announced like the Spider-Man freshman year show when it was called that.
Yeah.
I was kind of hoping they would like do another like do that as the origin story for MCU Peter Parker and then do a second
Hmm.
season that's in between Homecoming and Infinity War to kind of bridge that gap a little bit.
That would have been
I
cool.
still would
Yeah.
love if they would do something like that with an animated show because they can't do it live action. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's like I understand and kind of agree with the complaint, but I also don't mind. So it's like I don't know.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Mm,
That's fair. I mean, I already mentioned him a little bit, but Aaron Davis also makes an appearance in
yeah,
this movie,
I
which
love Donald Glover in that role.
you too. I really hope by the time they're finally going to do a live action Miles that he's still,
Mhm.
good enough and willing. Again, I don't know when they're doing it,
Yeah.
if it's in the next
Well, he
5 or
came
10
back
years,
for
but
Beyond the Spider-Verse, so maybe he'll come back for another Spider-Man.
I
I
really
feel
want
like
to
he
see him
would.
do that.
I
Yeah,
do too. I want to see him like in the Prowler costume doing his Prowler stuff.
yeah, no, he's great.
Yeah.
I love his personality. I love that
Mhm.
sequence where he's like, you've never done this before, have you?
Yeah.
Like,
It's like I know what a girl sounds like. I
it
also
is.
love like at the end he's like he's got him webbed to the car. He's like, by the way, that'll dissolve in 2 hours. He's like, no, you gotta let me go. I got ice cream in there. He's like, nope, you deserve it. You're a criminal. Bye, Mr. Criminal.
And like I'd be so excited to see like his again. Like like I think it's interesting that Miles already exists in this continuity
Yeah,
because
he's
now I'm
like a
like,
little kid
well, how
probably.
is he like?
Yeah, he
Again,
has
they
to
can do
be young. Would he in order to really make it work, he has to
yeah,
be like maybe like 5 or 6 in
yeah,
2017, and then he has to snap. He has to get blipped.
right.
In order to make it so you can have a young Miles Morales when Peter Parker can eventually retire. Because I still
No,
don't
for
want him to
sure.
retire for a little bit. It feels like we're just barely getting started.
I mean, I think if we do Miles, I'm still under the idea. I kind of want them to do it like Insomniac, where I think I
Yeah,
would
where
like
they're
both
both
to
Spider-Man
exist
for a
for a
while.
while.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. I want Peter
like
like to have at least like 1 or 2 more on his own, and then you can introduce
yes,
Miles and start it going. Especially if you want to have Miles around Kamala's age so they can be friends. Um,
hmm
but yeah,
yeah,
so that's kind of where I
yeah.
stand.
No, for sure. Like, I think, like, I don't think you always have to kill off characters to have the
No.
actor retire from the role. Like, I think when Tom
Yeah.
is done, just don't show him. Like, he's off on a little thing elsewhere, and you can just show Miles' adventures without, like, you can do that. You don't have to kill
Yeah.
off. And then in, like, 8 years, Tom can be like, yeah, I'll come back. I've done all my other things. I've done this thing. I'll come back for I don't know, a 7th Spider-Man movie or, whatever. So, like,
Or
that's how I
something,
would do
yeah.
it. Yeah. We had a little bit of Shocker, we had a little bit of Scorpion, had a little bit of Flash in here. None of
Yeah.
really impact me. Like, I think most of the characters are more so like the idea of the characters and less about the
Yeah.
characters themselves. So
It's like,
Flash
oh,
is weird for
Spider-Man High
me.
School, you have to have Flash Thompson.
Yeah.
I
I
thought
don't
it was an
love this
interesting
Flash,
take.
but like, I don't know.
I think it's
Good.
funny. I think like this is gonna be another hot take. He's my second favorite
Okay.
Flash. My favorite's the Amazing Spider-Man. Because I think this is an interesting modern take on Flash Thompson, where he's not the traditional jock bully, but he's more of like, if you're at this kind of technology school, that's more of the kind of jerk you're gonna come across.
Yeah.
And I think it's interesting because he likes to think of himself as smarter than Peter, which is an interesting take on the character because usually he doesn't care about that. So it's like he's got
Yeah.
like the basic of being the school bully there, and then they kind of just do other stuff with him. I like his obsession with Spider-Man, especially in the second one. But yeah,
I
I
guess
don't
I
know.
just
It's unique. It's different.
I guess I wish there was just a little bit more nuance because, like,
Yeah.
he's never been a not joke character, and it's fine to make him a little jokey. I think it works to a point, but like, I would like to see them like take him a little bit more seriously in the future
Yeah.
if we bring him back. Like, I would like to
Yeah.
see him like like, he doesn't come across as an actual character to me, but
Mhm.
just like a machine for jokes to go against Peter. And I would have liked to have
They
seen just a
do,
little more from him is all, I guess.
yeah. They do give us like a little glimpse of that in arguably comedic way, in Far From Home, with like when he
Sure.
at the airport when he's like,
Yes.
oh, could mother not make it? It's like, that's sad when you really think about it. That's deeply sad.
Yeah.
But it's also like a little bit of a joke. But I don't know. I feel like if they wanted to, they could really flesh out that character more in future projects. But I don't know if they're gonna really bring him back.
Like, again,
It's
like,
weird.
I would love to like play with that a little bit. It's like, okay, he is a character that is such a dick because he's had a really rough home life. Maybe his parents like.
It's like, yeah, sure, he's rich, but he doesn't have any meaningful relationships, which is arguably more important. But then again, now Peter doesn't have any meaningful relationships anymore either because he's all on his own. So I feel like they could meet again and kind of relate then.
I know, like, I know people are like, I don't want him to be like the MCU's Venom and stuff like that, but like, I think there's a world where I really like that, like, play into his like loneliness, play into like he has no one, and no one actually really likes him, which makes that connection with Venom feel even more impactful. Where it's like, well, now you do have somebody, you have me, I am all you need, and play into that where it's like, I thought he was just this silly little guy, but he's actually a real threat for me, and this is bad, and I don't want to hurt him. And maybe Peter has to retell him he is. I don't know. Like, I think there's something there that could be really cool if done well.
Oh, ooh, because in the second Venom movie, in the post-credit scene, they established that the symbiotes have a hive mind.
Yeah.
So if he did bond with a symbiote, he would probably remember Peter Parker as Spider-Man.
Oh, that'd be interesting. Or it's like, you lied to me, Peter. Like, how could you like how could you do this to the world?
That weird nerd I bullied, or like nerd, he's nerd too. But that weird kid I bullied at school, he's Spider-Man.
Well, I mean, I do think there could be a very interesting POV where like, Peter Parker, you are the true villain of the world. Like who gives you the right to affect all these people like this? Like, that could be really cool.
And also like the angle of like him being like, Peter Parker is Spider-Man, and somebody he knew in high school is like, who's Peter Parker? And he's like the guy who kept disappearing, the guy in DC, like blah blah blah. It's like, I don't know who you're talking about. We never knew anyone named Peter Parker.
yeah, like there
Like,
is this like insanity angle that you
yeah,
can
he's
pull
like,
where it's like
it's like he's real. The black goo in my head told me he's real. And then
it's like gaslighting him
yeah,
into like he's like
the voices
what
in my head told me Peter Parker is Spider-Man.
that would be kind of cool.
Yeah.
I'd be into that for sure.
Hmm.
All right. Moving on to our second movie here. I did not
Yeah.
have time to fully rewatch it. Well, I watched the first 40 minutes this morning. I unfortunately
Hmm.
slept in more than I wanted to. But Thor
Yeah.
Ragnarok 2017, the third Thor movie, the third installment. Thor is an interesting franchise for me.
Yeah, me too.
I like the first movie.
Hmm.
I don't love the second movie.
Hmm.
And then these final two I'm a bit mixed on. With I think this one I'm very interested in because it is a mix of like things that really, really, really work for me, and then there'll be like these little things where I'm like, not quite there with some people. But what's your kind of history with Ragnarok? Is this one that you saw in theaters as well, or
I did, yeah. I've seen everyone since 2012's Avengers in
That's
theaters.
awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah. I actually for the other ones, like I got into them when I saw the trailer for the Avengers, so I went to Blockbuster Video when that was the thing. I miss it
That's
very
awesome.
much. And I watched all of them from there. That's also how I got into like the Transformers movies and the Simpsons movie. But anyway, so I have a weird relationship with Thor, because when the first Avengers movie came out, he was my least favorite Avenger. I didn't care about him.
Yeah.
And I watched the movie, and it's interesting how you change as you grow. Because
Yeah.
around the time of the Dark World, for some reason, before the movie even came out, I started getting really into Thor. Um, he started becoming one of my favorites. Iron Man's always been my favorite. He will probably always be my favorite. For the Avengers at least. But I started getting really into Thor. And I watched the Dark World, and I liked it enough as a kid. I actually like it probably more than most people do as an adult, but that's beside the point. And then so after that, I really liked Thor. I loved him in Age of Ultron, and then so of course like I was really excited for Ragnarok, and I really liked it. I saw it in theaters. I like your mug, by the way. Um,
Thank you.
anyway, yeah. But I thought like this was a really interesting way to reinvent the character, because a lot of audiences were getting kind of tired of his whole shtick.
Yeah.
People were complaining that he was boring, so they kind of took him in this different direction. But in Ragnarok specifically, on rewatch, there are still like elements of that original Thor in there, like with the way he'll speak sometimes and the way he in his relationship with Loki. Thor and Loki,
Yeah.
I love those characters, especially together. But like there's still like a lot of the foundations are there, but it completely turns a lot of it on its head, which I think is interesting. I like how colorful the movie is. I like how it's probably a hot take, the funniest Marvel movie. I remember
Ooh.
I was watching this video with some of my college roommates. We were watching a video that was like the funniest scenes from every Marvel movie, just out of context. And then by the time we got to this one, the scene this one of the scenes they chose from Ragnarok was the biggest reaction one of my roommates had ever had to anything I've seen. It
Aw.
was the scene where they're above the bridge in the ship. And it's gonna be okay. Bruce is like, it's gonna be okay. Everything's fine. I got this. He's like, what the? He's like, you wanted to know who I am? What the hell are you talking about? You'll see. He jumps out,
Comes out.
flops on the bridge. That had my roommate dying for at least like a solid 5 minutes. And then we rewound it and watched it again. We showed him the rest of the movie because that joke was so funny, and it was a good time. Because he hadn't seen that before. So watching him watch that was really funny because like he saw him jump out because he knew it was Bruce Banner. He knew what the Hulk's typically supposed to do. It was like in the Incredible Hulk when he jumps out of the plane and he turns into Hulk at the end.
Right.
But then just to see him jump out of the plane and flop right on the bridge, especially knowing in the trailer there was the shots of him fighting the wolf. So it's like, oh yeah, he's gonna come down. He's gonna be a badass moment. He's gonna turn into the Hulk. Nope, he just flops on the ground and he's just out. And like the close up on him. Yeah,
like what
it
you
was
know from superhero
yeah.
movies. It's like, oh yeah, he'll jump out and he'll do the thing.
He'll do the cool thing and he'll fight the monster. It's like, yeah, it'll do a cool Hulk scene. Nope, just flops on the ground. It looks like he's dead, but he's not because
he's not dead.
the Hulk can't die. At least, well, that wasn't established then, but anyway. But yeah, and then he eventually does get up and fight the monster, and it's cool. But it's like that scene was really funny to me. There's a lot of jokes in that movie that I like. They really utilize Chris Hemsworth's comedic timing really well because he's a really
Yeah.
strong comedic actor, and they didn't really do that as much in the original, and at least in the second one. The first one, he gets to do that fish out of water bit, and he's pretty good in that.
Yeah.
But I think that Ragnarok and Infinity War are my favorite appearances of Thor.
I think Infinity War is my personal peak
Yeah,
of the
Infinity War
character.
is the best. Yeah, it's just the
I
best Thor.
love that like middle ground of like a character that uses comedy to I guess
To mask
dis-
himself.
mask his pain to
Yeah.
distract himself, and I really love that a lot.
I'm praying they go that
Um,
route for Spider-Man in the next one. Anyway,
yeah. No,
not to go back to him.
no, like I definitely think I think this movie does a lot for the MCU. Like there's a lot of
Mhm.
things that are introduced in this movie.
Mhm.
Obviously, you know, Thor losing the hammer, Thor losing
Yeah.
his eye,
Mhm.
you know, the dynamic between Thor and Loki.
I think that's like this movie has one of the strongest. I just like made a
Yeah.
post about this the other day. Spoilers for Thor Ragnarok in case anyone watching hasn't seen it.
Spoilers.
We
Yeah.
forgot to say that for Spider-Man because we
Yeah,
spoiled all of
spoilers
Spider-Man.
for all of these movies that are almost 10 years
You know, it's
old.
funny.
Yeah.
It's funny. We mentioned the Vulture twist, but we didn't even say what the Vulture twist was. So there was Liz's dad,
Oh, sure.
which is kind of funny. So spoilers for Spider-Man: Homecoming, spoilers for Thor Ragnarok. But
Yeah.
something that I really like. I love me a good happy ending, but I also love me a tragedy. And
Mhm.
I think that the way this movie ties into Infinity War at the beginning. Anytime I do an MCU rewatch, I watch this one out of order because I think this is the perfect movie to watch right before Infinity War because it lines up so
Sure.
perfectly
Yeah.
with that post-credit scene. Anyway, but I just love that at the end of this movie, Thor and Loki wind up on the best terms they've ever been on. They're genuinely on the same page. They're
Mhm.
genuinely closer than they ever have been before. They're actually like Loki's not gonna like you don't get the sense that Loki's gonna betray Thor again because they've grown so much as people.
Yeah.
Especially like with that bit where Loki tries to betray him, but Thor's already one step ahead because he's done this so many times.
Yeah.
But they're on such good terms. You think, oh, good, they're finally gonna have like a healthy brotherly relationship. And then at the beginning of the next one, Loki's gone.
Yeah.
It's just
And
such a tragedy, and I think that's just such a strong like thing. It's like you give the characters what they've been like, what Thor's been. Thor thinks the world of Loki. Thor's always wanted to be close with Loki. It's Loki who wasn't ready
mhm.
until they're finally ready, and it's only for like a day.
Yeah.
It's just I don't know. There's something so sad about it. Sorry, you can
I
go.
do love his like final betrayal as well because it does feel
Mhm.
like an evolution of that betrayal because it's no
Yeah.
longer like it is. Oh, sure, it is a selfish betrayal, but
Yeah.
it is like I'm gonna freaking die if I don't like he is scared for his life
Mhm.
instead of being like I want the power or I want the fame.
Mhm.
It's like no, we will die. Like we cannot face her. This is too dangerous
Yeah.
of a mission. And I do like how it kind of
Yeah.
keeps evolving. Like it isn't just I
Mhm.
want power, I want yes, he wants power. Yes, he wants
Mhm.
control. But I do think I think through his time as Odin, I think he was lonely. I think he
Yeah.
missed family, he missed his father, he missed his brother. I think when he came back, I think once that charade is over, there's almost this
Mhm.
like slight happiness he has where it's like, oh, maybe we could like
Maybe we
we
could
could do it this
actually
time.
be
Yeah,
brothers. I
like
also
maybe
like in the scene in the elevator, which is maybe my favorite scene in this movie, where Thor and Loki are talking about like it's like, oh, I think you should say, oh, really? I thought so too. He's like, I think you would thrive here, and then Loki's like, do you really think so little of me? And he's like, Loki, I thought the world of you. I thought we would
yeah.
die. I thought we would fight side by side forever.
Mhm.
I think that's interesting because that's probably the first time Thor's ever really said that to him. He's always felt that, but I think that's the first time Thor's really said something like that to him, and it's
Mhm.
the first time Loki's really hearing it and really being like, because like I think for like the entirety of the original stuff, I think Loki thinks that Thor thinks he's better than him, but
Mm.
in actuality, Thor loves his brother. Thor loves Loki more than anything. He's like every single time Loki dies, he mourns him, and he's like even after all the
Yeah.
terrible things he's done, he still thinks the world of him.
Yeah.
So
You know,
seeing
yeah, no.
Loki finally understand that actually and to actually process that, I think that's what allows him to come back to try and help him, and then they can work on it together. Something else that makes Loki's death in Infinity War even more tragic is it's been a minute since I've seen Infinity War, so I hope I'm remembering this correctly. But the last thing Thor says to Loki before Thanos puts the muzzle over his mouth is, "You really are the worst brother." Imagine how much guilt Thor must feel for the last thing his brother to hear him say were those words he didn't mean.
Yeah.
Like,
Which
I don't know. So sad.
I'm so excited. I have my issues with Doomsday. There are things
Yeah.
I'm very mixed on.
Yeah. I can't help but be
But
excited even though I have my issues.
but I am very excited that Chris Hemsworth and
And Tom Hiddleston are both in the movie.
in the cast.
Yeah.
I'm
really interested to see. Those are two characters I'm the most two of the characters I'm the most interested to
Yeah.
see. I want to know. I want them, if they're gonna have those characters meet again, it has to be sincere. It has to be completely straight. It can't be. It can't be like a gag or anything. If in order to make that work, you have to do it
Yeah.
sincere.
I'm so fascinated to see this new dynamic, because this is
Yeah,
really
because they're
a new
both different
character.
people.
They're
It is a
very
different
different
Loki
people. Yeah.
entirely.
I think it'd
But
be
gives
interesting
Thor
to
a little
play it kind of
closure, maybe.
opposite. Like to have
Yeah.
this very genuine, heartfelt um Loki, and then maybe have a little bit more of a like this jaded Thor who's been kind of going through it. Who I think Thor's gonna have a. I'm very interested to see how they write him.
Yeah,
In Doomsday.
after Love
Yeah,
and Thunder, it's gonna be an interesting spot for him. I'm curious
I'm
as to what they're gonna do with that character.
I'm very curious. Like he's the only OG Avengers on the team from my
Yeah,
memory. That's
yeah,
confirmed at least, and I like play
yeah.
into that dynamic of like him not really trusting anybody, him feeling very overprotective. He has a daughter
Mhm.
now, so he's got to feel
Yeah,
like, okay, let's get this done. We need to get this right. I need to go back to
yeah.
her. I need to make sure she's
Mhm.
safe, and then have a Loki that's like, brother, like, come on,
Yeah.
like let's
It's
do.
so
Like I
good to
think that'd
see
be
you, brother.
yeah. and Thor just like, you son of a bitch. How is this
Like how I
possible?
watched you die, and Thanos said no resurrections.
Mhm.
So I'm really curious to see how they play that, because there's two routes they could go. They could go with Thor being angry that he feels like he's been lied to because he's a
Mhm.
trickster god. Loki has always been, or they could do just the overwhelming joy of seeing somebody you thought you had lost again.
Mhm.
I think honestly, Thor is probably the character that's been announced I'm the most interested to see in this
I'm
next one,
interested. Yeah.
because I've had such a long and weird relationship with Thor, as I said, where I didn't like
Yeah.
him, and now he's one of my absolute favorites. I like him so much I even started reading
Mhm.
Norse mythology to
That's
really
cool.
yeah. So I've gotten really into this character, so I think that he's now one of my favorite Avengers, and I really want to see what they're going to do with him, because I think he's just such a fascinating character.
No, I definitely agree, and I'm really, again, I don't love the Downey being back thing,
I don't
but
like that
that
either. I would rather him
that
as Iron Man, honestly.
I agree. That aside, my
Yeah,
issues
that
with that whole
aside.
situation aside, I am really curious about him seeing Tony again, and like
Yeah,
there being this arc of like, you are not him, like you are not that man.
yeah,
I think out of all the characters that are announced right now, I think Thor is going to have to carry that. You are not Tony Stark. You are someone different, because Spider-Man's not there. Rhodey
yeah.
seemingly is not in the cast, so it's going
Oh
to be
man,
on
yeah,
Thor to
Rhodey
be
should be in
like,
the cast.
I agree, but like I do think
Yeah,
there's kind of this interesting idea of like, um I don't recognize this team. This is not my Avengers team. This is not what I
yeah,
started with. But now someone I did start with is the villain and has a different face. Like there are
yeah.
interesting elements of that I'm like, okay,
There
lean
can
into that
be.
with this
There
character. Yeah.
definitely can be something there. I'm really hoping that they do it in a way that's thematically relevant and
Yes. Yes.
surprising and unique, instead of just being a cash grab. Because right now it
Yeah.
feels like a cash grab, but who knows? Robert Downey Jr. is a good actor,
Mhm.
so I'm sure he's going to deliver a good performance, even if he's not right for the role.
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah.
but I'm just gonna take it as it is. I've kind of come to
Mhm.
terms with it, even if I don't
Yeah.
like it. I'm gonna go in with an open mind. because that's what I want to do. Any movie I watch, no matter what the
Yep.
reviews are, no matter what, I try and go in with an open mind, try and see if I can meet it at its level. So I'm just kind of there for a good time. I hope I have a good time.
I agreed. Like, I understand why they did the Downey thing, because it's like, okay,
Mhm.
this is the end of this current multiverse. Like,
Mhm.
have it come full circle with Loki and Tony. I get that. I think it's
Mhm.
just like the Doom element that doesn't quite
Yeah,
sit right
like
with me.
bring
Yeah.
back Tony Stark as like an Iron Man from another dimension
Yeah.
or something like that or something. I would be more on board with it, but the fact that you're casting him as Doctor Doom, such an important character, one of the most iconic villains of all time, it just doesn't feel right. It feels
Yeah.
like you should be putting more care into the casting of such an important character like this, especially since this Doom, we haven't seen anything of him, so we don't know his relationship, especially to Reed, because Reed and Doom is the most important. They're like this. It's like they're so linked
Yeah.
that I feel like that relationship is so important, and I love Pedro Pascal's Reed, so I want
Me
to see
too.
him with a proper Doctor Doom. It's so interesting. I was so on the fence about like because I love Pedro Pascal, but I wasn't sure he
Mhm.
was right for Reed. And then I saw the trailer and the movie, and I'm like completely sold.
Great.
There's best Reed Richards we've ever gotten.
I am kind of hoping it's more of a like Zoom Jay Garrick situation where it's
Yeah,
like he is not like the true Doom, and then in this
yeah,
new reality we get a proper like it is
yeah.
the Doctor
I want
Doom.
that as well. I doubt it though, simply because it would like this is the Doctor Doom movie. I kind of don't think we're seeing Doctor Doom again after this, which is such a shame because he should be
It
a
is a
recurring villain. He should be their
yeah
next Loki.
yeah. No, I fully agree. I need them to at least do some sort of, but like then again, it's like, wait, why should I care about this one when it's Robert
Exactly,
Downey
that's what I've been
Jr. as
saying. Why
Doom?
should we care
Yeah,
about the Robert Downey Jr. Doom if he's not the real Doom? That's the thing that's
and
like been bumping me.
like this is like the first like I'd argue like big adaptation of Doom. Like I feel like there hasn't been a great one yet.
Yeah,
So
it's
everyone's
so
gonna be like,
funny.
oh yeah, like Doctor Doom is just a variant of Iron Man. It's like no, no,
No,
no, no.
no,
Like
he's not. It's so
uh,
funny how the bar is so low. Robert Downey Jr. is probably going to be the best Doom by
best.
default.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
The bar is on the
Um,
ground.
yeah,
Anyway,
no,
Thor.
Thor, yeah.
Yeah.
Kate Blanchett as Hela in this
Oh,
movie,
fantastic. I really love
fantastic.
her in that role.
Speaking of villains keep coming back, I think it's a damn shame she's never come back as Hela. I think
Except for in What If, yeah.
yes, I think she should
I
come back
think that
eventually.
I feel like it's kind of hard to kill the goddess of death.
Like she is such a cool villain. She has such a
Yeah.
presence on screen. It's always been weird that they didn't like, I know people were like, oh, they should have done the whole Thanos thing. I don't necessarily think all of that, but like, especially since we literally got actual death recently
Yeah,
with
in
Agatha.
Agatha all along, yeah.
Um, but I'd like to see her
Yeah.
back. I don't know if
I
you
would
could do
love to
that.
see Hela back. Honestly, like with the god characters, you can kill them and bring them back, and I won't really care. So I think, like, except for maybe Loki, the main timeline Loki anyway, not the variant Loki.
Yes.
But yeah. So I don't like. Sure, bring her back. I'm totally cool with that.
Mhm.
Her death wasn't that impactful. It was just like, oh yeah, she's dead. Boom, stabbed with a sword. Um,
Yeah.
so like totally, goddess of death coming back to life wouldn't bat an eye.
Makes sense. Yeah. No,
Makes sense to me.
I
Can't
like her
kill the goddess of
presence.
death. Yeah.
I think well, I must say that she's the best Thor villain, but then we have Loki, so I guess I can't really
No,
say she's the
Loki's.
best Thor
I feel
villain.
like
Yeah.
almost like I don't use this term lightly. Almost objectively, Loki's the best one.
Yeah, Loki's the best one. I
But
do
she's
think
second place.
she's leaps and bounds from Thor the Dark World, whatever the fuck his name, and the fucking
Malekith. I remember
Malekith the
that because
Dark
I'm a
Elf or
nerd.
whatever.
Yeah.
I did that episode back in, I think it was June, and like when
Mm.
it came time to like record the episode, I was like, I don't even know their name. I forgot it quite instantly.
Yeah.
And then Gore the God Butcher as well.
Yeah.
I was quite disappointed with that.
Yeah. It's kind of funny. My top 3 live-action Thor villains are Loki, Hela, and Insurter from Ragnarok. So
Mm,
this movie's got 2 of my favorite villains. So
Yeah.
I don't even
Fair.
remember much of Laufey either, though, because he was in the first one.
Hmm.
But just Loki is just too memorable. Loki is the best Thor villain. I think they've done him right every single time. I don't think there's a
Loki's
single
great.
Loki appearance I don't like.
Same. Yeah. And I think it's interesting too because like I guess he's only really the villain for the first like Thor 1 and Avengers,
Yeah,
and I
and
think
then
from
Avengers,
there
and then
it's
he's a secondary,
yeah.
both protagonist and antagonist in the Dark World. But
Yeah.
it's mostly like a reluctant team up sort of thing. And then in
Yeah.
Ragnarok, it's
He's a
again the same sort of
protagonist.
thing.
Yeah.
He's mostly a protagonist, but he's got a couple scenes where he's kind of acting his
Right.
own self-interest. Infinity War, he's straight up a good guy, until he wasn't.
Agreed.
And then he's not in Endgame very much, just a cameo. And in the Loki show, he's a good guy, but he's kind of
Yeah.
a villain at the beginning. I love the Loki show. I think that was
I
really well done.
it's in my like top 5
I think
Marvel things they've ever made.
it's
I
funny.
love it.
I think it's the absolute best Disney Plus show they've done
Yes.
for Marvel. I
Full
might
stop.
like
Yeah.
She-Hulk more, but I think Loki is just not objectively. I don't like the term objective for
Yeah.
film,
Yeah.
or any art in that matter, for that
Fair.
matter. But I think that like if I'm putting aside my personal biases, I think that Loki is the best thing that they've done on TV, at least for Disney
Yeah.
Plus.
It
And I
is. Yeah.
want to rewatch it so bad.
I think it's the closest in quality that TV has gotten to like the Agents of Shield era and like the like Netflix Marvel stuff. Like it's what, especially season 2. Like I liked season 1. I
Yeah,
thought that was solid.
season 2's
Season 2
finale
is
is one of the best
insane.
things I've ever seen. Every time I think about Owen Wilson standing there, and so he's like, "What are you gonna do?" He's like, "I think I'm just gonna stay here, let time pass."
So
And
good.
then Loki at the end, when he's about to become the god of stories, and he references back all the way to the first Thor movie. He's like, "I know what kind of god I have to be for you, for all of us."
Yeah.
Chills again.
Chills.
Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that show was like, it's such a funny thing because like when it was first announced, I'm like, oh well, there's no way this is gonna be good. This is gonna be a cash grab. This is like
I
Loki's
was
been
nervous
dead.
too.
And
Yeah.
then I watched it and I'm like, oh, I get it. I see what you're
Mhm.
doing, and it's really
Yeah.
good.
No, like I was also like, wait, why are they doing this? And then
Yeah, it's like really
like you
Loki. He
see,
died twice now. We're good. But
yeah,
then I watched the show and it's like,
it's great. Idris Elba's in this movie for a bit. His last major appearance as Heimdall
yeah,
in the MCU. Like he appears a little bit in
he's got a scene in
uh
Infinity War and he's got a scene in Love and Thunder, and that's it.
yeah, no for sure.
I like
So
him in this though.
I
He's
like him in
not.
this. I'd like to see him come back at some point.
Yeah,
Like I know he's dead, but like
yeah, he's literally in Valhalla.
I don't know. I feel
um,
like as a character I wouldn't mind if they kind of
I wouldn't
retconned.
mind them bringing him back. Yeah, they
Yeah,
could like, I don't know. I think he's an interesting character who could,
I like him a lot.
yeah, they could do more with him. Great actor too.
Grandmaster is also in this. Love Jeff
Love Jeff
Goldblum.
Goldblum. I can't go wrong with Jeff Goldblum.
No,
Yeah, it's so funny. I tried to take a little bit of notes on both the movies. I kind of locked in though, so I didn't take too many notes. But one of my notes was for Thor Ragnarok was just love Jeff Goldblum. Can't you just he's just playing himself essentially, but he's doing such a good job, and you can see him having fun. A quote I think about all the time is like, "You've officially been pardoned from life," and then he kills the guy. And that's
yeah.
like his cousin. That's so funny.
No, I love that whole like section of the movie. It feels
Yeah,
so like fresh for the MCU.
yeah.
I
And Sakaar as a whole is very Jack Kirby.
It's very
In terms
fun
of
just to
design, I
live
think it's really
there.
cool.
I'd love
It's a fun
like
place.
I know it's a bit different from this aspect of it, but like I'd
Mhm.
love some sort of like contest of champions, little like what if story in the MCU.
Ooh, that would be
Like
cool. That'd be cool.
like
They kind of
like
did
don't
that a little bit with Iron Man in the What If show.
sure. Yes.
Yeah, but something
Like
more would be cool.
yeah, like make it what if so it doesn't mess with canon, but like it's
Yeah.
literally just like bringing all the heroes together, have them
Yeah,
face,
that's
have them
such a
escape.
thing that I think would be really cool. That's something I've been toying around with. I play the Marvel Multiverse RPG. It's like D&D
Okay.
but Marvel.
Oh,
And
sure.
that's something I've been toying with for a while. For a campaign for me and my friends to do is like some sort of like Contest of Champions sort of thing. I've got something cooking a little bit. I can't say anything in case Logan watches this because he's one of the people who plays. But yeah, that's such a fun concept. I think they could do something with.
Mhm.
And I might do something with it.
That's fun. No, I like him a lot. I'd like to see Jeff Goldblum.
Yeah,
Is he still alive in the
anything
MCU?
just
Is he still alive?
I don't know. The post credit scene leaves it ambiguous because he's like all the
Yeah.
people like seem like they're gonna kill him. I don't really
Yeah.
know. It's Schrodinger's Goldblum.
Right.
Alive until proven dead.
Right.
That's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say he's alive. I want him to be alive so I can see more Goldblum. I would like a
Tessa
scene between
Thompson.
him and his brother. So sorry.
No,
I'd
no,
like to
no.
see a scene between him and the Collector because they're siblings. I'm pretty sure in
Yeah.
the comics. I think
Yeah, and they
that's a
have not
dynamic
appeared
they've never
together.
done. Yeah,
that'd
they
be
could do
cool.
a whole. You know what they could do? Like next phase, if they wanted to, it's what they could have done for Doomsday if they wanted to. But do Contest of Champions and have like I remember in the mobile app Contest of Champions, it's
Yes.
like
Very fun.
either that or in the it might have been the Ultimate Spider-Man cartoon. They had them going against each other with choosing different champions to fight.
Mhm.
They could do that for like some sort of movie if they wanted to. That could be kind of cool.
That'd be such a good way to actually like use the billions of characters they've introduced in the
Yeah.
MCU.
And you can bring back
is
dead characters if you just bring them back via time travel or something. Just pluck them from different realities. You could bring back Iron Man.
Yeah.
You could bring back Chris Evans, Captain America. You could even bring like characters like Wolverine from Deadpool and Wolverine / X-Men movies or whatever. Like, you could do
Yeah.
whatever you want with that because the rules don't apply.
That'd be cool. That'd be a
Yeah.
cool way to do like the Young Avengers or whatever they're
Yeah.
doing with that little team. Like that's how they form.
Mhm.
Is like they all have like that. Like
They all get
like
chosen for the Contest of
yeah,
Champions.
that would be
Ooh,
cool, and they all have to
that
come
would be
together and like
interesting.
team up to escape.
And then they have to work
that.
together, and then they team up in the main timeline afterwards because they form
I like
friendships, kind of like Thunderbolts when they formed a connection.
I like this idea. I like it.
Yeah.
Okay.
We gotta
Let me speed run
Marvel.
a couple.
You can hire me.
Yes,
I'm
do
looking for work.
Come on, Marvel. Okay, let me speed run a couple of these characters I want to bring up here
Yeah,
really
Tessa
quickly.
Thompson's Valkyrie.
Tessa
You mentioned.
Thompson's Valkyrie is.
I love her.
I love her too. She's so underutilized in the MCU.
Yeah.
I've pitched for a while, give her like a Disney Plus show or something.
Yeah.
I liked her
Totally.
here a lot. This is her best appearance, I think, by far.
Yeah.
I don't
Not even
love
really that close.
her in Love and Thunder. I wanted to really badly. I have my issues with that movie. I'm not a huge fan of it.
Mhm.
And then and she's in Endgame a little bit as well. But yeah, I think this is easy.
And she has
her
a cameo in the Marvels.
Cameo in the Marvels, which I would have liked to have explored that dynamic a little bit
Yeah.
instead of it just being like, hey, it happened, give us street cred, and
Yeah.
then she leaves. Like, all right, whatever,
Yeah.
guys.
Mhm.
Was it Scourge? Is that his name? From
Scourge is his name. Yeah.
Karl Urban's character.
Yeah.
I think he's okay.
Yeah. Another one that's kind of like, I don't know, not
Yeah.
utilized fully.
Which it would be fine if it wasn't Karl Urban playing him.
Mhm.
Like, you get Karl Urban for the MCU, and he's kind of the side comedic kind of one-off character where it's like,
Mhm.
should have been, I don't know, freaking Ghost Rider or like someone like
Mhm.
big, or like I think he should have been.
Thought
like,
people
a main
wanted to do
character.
Wolverine.
Yeah, like it feels like such a.
Yeah.
And again, they
Little
still
bit of a
could.
waste,
He's such a
but-
small character. You could literally, he's back as.
Yeah, they
a character.
recast
No
other
one
people
really cares.
before. Freaking Cersei from Eternals was a bit character in Captain Marvel. Like nobody cared.
Yeah, and I mean,
Our new
now
Blade
that,
was
like,
in Luke Cage. I'm pretty sure.
there's a lot.
There's a little crossover. Yeah.
The actor who plays the Thing in Fantastic Four was in Punisher season 1 as
You're
well.
right. Yeah.
So like,
So you can
there's,
double dip a little bit. Like.
Again, like especially since Secret Wars is coming, it's like who cares? Like I know people want like
Yeah.
Jenna Ortega in the MCU, and she was technically an Iron Man too,
The
as like
president, the vice president's
the
daughter.
president's daughter.
Yeah.
It's like who cares? Whatever.
Yeah.
Odin dies here. This is Odin's last appearance in the MCU.
That was another one of my favorite scenes, actually.
It's a good scene.
Odin's death. I think it was like Odin finally acknowledging Loki as something other than a burden was nice. A little cathartic. But
No, it's nice.
yeah,
It makes me sad that Anthony hated doing these movies so much because he's so
yeah,
damn good as Odin.
yeah.
He's
And I feel
really
like
good.
I would like to think that he at least had a little bit of fun with the with this one because of that scene at the beginning where he gets to play Loki playing Odin, where he's
It's
like when
good,
Thor shows up,
yeah.
he goes, "Oh shit," and it's like that's funny. That's one of my favorite deliveries of the entire movie. It's just, "Oh shit."
And it was like him eating the grapes. Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
It's like when Thor shows up, that's so good. Like,
it's good. It's
yeah.
fun. I love. I think he's one of the better actors in the MCU. I think he's fantastic
Hmm.
in anything he's done.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm always happy to see Odin. Like,
he's great.
mhm.
Um, we got Korg here as well. Introduction
Yeah.
of Korg.
Again, Korg's
Um,
best movie is this. It's just is.
yeah, I didn't love him in Thor: Love and Thunder as well. I thought he was a little. I think he had just enough here. I think Korg
Yeah,
is
I
a
think he was the
character.
right amount of screen time here.
Yeah, and I think that's a kind of a good rep of the movie itself. Does all the
Mhm.
comedic bits work for me all the time? There are a couple
Yeah.
sequences sometimes where like, okay, maybe that was placed in the wrong spot or whatever.
Mhm.
But I think for the most part, the comedic timing, I think Taika Waititi did a much better job in the
Yeah.
comedic areas in this
I
one.
think they were just trying a little too much to just like they kind of were just going too far with the comedy in Love and Thunder to the point
Hmm.
where like a lot of people didn't love it. I liked it. I like it more than most people do. Um
Okay.
I had it like way higher rated before. Now it's not as high rated. But it's
Hmm.
still like a movie that it's kind of like a somewhat guilty
Okay.
pleasure movie.
Fair enough.
For me. But I understand a lot of the complaints. And I agree with a lot of the complaints. I think they were just like Chris Hemsworth even said they were trying like they were having too much fun on set, like
Yeah.
making it too silly to the point where it kind of lost a lot of what Thor was. Um,
Yeah. It's very
yeah.
clear. Like I think this one, you probably had Kevin Feige very much involved. Still, it was
Mhm.
literally the movie setting up the Infinity War stuff. So
Yeah,
it
and I
seems
feel
like there was a
like
lot
Taika
of that.
Waititi felt like he had something to prove as well, because Thor was like such
Yeah,
a like he was declining in popularity and he's going to be important to
yeah.
Infinity War, so they wanted to kind of revitalize him and make him
Hmm.
more likable. So they were able to do this where it didn't push it too far out of what we know
Yeah,
about Thor, but it was still different enough to be like interesting and unique and honestly really funny.
Yeah, 100% agree. Like I think it mainly works here for me, and then you go over like yeah, you skip a couple years. Most people love Ragnarok. It works very
Hmm.
well, and he's like, oh, people love this. Let's do more and more and more of it. And
Hmm.
I do wish we kind of were able to rein it in a little bit. I
Hmm.
do wish there was someone being like, hey, dude, maybe cut out a couple of these screams, or maybe let's cut out a couple of these bits and focus more on here. But it does feel like they're just like on a playground having fun, doing whatever because it's
Hmm.
fun. Um, and yeah, I like Taka more than a lot of people. I know a lot of people hate
Yeah.
him.
I still like him. I still think he's a great director. Jojo Rabbit is a fantastic
Jojo
film. I
Rabbit's
still need to watch
incredible.
more of his
Yeah,
early work.
yeah. I'm curious, yeah, because I do think he just works best with like I don't know, just a little bit of um I kind of feel the same with James Gunn, where I feel like both of them work better with a little bit of restraint, a little bit of
Yeah, that's why I always say for James Gunn specifically, he works best in PG-13 in my opinion.
yeah.
Like Guardians of the Galaxy trilogy and Superman are my favorite things he's ever done. I
Hmm.
like Peacemaker as well, but that second season was a little disappointing. Um,
Hmm.
but like, so I think that James Gunn works best when he's restricted to PG-13 because when he goes in rated R, I like Suicide Squad and I like Peacemaker. I don't like Creature Commandos.
Yeah,
But like, so I feel like when he has to limit himself to PG-13, I think he's able to be more creative almost with it than when he has no limits, because then he kind of just gets ahead of himself a little bit.
agreed, agreed.
Mhm. But then
But
Taika
yeah,
is a similar boat.
yeah. No, I definitely agree. I think he works better in a smaller pool, also with his original
Hmm.
properties as well. Like I'm
Yeah,
nervous
like
about his
Jojo
Star
Rabbit
Wars
is still one of my
movie.
favorite films. Yeah, we'll see how that turns out. I'm cautiously optimistic, I think. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, the final thing I'll mention with Thor Ragnarok, because I just don't want to mention the sequence. I do love the Thor versus Hulk gladiator
Yeah,
giant fight.
that gladiator fight is so cool.
It is
I
a
wish we could have
very
gotten
well
more
done
from Hulk
scene.
on Sakaar. I kind of wish we could have gotten like some
Yeah.
sort of Planet Hulk movie or show, but obviously with Universal, it's tricky.
Yeah.
But I think it's interesting that they kind of give the Planet Hulk storyline to Thor, because in the
Mhm.
comics, I'm pretty sure I haven't read it, but I know enough about it, I think, to say.
Alrighty. With that being said, we're gonna be hopping into our main discussions here today. Of course, I kind of introed it at the top. We've been going through our MCU retrospective series, and we are kind of approaching what everything was leading to. Everything was kind of leading to this 2018-2019 mega year, which I think officially started with Black Panther 2018. Um, Now, I didn't see this movie in theaters when it came out. I probably should have, but I do remember there being such just massive hype for this movie. I think at the time, and like I don't know your association with the character, or like at the time, you probably had a lot more than I did. But like I had watched him in like Earth's Mightiest Heroes. I had him in some of those smaller things. But when this came out, it was this massive endeavor. Like this was something, as someone who wasn't fully in the fandom yet, like I remember hearing about the movie being like, "Oh, this is big." What's your kind of association with the 2018 Black Panther?
So I was excited for this because I think Black Panther is a character that has been overlooked a little bit in
Mhm.
terms of like relevance, because you have to create a world around. It's not just Black Panther as a character. You have to create the world of
Right.
Wakanda around Black Panther. That requires a lot of world building. It
Yeah.
requires a lot of work. And so when I knew they were doing this, I'm like, you can't screw this up. Like you have to do this right. You have to put everything, all the pieces need to be in the correct place. The first major black superhero film in the MCU, a predominantly black cast,
Yeah.
predominantly black creators working behind the scenes to do this. Um, getting the teaser, we talked about Civil War earlier, getting the teaser of, Black Panther and that as a character, and where we're going to see, how Chadwick would do in this role of T'Challa moving forward. There was a lot riding on this. And I
Mhm.
actually think the Civil War, showing up in Civil War definitely helped kick this off a little bit.
Right.
But I will say, you mentioned the Earth's Mightiest Heroes. I think a lot of people probably got introduced to Black Panther that way in modern times. I think,
Yeah.
like myself, I've been reading comics since the late '70s, early
Sure.
'80s, so I've been aware of Black Panther for a long time. But I knew there was a lot riding on this. I also knew they were going with the Afrofuturism with Wakanda and
Mhm.
stuff like that. So I was looking forward to it. And I actually was a little nervous because obviously they had avoided making movies like this because they didn't think there was any financial benefit to making
Yeah.
films for a black audience for when it comes to superhero movies and things like that. So this movie had a lot riding on it going into it, and I was there cheering it on, all
Yeah.
along. So
Yeah, like I think that was not to get woke like instantly, but like I think if there was like one main complaint I could throw at like the Infinity Saga, it is just the lack of like diversity in their stories. Like the
mhm.
fact that it took what almost 20 projects to get a black led movie. Up at this point, we still did not have a female led movie like
You'll
this.
probably be talking about that pretty soon because that's the next year. So, but
Yeah.
yeah.
So like
Yeah. No, it took them a long time to do this, and there's so many characters they could have done it with, they just didn't. So,
and I think like you saw the like response of it too. That came out, it made $1 billion, man. Like it did very, very well. And I like I imagine from a like behind the scenes view, it's like, wait, we could have been doing this the whole
mhm.
time. And I do think Wakanda, I talked a little bit about this with Jake when we did Doctor Strange, but like there are these worlds that Marvel has that they are not, I don't think they're fully utilizing enough.
Yeah.
I think Doctor Strange is one like with the magic and stuff like that. And I think Wakanda is such a fascinating world,
Mhm.
arguably one of their most interesting worlds. Obviously, we've had two Black Panther movies. We recently had the like Eyes of Wakanda series, which I very much enjoyed.
And loosely
Um,
connected was Ironheart. I mean, that's loosely connected to the Black Panther film. So,
Ironheart, and I would argue that this might be one of their most consistent franchises. Like I
mhm.
don't know. I feel like most of the franchises have had at least one miss. If it's like,
Yeah.
Captain America recently had their newest movie, Iron Man had a couple misses, Thor's had quite a few misses. Where like Black Panther is like, I love the first two movies a lot.
Yeah.
I like Eyes of Wakanda a lot, and even the other stuff he's focused in, like Infinity War, Endgame, are both very, and Civil War as well. Like those are all, I would argue, most people would consider those some of the highest highs of the.
Well,
MCU.
this was the first superhero film nominated for Best Picture at the Oscars.
Oh wow,
So,
yeah, no, that's incredible.
Yeah, it won 3 Academy Awards, I think. I don't remember what they were for. I know costume design was one of them, but they won 3 Academy Awards. So,
Mhm.
like this was a very, like, it wasn't just a movie that had a lot riding on its shoulders going in, and you talked about it making $1 billion, but it was like a cultural milestone for like superhero movies, not just for like a black superhero, but like
Yeah.
all superhero movies. So
Yeah. No, and again, like there was such a like, when was the last time before this we had one? Was it Blade?
I believe
Is that
so.
the-
Yeah.
Which is
If,
insane.
if we're talking about like main like Marvel DC superheroes, it would
Yeah.
have been Blade. Yeah, for sure.
Which is insane. Like there was probably this this kind of need for one, and like I
Yeah.
think people like of this community being like, hey, I love this stuff is great, but people just not being able to see themselves on the screen, and then finally being like, oh, not only seeing themselves, but seeing themselves in such a quality as well.
Oh, I mean, it was a very refined movie. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
It covered politics. It was very stylish. Even with this supernatural type science fiction
Yeah,
world they lived in, it was still very grounded because it talked about cultural things, tribal lines and things like that. So,
yeah,
I mean, again, that and then all the conversations about inclusion around all this. You talked
yeah,
about the wokeness behind it or whatever. This was a movie that sort of it in every possible way it had to be what it was. Like you couldn't do it
yeah.
another way. So I think it did break boundaries that way. We're still waiting on another Blade movie, but
Yeah.
you know, yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, I think Blade was the last one. I can't think of any other movie, major film. Well, we
Yeah.
know it wasn't the MCU because the MCU had been around since 2008, so
Yeah.
they hadn't done one. DC hadn't really branched out too far, so yeah, it would have
Yeah.
been Blade. Blade would have been the last one,
It's
and that was
yeah,
in the 90s. So
yeah, insanity. I think we also just need to bring up Chadwick Boseman, obviously the
Yeah.
absolute legend that he was. Um, and like I think at the time I didn't fully appreciate how good he is as that character. I think it, unfortunately, sometimes it takes losing a soul like that to really
Mhm.
look back and be like, oh, he was perfect as that role.
Yeah.
Like he is a perfect.
His T'Challa is the same as like Robert's Tony or Chris's Steve. It's
Mhm.
he is that character. That's his role. So
Yeah, like I rewatched it, like man, it's it's not interesting, but like I rewatch a movie like this and I just see, I talked about this when we did Civil War as well, because I think that's still my favorite like project with that character. I thought he was
yes,
incredible in Civil
yeah.
War. But like I look at these projects with them and I just mourn the potential that a character like that could have had. Like there was so much plans for him. There was so
I mean,
much
he was
faith.
going to be part of that new uh, Avengers unit they were going to be making. With like all these
Yeah.
characters, and that Chadwick would have been like rocketed even further into like stardom with those.
It
So,
seemed like it was going to be Black Panther, Captain Marvel, and Spider-Man. Like
Yeah.
that seemed like the natural progression of everything that we've had. So it's definitely again very tragic.
And I think he could have done it. Like, look at what he did in this movie. Like,
Oh,
he would have totally
yeah.
been able to lead the MCU. So,
And I think that has been something Marvel has been struggling with, where there hasn't had a main character syndrome, I think, in the MCU.
Right.
And I think Black Panther was such a, I think people attached themselves to that character so quickly. I think he would have been the like easy shoe-in of like him, Doctor Strange, Captain Marvel. Like I think those three just would have made so much sense. And then like losing the main cast and then losing Chadwick and then the reception with Captain Marvel, unfortunately, and that's enough. That I won't go down that rabbit hole because we could do that's a whole nother conversation. But yeah, no, it's definitely very
Can we also talk about Killmonger and how great of a villain he
yes,
is? Michael
yes,
B. Jordan is Killmonger, just such a compelling villain,
Mhm.
and not even really a villain. I would say he's obviously an antagonist, but he thinks he's doing what he's doing for the
Mhm.
greater good because of how he was treated, how his family was treated. Um, Michael B. Jordan is such an incredible talent, and pairing
Yeah,
him opposite of Chadwick in this movie was
perfect.
brilliant.
Yeah,
Yeah, just great in the movie. Obviously Killmonger has gone on to be used in like animated stuff. They want to use him in more projects. We might see him again. We know that we've got 2 movies coming out, and it's possible we could see him return for that reason.
right.
Just such a great stuff. I mean, just basically the entire cast. I mean, like everyone really. You're muted. You're muted.
Sorry about that. Yeah, dog. Sorry.
Yeah, I was like, wait, what's going on? Everybody in the cast. I mean,
Yeah.
M'Baku. You got Shuri, Okoye. I mean, there's just all of the characters. Everybody associated with it. Angela, like,
Angela's
just
asset. Yeah,
yeah,
which
like it's just great.
I did not appreciate her in this movie, and I think later on, where like again that second movie she really gets to shine.
Yeah,
But no, like I fully agree. I think Michael B. Jordan, I think, is probably one of the best. As someone who doesn't really know the character outside of this circle of stuff, like I didn't
Mhm.
know his characters in the comics and stuff like that. Um, I think one of probably the better cast characters in the MCU. I think he's perfectly cast. I think this seemingly really jet start his career, and now he's like arguably one of the biggest actors in the world right now. He just
I
did
mean, we had
Sinners.
Sinners. Yeah, I was gonna say
Yeah.
Sinners was incredible.
So
I also want to point out that when people talk about Marvel having an issue with their antagonist or their villains, Killmonger's never on the list of like ones
no.
that are bad. Like it wouldn't make any sense to put him on that list, to be honest.
In fact, I think he's one of the ones that jet started the good era. Like I think I think that honestly these like I think that like double hitter of Hela, Vulture, Killmonger, and Thanos. What a great run of villains!
Yeah,
Like that, those are 3 bangers or 4 bangers back to back to back to back. Um,
and Wakanda itself became a cultural thing. Like
yes,
outside of the film, like people quote Wakanda forever. They do the whole symbol and everything they do. Like
yeah,
that's something you see outside of the bubble of like normal Marvel stuff. It's not like
mhm,
you have to know that they're not mentioning Black Panther in a way. They're talking about the memeable like social thing of
yeah,
Wakanda forever, And not many Marvel movies have that. I can't think of any
no,
many Marvel movies where the location is associated with some sort of viral moment.
no,
I don't know. I don't have many notes. I think the only issue I have with the movie is I think the VFX is a little wonky in the final act,
yeah.
but it's not enough to ruin the movie for me at all. Like it's a very tiny nitpick.
Yeah, that's my only thing as well. Is I think the third act. I don't know. I sometimes think it comes along really quickly sometimes. Like I like it a lot, but it's like I maybe would have liked another like 5 minutes
Yeah,
to kind of like settle into this, whole thing. But I think kind of where we get there is incredible. Like I think um T'Challa and Killmonger's like fight on the mountaintop as he
mhm.
kicks him off the mountain. That is, I think, one of the most heartbreaking scenes in the entire MCU, and how we come full circle with M'Baku. Shout out to him as well, because he, I think, has had one of the best journeys in the MCU,
Mhm.
from that moment fighting him to redeeming himself to him in Infinity War, which we'll probably talk about that movie in a bit here,
Yeah,
and then where we see him in Wakanda Forever, where he basically becomes king, right? Like
yeah.
he becomes king of the people. Like that is such a incredible journey that we get to see him go on. Um, that yeah, I'm and now he's back for Doomsday.
Yeah.
So what the heck is he gonna do and do like that? That's so exciting.
I wonder if we're gonna see his final, like, well, not final, but his next evolution of like his character and his powers and stuff. I think that would be kind of fun to give him an opportunity to do that. But
Cool.
yeah, not many notes on Black Panther. I think it's a pretty, like, you talk about a movie that's pretty perfect. I think this one is very close to that. In my
I
mind.
agree. I guess the last character. I guess there's 2 characters I want to shout out before I move on here.
Yeah.
One is just Shuri. I think we should
Yeah.
talk about Shuri because I think in this movie she doesn't have a lot to do in this movie. I think it's more about just her personality on screen.
Right.
But it is very interesting to see like what I think was supposed to be probably a 10-year arc of her taking over is kind
Yeah.
of on her immediately after this kind of one
Yeah.
appearance. I guess two appearances.
Because I don't think they would have had her as Black Panther within the trilogy. She would have probably waited till after the trilogy for sure.
I think it would have been this 10-year arc of
Yeah.
like him stepping away and then her. But like the seeds are there. Like there's the scene. It's a very funny scene, but like when he's doing the like first ceremony and they're like, "Is there anyone that would like to challenge the king?" And she raises her hand, being like, "Can we get this done and over with?" But like there is that foreshadowing there of like, "Oh, are you going to challenge for king?" And then that full circle moment of like, she has to. It's not that she wants to, but she has to step in for him.
I also think that she's supposed to be the what word am I looking for? She's the youthful, young, like vibrant character versus like the more stoic characters in the movie.
Yeah.
Because she's like, what are those? And like there's that sort of referential stuff. You know what I mean? And I think that's all part of who she is. And then we have to go from that to where we get in, Wakanda Forever. But I do believe that she was going to be set up as like the less. She's going to draw outside the lines, basically, as a character. And I like that about her.
Yeah, like I think like again it sucks because like in an ideal world Chadwick wouldn't have passed away and we would have seen this full journey, but I think not to talk too much about this movie now because that's for another day completely, but like seeing that character kind of have to be thrown into the lion's pit and just be like, "Oh, I am the fun one, but I can't be anymore." Like
Right.
I have to grow up quickly, which is like a very like royalty kind of storyline. Like that I feel like happens in 99% of the like I mean, even in this movie, it's
Because
T'Challa
T'Challa has to take over for his father. Yeah.
yeah, like he's not ready either, and it's him having to be like, okay, all right, let's do this.
Yeah.
I have to do this. I also just love the main story here as well. This idea of like opening up the barriers to the outer world. I think that is one of the coolest like main themes for a Marvel movie of just like we could help them, but what if we regret that decision? Like what if they take advantage? And I think that's a very real fear because
the xenophobic nature of Wakanda. Yeah.
But they're also kind of valid. Like what has America done to other cultures in history?
That's the really fun conversation to have though, right?
Yeah.
Because you're weighing the like this is why I think Killmonger was such a great character because you are weighing the pros and the cons of this. Like how much of this is valid and how much of it is xenophobia? Like which one are we dealing with? How, do you not want to help people? You have all this technology and like it goes back to, I hate to say this, but like the Star Trek thing, and you probably don't know this, but like they're not supposed to interact with civilizations that aren't as advanced as them because they could end up creating things that would hurt each other. And I think that Wakanda feels the same way. Like if we start offering, vibranium to the rest of the world, what are they going to do? Are they going to just drop bombs on each other? How,
Right.
how's that going to work? So I do understand that, but I think that that ultimately the ideas that T'Challa had,
Yeah.
and Shuri later on or whatever, the ideas that T'Challa had in this movie for what he wanted to do did need to expand a little bit because I do think that he was still holding on to what his father and what his father's father wanted to do, his grandfather. But Killmonger was like, we're just going to kick the doors open and start doing what we want because we're Wakanda,
Yeah.
we have all this stuff. I don't think either one of them were 100% right, but I think that's what I love movies where you don't have a clear like this is the person you're supposed to be cheering for. Like you're thinking about the story, you're talking about it, you're discussing what's good, what's bad. I like stuff like that. I prefer it over like a clear cut. This is the good person. This is the bad person, and no deviating from that. I think those are fine, but this was more fun.
And like I 100% agree. And I think ever since then they've done such a cool storyline of like showing the consequences of those actions. Like we see them open up the barriers for Infinity War, which again we'll talk about here in just a second. But like even though that is the right decision, we are like the second they open up the barriers, they have a war on their front step and they have to deal with those consequences. And then we see that again in Wakanda Forever, where they are now again pairing with
With
another
Atlantis.
tribe,
Yeah.
which it has also brought destruction to their doorsteps and like the consequences of his actions in that first movie. So it's so fascinating. I love when the consequences to a character's actions has major consequences. I think
Right.
that's awesome. I think that's really, really cool. All right, any final thoughts on or on this movie before we move on to our next one?
Oh, yeah, not really. I think we covered everything. We could talk in so much detail about the film. I think there's a lot of
Yeah.
layered performances, but again, it's about as perfect a movie you could ask for a first outing.
Yeah.
So yeah, not much to say outside of that.
I agree. Alrighty, and we're moving on to our next movie here. Like I said, what probably arguably one of the biggest movies in not only the MCU but probably just the superhero genre as a whole, and it's kind of the main reason I wanted to do this retrospective series, because I've never talked about this movie on a podcast like forum like this, and that's Avengers Infinity War.
Mhm.
Now, this is one of my favorite movies of all time. I adore this movie. I think it's an absolute brilliant, just time capsule of a movie. We kind of talked about it like in our intro, but this was the first movie. This is one of the first movies I kind of watched in like a theater on my own. Like I did some stuff, with my parents over the years, but this was the first one I was like, I have this money, I'm saving it, I'm seeing this movie in theaters, because it was such an event movie. Like this was
Right.
such a massive movie. Probably the Marvel movie I talked about the most, because I remember like seeing it in theaters, and then the entire following year, me and my friends in class talking about it for an entire year as we led into Avengers Endgame the following year. What's your history with Avengers Infinity War, though? Like, take me back to kind of where you were as this movie was kind of approaching. I think this was kind of like those like after party probably era, early days of Flash and stuff like that. So kind of like, what was
Yeah.
your kind of vibe with this movie?
I it was one of those things where I think that in retrospect it was a lot bigger than what we were thinking of it at the time, because obviously this was the beginning of the end of that early MCU era. Going into Endgame, but it was also like probably, in my opinion, maybe the biggest superhero movie I had ever been preparing myself
Yeah.
for. We're talking about crossovers with almost every single character in the MCU that were going to interact with each other. And I just remember the hype was pretty big. We were buying tickets for it. Theaters were selling out quickly. Just leading into it, I remember being so excited to see what they were going to do with Thanos. Like, how are they going to do Thanos in this movie? How are they going to establish him as being a threat quickly, considering we've been watching this all sort of play out over the last decade or so. We'll talk about it in a second. The very beginning, he really does establish himself as like a threat at the very beginning of the movie.
Yeah.
But leading into it, I really was just excited for what this film could be. A cameo from the cat here. Sorry. What this film could be. But yeah, it was a lot. Like, the anticipation for this was probably bigger than any movie up until this point for me.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I honestly don't know if there's anything Marvel could do going forward to replicate the excitement and the anticipation of these Avengers movies, both Infinity War and Endgame. I think Doomsday is going to be big. I think it's going to make a lot of money. I think there's going to be exciting stuff in the future. But this was just such a time capsule of an event that I don't know if you can replicate with the current generation of like either fans or kids growing up. Like, I don't know if you could do it again.
I don't think there is. I think you're right. I don't think there is a way to replicate it. It's sort of like the Arrowverse in a way. It's a once in a lifetime culmination of like a film franchise.
Well, yeah, like, because it was really the first time anyone had done this, right?
Yes.
Now a lot of people are doing it, and it's pretty common, and DC and Marvel's trying to do it again. But like at the time, there was no one that had done like 19 movies, and then they're like, hey, what if they're all together? Like, what if we just put them all together? And I think rewatching this, like doing the rewatch for this today, I was like, I think the main criticism people have is it's sometimes a bit bloated. Sometimes there's a lot going on. And I think that's fair. But also, I don't know how other way you would possibly do it, because like this is like 4 movies. This really is
Yeah.
like 4 different movies that are happening at the same time that all slowly turn into one giant third act of a film. And I think the way they pull that off, while sometimes is maybe a bit bloated at times, really works for me. And I think it ends in such a massive way. And I think what really holds it to the test of time and really helps it is it doesn't end. Right?
Right.
There's not we beat Thanos and we've saved the day. I think it really held weight for people because we had now watched 18, 19 movies within this franchise.
Mhm.
And this is the only one that ends with them not winning.
Right.
And I think no one was really expecting that. No one had really had that in mind. Everyone had just been so familiar with this formula that once you break from that formula, it's so devastating to watch it happen on screen.
Yeah. No, I would say that this isn't it isn't a traditional movie by any stretch. This movie on paper without any of the context leading into it is a mess.
Mhm.
Like it's a mess of a movie in the sense that
Yeah.
this movie in a vacuum by itself doesn't structure itself in a way that makes any
No.
sense, really. But if you look at where we were leading up into until this movie, it does make sense in a weird way. Like it just does. And I have to say, I mean, the Russo brothers having such a little experience with these kinds of big films. I mean, not only did they have little experience when they came in, with Captain America, but no one had done anything like this. So they had to not only, balance out a massive ensemble cast, they had to create a new type of film.
Yeah.
Which, I don't even know. It's like a genre in itself, I guess. These large, like, mega movies.
Right. And like part of me kind of thinks maybe that's why it works, is because they weren't trying to follow a template. They weren't like, okay, we need to do this, that leads to this, that leads to this, which is why I'm somewhat kind of afraid for Doomsday, because to me, I get the vibe from Doomsday that they are trying to replicate the success of this movie. And I think maybe, again, I don't know, maybe it's the greatest movie Marvel's ever made. But from just everything we've heard behind the scenes of like the scripts and how it's being done is like, okay, we have to bring back Downey, we have to bring back the Russos, and we have to do this to a T. That does scare me a little bit of like, are you just trying to do this again? Like, you just trying to do this a second time? And 9 times out of 10, that doesn't work. You have to have this organic kind of method to get there. But you're right, it is very impressive how they were. And like, I think with a lesser team, this movie sucks, right? If you bring in someone that doesn't really know these characters or really doesn't care, who doesn't have a passion for these comics and these superheroes, it doesn't work.
Right.
It just simply doesn't. But they did, so I think that's why it works for this specific one.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think, because there's so many like starting points. Like, this is such a hard movie to talk about because, like, I mean, I guess we can kind of just talk about the start. Like, you already kind of talked about that. Like,
Yeah,
how...
like Thanos establishes himself as a threat in so many ways in the first like 15 minutes of this movie. I mean, we see that the Asgardians escaping after Hela's attack are brutally destroyed by Thanos. You have arguably the strongest Avenger, Hulk, present. You got Thor, you got Loki. These are formidable
Heimdall.
characters. What I mean? These are like this team alone. Like, think about this. In any other circumstance, if you said, "Hey, we have a battle going on. We're bringing in Hulk, Thor, Loki, and Heimdall, and a bunch of Asgardians," you'd be like, "Oh, we're gonna be fine. These guys are gonna be good." But no, you got the Black Order, who we had never really seen up until this point. You have Thanos. We're getting to see him like in a big way here. He's punishing Thor. Hulk tries to fight him and finds out that even when you're the Hulk and you're probably the physically strongest character that we've encountered, you've got someone that knows how to fight.
Yeah.
Like, Thanos is the same size as the Hulk, but knows how to actually fight. So it's not about smashing and doing all this, that. It's like he got outmatched by Thanos before Thanos had all the stones. this establishes a major threat from the beginning. And to be honest, I mean, the movie sort of follows Thanos as a protagonist for
Yeah.
parts of the film. Obviously, we're seeing how all this came together. Um, it's a very interesting way to make a movie. I think in that way. But yes, yeah, so we have Thanos, Josh Brolin, obviously
Incredible.
just
Yeah.
incredible in this role. The overall visual effects. I mean, we want to talk about that a little bit. Like Thanos looked incredible. It still
He looks
holds
real.
up. Yeah,
Yeah, he
it
looks
still holds
like a
up.
real character, and I think this movie only works if you think he's real, right? I think if Thanos looked a little funny, if he didn't look too good, I think it all falls apart because I think this movie really leans on you like Thanos. I think that's the worst part of this entire thing is
Yeah.
within everything. There's a part of you that kind of agrees with Thanos. Like there is an argument to be made. Is Thanos actually right? To the point where I feel like every year there's a bit more of like an audience that's like, is he right? Is
Yeah.
Thanos right? Like you have the like Hawkeye scene when like on the bathroom stall it just says like, is Thanos right? Or like,
Yeah.
was he right? Like, should he have done that? Or like Thanos was right. It's like there's an argument to be made. Like I love that scene with him and Gamora, I think, where it's like, since I did what I did to your planet, like those children have never gone a day without food, and
Yeah.
it shines bright on their day, and blah blah blah, and it's like, I kind of like you do kind of find yourself being like, well, does he have a point? And
Yeah.
I think ultimately like it comes down to like, well, it doesn't matter if he's right or not.
Yeah,
like,
there was
it's not how
there was
he-
a complexity to his plan that made it. You had to punch holes in it. You know what I mean? You had to
Yeah.
figure out why it didn't work. And everyone is obviously people fighting for their survival don't care how logical the plan is because
Yeah.
to them it's like you're snapping people away. So
Right.
we don't care if it's gonna help people 100 years from now because what
Right.
difference does that make if you're
We-
murdering people? So that's why it's like it's one of those again water cooler discussions you have about
Oh,
movies. Actually, I mean, I believe I don't have it in front of me. I have to look it up, but I believe they said that this was one of the most discussed movie endings in the last decade, maybe
Yeah.
more. The memes, Mr. Stark, I don't feel good, or I don't feel so good.
Yeah.
The whole like the actual snap effect becoming like a popular viral thing for, TikTok and Instagram and stuff like that. It's just the impact of his character and his storyline and what he does in the movie is incredible. And the fact that he does face all of the Avengers at different points in the movie.
Yeah.
He battles with all kinds of different powers to get what he wants. Like you could argue that even if you argue that he's wrong, it's hard to argue that he wasn't capable of doing what he was doing. He arguably won at the end of the movie, but he came close to being an irreversible win, like something where he didn't, he did it and they couldn't fix the problem. They couldn't fix it and bring people back.
I think he's like the perfect combination of like, he's very powerful, like obviously, but he's never like too powerful that it becomes boring. Like I like that in every fight he's in, he kind of almost loses. Like there's never a like, oh, he's easily gonna take this. Like each fight I'm like, wait, is he lose? No, he like, I think that's the perfect combo. I feel like a lot of these Avengers movies sometimes like the villain is like so powerful and they're obviously winning the entire time until the end. Like I like that there's that back and forth. I love the scene. What is it is it Nowhere when they're all like taking the glove off? They almost beat him. They came very close to beating him there, and obviously maybe something would have happened or whatever. But like I like that there are those stakes there in those fight scenes. I like the concept that if all the Avengers were on Earth when the attack happened, they would have probably beat Thanos. Like they probably would have won there. But it's because of the human consequences. It's because of our strength is also their biggest weakness, which is free will and like their ability to like make their own choices that cause them to lose. Like I think that's fascinating to me.
I'm trying to see. There's something like Titan. I think you're talking about Titan.
Titan. Yes. Yeah. Sorry.
I was trying to see. Like I think in that movie he fought almost everybody at least once throughout the course of that film. But you're right. That battle with Doctor Strange and that group was the group that came the closest to defeating him outside
Mhm.
of you know, where they were at the end of Endgame. Um, but yeah, I mean, and also just the beauty of the connections that they had leading into Infinity War, like all of the different relationships that characters had, having to tie up some of those. Obviously, Guardians of the Galaxy having such a close connection to Thanos in
Yeah.
general, and Gamora, and you know, all of that. It's just so many things that they had to handle and juggle. And maybe I'm not remembering. Maybe if I went through and did like a deep dive nitpick or whatever, I could find things that just really bug me about it.
Mhm.
But there's just not a lot that bugs me about it. I think
No.
that they did a really good job of just balancing everything. I mean, the scene where Thor, Rocket, and Groot show up in Wakanda in that
Yeah.
battle.
It's the
By the way, the battle's crazy. You got, you know, Captain America, Bucky, Black
Yeah.
Panther, Black Widow, not Black Widow, Scarlet Witch, all there and stuff fighting. And then they're getting beat down because Thanos' like minions are just running over all of this.
yeah.
And then you get the moment where Thor shows up, and it's like, I kid you not, I don't think I've ever been in a theater where the theater reacted like waiting for like something to save them. And then this happens, and people were cheering for this. I had to go see it multiple times just to hear what was being said in that scene because people were cheering for
Yeah.
it. Stuff like that, like scenes like that, like you think about superhero movies, very few scenes
Mhm.
resonate with you like that one. That's one of them.
Yeah.
You know?
And I think it only works in this bubble because all of these things have been built up, right? I think that's what works so well about the Infinity War and the Endgame is because these massive events are built on from 10 years worth of trust, worth of a journey, worth of these like executions. Like this doesn't work unless you deeply care about Thor's journey up until this point,
Right.
which not to go back to Doomsday again, but that is one of the things I'm a little worried about is like a lot like we're going in with like Shang-Chi having one real appearance, and we're coming in with
Mhm.
Sam barely having led the Avengers. Like really, like he's not led the Avengers. Like
The
this
new
is his first
Avengers have had
outing.
one movie. The new Avengers have had one movie.
Yeah, it's like these things. I think there's going to be some great. Obviously, I think it's going to be really, really fun. But I don't think there's anything in that movie that's not like nostalgic coded with like the new like our X-Men team and stuff like that that will get you the like reaction of like Thor popping in like Wakanda, which is also again one of my favorite moments in the MCU. I think that's a brilliant moment. You're not going to have that like Captain America picking up Mjolnir for the first time. You're
Right.
not going to have that because it's not built in history as much as these previous ones were. But I agree. Like there's some like technical things I could be like, "Oh, it looks a little gray." But like
Well,
it's
of course,
so
the Iron Man suit with his head wobbling in
yeah,
it. So
like
there's things like that, but I mean,
it's
it
so
doesn't affect the story for me.
I don't
So
give a shit. Yeah, like it's one of those movies. I think like I don't know. I have a hard time believing if you are a fan of superheroes, you don't at least enjoy this movie on some level.
right.
Like if you say I hate Infinity War, I'm kind of assuming maybe you just don't like superheroes, which is fine. You're allowed to not like it. That's totally up to you.
There's so much fan. I don't want to say fan bait in it, but there's a lot of like
Yeah.
stuff for fans in this movie that were put in there specifically to get people hyped and get people excited. You know, doesn't take away from
Yeah.
the story, but it's there for that reason.
No, 100%. Like I think this is probably the closest you'll ever get to reading a comic book.
Yeah.
Like I think this is the closest you're ever going to be like flipping the page of a comic book, and it's like okay, Iron Man and Doctor Strange are fighting this thing, and then Spider-Man shows up, and then there's a Hulk over here,
Yeah.
and then there's that you're never going to get that kind of thing again. I mean, you might obviously we got some stuff coming, obviously, but like I think at least at this time, like I think it was such a mind-boggling thing because we hadn't seen it before. Like we hadn't seen it on this level before, on such a big scale, in such a big way. Like I think to me, my favorite comic book media experiences will forever be this movie and Crisis on Earth X. Because I think both kind of fix the same thing in my brain of like, oh, we can do this. Like we can just have all our heroes doing this thing on this massive scale that we have never seen before. So I think that's incredible.
And not to jump too far into Doomsday, because I know it's primarily we're talking about Infinity War,
Yeah.
but Doomsday could technically be a much better movie than Infinity War, but not
could.
have the emotional weight that Infinity War had.
Yeah.
Because I have a feeling that's what we're going to be up against, right? We've seen that Marvel has put out really good movies. Thunderbolt's arguably one of the best movies they've had in years.
Yes, I agree.
And it still just doesn't do well because for some reason it just doesn't have that same emotional FOMO that they had with like some of these other Marvel movies, right?
Yeah.
Doomsday could be up against that because I don't think the movie's going to be bad. I really don't. I don't think it's going to be a bad movie. I actually think it could technically and structurally be a better movie than any of the other Avenger movies we had because they do have a lot of flexibility on what they're capable of doing in Doomsday. But if it doesn't have the emotional connection that people had with Infinity War, which by the way, this movie, like the success of this movie just isn't on the fact that it is an incredible superhero film. I think it is the emotional connection that people had with these characters.
Yeah.
Like I will say that. Like I'm not discrediting that at all. I'm not discounting that, I should say. I think there is a lot of that in there. And honestly, a lot of that is like you go into this movie and you hear the people cheering, people upset about, Loki getting killed at the beginning of the movie, things like that. All of these things happening only matter.
Someone was detected at your front door.
Only matter if you care about the characters. And I think going into Doomsday, we know these characters, we've loved these characters over the years, but there's been no roller coaster up to the peak. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like we've not been climbing there to that point. And with Infinity War, it was the perfect culmination of all of that climbing to get to that point. And I think that did help the movie a lot. I still think it's a good movie. A little odd all over the place, obviously. My favorite of the two, as we said earlier. But I think that the emotional, the expectations of it emotionally were what really drove people to theaters for Infinity War.
I 100% agree. Like it's that like season finale feeling of like, oh, I've been watching all season, now I get to see how it all wraps up. And like you can kind of understand why there are people that wanted to drop out after Endgame. Like you build and build and build and build, and then they got that in Endgame, and now it's like, oh, all right, I'm good, guys. I'm all right.
Also,
like
I want to just also say, any character could have died in this movie. I remember when Tony Stark got stabbed on Titan, people thought Iron Man was dead. They're like, he just killed Iron Man.
Yeah.
And if he would have died that way, could you imagine if that would have been the end of Iron Man getting stabbed by Thanos by his own suit?
Well, it's kind of built up too. Like you have everything with like Pepper being like, Tony, don't do this. We're trying to have a kid. We're trying to set a little family. I do remember going into the movie being like, I think out of the two, Iron Man might die. Like I think it could be him. And so when that moment happens, my theater, I will never forget the moment. I think that moment to me is more like memorable than like the back half of Endgame. My entire theater went, oh,
yeah,
at
there was
the
a gasp.
same time. Like I will never forget
the shot of that scene when you go back and you watched this recently, right? Didn't you watch it recently? Right?
I just finished it. Yeah.
So like with that scene, when that happens, the look on his face and the way they frame that shot, because he's fighting so hard, he's got him on the ropes, and then Thanos just stabs him, and it's like, oh shit, this is it. And then when Doctor Strange says, I've looked at how many thousands of different outcomes, we have to let him win. We have to.
Yeah.
And it's like, holy shit. Okay. So everything is fucked at this point. And seeing like Spider-Man get snapped away.
Yeah.
Like it's just, I get emotional even thinking about it because you put yourself back in that moment of where you were and you're like, we're going to lose a bunch of characters, and this isn't the end of the MCU. We knew that they were going to continue on, but we're going to lose a bunch of characters, and we don't know who's staying gone and who's coming back. We have no idea.
I really kind of wish they didn't do it with Spider-Man though, because that was the one character that kind of, I think, undoes that emotion a little bit. Because I'm like, oh, Spider-Man has a new movie in a couple years, so it can't be him. But everyone else, I was like, they could just be dead. Like they could have actually did it, and then it was Spider-Man being like, oh, they're like filming his new movie as we speak.
Yeah.
But no, like that moment is such an insane experience. You don't know what's going to happen. This trope has never really been done in this way before. And just like, I have this immense memory of like tiny children crying as they're leaving the theater because they just saw Spider-Man die.
Watching Black Panther Like watching those characters get snapped away right after we just saw Black Panther's movie.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, because every scene they're going through as the snap happens, it takes a moment, and then you're waiting to see which one of these characters is going to fade away.
Yeah.
Which one?
That's-
And
yeah.
it's crazy. It's such a great way of. There's no music in those scenes. Everything goes silent. You just hear the dust of the characters getting like snapped.
No, it's yeah. No, like
So-
you're like so locked in because again, yes, I think that is the big part of it. Is like who's it going to be? Who's next? Who's going to go? And as you slowly pan around to all the characters, it's like, man, this is.
I
something.
also want to give a shout out to us getting a glimpse of how powerful Wanda is, because
Yes.
when they have to stop Thanos from getting the final stone,
hmm
she's almost single-handedly stopping him.
Yeah.
And we're not talking about Endgame, but there's also a part of that movie where it's like you get to see where Wanda was before she goes full Scarlet Witch. I fully believe, looking at where she is, by the time we get to like WandaVision and into Multiverse of Madness, if she would have had access to all of her powers, Thanos wouldn't have stood a chance against her. I honestly believe that in Infinity War. So she was running on like 5% of her power, and she was able to hold Thanos back a little bit. But watching her lose vision, just so many heartbreaking moments that happen in that movie, especially in the third act.
There's so many of these like, if things were just slightly different, it would have turned out differently.
Yeah.
Like Thor's the same way. If Thor was to 5 minutes sooner, if he had just got there before he got that last stone, he
Right.
would have won. He would have been good. It's the same thing with like Star-Lord. If Star-Lord just didn't hit Thanos there,
Yeah.
maybe they could have got it. Like there's so many of these little tiny things that cause for so many great discussions.
But I also love the
Um,
fact that things don't go perfect, because that's the thing, is like
Yeah.
when you're looking at these movies and everything feels so convenient, like it just all kind of falls into place.
Yep.
It makes it a little bit less believable. But in this movie specifically, there's so many times, like you just mentioned, where things
Yeah.
don't go the way they expect it to go, and
Yeah.
they lose over and over and over again, like throughout this movie. It's like
Yeah.
a series of losses. So that's why when you get those little wins, like when Thor shows up, in Wakanda, or
Mhm.
when you see Scarlet Witch holding him back, or you see, Star-Lord's about to pull the glove off, like all these different
Yeah.
things that they could do. All these little wins feel like you're making so much groundwork, and then it doesn't mean anything. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like they still get beat. So
And that goes all the way back to Civil War, right? Like we can play that whole mind game. Okay, if Zemo didn't split up the Avengers, they wouldn't have had to go through all this. Like they would have had the entire team together to fight Thanos. Like they would have been good. They would have
Yeah.
been all right. Like we wouldn't have had to do all of this.
instead
They
of
would have
having
all-
like half the team on the run.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like we would have had the whole team together being like, all right, what's our game plan? How do we do this? If Tony, Strange, Spider-Man went back down to Earth instead of going to wherever they go. I can never remember planets' names. But like if they just go back to Earth there, they won. I really think if they had Thor, like if they had the whole team together, Thor, Cap, Iron Man, Spider-Man, Strange, all together, they're good. They
Yeah.
have beat Thanos. But I think it is like that.
They make so many decisions, like even getting
Mhm.
on the ship in general, like just doing that seems like it might be the right decision at the time, but it ends up being one of the most detrimental
Right.
decisions.
Which makes like Endgame, I think, a better movie because of it. Because like you see, like, okay, this is what happens when they're split up.
Right.
Now this is their power together, as they've all kind of. This is how they've won every time, and this is how they will continue to win now.
Right.
Like I think that's really cool.
But they lose in it. But they lose in Infinity War. They lose it. at
They
the
lose
end.
it because they weren't together. Okay, I want to speed run a couple of characters here,
Yeah,
just
go
to
for
kind
it.
of get their arcs and their story arcs. I love Tony's arc in this movie. I think it's really good. I like seeing a more like mature Tony, a Tony that
Mhm.
feels like he's fully realized he knows who he is, he knows what he has to do, but he's still a little bit of like this immature punk who's like kind of has everything in mind, and like everything he's been building to since that 2012 Avengers movie has kind of fully come to fruition here.
Yeah.
I like the way that he like prepares Peter and how he handles the stuff with I almost said Peggy with
Pepper?
Pepper, thank you, Pepper. And like that argument there I think is always so fascinating of just like
Yeah.
oh, he wants this, but he knows in his deep, deep soul, he can't fully
Right.
have it. Like, he was never going to fully be there. I think it's fascinating. I'm pretty sure that we both agree on this fact. I think this is easily Thor's best outing by
Oh,
far.
yeah.
He's incredible in this. I love a Thor that has completely lost everything, but doesn't have time to process that grief because he knows what's coming.
Yeah.
So that stuff is great. I love the stuff with Rocket and Groot as well. Like, that trio of characters is such a fun kind of outing. Thoughts on Bruce Banner in this movie? Because I think this is probably one of the most controversial Bruce Banner.
This is one of my least favorite storylines in the movie. I've done digging to figure out like why they made the decisions they made, because we saw in the trailers there was a version of the movie where the Hulk was present in the Battle of Wakanda. But I think they wanted to make Thor's what were you gonna say?
Or just like trick the audience as well. Just
yeah.
He's in it.
But I think the decision was made so that Thor could show up and sort of save the day, because if Hulk would have been there, what would that have looked like with him fighting alongside the heroes? I also think they wanted a path to quote unquote smart Hulk, and this was their way of doing it. I think Bruce was a little too stupid, like in the movie. You know what I mean? Like, I understand that's kind of his personality to be a little silly, but I'm just like, come on. You didn't try to even figure out what was going on with you and Hulk. Like, it was kind of like I'm accepting the fact that, you know, he's not happening for me. You know what I mean? And it's just, you know, that kind of thing. That's one of my least favorite performances of the movie post the first like act of the film. So
I think I like it in a bubble, but I think it works better if there was a better transition into Smart Hulk.
Yeah.
Like, I really, really do wish there could have been a movie that's set in between Infinity War and Endgame. And I know rights issues, we couldn't have done it, but I really, truly wish that there was a Hulk movie in between that time about his journey transitioning. Because I think it works here if you have the like satisfying moment of them reuniting and finding this. But they skip over all the interesting parts of Smart Hulk and just be like, oh, it's done, we're here. It's like,
yeah, they try to fit everything Hulk has into ensemble movies because they don't have a choice.
They don't have which we're about to see again in A Brand New Day.
Yeah.
And like, we're rumored to be getting Angry Hulk back, which this is the last movie we ever see of Angry Hulk up until this point as well, which is pretty crazy. It's been 8 years since we've seen him, which is kind of insane.
Actually, I think the most substantial Hulk we had outside of being in the first Avengers was in Ragnarok.
Yeah,
I think that's it. He's kind of been sort of a sidetracked character. You know, he wasn't in Civil War because of what happened at the end of Age of Ultron, and so he didn't get any sort of character development there. So yeah, we had Ragnarok was his biggest, and then we jump into this one and they sideline him pretty much after the first act. So
yeah. Steve Rogers doesn't have a lot to do here. I think it's just like his presence that's really cool. Like, I think this is like Steve at his coolest. I love his entrance being like, we're not looking for forgiveness, we're just here, and if you stand in our way, we're gonna stop you. Like, I think that stuff is really cool. I like that he kind of like relates the vision in this movie of being like, well, no one can sacrifice himself. It's like, but you did, Steve. So, like, what's the difference between, like, I think that stuff is very interesting. Although he definitely doesn't have as much to do as like the rest of like as Tony and Strange and stuff like that. Natasha's barely in this movie. I didn't realize it until I'm looking at this cast list. I'm like, she doesn't get a lot to do. Like, she's kind of just there for her presence alone. Which they make up for in Endgame. That's cool. Rhodes is in this movie. He doesn't have a lot to do either. He's just kind of there. I think this was my first big favorite appearance of Doctor Strange.
Okay.
I like his movie, but I came out of that movie being like, oh, he's great. Like, he's a great character. And I do stand by, I think Doctor Strange works better in these, like, ensemble casts. Like, I think he works very well because he can bounce off of
Well, I think he was
Wanda
also
and
really
that,
good in Spider-Man No Way
Yes.
Home as well. So
like he's best if he can bounce off of Wanda, bounce off Tony, bounce off Peter. Like I think he works very well in that way, and I do like his movie, but I feel like he needed just something a little bit more to bounce off of.
Mhm.
And he has a couple characters that he does that with, but Peter Parker in this movie, I like him. It might be my least favorite Peter Parker MCU appearance though, because I do think he is kind of just there to like for Tony's sake. Like I think he's there for Tony's character. And I don't know. I love that moment so much in Homecoming when he's like, I have to be the little guy. Like I have to be that guy. And I think immediately being like, he's an Avenger now. While it makes sense, I don't know. There's something about it that has never really sat well with me. But I like it. It's fine. He's good.
Mhm.
T'Challa also doesn't get a lot to do, but I think his presence is, I think he's the perfect amount. Like I think
Yeah.
he's part of that ensemble, but he's not overbearing. He's
I actually think that they did that because that movie leads into Infinity War, and we had a whole movie with
Yeah.
T'Challa, and they wanted to sort of give people a chance to
Mhm.
take in a few more characters we hadn't seen in a while. I think at least
Yeah.
I believe that's probably what they were doing, because he could have been a co-lead of the movie. He's totally
He could've.
capable of doing it. So
He could have, yeah. I think it works out. I think it's more so we needed Wakanda. Like
Yeah.
we needed a place to have this giant fight, and he kind of leads that. I think one of the funniest quotes in like the MCU is like, "Get this ready, and get this man a shield." Like that's
Yeah.
one of the most iconic lines of the movie. That's great. And one of his last like, I guess it's kind of one of his last major performances as a character too, because like
Yeah.
he's an Endgame, but like apparently, like I don't know if he could. He has a couple lines of dialogue. You have the Guardian stuff in here. I'll try and get through these quickly. Gamora, her last movie, technically, as at least this version of that character. Are you happy with her sacrifice? Like, I know there's been some talk over the years. Maybe you should or shouldn't have killed her off here.
So my issue isn't with it in this movie. I think in this movie it's fine if if that's the direction they wanted to go. But the impact on that is it completely derailed whatever would have happened in the next Guardians movie, which I think is one of the things that James Gunn has talked about, how
Yeah.
that wasn't really part of the plan originally because
It-
he,
yeah.
wasn't going to kill characters off like that. Anyway, so they had to deal with that. But in this movie alone, I think it's
Yeah.
totally fine if you want to do that. But the broader implications, I don't think were considered when they did that. Honestly,
Yeah, I'd be curious how much of that, because like I think James Gunn has been very coy, being like, "Oh yeah, it was always part of the plan," but it kind of seemed like maybe it wasn't. Like it seems like maybe because I mean, like he talked about killing her off in 2.
yeah.
Like
I
there
think
was-
I actually think the truth is he probably wanted to handle it himself. He didn't want somebody
Yeah.
else doing it. Is probably what it was.
I think she would have always going to die, but yeah, probably not in that way would be my assumption. Nebula's cool in here. She doesn't get a lot to do. She's kind of more of a plot device than anything, but I like her in here. She's kind of pushes the plot along. Officially, Loki technically dies here. At least this timeline, Loki dies here. Obviously, we get him. I remember around this time being very confused what they were doing with Loki, because we killed him off officially here, and then right before Endgame, they announced we're getting a Loki series, and
Mm.
I remember being like, "What are we doing?"
Yeah.
I was like, "Why?" They were bringing him back again, but technically Loki does die here. Like this
Yeah.
is this Loki's final.
Yeah, the Loki that we know is gone.
Yeah.
Like the one that we were following all the way up until this point is gone.
Yeah. So that's interesting. Wanda and Vision. I think this is probably my favorite movie of Vision's. I think I'm trying to think back to any of the other. Like I love him in WandaVision. I like him in. Actually, he's not really in Endgame at all. Really, no, he's not actually. He's the one character who's not in it. He's good. He's good in Ultron, but I think the stuff they gave him this week in this movie was really solid. Of like, oh, I am a human. I was like, I am more human than robot. Can we just take out the robot and keep the human? I think that stuff is really good.
Yeah.
And then Wanda's kind of grief with that, I think, is good. I think it's very traumatic seeing her having to sacrifice him just for
Yeah.
Thanos to bring him back anyway. Like that stuff is very traumatic. You're a big Wanda fan. Like what's your thoughts on like I guess Wanda's journey? Because I feel like we kind of keep taking her in different places.
So some people don't like it, and I think there's a lot of valid criticisms on the way she rubber bands a little bit on certain things, like in terms of like how evil she is versus how good
Right.
she is, and I'm using those terms very loosely. But like the fact that she's been like that in the comics, though, that's the thing that I don't
Yeah.
think a lot of people like. I'm not saying that you have to be a comic book fan, to understand the character in that way, but as someone who did read a lot of her in the comics, she's been on good guys teams. She's been on bad guy teams. She's
Yeah.
done self-centered stuff before. She's done greater good stuff before. She
Mhm.
she makes a lot of decisions on what she thinks is the best choice. I mean, one of the most iconic things she did was get rid of all the mutants. I mean, that was one of the things. Well, not all of them, but like 90% of all mutants in the world disappeared. So she's done a lot of really, really weird things. I think at the
Yeah.
point in this and where we get to in Infinity War, um, she's still struggling with the things that she's done and like where we were with the Accords and all that. Like all of that's still part of her as a character. Um, I just like to see her kind of comfortable in her power, which is something we hadn't seen so far. She's still been kind of skittish about it. So seeing her a little bit more comfortable in her power was fun. Um, I really, really like the character, and I like the journey that we had with her up until this point. Obviously, a lot happened after Infinity War that we can't take into account.
Yeah.
But when we get here, I feel very good about where she is. I
Yeah.
feel like she's had a really good storyline thus far, and I actually think a lot of the complaints about Wanda started after Infinity War, like where she went after this movie
Yeah.
versus where she was in this movie. So yeah, still very
This
happy
is-
with this point.
This is probably the most like morally good she ever is, like weirdly enough.
Yeah.
Like, she starts Age of Ultron as a villain, then in Civil War she gets sent to jail. Then after this we have everything with WandaVision and Doctor Strange. Like, this is probably her at her most like morally okay.
Yeah,
I'm just like, oh, I am actually a full good guy and I'm just trying to help everybody. A lot of these other characters aren't even really worth talking about. Sam, a couple speaking lines.
yeah.
Bucky's back here, few speaking lines. Heimdall dies a goat. Okoye just there for a little bit. Shout out to Peter Dinklage. I always forget he's in this movie.
Yeah, he helps Thor get his hammer back as an axe.
Wong is fun in here, but obviously he's kind of just in the first couple, like 30 minutes or so, and he disappears. Mantis doesn't have a lot to do here. Drax is interesting to me because I think I'm kind of mixed on Drax in this movie because
Okay.
I think this is in some ways kind of him at his worst. I think this is the Guardians 2 in this I think is when his comedy is at his worst. I talked about this with our friend Ronan, how they kind of transition that character and after that first movie, like you have the whole bit where it's like, oh, I'm standing so still, you don't even know, like that's some of the comedy that doesn't fully work here. But I mean, I think Drax should have been one of the characters that has some of the most stakes in the storyline. And there's just kind of like there's that scene where he almost attacks Thanos and he doesn't, but like I don't know, I kind of wanted a bit more from him in this two-part movie, and I don't think they fully give it to him. They give him a little here, but like by Endgame, they completely forget about him. Like they completely forget that he killed his wife and children.
Yeah, his story. He's probably the next biggest casualty, in my opinion, to where Bruce Banner and the Hulk were in this movie. It's almost like they're juggling. They're juggling 4 balls, and they drop one, and they're still juggling 3, and that one is just stuck where it is. And I think that's what happened with Drax. There was no development for his character; it just kind of stayed one note. So.
Yeah, I kind of wish they gave that Peter moment to Drax when like Peter's attacking Thanos and he gets like I kind of wish they gave that to Drax instead of this final moment of like you killed her. How like you killed them. How dare you? I kind of wish they gave, I don't know, just to have a little bit of semblance of that arc for him, but is what it is. I think we're going to talk about Thanos in good detail. People hate Peter in this movie. I know there's a whole section of fandom that despises Peter in this movie.
I found, so I've gone back and forth on this. I think his characterization for most of the movie is fine. I don't think there's any big standout problems in the earlier scenes where he meets up with like, the Earth characters and stuff like that. I think all that's fine. I think his emotional reaction with Thanos and the stakes that were there. a lot of people, and even I from time to time wonder, is that the correct way he would have reacted in that moment? Or would he have understood the stakes, or would he have allowed himself to become so emotionally compromised that he
Right.
would sacrifice everyone? You know, I don't know. I don't find his issues the same as like say Drax and Hulk, where
Right.
those characters were just almost useless in the movie. I think that his choice could be argued, but this again, I think, is what makes the movie such a good movie. Is that
That talking point.
yeah, you get to talk about, should this character have done that? I don't know. Is it completely out of character, or is it just out of character in
Right.
that moment? Because sometimes people emotionally do things that they never do again. They do it one time in their life, and they never do it again. They act out, they do something, illogical. Maybe this was that moment for him. Maybe that's what that was.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't know for
And like
sure.
this is very fresh news. It's not like he's had time to think about this.
Right.
This is like 12 seconds ago he found out that the love of his life has been murdered by her father. And like I think Quill's always been a pretty he's never really dealt with his grief in ways like he
Right.
never really dealt with his mother's grief. I think he instead just kind of like overlapped it with the Guardians, and is like, okay, I'm going to cover this grief up and not think about it. And I think once that's taken away from him, I think everything just kind of comes out in this moment. And while it does piss me off that he does that, I think from a character standpoint, it makes sense to me that in this moment he would struggle with his anger, and that would just come out in that way. Even though, yes, from a viewer's standpoint, it's like, dude, what the fuck, man? Like what are you doing? William Hurt as Ross is in this movie for a bit. Doesn't do much.
Right.
It's just kind of there to stand in the way. I think Shuri's kind of interesting in this movie. I do kind of wish it definitely, you kind of said they kind of dumbed down Bruce. I do think they kind of dumbed down Bruce a little in here to make Shuri kind of smart. I kind of wish maybe they more so worked together.
Right.
But it is her being like, well, you're kind of stupid, man. Let me just do this. I don't know. Yeah, I think that's kind of all the major kind of big characters. There's some smaller ones, but none that I think have the, I don't know, Ned's in here for a little
not
bit.
worth talking about. Essentially,
yeah. Stan
No, I
Lee
get
as a
that.
cameo. Yeah.
Yeah. There's so many great moments in this movie, and again, like I
Yeah.
said earlier, out of the two pairings, the two bookends here, I think Infinity War is the more entertaining movie, because
Yeah.
Endgame is so sad because of everything that happened. You know what I mean? Like, there's
Yeah.
not a lot there until you get towards the end. But I think Infinity War for me it's always going to be in my top 5 Marvel movies. I think it's going to be really
Yeah.
hard to take it out of my top 5. So
I fully agree. I think this is my favorite live action Marvel movie. There's some arguments about some of like the animated ones, but yeah, this is personally at the top of my list, and I am so happy I got to fully break it down and talk about it. But Eric, that brings us to the end of our show today.
okay.
Thank you so much for joining us today. It's an absolute pleasure as always. Infinity War was my first Marvel movie I saw on the big screen, just because family didn't go out to movies very much. We weren't doing that kind of thing, and I had binged a lot of these movies like in preparation for Infinity War and Endgame. So now we're kind of caught up from here onwards. I've seen everything in the cinema. I had that experience I didn't have with like the Iron Man 3s and the Thor Ragnaroks and the freaking, Homecoming and stuff like that. So I was curious to kind of dive into these. And these are like those kind of interesting in between the Infinity War and Endgame spots.
Yeah.
That I think is such an interesting thing to kind of dive into. And the first one on that list is Ant-Man and the Wasp. Just Ant-Man and the Wasp. I almost added a Quantumania on there, but not a Quantumania on there. Just Ant-Man and the Wasp. 2018, the sequel to the 2015 film with just Paul Rudd. What was your feeling at the time going into these movies? Did you watch these on the big screen? Were you really into the fandom at that?
I don't think I saw Captain Marvel on the big screen, but I know I saw this was on the big screen.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, again, it was such a weird like I think I saw this at a drive-in with my dad, and at the time he had never seen a Marvel movie. This was his first Marvel movie, I think, ever. Which is such a weird like first Marvel movie. A sequel to an Ant-Man movie is such an interesting choice to start. But well, like, what was your kind of vibe with the Ant-Man? As you know, and we can get into the more like nitty gritty a bit later. But like, what was your like main general takeaway after watching this movie?
I really liked it. I remember like when this came out, I was like, I feel like even though like Ant-Man's not the most popular character, this is the kind of film that you want to watch on the big screen, just from the sheer scale of seeing Giant Man. And I remember being like, this is just this just feels like the kind of thing you want to see on the big screen. And I remember really enjoying it. Though I this time actually rewatching it, I think I liked it even more than I originally liked it. Like I was rewatching it last night. I was like, man, this is really good.
Mm-hmm.
And like the visuals particularly are really good, and the CGI looks really good.
Yeah, I had an interesting time rewatching this one, because I didn't like it that much the first time around. The first couple of times around, I was like, okay, this wasn't interesting. I definitely don't like this one as much as the first one. I'll say that. I like the first one more. But I think this time around, I do think it's helped not watching it directly after Infinity War. Because I do think that was like the biggest takeaway. I think at the time was like, oh, this is fine, but we just watched Thanos kill everyone we loved. And then like going into this one where it is like probably the most, people like to use the word filler. I wouldn't use the word filler for this movie. But it is definitely the most like carefree Marvel movie. Like I think it's the one with the, I won't say the least amount of stakes, because there are some stakes in here, especially for the characters. But like, it isn't like an end of the world movie. It isn't like there aren't these massive scale things that are happening. It is more of a day in the life of heist movie, car chase movie. It's a fun movie, and so it's definitely a very contrast from like the Infinity War and even Captain Marvel, which we'll talk about here in a little bit. And so like it's definitely one that the like middle child of the MCU. I think that often kind of gets like swept under the rug comparatively to where it's kind of located.
I think that that when this came out, Marvel I did it as a we expect people need a palate cleanser after that insane depressing ending of Infinity War, while the audience took it and the audience has been and taking sadly for a while now Marvel films and Marvel TV shows as they need to be as big and as good as Infinity War and Endgame.
Yeah, they've been chasing that high for a while, I think, and we're seeing that right now, actually, as we like approach like Doomsday, where it's like, oh, they're still chasing the high of Infinity War and Endgame, which I don't think is always an issue. I think sometimes it's good to chase that, but yeah, I do think this is one. Ant-Man should never be the big event movies necessarily, which I think is maybe one of the downfalls for at least me. I'm not sure if you like it or not, of like Quantumania. I think Quantumania tried to be something massive and larger than life, and I don't think it all worked. I don't think it's their fault necessarily. I think there's a lot of behind the scenes things that happens.
Oh yeah,
there was a weird era for Marvel in terms of like Kevin Feige of it all, and the Bob Chapek and the Bob Iger coming back in shortly after. So again, not to get into all that, but I think, and maybe that's a reason I liked this one so much on this rewatch, because I think this one, for me at least, is leaps and bounds above Quantumania.
Yeah.
I think Quantumania kind of lost a lot of the heart and the personality that these movies brought. I think they kind of forgot what makes these characters, and I think this movie, while I don't think this is a perfect movie, has a lot of heart and it has a lot of personality. There are scenes that are like really emotional and really really heartfelt, that like on a rewatch I was like, oh damn, I really didn't pick up on how heartfelt this movie is sometimes.
One thing that and I understand why we don't get this anymore, but like I miss from this era of Ant-Man is the relationship between Scott and little Cassie.
Yeah, I miss little Cassie too.
Like I that's one thing where I think they kind of I've ruined it by doing that 5-year jump because of Endgame.
Yeah, I definitely like their dynamic a lot. I do miss Scott the father, which it's not that he's not a father in Quantumania. He is. It's a different dynamic.
Yeah.
And it's definitely teased here. There are multiple lines about like, I want to be a hero like you one day, Dad, or like I want to be your partner, Dad. There's a lot of like rewatching it since Quantumania came out. There's like a lot of like, oh, they were clearly setting this up. They clearly knew what they wanted to do with Cassie. And I do think Cassie is just, and I like Cassie in Quantumania more than most.
I really like her in Quantumania too. It's just like I miss that dynamic that they had, and it was a really fun one. And it had a lot of art to it. One character who I thought was really interesting with watching this again, and with the knowledge of further things in the MCU, is Ghost, because of Thunderbolts. And I don't remember on the first watch finding Ghost that interesting in this film, but this time watching it, I really liked Ghost.
I agree. She is, but again, I think it's helped by Thunderbolts being such a good movie, by Thunderbolts being such an emotional roller coaster that like.
It's really interesting because I feel like there's a very different personality for Ghost in this.
Yeah. But I guess it's kind of down to like her being healed maybe at the end of the movie that like allows her to be a real person in Thunderbolts. Like she's not in that chronic pain and like hunger for getting her life back, I guess. But also like I think the scenes in this movie now hit even harder now that we have Thunderbolts. The like stuff of like I have been in pain every day of my life, and I think that hits harder now that you've, and like Ghost is someone I actually wanted more of out of Thunderbolts. Like that was one of my kind of criticism that movie, as I wanted a little bit more of her because she is very good in it. But like like once we get kind of like the Void stuff in that movie, it does hit hard that like, oh yeah, she does have that trauma and she does have things that she was also going through in that movie. And one thing that I picked up on that we're going to be getting here soon, I'm very interested in, is in Doomsday, both Scott and Ghost are back in Doomsday and most likely will be on a similar team or on the same team together. So what's that dynamic going to be like? Are they going to butt heads a little bit, or are they going to like have scenes together? Like I'll be very interested in that.
I hope that they kind of buck heads a little bit, because like, one scene in this that I particularly really liked on this rewatch was when Ghost captures Hank, Hope, and Scott. I really enjoyed that dynamic there, as she was just kind of messing with Scott a lot out there. So I think that'll be really fun to see.
Yeah. No, I think because they were never like, Ghost was never like full on villainous. Like she's a lot less of a villain here than I remember her being. It's just like I'm in chronic pain all the time and I need healed. And I kind of think that's really relatable. Like, I think if
Oh, yeah.
anyone was in her situation, I think we would all be doing probably very similar things. I think she was kind of at her wit's end. So I think that helps her transition in Thunderbolt so much better, where it doesn't feel forced that she wants to help people, that she wants to be a good person, because it feels like a natural progression of where she would go.
Oh yeah, and the fact that she's not really a villain in this, she's just an antagonist, is really makes this film feel fresh as compared to a lot of Marvel films.
Yeah. No, I think yeah, like I think looking back on it, like she definitely gets raised in my like MCU villain. Like she's not like super high. She's not like, oh, she's one of the best villains. Like, she's not the greatest, but like definitely a lot better than I remember her being. I also really enjoyed Lawrence Fishburne in this movie on rewatch. Goliath is one of the most like underutilized aspects of the MCU. Like you have Lawrence Fishburne just sitting there, and I'm
He's
like,
so
use
good,
him.
and also another one-off character that appears in this is that really feels like it shouldn't be a one-off character is Sammy Birch with Walton Goggins.
Walter got which. Yeah, I was just talking about this with some friends. I kind of wish they didn't use him here because he's such a good actor. He is such a big actor. It almost feels like a waste to use him in like side villain of what most people is a underwhelming Marvel movie. Like this, I kind of hope they recast him as someone else in the future because he's so good. Like he could be a main character.
He absolutely could. Recently someone did an interview with Walton Goggins because of Fallout Season 2, and they asked him about Sonny Birch, and he was like, he said that he thinks that back then they were planning on doing more with the character or in having him return in something for a bigger role, but then he doesn't know what happened, and they just never called him back after that.
Yeah, I don't know. He wasn't my favorite in this movie, to be honest with you. I didn't hate him. I wasn't like, oh, fuck this guy. But I was kind of just like, that was like the element of this movie I think I just vibed with the least. And maybe that's where just because some of the comedy elements did completely hidden like this movie's comedy is very interesting to me because sometimes it really hits for me. Sometimes it's really, really, really funny. And then there are also elements where sometimes there are jokes that I think maybe slow the momentum down a little bit, or maybe could have been placed better. Like I think the phone call scene is really funny, right? I think that's a funny bit of like her calling him during a hostage situation because she can't find her shoes. That's funny, but also it does kind of slow down the stakes of the scene. A very important moment in the movie. Where of like maybe it could have been placed somewhere a little bit better, So it's like little stuff like that. But like the scene when like they're at the school and Scott's like a mini version of himself running through the hallways, that's really funny. It's really well done jokes, and so it's like it's definitely a mixed bag, I think, when it comes in terms of like the comedy and how it's placed in this movie.
I think my favorite piece of comedy in this is the physical comedy of Ant-Man Ant-Man riding on top of this this truck near the end,
using it as like a scooter. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, like that was like just so silly to me. I love it, and it's like and also it's really impressive to me because it looks so good.
Yeah,
but just with the visuals of it.
This movie is definitely I don't think this movie gets talked about enough in terms of how good it looks. And again, I don't want to go back to Slam and Quantumania, but especially the like quantum realm elements of this movie look beautiful. Like when they're going down and like Hank is looking upon the like view and he's like, Scott didn't tell me how pretty it was. gorgeous. It looks absolutely incredible. And then the Quantumania stuff, and it's like, this used to look so beautiful and vibrant and real.
Yeah, like as I was thinking about it, that watching and rewatching this, I'm like, I feel like what actually like ended up making it give off this bad taste, Ace with Quantum Mania, is like the Quantum Realm. Even though the Quantum Realm was definitely weird in Quantum Mania, it was so much more normal than in this. It's like everything feels so fluid and like and zany and like psychedelic in this is versus in Quantum Mania. It's just this civilization.
Yeah. No, I think, I honestly think maybe doing a whole movie set in the Quantum Realm is probably the worst. Like, I love it in theory. I think in theory it's a great idea. But I think it was maybe just too much to fully. I don't know. Like, sometimes when you do something too much, it can lose that coolness to it because you're exposed to it too much. Like, I think what's kind of fun about the Quantum Realm is that there is a mystery element to it. There is something that's underneath it that we don't quite know about, and we shouldn't know much about it. And so I think doing it fully kind of takes away an element of the mystery and the coolness and the beautifulness that is the Quantum Realm. And then it's just kind of faltered by just like most people not liking the movie, and the king of it all, unfortunately, hasn't aged well and all that jazz. So yeah, interesting for sure. I'm kind of looking through the cast list here. This is Luis's last Marvel movie as well, up until this point. Luis was a mixed bag for me throughout most of the MCU up until this point. I really like him. Sometimes he can be a bit much. Sometimes there are some scenes where I'm like, okay, maybe a couple less scenes could have worked, but I would like to see him come back at some point. I would like to see.
Love to see him come back. I don't know if it'll happen. From what I've heard, he's so the actor Michael Pena he's in the Church of Scientology, and they and apparently the Church of Scientology had a big problem with Eternals. They thought it was making fun of them, and so according to rumors, he hasn't. They haven't allowed him to come back.
Oh, but there goes Tom Cruise being in a Marvel movie. Oh God!
Which I don't know if that rumor's true, but that could explain the reason why he's not back, and
sure,
which saddens me because I personally really like his character.
Yeah,
I still wish that Marvel would release the special video that they showed only at Comic-Con one year of Luis explaining the events of the Infinity Saga to Jan Van Dyne.
Yeah. And I mean, that would be, if he could come back, that would be great marketing for Doomsday. Like, have him do like a little promo, like on YouTube or something, like explaining the explaining the multiverse saga for those who haven't caught up through the eyes of Luis or something. Like that'd be fun. But yeah, I don't know. That's interesting. I like Paul Rudd Scott Lang in this. I don't like him as much as the first one. He's definitely a lot goofier in this one, but he has a lot of heart. I think he's the funniest Scott has ever been in this movie. Like, I love the opening bits where Scott is like with his daughter and they're like doing the like home through because he can't go outside, and like I think like that dynamic between Scott and Cassie is the best in this movie. I think this is the best that their dynamic ever is.
I can definitely understand like I mean not liking as much because he's a little bit goofier in this, but I do think it kind of makes sense because like you're bound to go a little bit off your rocker if you're stuck in home for
Sure.
2
No,
years.
for sure. I think my only issue with current Scott, and I don't have a huge issue. I think he's still great in everything he's in. Like I'm not like screw Marvel. Like I'm not that whatsoever. But I love how smart Scott is in the first movie. Like he is a smart man the way he does things. And there are still scenes where he's smart in the other movies. But I do think they sometimes dumb him down a little bit for the comedy aspect. Somewhat in this one, but I feel like it gets kind of worse, especially in like Quantumania, where like sometimes they write him as an idiot sometimes. And I'm like, oh come on, he's so smart. Not in like a sciencey way, but like in his own way, he is a very tactical, very smart guy. So Hope obviously is co-lead this time around. This is her first appearance as Wasp. Itself, another character we may not ever see again due to just one, controversies, and two, she says she's retired from acting.
Mhm.
Is that true? I don't know.
I think at this point, I kind of believe that she's either retiring from acting or she's going to be probably taking a long break because less because of like the controversy surrounding her, but more because recently she had some kind of brain injury and I think that and I think she's probably gonna want to take a break after that.
Yeah, no, for sure. Which I'm personally fine with. Like I like Hope. I've never loved Hope though. I've never been her biggest fan. Although I will say I do think this is her best movie. I think this is the most I've liked Hope. This is the most they've given her. Like Ant-Man 1, she is a little bit too damselly in my opinion. Like it's very much, oh, she's the love interest for Scott, a little bit too much. Where this one, they actually give her some room to be her own character. I think she has some fantastic scenes here. I love the kitchen fight scene that we get, or like the yeah, like when she's in the like bunker and she's shrinking, she's going up and down. You have the like knife throw in, and she's going in between the bed. Like that's a gorgeous fight scene. I think that's such an underrated fight scene, and the way Scott then comes in and they have their team up stuff with Ghost, chef's kiss. Maybe my favorite scene in the movie, one of my favorite scenes, and like I think it's a very well done action set piece.
Oh yeah, definitely. There's a channel that I watch a lot called Corridor Crew, and they do VFX artist react videos. And like as I was rewatching this, it's just I was like, I really want them to do an episode on this movie because like there are some really beautiful shots. It's like the knife scene in there, like. That looks so good.
No, for sure. Yeah, no, this movie is like in terms of the special effects, they had time to cook and stuff like that. Like they did a great job. A couple more characters I want to spotlight. A couple got kind of introduced or reintroduced here. This is the first appearance of Jimmy Woo. In the MCU, we later see him in WandaVision, and then recently in Marvel Zombies, which is not technically canon, but still within kind of the same general world. I think he's great here. I think he adds a lot. I think some of the best comedy scenes come from him. Sometimes jokes, go on a little bit too long, but he still cracks me up. I think that actor is has such a great chemistry and has such a great, I don't know, vibe to him that I would like to see him come back, especially after WandaVision, because I really liked him in WandaVision. I thought he was great there. So I'd like to see him come back in some sort of like, I pitched for years putting him in like an Agents of S.W.O.R.D. kind of show with like Monica and Darcy and stuff like that. But like, we'll see.
Like another one of my favorite comedic scenes in this is when they have him reacting to the giant Ant-Man suit on the side of a building near the end.
Sure.
Like that's just so I think that's such a great scene and a genius little punchline.
And it's so satisfying. They do it like 3 times in the movie, but like every time they're like, get to Lang's place, and they all storm in. He's like, hey guys, what's going on? Like it adds to that like heist element that I think works so well in that first movie. I think it's a different vibe, but it carries over pretty well. And I feel like we never quite get that vibe again. Like I do think, I don't mean to keep ragging on it. I'm so sorry if there's any fans of Quantumania, but like that's an element that kind of gets lost in Quantumania. I feel that like heists element, that vibe that's so, I don't know, well polished here. Let me go through the rest of these. Janet, we get reintroduced to Janet here. I think she was in the first one a little bit, but kind of the whole plot is surrounded about her being lost in the quantum realm. And one thing I really picked up on this time I thought was really interesting is she spends 30 years in the quantum realm. That's a long time being trapped someplace. And she gets out for about 5 minutes and then is immediately dusted by the end of the movie. And I'm sitting here, and like as soon as like a year later, she has to go back to the quantum realm in the third movie, and I'm like, what an unlucky soul this is. Like, dear God, she does not get a break. Good Lord.
Oh yeah, definitely. She's really good, and like in all three of the movies, Michael Douglas is so good. I think one thing that I was I never realized till just a few months ago is that Michael Douglas is in his 80s. I'm pretty sure now, and like I really appreciate that someone of that age puts their all into a superhero movie.
Yeah, which you can feel, like you can. I think Quantumania was enough for him though. I think he had it.
Oh, yeah.
I think he had it. Like I think he was pretty upset by the time we got to Quantumania. I think this is probably a situation. He probably had a contract with Marvel. He probably had a 3 to 4 movie deal with him, and now he's retired from acting. So it seems like we're probably never seeing that take on the character
Probably not.
again. Which I am okay with. Like,
if the character ever comes back in animation, they may have him voice the character, since he has done some voice acting as the character for What If, but that's probably the only way we'd see him again.
Yeah, I mean, I am currently under the impression that I think we might. I think, like the Marvel reboots Among Us, like it's coming. We're going to be switching some things up for Secret Wars and post Secret Wars. I still kind of don't hate the idea of like rebooting the Ant-Man side of things, and this time have it be Hank and Janet, but this time they're like the younger versions of Hank and Janet. So it's like those characters, but they're younger this time. They're in their 30s, 40s, and they're the main Ant-Man and Wasp. The only thing I don't like about that is that then we would have to get rid of Cassie again, which feels very unfortunate for that character. But I'd be down for something like that. To the point, my pitch for years, I love the opening to Ant-Man and the Wasp so much. I love the opening of like them on the adventure, saying goodbye to Hope, and then they go on their thing. My pitch was like, do a prequel. I'd love a prequel of like a Marvel show that's in the 70s? Is that it? In the 80s? Something like that, where it's like them, like it's that era. So it's Hank's Ant-Man, Janet's Wasp, and Goliath, and it's like their little team, and that story I think would be really cool. You could tie in some like Agent Carter stuff as well, with like some of the early Shield elements as well if you wanted to. I don't know, I think that'd be kind of cool, but unlikely to ever actually happen.
I definitely think that would be cool. But even if we weren't at the time where like Michael Douglas is now retired, I think that that always would have been unlikely, just because of the cost of de-aging them for an entire movie.
You would have to recast. You would 100% have to get new actors to play those characters, I think, which I prefer over like the deep fake of it all. Like I've always said, I would prefer you to like recast Luke Skywalker opposed to like CGing him long term. I think short term it's fine, but like long term, just like get someone new, get someone fresh. Yeah. Do you have any other final thoughts on Ant-Man and the Wasp before we move on here?
I don't think so. Yeah.
Alrighty. Alrighty, well that's Ant-Man and the Wasp. Obviously ends setting up Endgame. Actually I think very well. I actually think it's a
Oh,
really
yeah.
fun ending to show like the consequence of that. And like the likelihood of everything in Scott's situation is so interesting of like he could have been snapped away, but instead he was trapped in the quantum realm, no help from the outside, and just like the luck that happened that he had to have just to have the rat come on by one day, press the buttons, and let him out. I think is so
Oh,
so crazy. Alrighty. Our next movie here is the 2019 Captain Marvel movie. Now, this is a very interesting installment. I think this changed a lot for the MCU. I think the audience changed after Captain Marvel came out, and we're gonna dive into that stuff.
Mhm.
This movie introduced a lot of elements into the MCU that we're still dealing with today. We're actively still dealing with the stuff coming into Doomsday, which we'll talk about that stuff too. And I guess like one of the main things I wanted to like combat was just like the audience going into this movie, because I do think this movie not only shifted the audience for Marvel, but I think the audience for movies in general a lot shifted when Brie Larson was casted as Captain Marvel. And I want to make clear, not Brie Larson's fault in the least. I want to make that clear when I say
Oh, yeah.
that statement. This is not on Brie Larson whatsoever. This is where we were in pop culture at the time. There was a pop culture thing that happened around 2016, 17, 18, 19. Not to get into it too much, but like there was a shift that was happening in how we viewed our characters and how we talked about them. And a couple of movies helped to do that, but I think Captain Marvel was one of the big first like pushes into that realm.
Mhm.
But before we dive into like the controversy itself, like what is your thoughts on Captain Marvel?
So I like this movie a lot. I definitely like it a lot more on my rewatch. But the one thing, and this is something I've always disliked about it, is the tesseract of it all. I don't like the tesseract being in this film. I think that Marvel put that in to make the film feel more important, but in reality, it kind of made it feel less important. And because if the events of this film had not happened, the Tesseract's timeline would stay the same. Because the Tesseract was in the hands of Shield before this film, and then it's in the hands of Shield after this film.
Mhm.
So but other than that, I really like this film, and I think I personally really like Brie Larson's personality in it. I love of both of Fury and Coulson being in it. I especially love that they actually were willing to bring back Coulson in a movie for this. It's like and there's so many fun scenes. They really embrace the 90s in it, and then also a sign that I think I will always appreciate that they did with this is the tribute to Stan Lee at the beginning with the opening being all of his cameos, and
This came out right after his passing, right? This
Yeah.
was like right after he died, I think.
yeah, just
So,
a few
yeah.
months later, and it was I thought that was beautiful. And I think it's really cool that Stanley's reading the script to Mallrats in the film.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I think this is such a complicated movie for me to talk about sometimes, I think, because I'm very mixed on this movie. There's a lot that really works for me in here. There's a lot I really like. I don't think it's a perfect movie. I don't think it's, this is one of those movies where I wish there was sometimes a bit more nuance in the conversation.
Mhm.
Because I feel like it's either like, and this goes for the sequel as well, which I have even stronger opinions on, where it's like, this is the best movie ever, or this is woke garbage. It's like, guys, we're in this middle space. We're in this middle space where things can be like not the greatest thing ever made or not the worst thing either. Like there can be both within a movie, and I feel like it's really hard. This is a hard movie to defend because I do have some issues with it, but it's not the same issues that like every person on the internet has with the movie,
Yeah.
which it's so unfortunate that I have to like I almost feel obligated to defend it because of the shitty people on the internet. Yeah, I really like Brie Larson in here. I think like the big argument you hear from people was like, oh, she has no personality. I'm like, isn't that like the whole point of the movie is that she has too much personality? Like, isn't that literally the
No,
point
like-
of the I don't get that critique at all, personally.
Yeah, like it. I think people saying that is really just they don't like her personality because they don't like that she's a strong, independent female.
This was this was the first, and I hate that this was the first, but this was the first female lead in a Marvel movie, and it should not have been. It should have been Black Widow at least 6 years earlier. I think the fact that it took 19 projects into the Marvel Cinematic Universe to do so is laughable. It's a damn shame, and I think if they had done it sooner, we may not be in the situation we are now. We may not be in this pitfall of like what is now like fuck female characters in the movies and like they shouldn't be leads, and it's getting worse every single day in terms of these characters, and you know this will be a bigger conversation as I get into like the phase 4 of the MCU, which is definitely a lot more progressive, which I think is a massive positive for the MCU.
Oh yeah. I think like a big thing to point out for like the fact that it took this long for there to be a female-led Marvel film in the MCU, a female-led black film in the MCU with Black Panther, is that it's not really Marvel itself being against it or Kevin Feige being against it. It was Ike Perlmutter, and he happily got fired, and that's what led to Kevin Feige being able to get these movies off the ground.
Yeah, no, and again, it should have happened much sooner. I also think Captain Marvel kind of released at a good and bad time for the movie. Like it did so well because it did come out in between Infinity War and Endgame, which really helped it. But also it came out at an interesting time because we were wrapping up the saga. And I think it was hard for people to be like, wait, there's this new character coming in here that we've never heard of before. So I do think that was an element of it that held people back. But I don't think people really went into the movie giving Carol the best chances going into it. And I have my issues with this movie. I don't think it's a perfect movie. I think some of the writing maybe could have been polished up a little bit. I think there is a little bit of a pacing issue sometimes for me, especially in that like second act. Like it takes its time in the first act. I think the third act is pretty cool. That second act freaking runs through the hills though, and it does go really fast there in the middle. And I do think maybe there could have been a little bit more pacing in between that transition from one to the other. I did want a little bit more from the villain here. Like this is not one of my favorite Marvel villains. I think, in terms of like the threat itself, I was kind of like, I don't know. I wanted a little bit more, especially after watching Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and seeing what they did with Kree and those storylines there. It's like, oh, they are cool. They are cool villains. They can do cool things with those. And I was just kind of like, yeah, okay. But I do think the movie's at its, in my opinion, at its best when their character dynamics, with the Maria and Carol dynamic, with the Carol and Nick Fury dynamic. That's the core of the movie for me. That stuff right there is chef's kiss, incredible. Even the Nick Fury and Coulson stuff, which is one of my favorite back and forths in the entire MCU. I love those two characters together. So and it is the 80s aesthetic. It is the blockbuster. It is that vibe that I think really holds this movie together, and I think really makes it a fun rewatch, because we don't have many period pieces in the MCU. Definitely not 80 period pieces from my knowledge. I think this is the only one. So yeah, I don't know. It's definitely one of those mixed bags for me, I'd say.
No, as I mentioned, I personally really just like the Tesseract being in this. What do you think of the Tesseract part of this?
Yeah, it's definitely, there are definitely some tie-in things they try to put into this movie that do feel a little forced to me sometimes. I really like the scene when he's writing out the Avengers Initiative thing on the paper, because that's fun, but it is a little eye-rolly sometimes. It's like, all right, they're doing the thing. Tesseract is one of them where it is just trying to connect everything full circle.
Another thing where I'm like, a bit of what was the point was Ronan's appearance.
Ronan's kind of forced too.
He's like, we're gonna come back and to Earth for revenge. Yeah, no, we know you're not gonna do that because you're gonna die.
It's Ronan is one of the, it's that Leo DiCaprio meme where he's pointing at the screen being like, oh, look at the, it is one of those kind of pointless cameos where it's like, all right, whatever, I'm also not a huge, this is I don't know if this is a hot take or not. I know people went back and forth on this if they liked it or not. I'm also not a huge fan of the eye thing with Fury, with Goose being the one to scratch out his eye. It's funny. It's really funny. It's a good joke. But I don't know. There was so much weight on him losing the eye in what is it, Winter Soldier, that I remember at the time people were pissed. People were not happy that that's how he lost it. But I can also understand if you like it too.
I personally do like it, and I think that the reason it works is because of how much hype it was around that around him possibly losing it and losing the eye, and what happened that caused that. Because I think that the hype that surrounded that was too high to this point where if they did any kind of serious thing with it, it would have always been disappointing.
Sure.
It would always be like, oh, it's not nearly as good as what I was expecting. Actually, and I think the fact that they kind of tease it as the film goes on and really helps it. Early in the film, the Talos as Fury's boss is is your eye okay after the first fight scene with I scene that Fury was in?
It's teased, yeah. And you know what I will say I do like, though? I do really like the scene between him and, I think it's Coulson, where Coulson's like, did you really lose it from doing this, this, and this? I'm not going to tell you a thing. And so I definitely like that he purposely lets the rumors fly wild. He lets other people build up the mystery of what
happened. And I think that really makes sense for Fury, this person who's very he's very willing to distort or events to make himself look better.
Yeah,
he's someone who he's shady in that way, and as the and in other appearances is it kind of, he gives off that vibe as well, particularly in his in everything they do with him in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. they really
yeah.
pushed the fact that he's a kind of a very shady guy. Yes, he's a good guy, but he's very shady and very willing to manipulate things in his way.
Mhm. No, for sure. And I think this honestly may be my favorite Fury. I won't say favorite because I think Winter Soldier is really good. I think that's probably my favorite. But I think this is a really, really well one of his better appearances as Nick Fury. Like, because they really let him just kind of breathe and let him be an actual character. This is before all the secrets. This is before all the security. This is a young version of the character, and they really let him be a character here before everything. And I think this was a great concept. And again, like throwing Coulson in there was also just so cool to see. I love that we got that one-on-one, like at a time where we thought Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. was never going to be canon. And we still think Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. will never be canon. I hope it will someday. But like, I don't know, this might be the closest we get to like an Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. appreciation in a movie and TV show. So I love that aspect so much. I think he's great. I will say watching this movie makes me so depressed about Secret Invasion even more because there's so many elements in here that we're building to, we're setting up. There's characters that are in here. I like Talos came on screen and I sighed because I'm like, no, he's such a good character, and they did him so dirty, and they did the Skrull storyline so unbelievably bad. You know, I tried to defend Secret Invasion for those first several episodes, and the more we went on, the more I was like, I can't do it. I can't do it. It's not
like
me. It doesn't work.
Secret Invasion, like truly might be the worst Marvel project
I think so.
that they've ever done, and it really sucks. They it's crazy that they killed off Talos in that, making it so after this film he never interacts with Carol ever again.
Nope. I'm probably
Like,
never.
and she is just should be just as important to him as Fury is.
Mm-hmm. No, I think I don't want to get on a side tangent about like Secret Invasion because I've done it before. I've done it too many times, but I kind of think this should have been the Captain Marvel 2 we got. Like, I kind of think, I don't know, Captain Marvel 2 that starts the Secret Invasion storyline and then they can finish it in like an Avengers 5 or something. I think would have been really cool because you have Carol being such a big element. You have Fury being such a good element. It makes sense for that to be the setup for the sequel, to just carry on that storyline. And if you still wanted Monica and Kamala to be there, that can still work. That still works perfectly fine, especially with Monica. Like, we'll talk about her in a second here, but like Monica is a big part of this first movie. So like she already has an investment in these characters. Like, it maybe would have been cool being like, wait, all these years later, they still haven't found a home? You haven't found them a home yet, Fury? Like, I think that would have been a kind of a cool dynamic. But yeah, I don't know. It's definitely, I kind of hope Secret Invasion is one of those things we can just kind of reset after the reset point. Like, I kind of want to, like, maybe not immediately, but eventually, please try again, because I think Secret Invasion is one of the coolest storylines.
I think like with Secret Invasion though, something that I find I'm so annoying. Even though I really dislike like Secret Invasion, is the fact that Marvel has just kind of ignored those events ever since. Because I'm like, if you write yourself into a hole that where everybody hated it, write yourself out of the hole. Don't just ignore it. People are like, oh, just ignore the events of that. I'd say that that Maria Hill is still alive. I'm like, I would rather they resurrect her than just say that she never died. Sure. Because I want them because I think it's kind of insulting to fans to be like, oh, we're just gonna ignore this. We fucked up, but we're just gonna ignore it.
Yeah, wasting our time watching this show for nothing, basically. Yeah, I get it.
You know,
I mean,
you know, a good example of them actually writing themselves out of a hole is how they made Thor: The Dark World relevant to Endgame.
yeah. I mean, like a like real example right now at the time of we're filming this, and this will probably come out pretty soon. Trevor is currently in Wonder Man. People hated him back in like when Iron Man 3 came out, and then like Shang-Chi fixed it a little bit, and now people love him. They're praising him. They're saying he's one of the best part of the shows. People want him in Doomsday and Spider-Man. It's like, holy shit! Like they really did a number on this guy. Like people, like they got their redemption. So I definitely agree, and not to get on a whole tangent on Secret Invasion, but I actually like the roadie element of it. In theory, I think that can lead to some really good stories, and a really cool thing for Rhodey. Where's Rhodey? He's not been rumored for Doomsday. He's not announced for Doomsday. We're literally doing a story with Robert Downey Jr. Where the fuck is Rhodey? Where is Don Cheadle? Bring him back.
The situation with Rhodey kind of feels like very much like as I said, like we fucked up. We're just gonna ignore that now. Like both because people hated the reveal in Secret Invasion, and because of the fact that they announced an Armor Wars movie like 7 years ago that's not happened yet, and I feel like between those they're like we're just gonna ignore Brody now.
I would adore that show or that movie happen because I want it to. I really do. I think it could be really, really good, but I think it's almost too late now. Like I think now that you've brought back Downey, unless you rework the show, or the movie. I mean, I don't think it works anymore because the whole thing points to like the grief of Tony being gone and the like consequences of that and how Rhodey moves on from that. And I don't know if that works anymore, especially after the reset of it all. Especially if what I think happens in Secret Wars happens, it definitely doesn't work. So, it makes me sad, but I don't think that's happening, unfortunately.
I don't think it is either. I'm just thinking that's that what happened is that between those two things, they're like, it's too much of a problem, the Rhodey situation. We're just gonna ignore it.
Yeah. No, 100%. You are 100% right. And it sucks. Two of the other characters I want to mention, because these are two kind of pretty big characters right now. Maria Rambeau is introduced in this movie, along with Monica Rambeau, which is a much bigger character in the MCU. It's so crazy seeing Monica as like a 12-year-old girl in this movie, to then like the sequel, it's being a full 30-year-old woman with superpowers, and seeing that evolution. And like very similar to Ant-Man and the Wasp, they heavily tease at her future. They heavily tease where Monica will go. Monica as a character, I loved Monica. She's been one of my favorite, I guess not really new characters to Phase 4, 5, and 6, but I think it counts as like a newish character. I think she's been great in the new phase. I liked her in the Marvels. I loved her in WandaVision. And both of those characters are characters we need to see in Doomsday. Neither of them have been announced, but Nia DaCosta was on set.
It's
for the movie.
Such a weird situation with like the rumors, because like I've heard rumors saying that neither of them will be in it. I'm like, how are you gonna have neither of them in it when when we're going to the X-Men universe?
They like especially what is it? Maria. She at least has to be in the movie. She's literally on their X-Men team. So yeah, like Maria and Monica, I think they are. I think they're just hiding it for some reason. But like those are such weird characters to hide from the audience. Like if you're hiding characters, you'd think it would be like fucking Cyclops and like Professor Xavier. these are characters that should be assumed they're in the movie. Like, I would have announced Monica and Maria on the chairs. Like those would have been like no-brainers to me.
I think with like the chairs, I think what happened with that is like they did the chair announcement because they thought that that set photos would get out of Endgame or of Doomsday, and then when the and then no set photos came out. So and I think that's the whole reason we haven't got another chair announcement. Is they're like, oh wait, we don't need to. We and I'm guessing like guessing that Monica and Maria may not have been the first round of shoots, and that's why they weren't announcing on those chairs. And so I think that's like the situation with the the chairs, because like it definitely seemed like at first they were going to do a second chairs announcement, but at this point I don't think they are.
No, I think at this point it's too late. I mean, now it's even rumored they might be doing a chairs thing for Secret Wars instead, because they're going to be apparently filming here sooner than later. So it's like, do they want that cast to get leaked before? You know what I mean? So it's a weird situation.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I feel like it's probably not gonna happen the Secret Wars one, just because like, why would you reveal all of those before Doomsday? Like it's that you don't want to spoil Doomsday with the chairs announcements for another film.
Yeah, it's tough. I guess it's going to depend on what is the cast of Secret Wars. Like, is it that different than Doomsday? Because I think they lucked out with Infinity War and Endgame, because those were really the same cast. It was less of a certain cast. We added 2 members, but really it was basically the same cast as Infinity War, just less of them, really. So if that's the case here, we're in luck. But if we are adding, like, you know, Hugh Jackman and Toby and freaking, you know, Ryan Reynolds and all these guys, so then it might be like, oh, do you want that spoiled, or do you just want to, you know, it's a really tough line. I wouldn't
be surprised if it is like a very different cast, mainly just because it's because like, whereas back with Infinity War and Endgame, it was easy to get the actors for both films, because they had because back then Marvel was doing 8-9 film contracts. They don't do that anymore. So each film they gotta contract them again, and they may not. And if they've already got something scheduled to film, they might not be able to do it.
No, I 100% agree. I you know, these next couple months are going to be very interesting. I mean, rest of the year is going to be very interesting for Marvel as we, you know, as we approach some of these big projects coming out. Spider-Man is a couple months away at this point. We should be getting a trailer for that soon. I don't know where the heck it is. We're a couple months out. Yeah.
Well, I think it's gonna happen for both the trailer for or Spider-Man Brand New Day, and the actual trailer for Doomsday. I think they're both gonna be at the Super Bowl next week.
That would be. I think that'd be smart for both. I think both need to make a present. Which, like, typically I'd say, oh, like Disney went to 2, but it's not Disney, it's Sony, so they could both put out a trailer, and so. And
heck, if we were to get a second shares announcement, whether it's for Doomsday or for Secret Wars, I think it would be really smart of them to have like the trailer that comes out during the Super Bowl to end with saying, stay tuned after the Super Bowl for the second chairs announcement, and like have that literally late at night, right after the Super Bowl is when they announce the second chairs.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I don't know. I'm curious about that first trailer, because I need that first Avengers trailer to really. What I need is it to really focus on Sam. because that's my biggest issue right now.
Yeah.
Is that like there's been some beautiful trailers that come out. I've actually liked most of the trailers. I didn't love the Steve one, but besides that, like I loved the Thor trailer. I loved the X-Men one. I loved the Black Panther one. But I'm like,
Yeah.
guys, remember, Sam is our lead of the movie. They've said multiple times Sam is the lead, and I've seen so many posts being like, you know, like who's going to be the spotlight of Doomsday, and Sam's nowhere on the list. I'm like, you gotta remind people this is Sam's movie. You gotta remind people. It's scary that it's not going to Steve already. I'm like, it's not Steve's movie, it's Sam's movie, guys. We gotta remember.
I think personally, with like the 4 that they released, the one that was my favorite was the Wakanda one because it's actually our current characters is meeting for the same time. And not just we're trying to get nostalgia for either the X-Men or the Infinity Saga. And it's that one that I'm like, that one's the one that interests me the most. And like, I saw people being like, "Oh, this should have been Black Panther meeting Ben Grimm," and I'm like, honestly, out of anyone from Wakanda meeting Ben Grimm, M'Baku feels like the best one to me.
Yeah,
like that feels fitting to me.
Oh, they're gonna be friends. They're gonna be
so much fun together.
They're going to be. No, I fully agree. That was my favorite. Like, I think X-Men got me a bit more because it's, I love the X-Men, so obviously, but that I think was the best trailer because it felt like an Avengers trailer. The others felt like an X-Men trailer or a Thor trailer, or like those felt like they could be solo movie trailers. That was an Avengers teaser. That hyped me because that's the thing I love most about the MCU is about two characters that have never met before interacting for the first time. That's what made me fall with the that's what made me fall in love, in the 2012's Avengers and Age of Ultron and Infinity War. Like the moment when like Thor meets the like Guardians and like Infinity War, that's a special moment. When like they come down, when like Thor and Rocket and Groot come down and he's like, "All right, Captain America, this is Rocket Raccoon and Tree." Like stuff like that is like why I love the MCU so much. They can make me fall with characters and then get to meet together, and that is such a special feeling.
Yeah, I've long said character interactions are what make the MCU good, and that and it's like I'm much more interested in character interactions than epic moment after epic moment after epic moment. And I'm like, I'm like the thing I'm most interested in is seeing how these people interact together, and like I think a big part of why that's so important to me is because we didn't get that before the MCU, because it was all solo movies before the MCU. The reason why Tom Holland is my favorite Spider-Man is because he's in the MCU. He gets to interact with this wider world of superheroes.
I agree. No, it's good stuff. It's very fun stuff. But yeah, with that being said, I think we're going to start wrapping this up. Did you have any final thoughts on Captain Marvel? I know we kind of went off on a different thing there, but do you have any kind of final things that we haven't mentioned that you would like to mention here?
No, I think we mentioned just about everything. We went on a bit of a tangent, but I think I think it's good to go off on tangents sometimes and talk about the future and especially as like we're getting close to the Super Bowl where that's gonna be a
show, so it's dependent on if people watch the show or just kind of are casually like, oh, I know The Mandalorian and Baby Yoda, so I might go see that movie. You know what I mean? So we'll have to see about that one, actually. That's a good point.
But yeah, no, we're gonna be jumping into the main topic here today. Again, we have two pretty decent sized movies here, so I don't want to waste any more time. We're gonna be just
Okay.
hopping into our first movie here, which is, I always forget, I always think it's like the finale of the Infinity Saga, but technically it's not technically the end. I still think that Spider-Man probably should have been the first project of the Multiverse Saga, but that's just me. Avengers Endgame, the final, or the last Avengers movie we have in this retrospective. This is like 2019 was the last time we had a new Avengers movie. 7 years ago, which is
Damn.
feels like forever ago, but also like thinking 7 years since Avengers. Like 2019 was 7 years ago.
Oh man, yeah, it's crazy. Same thing with like your Star Wars comment. I mean, it's also been 7 years since the last Star Wars movie too. So yeah,
This year as a whole is 2019 all over again, because we have a new Avengers
Yeah.
movie, a new Spider-Man movie, a new Star Wars movie, a new Toy Story movie.
oh my gosh, yeah.
It's like a repeat of 27 or of 2019. Probably
2019.
something else I'm forgetting of, but yeah, no, it's crazy.
That is crazy. No, you're actually right. Oh my goodness, all those are coming back, all in the same year. That is
Yeah.
insane. But that's all Disney too. Funny enough. So
I think this could be Disney's best year since 2019. Like, you have all those, plus you can add like Moana, which I think is going to be like a $1 billion movie.
yeah.
You have Hoppers, you have Hex. Like, they got some big movies coming out.
That's true. I forgot. Yeah, actually, didn't Moana come out in 2019, the original animated one? Or wait, no, sorry, 2016. No, I'm getting my. Oh no, that's not good. I'm thinking it's like way sooner. Anyway, but yeah, you're right. Those are all gonna probably do pretty well in theaters.
But Endgame, I mean, this is such a movie where it's just like, where do we start with Avengers Endgame? There's so many. It's such a massive movie. It's such a big movie. So many characters and plot lines and things that we could start with. But like, what's your just like general vibe with Endgame? Like coming out of that theater for the first time, how did you feel?
I mean, it was really cool coming off of Infinity War directly into the movie. It took a year, which was pretty good to have like that not so far a gap between movies. And
Yeah.
we were all excited to see what the title would be, Endgame. And I think going into it, I figured it was going to be pretty straightforward going into it when we saw the beginning of the film with Tony, Nebula, and then them just going after Thanos to try to fix everything. And to see it like fail and then just not work is kind of neat to see them also again try to get this like plan that they had and then it just doesn't go through, and then the 5-year time skip, freaks everyone out and they're like, what, 5 years, that's crazy. But yeah, I think the introduction to time travel in the movie is pretty neat. I think some people are in the camp of whether they like that version of time travel or not. I don't personally mind it because I think it makes sense a little bit for also going into multiverse, that you'll have different timelines branch out from each other if you do something in the past or whatever. But also it's kind of cool to go back and what would you call it? Revisit those settings of other films like the first Avengers. I think Thor: The Dark World. I think The Winter Soldier somewhat, not like exactly, but kind of a little bit. Do you remember what other eras did we end up going to? It was
Yeah, like Guardians 1,
Guardians
Winter
1, yeah.
Soldier, Thor 2, Thor Dark World, which again is a crazy movie to like go back to.
Yeah, with the ether.
Kind of Infinity War, if you count the like Volmir stuff with like Red Skull, if you will.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it was. I think they do a really good job at like, yeah, making it feel like a finale of the eras that we had spent the last 10 years kind of building up. And like, I don't think everything in this movie is perfect, but I do think they do a really good job at like, oh yeah, this feels like I don't want to say a goodbye, but it does feel like a capping point of that era, and like looking back at all these films and how they, I think, merge them all really well is also really cool. Like I love how, and I guess you could say like Infinity War did this too, but how they are able to merge obviously like the 6 main Avengers and all their movies, but also like how they merged the like Guardian stuff so seamlessly. Like it feels like Nebula and Rocket have been there since the beginning, but like they've never met these characters before, and they seem, and like Ant-Man as well, like seamlessly
Yeah.
merged so well into this cast, and I think it's like so interesting, like looking at this lineup, and like there's a part of me that's like, oh, it's it's very lucky that all these 6 original Avengers like they happen to stay here, but also it's like, yeah, but would I want it any other way? No, of course it had to be the original
No.
Avengers. I had to be that team, and then I wonder like how long it took them to decide which ones they wanted on
Mhm.
right? Because they could have easily been like, okay, we want Star Lord instead of Rocket and Nebula, but they're like,
Yeah.
no, they're gone, they're over there. Yeah,
Uh, Yeah, no, I actually you bring that's a good point. I like that they kept the I mean, it narratively makes sense. Like you said, we're going to have our main Avengers be the final ones to survive because that cap off
yeah,
their whole saga, you know. But actually you're right. I like that they included Nebula and Rocket as their Guardians cast, but I also like that they kept alive like someone like Rhodey. They actually had a bigger part than I
yeah,
remember in the
yeah,
end game. I actually was like, "Oh, that's cool," because I love Rhodey and I'm just glad that he got a big, like a decent role in this
yeah,
Endgame film. And then Captain Marvel was also a nice touch because
sure.
she's one of the more powerful characters in the series. Um, but yeah, no, I agree. Good cast of characters. I will say though, oh, and also of course Ant-Man. I'm not trying to leave him out,
Yeah,
of course. I think the funny thing is to think that this is that one universe he told us that was going to be the one, but only because a rat happened to open the
yeah.
quantum realm again from
I,
the van.
I still don't believe the like. There's one universe where you win. I think that's some bullshit. There is no way that there's only one. Which like maybe we can talk about more once we get to like the final battle of it all, because I do have a question about the final battle that I'll bring up,
Oh
but
yeah.
um, but yeah, no, it's interesting that yeah, like this is the one where it's like, why this one? I feel like there was multiple ways we could have handled this, or we could have, I don't know.
I agree. I mean, I think What If actually went into a few. Didn't they go into like maybe one scenario or two, maybe, I think with this sort of like
I mean,
thing.
yeah, because like Ultron like took the stones from Thanos, and
Just
yeah,
sliced them in half.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe that's one of them he saw, where it's like, oh yeah, the like Ultron situation was a worse version of how this could have
Oh yeah.
gone, but they still beat him anyway. So that's still a version of how that could, like that logic has never quite worked for me 100%. But
I
whatever.
wonder if Strange was being selfish and he was just like, "Oh, there's only one version that I survive. Every other version I die. So I want to stay alive.
Yeah,
So you guys have to kill someone." Oh man, that would be funny. He's just like, "I just don't want to die, dude. You got to give me the one where I survive." Because I could imagine that there were probably a few that I wonder if it's more that he was thinking there had to been more that had like more of the character survive rather than like because there had to
sure.
always be a sacrifice, I'm assuming. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah,
I'd assume, but I don't know. But you're right. I think it is a little like, really, dude? Only one? Really, only one? There had to be a few. Even if it cost the entire team to die, but to save the world and the
sure.
universe, I mean, that's still a win, technically. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? So, I don't know.
Yeah, I like there's a part of me that like even wonders if it's like maybe there were multiple, but he just said that shit to like motivate Tony in the right direction because he knows how distracted he can be, and how off the cuff he could be. It's like, no, you need to focus up because there is only one. You got to do this shit. Um, but we'll go
Uh,
back to that towards the end because I do have a thought on like Tony's death and all that jazz.
okay.
But you know what? Let's just go through the cast of characters. Let's
Okay.
go through the cast. We'll talk about their roles in the movie, and then we can kind of circle back around to any other thing we want to mention and talk about.
Okay.
Talk about Tony Stark. Tony Stark, still the lead of this one.
Hmm.
It's good to have him, I think, at the front lines again. I feel like it's kind of been a while. Like there hadn't been an Iron Man solo movie, and what at this point was quite a long time. What it was, I have the dates here, 2013. So it had
So
been
6 years, yeah.
5 to 6 years since he was like the lead of a movie. You can argue Age of Ultron was a Tony movie as well, but
Hmm.
um, I don't know. It was nice to have Tony at the front lines again. I guess Infinity War is also kind of his movie, so I guess I don't really know what I'm talking about. But still,
Well,
like, it's good to have. Yeah, I feel like it's very, very focused on Tony. This one, this is really his and Steve's movie. This might be. I don't know. I think this one's up there for me as one of my favorite like Tony outings in terms of his like characterization. I really enjoy Tony in this one.
he's pretty good. And I actually did catch at the beginning of the film his message to Pepper when he was with Nebula on the ship reminded me of Iron Man 3 when he would call Pepper on his you remember? And he was like, "Don't worry, I'm still alive and I'm sorry for everything that's happened." And that's a similar message he sent to her in this film, which was like a cool callback for me because that also maybe references his last outing as a solo, character in his own film was that. But you're so right. I think both Tony being the one that was able to create the time travel, being able to know how to use it, as well as like now having a family, and then that part of him that's like, do I risk it to save the universe, or do I be like, I don't even think it's selfish because that's your kid, right? I mean, that's your kid, that's your life. It's something where you're like, do I gamble with losing all my life with my child and my wife, or do I save the universe because that's actually the right thing to do, is to give everyone else a chance to come back. And I think that's a nice like sort of like uh scenario for him to go through. But I guess in a way it's kind of just been like Pepper's like, just go do it, it's okay, don't worry about it.
It's a full growth, I think, for both of them. That's
Yeah.
really nice to see, and I think they do a good job at showing that 5-year time jump where both can mature. Where like in like I don't know, Iron Man 3 or in like Age of Ultron, he wouldn't necessarily like go to her and be like, "Hey, should I do this?" Right? He would just do it because that's who Tony is, and I like that he's at a point where he cares so deeply for her and he knows how he's lost her in the past. He has to sit down and he doesn't want to ruin this. Like he is being selfish, a little selfish in that moment, being like, no, I can, I love the line of dialogue so much. Is like, I can put this down, I can go to bed and forget it. And Pepper's like, but will you rest? If you do,
Yeah.
will you rest? It's like, oh, that's really good. That's really good. And yeah.
I love that. Yeah, you're so right. That's a really great piece of dialogue. And then you'd still, I know, I keep calling back to Iron Man 3, but it is relevant to this because that was part of his arc in that movie.
Yeah.
Kind of going into that, just kind of like, finally giving up all his machinery and that's what he's doing here too, right? He's just giving up that life and wanting to just be like, I want to stay with you. I want to stay with I'm sorry, what's her name? Morgan, yeah. And stay with Morgan. She does love him 3000. It's kind of hard to, to, leave, of course. I understand, that's your kid. But you're right. So much growth. So much growth.
And I do think giving him that daughter right before he dies, I think that was a really good decision. And I think it makes his death even sadder because you want Tony to be able to grow up with her dad, and have, like, he wants her to have what he didn't, was have a present father, right?
Yeah.
And that scene, actually probably one of my favorites, the things that they've done with Tony in the MCU is his, when they go back in time, he talks to Howard Stark, in that conversation where it's like, no amount of money is like enough, just be there like with your kid and be present. And Tony's not present either, and like there is that cycle, but it's done differently. Like he is breaking the cycle, and it's done in a different way. But both Tony and Howard aren't present in their child's life because they think what they're doing is best for their safety and for their future, which I think is an interesting parallel, and it's very interesting. And yeah, no, I think this is a great one for Tony. I thought it was great.
No, great. No, you're right too. I like the talk with Howard. It's very touching to have him like basically his last words to his dad since he had died in the main timeline, and he never got that sort of like closure, or at least being able to talk to him one-on-one. And then now, kind of like you said, he kind of now knows a little bit why his dad ended up doing some things that he did. It was out of the benefit of Tony because he was like, well, I'm doing this for him. And, obviously he even said it, right? He said it, I resented him, or I hated him for a while, but now I kind of realize, what he did was like, I understand that now, and that's really cool. And I like those like scenes with him and Howard. Those are
Mhm.
really good. I like it.
Yeah, yeah, no, and it's interesting. Like, this is the last appearance of Robert Downey Jr. until now, and like doing these like retrospectives. Like, we started this shortly after Downey was announced as Doctor Doom for Avengers Doomsday, and we'll get into the Steve stuff as well, because I have kind of a similar sentiment watching this movie, because it's very interesting being like, this was their end, this was their ending, this was their stopping point, but now we are uprooting those a little bit. And I think the Tony one, I guess, works maybe, I guess, depending on how they do it, maybe a little better, just because it's like, yeah, it is technically different characters. It's interesting though to have like seen that death scene with all this new knowledge of like, okay, we're bringing some things back. We're going to be retreading some storylines. And I will say, like, I'm watching his death scene. And we'll be jumping all over the movie, I guess,
Yeah.
throughout this. But I was watching his death scene, and I was like, wait, why did he have to snap? Like, why did he? I get the point was like to kill Thanos.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, we have the stones. We've killed most of their men. We have like a very powerful team of like Thor and Captain Marvel and Wanda, and I'm like, I feel like he didn't need to do that. I feel like we could have just took the stones away from Thanos, got away, and then Thor could have done his like chop off his head again, and we kind of would have been okay.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you make it. I mean, I understand what you're saying too. Maybe there was no necessarily a need for him to snap, but I don't know. I mean, like you said, yeah, you could get rid of go for the head. You got to go for the head.
Yeah.
I don't know. You make a good point, but I guess narratively, that's what they needed to do just to close off that character. But I understand within the universe, they could have done it a different way. But it just still works technically. But I was about to say that, yeah, they could. He also, I was wondering, like, either way, the snap would have killed him, but it also would have been maybe beneficial to have the snap. Well, no, the stones anyway, right? Once he snaps, those are gone, right? I believe. Huh.
Yeah. Yes, because they had to go take the stones back to the original
That's
time.
right.
So we needed to keep the stones intact. But yeah, I don't know. Like, again, I'm not mad at it, because obviously they need, like, it has to end with Tony dying, right? Like, that's the end of that version of that character. So like, I'm not mad they killed him off, but just like narratively, I was thinking, I'm like, what does that do exactly? Like, we could have like, I don't know. Like, we could have killed him. I guess we could have locked them up. Like, we have enough resources where I guess we probably could have put Thanos in like the
raft or something.
Yeah, yeah. I don't like. It would have maybe been a little harder, but like, again, like, we have Wanda, we have Carol, we have Steve, like, we have all these very powerful characters. So just like while this happened, I was like, I feel like we could have found another way. I feel like we could have. I don't know, but yeah, no. Tony was great. Love his arc here. Funeral, obviously very sad, and obviously we'll feel the ramifications of his death over the next several projects, especially in the movie we'll talk about a bit later. And Tony was great.
Oh yeah, the sorry, his death funeral. I did like the little addition of adding Harley from Iron Man 3 in there. I always like that addition, especially for someone that's like, oh wait, that's Harley. I know I probably was the only few people that was like, oh, it's Harley. And you know what would have been awesome, Darren? That we probably could have gotten, and it would have been funny, even though it wouldn't have made sense because technically the last 2 seasons were time traveling or they were doing their own thing. But what if Coulson, Melinda May, Daisy, Fitz and Simmons, everyone was there at the funeral, and you're like, what? That's
nice.
crazy. But it also is funny because you remember Coulson, everyone, I don't know, they don't give an in-universe reason, but no one still knows, I believe, that Coulson's still alive. The Avengers still think he's dead, I think. Which is so funny to me. They're like, huh, yeah, Coulson just showed up here at the funeral. That's kind of weird. But I guess I don't know.
Which is funny though too, because like he technically is dead currently in the Marvel
Yeah.
canon as well.
Yeah, he is
It's hard
technically
to
dead.
be, like, not to go back to Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., but it's so hard talking to people about Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. because it's like, oh yeah, like, he died when Loki. And I'm like, well, no, he's actually alive again. It's like, oh, he's alive in current day? And I'm like, well, no, he died
but-
about 3 more other times. He's kind of alive, but kind of not. So it is hard to, like...
explain it. I think, yeah, it's I love the show, but you're right. It's like, I mean, you would have a physical version of him, but it wouldn't actually be the one that died, that used, like, what was it, Kree blood to
Yeah.
basically bring him back using some
Mhm.
brain surgery or whatever it was. I forgot, but yeah. Sorry, LMD Coulson.
LMD Coulson,
Yeah, of
should have
course.
shown up. And like, I'm from the future. We fought some freaking Kree creatures, and we went through time a little bit, but we're here for the funeral. Would have been great.
Yeah, they're like, sorry, actually, what we were doing was more important because apparently, even though you guys stopped Thanos, Kree were still going to destroy everything. So we're actually a little better than y'all in a way.
Well, I mean, really, because the whole like attack on with Talbot happens at the same exact time as Thanos attack, which is so funny to me. And I stand by. They would have won if Daisy and Talbot would have shown up and been like, "Hey guys, we're here to help." Like, I think they
Oh,
would. I think they would have won.
1000%. I always think I love those scenarios to think about those characters, but we could save
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
This was the current final outing for Chris Evans, Steve Rogers as well. Again with the Tony thing. I guess a little different than the Tony thing though, because Tony is not confirmed to be coming back yet. I will stand. That's a standby kind of thing. But Steve Rogers is coming back, seemingly the exact Steve Rogers we left off with at the end of this movie, and this was the one where I'm like, I'm even more like, it's interesting watching this scene with that new context, knowing that this was just kind of a see you later scene and a lot less of a goodbye scene. I guess I haven't got your thoughts on that. Like, how do you feel about Avengers Doomsday? Like, are you excited for that movie? Are you nervous about bringing back Steve Rogers and, I get more so Chris Evans and Downey Jr.? Are we okay with that, or?
Yeah, it was a big shift from what we were originally supposed to get, and I feel like it's a little bit like scrambling to kind of get all these kind of get all these things back, maybe to get people interested again. I mean, I was kind of a little still like, I'm accepting it, but I wasn't necessarily the biggest fan of the Doom casting with Robert Downey. Uh, and also the first teaser for Doomsday with Chris Evans returning, or Steve Rogers returning, it was kind of odd to me, right? Because like with the way we ended off with him at Endgame, like you said, it doesn't feel like that would make sense. But I guess they'll try to narratively make it make sense. But yeah, I'm excited for Doomsday for other reasons. Like, I'm a big X-Men fan, so obviously I'm like, whoa, X-Men coming back, let's do this. It was so cool. And of course, like I actually think it's kind of a neat narrative choice now with After Love and Thunder. Even though I don't care for the film, I do like that he has sort of a daughter now. So that's kind of an interesting point in his character to kind of have like that parental wanting to protect her and then trying to save her and stuff. Whatever it may be, I don't know what we don't know yet. But yeah, I think Doomsday feels like more of a what do you call that? Pessimistic or cautiously optimistic. Cautiously optimistic. That's kind of what I would say. What is yours?
I'm with you, where it's like, I'm excited for probably everything that's not the direct like Downey and Chris Evans stuff.
Yeah.
I'm not excited because I think when I'm in the theater and I see Chris Evans again, I probably will be like, okay, fuck it, I'm in.
Yeah.
He's my favorite, probably Marvel character of all time. My favorite. I love him so much. But like in the moment, I'm like, yes, I'm excited for like Sam to lead his new team and like these new Avengers and the Fantastic Four and the X-Men and all these characters coming together, and like that's all very exciting. And like rewatching this one and rewatching his ending, I really like Steve's ending. I know a lot of people don't like him like returning back home and doing all this stuff. I think it works for him. I think that he is a soldier that gets to go home. I like that for him. But I will say, like, retrospectively, now that we brought him back, part of me kind of is like, well, maybe you just shouldn't have done that, because I don't know necessarily if he was done as the character. It kind of felt like Downey was done, and thus they had to wrap up his as well. They kind of wanted that like Toy Story 4 moment, if you will, where we're like sending them all in their separate ways, kind of thing.
Uh,
And now that we've just brought him back, part of me is just like, well, maybe you should have like not done that, but
mhm.
like Chris Evans still could have took a break from Marvel and maybe not done this whole thing of him going back in time. Like you could have had the moment of him passing the mantle to Sam and being like, okay, this is yours now. I need to find my piece. I need to go out and find who I am outside of Captain America. Had him stay
Yeah.
in present day. Maybe he like runs for president or something. I don't know, on the side. But he is like canonically still in present day until this point, and whereas now you could do the like double Captain America thing, where it's
Which
like, yeah, I don't know.
I agree with you. I actually, yeah, to the piggyback off of that, yeah, I agree. I don't know why, but it felt kind of weird because I do like the ending too. Like, I don't mind him coming back and getting that, like, like you said, Soldier getting to go back home, giving Peggy the dance he promised her,
Yeah.
like he did in First Avenger. But I like that he gave it to Sam. But I do think it's kind of odd that like they do make it a point to say like, oh, he's still alive, but he's old, right? So you're like, okay, so he's kind of just gonna be in the sideline. And it's weird in Captain America, or sorry, in Falcon and the Winter Soldier, they make it a big point for some reason to be like, huh, where's Steve? Ah, I heard he might be on a moon base or something. I don't know. He's like this and that. I'm like, what are they trying to like hint at here? Because at that point he's old, so it's not like he's coming back to be like, I'm still the young buck I was to fight, yeah, fight off everybody and stuff. It's like
Yeah.
this guy's old as hell. He's not going to be coming back. But I don't know what you think about it. But would it have been better if they maybe did it at least in Falcon and the Winter Soldier, maybe a funeral for him because he was so old. He just died of old
Yeah.
age rather than just like he might be out there. I don't know. Where can he be? Maybe he's at Atlantis, right? With
Yeah.
Namor, I think that would be cool. But
That is something that like I think people forget. Like I think people assume he's dead because like there was a funeral in all those trailers for Falcon and the Winter Soldier,
Mhm.
and I think people forget that wasn't Steve's funeral. That was, and that was very fun marketing. I thought that was very like that was really good on them for like the conversations. Like, oh no, he's dead. They're going to his funeral. No, he's still alive. Steve is still canonically alive somewhere, which there's actually a part of me that would have been okay if that was his return in Doomsday. If he was
Oh
like
yeah.
old man, like it's Doom going after the old man Steve Rogers because of the things he did, and he had to go back in time and stuff. Like that would have been fun. And like the plot is like them having to protect old man Steve Rogers from Doctor Doom. Like that would have been really funny. And I feel
Yeah.
like you could have had your like Iron Man versus Captain America thing, but then still kept that that ending pure, like that ending. I don't know. That's going
No,
off
no,
my tangent though.
no. I think I like that idea. I mean, it would at least be better than just it being because that's the thing you brought up. I don't think that they're letting Sam shine like they should be. I feel like Sam is almost like it's almost coming back to it being like I know they call it Steve. People like on the internet like to keep saying it's Steve Rogers is returning, but I'm like, but in a way, it's still Captain America. It's not. I understand what people are saying, but like, I wish Sam would just get to be by himself. Like, he's the only Captain America. I
I
know it's the multiverse saga, but still, I feel like Sam hasn't gotten this. I mean, he got his own movie, but even that movie, in my opinion, felt like it was trying to put things that weren't even including, like, weren't even related to him. You know what I mean? But
I
I don't know.
I need them to stay separated for Doomsday.
I think so.
I'm really hoping it's not like he's back in here, they're fighting together. No. Sam needs to be the lead of Doomsday.
Mhm.
He needs to be working with his new team and also his new and like the new Avengers side of it too, where it's
Mhm.
like the Sam and Buck. Like I think that needs to be their stuff, and I'm hoping that he's is going to be a separate plot line somewhere across from the movie, maybe
Yeah.
with like the Loki stuff. I know we pitched this idea that Loki and Deadpool have to like put together a new team or whatever, and it's like them
Yeah.
going to acquire Captain America. I don't know if they would
That-
do that, but
it'd work better though for us wanting to keep it separate, right? I prefer it if they kept it separate because yeah, like you said, Sam deserves this. I feel like he really has been kind of He's kind of been snubbed, bro, in my opinion, in this
Yeah.
series so far. And I love Sam, and I love him as Captain America even more so too. Now it's also just so cool to have a non-super soldier be like, I'm Captain
Yeah.
America, and he doesn't even need the powers, right? He fought a Hulk, and he was
Yeah.
like, he won in that battle. I don't know, but like you said, I I, I think sorry, getting back to the Steve thing for Endgame, I think it is still a nice scene though to give it to Sam, especially everyone thinking, oh, is he going to give it to Bucky? Is he going to give it to Sam? I think it was always going to go to Sam, and I think it is the better choice, right? Because I figure that I don't think even Bucky would have accepted it. He felt like he probably was going to be like, I don't want to take on this mantle. It's not for me, kind of thing.
Yeah, maybe now, like current day Bucky, I think could maybe do it. Like he ran for Senate, like he was a senator and stuff like that. But 2019 Bucky or like Endgame Bucky, he's very like he just got back from being dusted.
Yeah.
He has not dealt with his trauma yet. He is nowhere near an okay enough version of the character. And again, maybe someday we can give that to him, but I think for now it's like, yeah, I think Sam was obviously the right choice for Captain America, and I agree with you, like like we can talk about Sam now. That's completely fine. Like I think
Okay.
um I think the fact that he's only had one TV show and one movie where he wasn't really his movie, and like it's not exactly their fault, but both Falcon and the Winter Soldier and Brand New Day, Brand New Day, is that it?
Or sorry, it's
Brave New World. Brave New
Brave
World.
New World. Yeah.
Yeah. Both had insane behind the scenes drama and production issues, and I just feel so bad for Anthony Mackie. And by the time he was fully going to be his version of the character, we already have Chris Evans coming back, and it's like even if he is the lead of Avengers, I do feel like people are still going to be talking about Downey coming back and Chris Evans coming back. Like those are going to be the two focal conversation points, and I that's just it's kind of disappointing for him.
Yeah, I agree. I do feel bad for Anthony Mackie. I just think though it was an easy remedy though, like to think about this because just write it well. Like write the like I know it's easy to say that, but I mean it in a narrative sense, write it to where like the whole point is that we want to care about these characters and it's kind of their fault for not giving us enough time to give Sam that like Captain America spotlight, right? I know we got a full movie, but it felt like it was like shadowed, like it was over the shadow of like, oh, Colonel the Ross being Red Hulk, the leader coming back, and these aren't even related to him as a character. These aren't like things that would make sense for him and to fight. That's like a Hulk plot line, and Hulk wasn't even in the movie. Bruce wasn't even in the movie.
If I had my way, if I could restructure Phase 4 and 5 in the way I wanted to, and maybe that's an episode for another day. That's a conversation for them. But I think the first movie outside after Endgame should have been the Falcon and the Winter Soldier series, but as a movie. I would have restructured that as a movie. I think that would have made $1 billion. I think if again COVID was an issue, obviously, so obviously you can't exactly do that. But in 2020, like summer of 2020, you had a new Captain America movie with Sam and Bucky, and you could restructure some things around. It's basically that Falcon and the Winter Soldier movie or series restructured as a movie, because that's already how it's structured anyway. Like it's already structured as that exactly. Would have made a lot of money, and I think a lot more people would be on board with Sam as Captain America and that character. So
yeah, that would have been nice. I mean, I think it did. I actually liked the series is okay. I think you're right. The narrative maybe would have been better for a movie, and with the inclusion of Baron Zemo, the Flag Smashers, and U.S. Agent, those are all great additions to add into a movie, which at least to me feels more like a Captain America centric sounding story rather than a Hulk villain story, like all this Hulk stuff. And I think you remember they brought in the Serpent Society guy. I forget his name, but I love the actor. Why didn't they just make that the whole thing, right? The main villain, Serpent Society. That's the thing Captain America has fought in the comics. That would have been cool. I don't know.
Sam could have had almost a whole trilogy at this point. Like and like even like I even love kind of where we end Thunderbolts. Like I think like that alone is an interesting Captain America movie that could have led a really very Like have that be Sam's second movie of like Sam has his Avengers movie, Bucky has his. It's like Civil War 2 almost, and we have those
Ooh.
going. That would have been
Mhm.
really cool. That could have
That
been a
would've been
cool
cool.
thing they could have done, which could have led into the Avengers 5 thing. Or like maybe have Avengers 5 for, again, we're going into too many like hypotheticals, but like have Avengers 5 first, Sam has his team, and then do this, which leads into like this, where I don't know.
No,
We're
no.
getting too like lost in the weeds of like
No.
hypotheticals and stuff,
W-
but
Yeah, well,
um,
the last thing I'll add to that is that, yeah, I like that. It's like it would be West Coast versus the East Coast Avengers, basically, which would be so cool, right? That would make so much sense too, with especially now with the division between two
Mhm.
different Avengers teams. But all hypotheticals, we can't
all
have it.
hypotheticals. Like again, you could call it like Captain America: Civil War Part 2. It makes
Mhm.
a whole bunch of money. It's $1 billion movie. It would, oh my god, it would have been awesome.
Anyway, but we'll stick to what we I guess
Yeah.
got. So
But yeah, Steve Rogers. Like outside of the ending itself, and but I again, I think this is a really really strong Steve story. I'm not sure what my favorite movie is for Steve. It probably is still Winter Soldier for me, but this
Mhm.
is up there. Like I don't know. I actually don't know if Steve ever had a bad outing as Captain America. So I think that question's a bit harder. But no, I do like his stuff, especially in that first act of like this needs to work because I don't
Mhm.
know if I'll do it if it doesn't. And
Yeah.
I like him in these like therapy meetings, like trying to
Mhm.
support other people, trying to do very similar to kind of like what he needed after he got out of the ice and trying to support these people who have been displaced from time or these people in their life just disappear. I thought that stuff was really, really good. His dynamic with Natasha was
Yeah.
fantastic in this one. This probably has the best like Steve and Tony dynamic I think they've done. Like I like the healing that they have had. This like going back to like the Tony stuff. Like I love the Steve and Tony talk when Tony like just gets back and
Yeah.
it's like you weren't there. You don't get a chance to put this on me. Like
Oh.
I wanted to put a suit of armor around the world. You said no. This is on you. Like I love that stuff so much,
Mhm.
and he's not wrong necessarily. Like it is very proven. If they were together, they probably would have beat Thanos the first time. So
Yeah. Yeah. But that's the it works out narratively though for
yeah.
this movie to happen like that. And I do agree that I do like their sort of like their kind of camaraderie afterwards. We finally get like kind of just a silly like, oh yeah, let's go do this time travel heist. Come on, Steve. And I like the like you talked about the part with Howard. It was kind of funny to have Steve and Tony going into the facility. And then just kind of those little interactions were great. But
Yeah.
yeah, as a team, it felt great again to have them like together and finally like kind of put those things aside we had happen in Civil War and not in Infinity War happen and stuff. But you're
Mhm.
right. I think you're right. I don't think Steve has had a bad outing now that I think
Mhm.
about it either. It's pretty
No.
perfect.
Yeah, I think he's. I think there's a reason he's my favorite like MCU character to this day. Just because
Hmm.
like yeah, he kind of had a perfect record, and he got the real like good end of the stick. I think, and again, we'll see if they can keep that up via Doomsday.
We'll
We'll probably
see.
circle back around to both those characters as we get through some of these other ones. Bruce Banner. Um,
He doesn't feel like he's as like he I think they've made a mistake in this movie becoming the smart Hulk or Professor Hulk. I think that whole like I guess I don't know how to explain it, but like that transformation really just kind of like dumbed down the character for me. It just
yeah.
didn't work as much. And I think continuing that weirdly is just kind of a detriment to that character now. I don't think that it really worked. I don't really think I cared for Hulk too much in the movie, to be honest.
He's, I think, the weakest link of this one,
Mhm.
personally. I love Mark Ruffalo. I understand why they had to. I think I would have liked the Smart Hulk stuff more if we would have actually. We like skip past the most interesting part of the Smart Hulk storyline, and that's becoming Smart Hulk, right? Like that's the
Mhm.
interesting part. And I've always wanted a movie in that era. I would have loved a movie like in between with like Bruce, like like doing the thing, and it's like a Mindscape movie with him. Like that would have been awesome. That would have been
Yeah.
epic. Obviously, they can't do that. That's not something that they're allowed to do. yet. I know there's like, oh, maybe they're better about it, whatever. But like for now, that wasn't an option. Um, I do like I do like that he gets like his snap moment. I think is probably the peak of him in this movie, where he gets a moment. It's like, it's almost like I was born for this. Like that
Yeah.
scene is really good, but besides that, like Hulk, I think has some of the worst like lines or things that happen to him in the movie, like when they're in the like diner and he's
Oh god.
cabin and he's like, oh no, like you want the photo, right? Like you want the photo. Like that's like I'm not a fan of that scene.
Mm-mm.
It's too like, we talk about that like MCU humor sometimes. That's kind of the MCU humor that I'm like, yeah, I didn't need to be there.
Mm-mm. Nuh-uh. Yeah. I just wish, yeah, like you said, it could have been better narratively if they just kind of actually showed us that stuff that turned him into Smart Hulk. But I don't know. It's just kind of this thing about me is that I always like the struggle between the two identities, and also the being unable to control that side of him, right?
Mm.
It's like a very powerful character aspect of him. But
Yeah.
I don't think now that he's Smart Hulk, I don't think that really feels impactful at all. I don't think his character really benefits from him being Smart Hulk now. But I mean, we'll see. I mean, I know I've heard things about Brand New Day, so we'll see if that changes. But for now, I think he was probably the weakest link of this film.
Yeah, this was like I'd argue the last like big feature we ever see Bruce Banner. Like he comes back a couple times, mainly in She-Hulk and stuff like
She-Hulk,
that.
yeah.
Which I don't hate him in She-Hulk either, but
Mhm.
like he hasn't had an actual chance to, I feel like, actually deal with like what is Smart Hulk and who is Bruce Banner now. And like I do think that's a shame, because he is one of the OG6 of it. He's probably him and Clint and Thor, like out of the three, Hulk is the only one I feel like we really haven't had a good chance to like, what's up with you after Endgame? Like what's your dealio? What are you up to? What's your thing? And that, I think that is a shame. And I love Bruce, but like I'm really curious to see what they do with him in Brand New Day, because I think there's an opportunity to do something really, really cool with him in this movie. Him and Peter
Mhm.
have never interacted. Him and Spider-Man have a history in other mediums and comics, and
Yeah.
I love their bond so much. They are two characters that are so similar and yet so different. So if they can nail that dynamic, I will love it. But if
Yeah.
they don't, it could make the movie worse. So we'll see.
We'll see. I mean, I'm not gonna talk rumors, but what I've heard sounds
Yeah.
promising. So if that's what they end up doing, hopefully that'll probably bring it back for me, for
I
sure.
agree. Thor, I kind of feel a little similar to Thor as I do with Bruce Banner in this movie. I think Thor's better. I think
Mhm.
he has a lot more moments that I enjoy. He definitely ends up being some of the very similar in line with like some of the comedy beats. He's the comedic. I'm not a huge fan of Fat Thor.
Yeah.
I'd be more into it if they took it a little bit more seriously, but it is always just like the butt of a joke. The like, eat more salad. It's like
Yeah, I agree with you. I think he does become what I think they took too much of the joking tone from Thor Ragnarok, which was like balanced with some serious moments, but they kept that humor for his character in this, weirdly enough. Where in Infinity War he was much more serious in tone, and he doesn't have to be fully serious. I could still deal with some funny humor, but like
Sure,
it
yeah.
did go all out on that joke about the Blabowski and stuff. But I will say the only thing I can really like remember so fondly in my mind was that his seeing his mom again, you
That's
know, that it is like some of the most, I think it's like one of my favorite moments actually in the movie, besides like obviously a lot of other things. I think such a simple like reuniting with his mom, knowing that she's gonna die later on. And then also she's the one that gets him back, like he kind of makes him feel good again, and he's like, son, you're not a failure. Everyone fails. That's just the way it is. You just got to get back up on your feet and do what you need to do. And I was like, oh man, it's very powerful. Those scenes are pretty good, I think. But otherwise, you're right. It's just mostly fat jokes and like, ah, get the little hammer. Here's the big hammer and
Yeah,
stuff like that.
Yeah, like when he is cool, he is awesome. Like I love him in like the final battle as well. Like I like those big epic moments. It's really
Mhm.
cool. He almost has us like Viking-esque, which I feel like is the
Oh,
closest
yeah.
we ever get to that. Like I like the scene when they're all about being the thing where it's like, we know this is a trap, right? We're like, yep. Do we care? Nope. All
No.
right, just making sure. It's like, oh, let's fucking go. This
That's
is so sick.
awesome. Very hyped.
Getting-
I agree.
Him getting his licks in against Thanos after everything is really, really cool. Again, I wish Hulk could have had a couple hits in or whatever, but
Yeah. I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think actually you're right. Bringing up Hulk, you were like, oh yeah, he got his ass kicked in Infinity War and just never returned because of that. Hulk was
No.
scared at that, which kind of was like a little cop outy for me because I was like, I don't know. I feel like Hulk would want revenge. He'd be like, no, I want to fight and beat
Yeah.
up Thanos, but whatever. That's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah. No. Thor's, I like the Guardian spits at the end as well. I've always been a
Oh
fan of
yeah.
that dynamic. That's really fun. I think that's when the humor really, like, I think that's the best humorous stuff in the movie where I'm like, okay, that works for me. I
Oh
also
yeah.
love his scene, like when they're arguing about who's going to do the snap. I think the best of where
Oh yeah.
his like depression really works for me, where it's like,
Mhm.
no, I have to, let me do this, let me
Yeah.
not be a failure for what, like, that is so good. And Tony have to be like, listen, I love you, you cannot, you are
Yeah.
not in a place, you cannot do
Mm-mm.
this right now, we need this to work. So I love that too.
Yeah. That was a really, yeah, thank you bringing it up. I forgot. Yeah, that was a really good scene too. I like that one especially. But
Natasha,
ooh.
very I assume the definitive ending for Scarlett Johansson in the MCU.
Mhm.
Out of all the actors, she seems like the one that has said multiple times on the record, I am content with where my character was left off in Avengers Endgame. I don't have a desire to go back to that character as much as I'd want to. I love that cast, but I'm done. And
Mhm.
I respect that a lot. And looking at what we've done and what we've done with this universe, I am very, very grateful that we have not decided to bring her back.
Yeah.
Especially with what we've done with Yelena, I think her arc is very dependent on Natasha still being dead and being gone. And the scene, I think it's one of my favorite scenes. I almost get a little bit more emotional at Natasha's death than I do Tony's. I think just because Tony's was very obvious to me going into the movie. Like I went into the movie kind of assuming that Tony wasn't going to make it out. He was
Mhm.
either like even if he didn't die, I was ready to say goodbye to Tony and Steve, right?
Yeah.
Natasha, I really didn't think we were going to say goodbye to Nat. I thought she had a lot more to do in the MCU. I thought like there was a lot more places they could have go, a lot more characters she hadn't met, and I was fully under the assumption that she was one of the characters that was the safest. And I think that's almost what makes it so good, her death so good, is that like we don't get to choose when we go. Like sometimes the most traumatic deaths are the people that things are going well for them and they have so much to do and their story isn't over, but sometimes it just ends.
Mhm.
Like
Yeah.
not everyone gets a growing old with the ones they love or an epic sacrifice. It's just like, well, they're gone, and that's, we can't do anything about that. I think that's kind of beautiful in like a sad way.
Yeah, I like that perspective of it too. I will say though, I think as a fan of Nat, it was pretty upsetting. It was a pretty emotional scene, and I agree with you, especially with her being so adamant about wanting to be the one to die over Clint, wanting to say, "But you have a family, you have this and that. I don't have that." Which in a way, like, I don't know what to say about that. I don't want to get like weird about it, but it felt like it was almost the narrative trying to say like he has more value due to having a family and stuff over Nat, which kind of sucks because I mean, once you get into Black Widow, you realize, man, like I love her family. I love her mom. I love Alexi. I love Yelena.
Yeah.
But you're right. I love Yelena so much now as a character in the MCU, but it would not work if Nat didn't die in that movie. And so you have to take what you want, but I think it worked. Nat worked. Her death was good, but I
Yeah.
also think that she was a good character in this film in general, having to struggle with a lot of stuff. Like when her and Steve were talking when she was eating her sandwich, just kind of having to like kind of take in like how she's feeling throughout all this, with the 5 years and the snap and them failing at the plan. I think she just felt like she had more purpose doing what she did too, overall. Though I will admit, I mean, I like Natal more than Bart or Clint, so
Like,
I would have probably been, like, it's okay, Clint, if you need to you sacrifice yourself. I don't mind.
Yeah,
I
yeah. Like you could have, like, if you want to switch, like if you like, there's an alternate reality where we could do the Hawkeye show with Natasha
oh
training like Kate instead,
yeah.
like that. Like there's an alternate reality where I'm like, all right, I don't hate that. Like I
Yeah.
can kind of see, I can see where else with that, but
It would be kind of cute too, because it would be like her training like a new like just another Hawkeye. Like she sees her Bart or
yeah,
she sees Clint and Kate, and that'd be
yeah,
kind of cool. And I never even thought about that till you mentioned that would be cool. If she trained her in that show, that would be actually pretty cool.
that'd be cool. Yeah,
But I will say that for the like getting in a little bit of Clint about that,
Yeah.
with Hawkeye, I still think though that the Hawkeye show does benefit for me caring a little bit more about Clint, because beforehand I really wasn't big fan of Hawkeye as a character. Uh, Also, I do like him as Ronin, though. I will admit, Ronin is pretty cool. As little as we get of him,
Yeah.
he's still pretty cool. But I will admit, I prefer him as Ronin than Hawkeye. And when he's Hawkeye, I'm just like, don't care too much.
This movie made me want a Ronin.
Yeah.
Like I kind of wish the Hawkeye show, and I get it, I know it wouldn't have worked because it was supposed to be like a Christmas like a fun little like TV show for the holidays, but there's a part of me that kind of wish it was like, I don't know if you've seen Arrow, but
Yes,
like Arrow
yes.
style or Lost style, where like half the show is like flashing back to his journey as Ronin. Like that would have been kind of really cool. And we get to go back and forth. We get to parallel to the things he was doing, because he's fucking awesome as Ronin.
Yeah.
That fight scene when he's taking them out, and I
Oh
love the
man.
lines where it's like Thanos took like Thanos like took them away, and now I'm gonna like take like I'm gonna take
Yeah.
rid of you, or like something like that. Like that was such a cool like, it's like holy shit.
Yeah, I like how brutal he is, but also just like, yeah, I do like that line in Japan when he's like, you're like, oh, he left all you guys, like what you were doing during the 5 years is not beneficial to anybody. What you were
Yeah.
doing, so I need to get rid of you. I think it was pretty cool. But you're right. Like again, I'm a big fan of Natasha. I really like her character.
Mhm.
I think Clint is a little bit interesting now with the Hawkeye show, but like you said, it could still work if it wasn't Clint, because I love Kate Bishop. Kate Bishop's awesome.
Same.
Love Kate Bishop. So I'm happy where it's going now. I think also Hawkeye's basically retired at this point, so it's not even a big
They keep
issue.
saying that. They
I
keep
mean-
saying that. Like he wanted to retire back in like Age of Ultron. He was being, I'm getting too old for this. He like retired all the way back in what freaking
Oh, sorry,
Civil
you're right.
War in 2016. He's still doing this. I know he's still trying to push for a Hawkeye season 2.
Oh, really? He is?
He really wants Hawkeye season 2.
Oh,
He's been trying
okay.
to push for it. There was
I
that
did
whole
not know.
thing where like he was mad because apparently he was going to be getting paid less money for a season 2, and I'm like,
I would take the paid I would be the bigger person and take the down like the less pay, because I'd want to give Kate still the spotlight.
that's what I was saying. Where like a lot of people were like mad about this because like he was saying like, oh, they're paying me less money because I got hurt in the accident or whatever, and I'm like, it's probably because you weren't the main character anymore. It's probably a Kate season. Like that would again, we don't know what happened behind the scenes, so I don't want to comment too much on that. But like, but yeah,
No, you're right. But
I think my only thing about the Ronin stuff is that also like I do think they skip over it very quickly. Like once he's back, they're like, all right, moving on. Like let's not even address it. And it's like,
yeah,
dog, you just like you've been like this serial like vigilante. I feel like there should have been maybe a conversation about like, hey, so what's up? Like,
yeah,
like should we talk about this?
yeah. I felt like it was just like, yeah, just they glossed over it very quickly. I mean, there was very much trauma there, but also like his vigilante status going from like this guy that will just like kind of nick you on the head or the side of, or like with an arrow, and now he's like, no, I'm just gonna straight up murder you. And I Punisher style, basically.
Mhm.
I think you're right though. We should have probably gotten a Ronin show. That would have been pretty sick. Rhodey brings it up in the end game that he was in Mexico because he was going after the cartel, and I believe later he was with. I'm assuming they don't say it outright, but I'm pretty sure that was the Yakuza, or it was a Magical, or what's it called? What's it called? That the thing from
Yeah.
Shang-Chi.
Yeah.
Magic.
I don't know the name of that.
Oh, okay. Anyway, Madripoor, whatever it's called. Yeah,
Yeah.
so something
That
neat.
sounds right.
But yeah, I think he's a mixed bag. If they kept him, if they give us more Ronin stuff, maybe I would probably like him more. But
Mhm.
they very much quickly glossed over that. I was like, whatever.
Yeah. I don't talk about too much. Rhodey is in this one as well.
Mm-hmm.
Might be my favorite. Actually, it might be my favorite Rhodey outing.
Mm-hmm.
I think letting him. I think the Rhodey and Nebula combo is like one of those like a combo we never thought we'd get, but somehow really really works. And I think for the first time, Rhodey is outside of Tony's shadow because they are on separate missions, and Rhodey works as his own independent character. I think this is probably the best pitch this could have done for Rhodey to get his own movie.
Mhm.
Of course, like canonically, I don't know. Like, there's a conversation about like, is this even Rhodey? Is this a scroll? Like, if we want to go down that rabbit hole,
I don't know about the Endgame version. I imagine I'm misremembering probably because I've only seen Secret Invasion once, but uh, I'd imagine it was post Endgame when he got switched, I believe.
yeah,
And I hope that's the case because it would be really weird to have these like kind of like impactful events happen and then it's just a scroll rather than
sure,
Rhodey. But you're right. Rhodey's pretty cool in this movie. He's really great. I
yeah,
like him a lot.
yeah. No, he doesn't have a lot to do, but I think when he does, it's really cool, and they give him some really cool moments and storylines and
Yeah.
stuff like that. Yeah.
Did, did you notice too a small little detail, and I never noticed it until like rewatching it again, but they had made actually a Lego set of it where he actually switched to a Iron Patriot suit and the Endgame battle. And I found out it was because the canonical reason was because the War Machine suit broke. And I think there was just a suit down in the there was a suit down in the facility that was available, and it just happened to be the Iron Patriot suit. I'm like, what?
That's cool.
I always think of Tony being like, why Iron Patriot? War Machine's so much cooler. Who's gonna say I'm the Iron Patriot? Kind of something like that. Okay, that's fine. We're all good with that.
Yeah, no, he's cool. I hope we can see, Don Cheadle return at some point. He's not confirmed for Doomsday yet, and that concerns me because he's like one of the ones I really want for Doomsday.
Me too.
It literally being like it's not evil Tony Stark, but let's be honest, it's evil Tony Stark.
Yeah.
It's like that would be the one character I'd be like, yeah, he needs to be there. Like he needs to be like, yo, what's going on? Maybe more for Secret Warriors, but we'll see. Scott Lang. You know what? I feel like I owe Scott a little bit of an apology because I said in our Ant-Man episode, I was like, I think he peaks. Like he never gets that good again after the first Ant-Man movie. And while I still technically agree, I really, really love Scott in the first act, especially of this movie. I think he's probably one of the highlights of the first act of the movie. When even though it's silly, the whole rat thing, and we can joke about that all day.
It's okay.
I love him coming in here and like he goes to like the funeral center, like the grave. He's looking at the names. He's like, no, please. Like I love that scene a lot, and it really sets the tone and the vibe of like him desperately looking for his daughter, making sure his daughter is not gone. I think it's just gorgeous and such a beautiful moment and such a beautiful scene. And then the like, wait, that's my name. What the hell? Why am I on a tombstone?
Yeah.
And then the scene with him and his daughter, he's banging on the door. Open up! I need to see my like. That is such so beautiful.
It is. I agree with you 100%. And I also like that it's an interesting character to kind of present the solution to their problem as well. Kind of being like, guys, I came back from the quantum realm, and guess what? We can use that for time travel, so we could go back and get the stones. And I like him. You're right. I think this probably is one of my favorite outings of him besides Ant-Man 2015. Yeah. It's a pretty good highlight. And yeah, you're right. His with Cassie and everything. Pretty powerful stuff. I really wish they kept that actress for Quantumania. I don't see a reason why they had to recast her. I'm not saying I'm against the actress. I'm just saying I don't see a
Yeah.
reason they had to recast.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter though. But anyway, yeah, it was pretty cool to see him and like his footage outside the gate. He's like, guys, it's me. I'm Ant-Man. I can help you. It's
And he
funny.
has really good, like it's really cool to like see that chemistry with the cast. Like obviously he has his moments in Civil War, but now he is an Avenger now, and he gets to hang with like Steve, and I think his almost like rivalry almost with Stark, I think is really funny.
Yeah.
Like it's almost this carryover of Hank's beef with
Tony
Howard.
or Howard, yeah.
Yeah, it's almost this transfer. Where like they're not beefing, but they just have a little this back and forth they keep going at this little like tiff, like this tit for tat. I think is really funny. And then Steve is almost like the like middle ground of like, all right guys, let's calm
Yeah.
down. Calm down.
No, you're right. That one of the funniest moments was whenever he was bringing up the Back to the Future version of time travel, and like Tony's like, "Are you getting your time travel knowledge from Back to the Future?" He's like, "No." What are you talking about, bro?
He's fun. He's fun. Sometimes I
fun.
think he's a little silly. There was like there's some scenes where I'm like, okay, you know, maybe he could reel back a little bit, but
I think he plays it good though both ways. I think he works better for the comedic moments rather than they did with Hulk or Thor. I think.
I would agree. I
Yeah.
would fully agree with
It-
that. I guess where I'm kind of at with it though is like I sometimes think they treat Scott like a. I don't love when they treat Scott like a
Mhm.
dummy. Like
Yeah.
if you look back to that first Ant-Man movie, he's a very qualified like hero. Like he's not like
Mhm.
he's not Tony Stark. He's not Hank, but he is a smart man. He's very level-headed human. Like he is, I'd say, smarter than the average man. And I think starting, I think in Quantum or not Quantumania, Ant-Man and the Wasp, and it carries over a little here, and we see it a lot in Quantumania. They do kind of treat him as like a doofus sometimes. The like,
Yeah.
I think it's the like Paul Ruddification. Like, not saying Paul Rudd is like that, but like they often give Paul Rudd the roles of the doofus dummy character, and I feel like it led into Ant-Man a little bit, and hopefully. I'm actually really curious to see more Scott in Doomsday because we've heard he's one of like the bigger characters in the movie, like one of the bigger stars in the movie. So I'm wondering, I could see him being second lead in Sam's team. Like,
Yeah.
like those two would have been the longest running Avengers from my memory. Like those two have been friends the long. I guess like Joaquin, that's probably as well. But like,
Oh yeah.
yeah, but still, like I could see like him and Sam have known each other for a while, so I could see them working well together and having that dynamic will be fun.
Yeah. Actually, that would be pretty nice to have them in the same team because I love that that was his first like fight with an Avenger was with
Mhm.
Sam back in Ant-Man. And I agree with you too about your points about him kind of being dumbed down to be a doofus. They even made Nebula made a whole thing about it when he was eating his taco and they're like, some idiots in the landing zone. Get this
Yeah.
guy out of here. It's like, okay, guys, we can calm down. I mean, he is the reason why you guys are even able to do what you're able to do. He's the whole thing, right? And you know what I do like too is that he had moments specifically in the 2012 New York scene where he was genuinely mad because they're like, guys, you can't just do this. We only have one
Yeah.
PIM particle thing left. You can't just be changing the plans willy-nilly. This is insane.
Yeah.
And he's like, calm down. He's like, I'm not gonna calm down. You know, I like that. He
It's-
can be
it's-
serious at points too, which is good.
Yeah. No, finding that balance is really, I think, is key for Ant-Man. Yeah, because like he is a silly little goose, but like I like that he gets to those like moments of like levity. I also really, and this goes into like the third act and more like the cameo roles, but I really like the scene. And I don't even know how we'll begin to talk about like some of these cameo roles because there's so many of those. But I do really like the scene that calls back to Ant-Man and the Wasp, where it's like, if like you asked, would you have helped me with Steve? Like
Mhm.
if I would have called, would you have said? It's like, I guess we'll never know. And I like the
Yeah.
full moment of their like, you know, like yes, Captain, and they both go in and they do the thing. It's like, oh, that's a nice full moment for like their relationship, and that was really nice. Speeding through some of these other ones though, Rocket and Nebula also in this movie, very prevalent.
Mhm.
We talked about it earlier, but I really enjoyed their back and forth as well. I thought they fit very nicely into the team.
Mhm.
Rocket just weirdly fits in with this dynamic. Like him and like Tony is such a fun dynamic that we have. I love when Rocket's on like top of Rhodey Soldier in the final battle.
Yeah.
He's chalking his guns. Like War Machine has his gun. That's
It's
so
so cool.
And I love one of my favorite just like little moments is when Nebula and Tony are coming out of the ship at the very beginning of the movie, and Rocket's eyes are open. He's looking. He's like, and he realizes only Nebula comes out, meaning only Nebula survived
Yeah.
the attack. And so he's probably those couple months that they were in, he was probably like, they could be out there, they could be alive, they're okay. And he slowly comes and sits down next to the only other person he really knows. Is such a smart idea. Two characters who had never really had an interaction before, not at least in a big way.
Mhm.
So that was such a beautiful, touching, like, oh man, that's so sweet. That's so wholesome.
Yeah, them holding hands to, console each other. Yeah, it's very sad. I mean, at that point too, Groot's basically his son, and he lost his son, which is oh my gosh, Infinity War having Groot like disappear in his hands just had me so bad. And then I think it was even nice to call back to how Rocket was willing to die for him as well, because in the end game battle with the lasers, remember, he's like, he's wanting to protect him at the end. Oh my goodness. Ugh, I love Rocket so much.
I love Rocket, and I
love
love
Nebula.
This is more of a Guardians 3 discussion, but it makes makes Guardians 3 such a better movie and such a more impactful movie. I love the scenes when they're bringing Rocket back, and like she's like holding her breath because she thinks Rocket has died, and then when Quill calls over the radio being like, he's alive, he's okay, she breathes, she's able to she is stressed she's grumpy and sad that entire movie is because like they spent 5 years together. Like those two hanged out together because that's all they had. And so like I'm glad that they kept that in the continuity of like, oh no, they will have like canonically out of all the Guardians, Rocket and Nebula would be the closest out of all.
Yeah.
Which is such a crazy lineup, but I love it a lot.
And then Nebula's implemented into the plot was done pretty nicely with the flashback, or not the flashback, the version of her in the past, and then her having her memories from the future, and then that kind of being like the catalyst for why Thanos does what he does. But also it's nice to see Gamora again, remember, and being able to be like, well, in the future, I try to kill you, and then I forget what she said exactly, but basically, and then we become friends. We become sisters again.
Yeah.
Very powerful.
Yeah. Nebula's great here. Gamora's interesting. I still don't know if how I fully feel about the Gamora situation. Like I like it. I wish maybe we could have got a little bit more development. And again, this is more of like a Guardians 3 thing than a Endgame thing. There's a part of me though that kind of was like, I don't know. I guess I don't love that they just bring her back kind of instantly. Like there's a part of me that maybe kind of wishes she's dead. She's just dead, and we have to deal with that. And like just having this other version of her, I don't know. I was like, okay, doesn't that break the other timeline that they were in? Like, what does that timeline look like? Like we're going into, I don't know, whatever. Again, that's more of a Guardians 3 discussion than a Endgame discussion. But
yeah, it's just very sad to me because Peter had so many moments, like he had a life with her basically before, and now that he's seeing her for the first time again, and she doesn't even know who he is and doesn't want to even get to know who he is, it's kind of like very sad, to have to lose that person that was so so integral to his life. And like you said, it carries over to Guardians 3, which would be a whole nother discussion. I get a little annoyed with what they have to do with her character in that, but at least in Endgame, yeah, she doesn't get much, but I guess that was intentional. So
do you like this version of Thanos?
Oh yeah, over like the Infinity War version. I feel like I kind of prefer the Infinity War version. I feel like he had more of that motive of like simply wanting to balance, but here his whole motive was because you guys are annoying now. Like basically, he even said it in his own monologue. It was supposed to be nothing personal, but now I'm going to make sure your planet will suffer the most. And I still like that Tyrant sort of like straight up
Yeah.
like he's evil, he wants to destroy everything. But I like that sort of like weird like he believed that he was doing the right thing in the Infinity War by getting rid of half of the universe. Um I don't know, there's things to take from either one, but I still kind of prefer the
Sure.
Infinity War version, I think.
Yeah, I definitely like the Infinity War version more. I definitely think that one line of dialogue though is kind of interesting, where it's like free will is preventing you from getting the best version of yourself in a way, where it's like the story of like I have to take away like you are harming your own civilization from benefiting and like growing and evolving, and he's not wrong necessarily. Like he's not necessarily like, and like these like watching these movies more as I like 5 years ago it was like, oh no, he's wrong, he's bad, obviously. But I think the more I've grown up a little bit, I've been like, it's not completely like I'm kind of like I kind of like and maybe it's just me getting more like cynical in it being a not saying he's right, but obviously there is this bit of like, well, I see it. Like I can understand why someone would come to that conclusion, and yes, we should stop them. But also, I'm like, but it would help. Like it would technically help the human. You know what I mean? So I think
No,
it is an interesting
I understand.
conversation for sure. Yeah.
No, I think at a different scale, possibly, right? Like, like
Sure.
I mean, like, cause I do agree with you. It's like, I kind of get it though. I understand what he's saying. Uh, Shoot, what was I gonna say? But yeah, no, his greater plan, at least to me, made it that he was a very complex character with his genuineness and wanting to do
Yeah.
it because he feels like it benefits the universe rather than in Endgame it still was his plan, but it got like it got kind of sidelined to be
Yeah.
like, oh, you guys, now I know what you guys did to me and now I'm gonna make sure you guys suffer,
Yeah.
which is fine too though. I don't mind that either because he could still be that character. It's the thing about what you brought up about like you just watched Age of Ultron not too long ago, and Ultron had similar ideas of wanting to get
Mhm.
rid of the world in a very different scale and different way.
Sure.
But I
But
mean,
also,
like,
yeah, like that, like they do kind of have the like this version of Thanos and Ultron are very similar, where it's like I have to burn you to the ground and start fresh. It's like Noah
mhm.
Ark style, where I have to restart humanity for humanity to be healed, and I'm kind of like, I don't know. The more I see of humanity, I'm kind of like, I get it,
Yeah,
I understand. It's not the right choice, but
it makes sense.
maybe maybe you got a point. I don't know.
Like you said, I could be a little cynical as well, and that comes to mind whenever that happens too. So I don't know, but yeah,
It's
no, you're right. It makes him a complex character, right? So we could still see the side of him, and that's good narratively to be like, oh man, he kind of makes some good points,
yeah.
Not like I guess for a bad example, it's unlike something or bad example in the sense that it's like the opposite of like Joker 2019 or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean that's a different version of that, but in this one you're like, okay, wait, he's trying to. I could see it. I could see it with Thanos. It makes sense.
I definitely think there's like, I kind of want Thanos to sit down with a scientist and be like, okay, I got this power, right?
Yeah.
What's a better way of going about this? Like, is there a better way to help all of humanity? Like, can I, like, I don't know, like, again, it's been kind of disproven by scientists who have had this exact like conversation, but like, could you grow, um, the resources instead? Like, could we grow, like, could we make the planet bigger? Can we, like, I don't know, like, again, I think scientists have gone over and be like, that wouldn't work for A, B, and C, or D, or whatever. But like,
Yeah.
I do think with the power he has, there are there I think there could have been a better way of going about it. Like, I think there's a way we could have maybe done this in a different way and maybe would have
Yeah.
been better.
Yeah, it's like it's the simplicity of his mindset too. Because I guess in reality, he could have just asked for everything to be perfect, and that would have been, you know what I mean, and that would have solved everything. But to think about it like that, that still gives him complexity in his mind and making sure that, like, yeah, we kind of we understand somewhat, like, oh, because like you said, if he sat down with a scientist, he probably could have been given a better choice.
Mhm.
But have you watched the Godzilla movies at all? Like those MonsterVerse films?
I've seen the MonsterVerse ones, and I did -1. Yeah.
And there was I think it was in Kong Godzilla versus Kong,
Mhm.
no, sorry, King of the Monsters,
Okay.
where it had that villain where he was like, oh, we need to let these monsters fight because it will eliminate like half of the population or something, which was a more dumbed down version of what Thanos was going at. It's kind of like the simplicity of him just being like, there's too many humans, we need to get rid of them. Like, okay, but it's more in a villainous sense where I'm like, this is very cartoony, but at least with Thanos, it kind of
Sure.
works where he's like, I don't know, he kind of makes it sound more complex and like in a way a little intellectually, you know.
It wasn't, yeah, like it wasn't notorious. Like I like that.
Yeah.
I really love like the opening stuff and like them breaking into Thanos' house and stuff. And like I like that he destroyed the stones because he knew he would be tempted to use the stones. Like it's like I had this one, like if I didn't use it again, like if I just left it here, I would have used it, or someone else would have come in here and used it. And like there is that temptation of just like what will we do if that's available to us. And I think that adds a lot to his character. It's like, oh, he doesn't want power, he doesn't want money, he doesn't want resources, he had this one mission, he did it, and he can die happily, and he can die contentful. Like he was totally okay to die after he did his mission. I think that adds a lot to that character.
Yeah.
So yeah. There's a lot of cast members. We don't have time to go over all of them. Do you have any highlights out of the like appearances in that third act that you would like to mention that we haven't really touched upon yet, or just like in general the movie, things that you would like to touch on?
I think I guess it leads into our Far From Home discussion, but I think Peter coming back and Tony giving him that hug during the battle,
Nice.
very, very impactful. I also think that Peter taking Tony's death pretty hard was also very impactful because I don't know if you've heard anything about this. I just found this out yesterday, but people were saying how it felt weird that he felt that this version of Peter had it hit him harder when Tony died rather than Uncle Ben. And I'm like, when did we ever see him mourn over Uncle Ben?
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand where that was coming from. So I'm like, okay, back off, guys. We just need to take it as it is. So yeah, just think about it like that, right? That's pretty impactful. And then plus Tony, even though he has his own kid, he felt very guilty for Peter to have blipped. You know, it just really, really. Actually, to be honest, now I'm thinking about it, that was one of his other motivations too. Was like
Peter,
not only his friends, but just feeling guilty for Peter because he's a kid, you know, and he's like that's like a, you know, a father-son sort of somewhat relationship that was pretty good, you know.
That was his first line when he got home and he sees Steve. It was like, I lost a kid. Like that.
Oh man, yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, that's crazy. But yeah, no, it's very impactful. I will bring up Peter, and that was one of the things.
Peter's great. It's also, I think, very important I mentioned that this was the last live action appearance of Chadwick Boseman as T'Challa,
Black Panther.
which I've brought up in every appearance that he's shown up so far. I want to give that respect, and you know, it's you know, I mourn the potential. Obviously, I mourn the person too, but like I mourn the potential of that character so much. Where it's like he was supposed to be one of the big three after this. It was supposed to be Captain Marvel, Doctor Strange, Black Panther, and kind of Spider-Man too, if you want to throw him in there. But like, yeah, no, it's so devastating to see kind of like just all around how things kind of fell apart from that original plan of what they wanted to do with those as like your main three.
Yeah, Chadwick is he's a marvel in both the like he was such a great actor, and as Black Panther, regardless of my feelings of the newer one being my favorite, I think he was literally, him and Michael B. Jordan were like amazing in the first Black Panther movie. Like there's no ifs, ands, buts about it. Chadwick Boseman as an actor was a pinnacle part of that film. And you know, it's unfortunate because I guess in Endgame, since he was one of the ones that got blipped, he didn't get much until the end. So that's why I didn't feel like there was much to touch on there. But his reintroduction was pretty cool to see him back with the Wakandan army and everything.
the
and
like
also,
drums as they do their chant and
yeah,
everyone kind of comes together. It's yeah.
it,
Which I oh go ahead. Sorry.
no. I was just gonna bring up I like that one bit where he calls Clint his name because in Civil War he's like, I don't care.
I don't care. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway,
So
you can
like
tell.
that scene has so many callbacks and little moments that like you're going to only get if you've seen all the stuff and you've seen them multiple times. And um I almost like forgot to mention, I feel like I have to or people are gonna yell at me. Yeah, like the two big moments, the like theater reaction moments when Steve gets the hammer for the first time. You like think
Oh
it's Thor and
yeah.
it's him, and like I every time I watch that scene, I hear the cheers in my ear as it's happening. Like
Oh
it is
man.
like it's almost weird not to have the like yeah people standing up and throwing their popcorns and doing their things, and it is our generation's version of Minecraft, I guess, of like not to that degree, but obviously it's like
it,
yeah we were pretty obnoxious when that happened.
and it's funny because the last thing I'll bring up was that you're right. The reaction is always there when the hammer's being picked up, and also I wouldn't doubt it that there's going to be a re-release. Unless I'm misinformed, there's supposed to be a re-release in September of Endgame with a end credit scene for Doomsday, and I will not doubt for a second that people that go see that will still cheer when he picks up the hammer. There's just no
I hope
way.
so. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm the like post credit scene thing isn't confirmed yet, but that's
Okay.
like speculation is yeah, though most
Okay.
likely.
Well, still go
Um,
rewatch it anyway. That's fine.
I'm zooming through here. I think we already talked all we need to about Doctor Strange. He had his like his one moment. I really like Carol here. I think Carol works very well when she's
Oh yeah.
bouncing off of other characters. Like I think I like her in Thor, and I like her in the little bit we get of Tony, and I like her in Peter. Like I like those dynamics, and I hope she's in Doomsday because I really want more of those. Like I think she works well in this ensemble presence.
I agree. I would like more of her too with them. She works pretty well as a team member. I think even more so than she does it by herself. That's why I like the Marvels a lot because she worked off of those characters pretty well too.
Wanda has a really big moment that
Oh yeah.
obviously leads into like WandaVision here in a couple years. Her, it's like you took everything away from me. I don't even
I
know
don't
who
even
you
know who you
are.
are.
It's so funny and so good, and yeah, well, that's obviously lead up into her getting her own show. Bucky doesn't kind of have a lot to do here. Bucky's
Mm-mm.
kind of just there. Obviously, Steve has his like Avengers Assemble moment, which I feel like I also have to mention. Fantastic scene, great scene, amazing scene. Fury's in there for a bit. Drax in there for a bit. Mantis, rest of the Guardians. I do wish Drax got a little bit of maybe at least a couple hits in on Thanos or something, just to
Yeah,
against
because he
with
was
children.
because of his vendetta against Thanos after finding out it was him rather than Ronan. Or what was it? Am I misremembering? No, he knew it was Thanos, right, the whole time.
Mhm.
Yeah, so his family getting revenge, yeah.
Yeah.
Peter, Star-Lord. Yeah, he gets a few moments there too.
Yeah. I didn't mention him. Also, you have the Loki scene in like the heist stuff where he flips
Yeah.
away, and it was like, oh, okay, set up for the Disney Plus show. That's the version of Loki
Yeah.
we're following to this day, which is crazy. But
That's our Loki now.
yep. I feel like we do have to move on to our second movie before this becomes a 10-hour episode. But
That's okay.
is there anything we haven't talked about yet from this movie that you want to mark as like our final thoughts, final opinions, any big moments you'd like to mention?
No, I think we've covered most of them. I think we brought up the Peter stuff. I guess Pepper is a pretty good addition to the movie. She had great moments with her and Tony, and it also was really cool to see her in the I think it's called the rescue armor. Yeah, the
It's a
rescue
nice
suit.
full circle moment from like the start of the movie, being like she never wears the stuff I buy her, and then her coming in with the thing.
Oh, that's so cool.
Oh, here's what I'll ask actually, as
Okay.
we wrap this up.
Mhm.
Do you think we'll see Morgan in Avengers Doomsday?
That's a good question. I was thinking about that a few days ago when I was watching the movie too. I don't know. We might see her, but I don't think we're gonna see her in a hero form. If I'm imagining, I think she's just gonna be there as being like, okay, she's Tony's daughter. I wouldn't imagine that she's gonna be like in a suit, in armor.
No,
Maybe I don't think so. But
she's still
yeah,
quite young. Like there was that 5-year time jump, and so we're only in 2028.
mhm.
Endgame is 2025, so she would be
uh,
12 maybe at
y-
the
y-
most.
that yeah.
Like,
The only reason they'll add her in is because like Pepper and Happy would be in there and she'd be with them. I think if anything, which I don't want it to happen, but they could do a variant of her from another universe if she's older, but that's not going to work out narratively, I
I
don't think.
I could see it just because I think she might be in it just because I do think Doomsday is going to have a plot line about children.
Oh
Like
yeah.
all of those trailers had one thing
Mhm.
in common, and that where they all featured kids with children. Like Steve has his child now, Thor has his child,
Mhm.
Shuri has her nephew,
Oh
and
yeah.
then you can like you throw Franklin in there as well. Scott's the only one we don't know about, but they could easily throw in like a Nathan or whatever, like Cable, maybe I could see maybe
Oh yeah.
I could see maybe Doctor Doom is going around and like collecting these heroes' children, and maybe that includes Morgan. Like maybe
That could
Morgan is
include.
among those kids or whatever. Um, and then maybe that's building up to like a new Avengers, or I'm sorry, like a new Young Avengers. Like I think the Young Avengers we thought they were building to, I think is getting way too old to be Young Avengers.
Oh yeah.
So maybe it's like, okay, this is the new Young Avengers, and we'll age them up a little bit post Secret Wars or
That
something. I don't know.
that could work. I still think that they could still use the ensemble cast they're planning on using, but
Mhm.
I think the new Avengers, the Young Avengers now are no longer called Young Avengers in the comics. I think Champions is what they refer to them as.
Change them,
So
yeah, Champions or West Coast or something like
so
change, yeah.
yeah, they could work around it. But yeah, I like your idea though, because now we have Wiccan, we possibly will have
Mhm.
Speed,
Yeah,
and now you're talking about maybe Morgan. But I love I do love Riri and Ironheart,
yeah,
so we'll give her the Tony mantle, to be honest.
yep.
Anyway.
Alrighty, we're gonna be moving on. And we don't have to talk about this one obviously as long. Obviously, Endgame was such a big conversation, so it was gonna take a little bit. But we have Spider-Man: Far From Home, also a
Uh,
2019 movie. I always forget how close they were in release. They were a couple months apart.
they
Like,
spoiled Tony's death, technically. They did. I think it was like the trailers were coming up before even Endgame came out, if I'm not mistaken.
yeah, they had to edit it very carefully. Where it's like, oh, Peter's back. Okay, we'll see what happens there and how he comes back and stuff like that. And then after Endgame came out, I remember the ad, like it was Tom Holland before the trailer because the movie had just come out. It's like, hey guys, just gonna have spoilers for Avengers Endgame if you've not seen Endgame.
Oh,
And then
okay,
watch the
okay.
trailer. That I thought was so funny that they had to do that because it was like so close together. Which would never happen now. I don't
Mm-mm.
think that would be a disaster if they did that now. But um, they could get away with that then because didn't both make $1 billion?
I'm pretty sure. I mean, yeah. I think 1000% they made billion. Well, I mean, Endgame made like 2 billion, and I think
Yeah,
Far From Home made about 1 billion.
yeah,
It says 1.1 billion. Yep. So, yep,
crazy stuff. They were
crazy stuff.
at the top of the world. They were like they could do no wrong in this era.
They're flying high, man.
Thoughts on Far From Home?
Thoughts on Far From Home? Uh, I don't know. It's funny. I've actually rewatched this one more than Endgame because I've done a lot of Spider-Man rewatching
Oh,
from
sure, yeah.
like when No Way Home was coming out, and as well as when they re-released all the movies in theaters a year or two ago. Uh, I go back and forth on it because out of the trilogy, No Way Home's definitely my preference for his
Hmm.
film, but it's very hard because that's like the only two solo outings he gets is really the Homecoming and this one, and No Way Home's very much a sort of crossover. I know he still gets his own moments in there, but it's obviously hyped up about Toby and Andrew coming back,
Yeah.
but Far From Home has its highs and lows. I've always come to it just being kind of in the middle for me. Uh,
Mhm.
I like the cast. Jake Gyllenhaal's a great Mysterio, but I don't like his motivations very much. And I think I am very much rewatching this movie. I will be honest with you. Oh my god, Maria Hill and Nick Fury pissed me off so fucking much. I cannot get over how they are like, yeah, get this kid, help this kid. It's like, and then it's even worse because those scrolls are just so stupid. I'm so sorry, but the scrolls are so damn stupid.
It's only justified by it being scrolls.
Scrolls.
The whole time I'm like, Nick Fury wouldn't say this or he wouldn't do that. So I do think it was smart to be like, okay, this is kind of because I think to make Mysterio's thing work, it couldn't have been our Nick Fury, right? Because there's like Nick Fury would have caught it very instantly. Like he would have done all like as soon as he came down, he'd be like, bullshit. All right, lock him up, get him out of here. Like he would not let that slide. So I do think it works that it's like, okay, yeah, it's not really them actually.
Yeah, it's a very convoluted plan to get the Edith glasses from Peter because I feel like everything had to go perfectly to plan, and it had to have that Nick Fury and Nick Fury was stupid. Because otherwise he would have caught on probably more quickly if it was our actual Nick Fury. But I do like the Mysterio illusions. I think I think the backstory was the first, technically our first introduction to the multiverse idea.
Yes.
In the movies, with him saying I'm from six. Yeah, he's like I'm from 616 and this is 823 or whatever, and then blah 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 blah. I think I like Peter a lot. He wants to just be a kid, dude. I just feel so bad for him. He's like, I just want to be on vacation, and they just keep calling me. Leave me alone.
Yeah.
And I don't know about you. Let me know what you think. I swear I remembered in Homecoming there being more like basically more reference to there being something romantic between MJ and Peter, but I think I was kind of not in a bad way because I love MJ and Peter in this movie, but I feel like I was a little bit gaslit to think like, oh yeah, this was like already set up before, right? It wasn't.
It's such an I would say out of nowhere setup because I think it kind of works with teenager because that's kind of how teenage romance works, where it's like you will not notice each other at all, and then one day you're like, oh yeah, they're pretty. All right, I'm gonna, ask about you. That happens, but yeah, in Homecoming, it's not there at all, which I actually kind of like. I like that. Like sometimes it's just a very subtle progression where it's just like they're just a character in someone's lives. Like they are there, they're in the background, they're someone else. I maybe would have liked a little bit more setup in this movie because they open up being like, all right, I'm gonna ask her out, we're gonna do this thing. It's like, whoa, all right, like ease us into it a little bit, buddy. Like maybe show, I don't know, a little back and forth before we I don't know. But again, like yeah, that's very like teenage coded where it's less like, yeah, they just do that. That's just how teenage romance works sometimes, I think.
It's the same they do that with Ned and Betty. Remember, they're just automatically like, "Yeah, we're together now. Hey, babe, how are you doing, babe?"
It's so like I want to be like it's so silly, but like that's just how it works. Like
it works
ironically like that. One of the better representations of how like teenage romance do operates. And I don't know if these movies are the greatest about like portraying real like teenagers and how they act, but in terms of that far, I'm like, yeah, that's how it ends up happening. Like you'll be not dating, and then the next second you're like, oh, they're in love and they've been dating, and it's just we got to move on from that or whatever.
And no, you're right. I think it does make a realistic portrayal of that. So it's not even I don't think it's like a bad take at all. Very good.
Yeah. This isn't. I have a hard time talking about this movie because. I love a lot this movie does. I think this movie does a lot of really cool things. I think there's a lot of great moments and scenes and ideas. And then there's scenes where I'm just like, I don't know how this works for me. And I think it's a mixed bag of a Marvel movie. I think it's a mixed bag of a Spider-Man movie. And I think, yeah, like there's great ideas here. There's great moments. There's great scenes. But then there'll be a scene where I'm like, God damn it. I'm like, why did you do that? I was like, I don't like that or whatever.
No, you're right. I agree with you. It's a very mixed bag. I like it more than Homecoming personally, but
really?
I prefer Homecoming for other scenes. It's the thing about it also being a mixed bag for me. Besides No Way Home, which I kind of definitively like, I think it's like Far From Home and Homecoming that kind of like I'm kind of like back and forth on.
Okay.
Far From Home has the unfortunate whole sort of I guess they kind of carry it over from Homecoming, where I'm just kind of like, can we stop? Like, I understand it's very fresh in the universe that Tony died and that they all think he should be the next Iron Man, basically. But I was very much annoyed about that whole wanting to pass that mantle down. And it's not even like Tony passing it down to him, really. It's everybody in the public and everyone thinking he should be the next Iron Man. And I'm just not into the idea. I just feel like friendly neighborhood Spider-Man is all I ever wanted. And I've always liked, I've always liked just a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. And I just feel like the connection to Tony is good when it first started, but I feel like it's a little detrimental to the character to have to keep that connection so strong with the Edith glasses and then Mysterio having the motivation more from
Yeah.
Tony rather than Peter. It's a mixed bag, like you said. I don't know. How do you feel about that?
I'm so frustrated about that because I kind of a little bit disagree, but the movie kind of goes out of its way to kind of disagree with me back in a way because I really love the main story this movie tries to do because I think the point is that Peter isn't Tony, right? I think
Yeah.
the main story narrative is that
Mhm.
like everyone expects me to be the new Tony Stark. Nick Fury does, Happy does, people does, even my aunt and even I do to an extent, and I don't
Mhm.
want to be Tony Stark. I want to be
Yeah.
the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. That's what he's been fighting for since day one. That's what I love Homecoming. I love the ending of Homecoming where it's like I'm not. That's not what I want to do, and he's kind of got thrown into that life. Although I think they do a really good job about that to a point where it's like, no, I'm not Tony. I'm not. That's not who I am. But then they'll have a scene where it's like, oh, he's doing the exact same thing. Like I think the scene between like
Yeah.
him on the plane with Happy. I think that's such a brilliant scene where it's like, you're not Tony Stark. You're never going to be Tony Stark.
Yeah.
That's okay because you're Spider-Man and that's who you
Mhm.
are. But then you immediately have him like turning on the like like the music and
Yeah.
like, well, guys, you're kind of like making it. Are you Tony Stark or are you not Tony Stark? Like I do think this movie has a hard time distributing that and like pushing that forward. And I think No Way Home does a lot better job of that. Like he is Peter
Mhm.
Parker, he's that. But then you even open that movie with like him in like the Iron Spider suit, and I'm like, my guy probably shouldn't be wearing it here. It's a little bit of a they kind of drop the ball a little bit. Like they keep introducing this idea, I am not Tony Stark, I'm not Tony Stark, I'm not Tony Stark, but they do keep trying to make him Tony Stark a little bit. So I kind of have a love-hate with the themes and ideas of this in particular movie, and I'm like, you were so close to nailing it. You were right there, and yeah.
Yeah, no,
I
I
don't know.
agree. You're right. The themes are kind of all over the place, I think, with being I'm not Tony, but let's give you some Tony traits, like the AC/DC stuff. Uh it yeah. I mean, but you're right. I mean, maybe I don't know. I just wish. Well, now we might be getting that, obviously, but I just think that now is a great time in the MCU now that he would probably be able to just stay away from being able to, stay on his own. I think it still works though, right? Because I guess we were gonna expect still like this kind of like passing of the torch, but knowing that like I'm not Iron Man, right? Basically, but I don't know. I get kind of silly with my with me being like, oh man, this movie wouldn't have gone over the way it did unless like the scrolls weren't so stupid and and if Quentin Beck wasn't like able to get Peter to give him the glasses, I guess it wouldn't have happened basically. But
Yeah.
those are nitpicks. I'm not trying to make it like that's the whole detriment to the film. I do like though Quentin Beck is a very good like basically how do you call him? Like he's a very good at being able to just trick you and his person. Like I like the way he tries to get in with Peter being like, don't you shouldn't like he even insists like don't worry about it. You're not Tony Stark, just be yourself. But that was a way to get him to give him the glasses on purpose.
It's
Um yeah, and also just the kind of like Quentin is extremely smart in that way of how he's able to put on such a show and being able to do this and that, where he even kind of knew that he was like, I don't know what's going on with Nick Fury, but I'm gonna take the advantage I have right now and just let him think everything I'm saying is true.
Yeah.
He's a fun villain, but still with that Tony connection, just is a little bit still like we kind of retreading this whole vulture thing we did. Remember?
Yeah, I get it. I personally don't have a huge issue with it being that connection to Tony. I do wish maybe they maybe change directions a little bit, like add it more into the narrative a little bit to Peter's journey to make it seem a little bit more streamlined. Like
Yeah.
add it into like the conversation where it's like even the villains I'm facing are Tony's, and have that be the narrative of like I can't even escape his villains, and I can't even escape his. I feel like I
Yeah.
feel like maybe there is a fun narrative to be had there. But I do love this. I love Jake Gyllenhaal as Mysterio. I think he's a really
Yeah.
good villain. I think the strongest thing the Spider-Man trilogy has going for it is the villains, in my opinion. Because I adore Vulture, I adore Mysterio for the most part. I love Green Goblin. I love what they did with
Oh yeah.
William in that movie. Like they are. I think these movies are at their best when it's Peter via these villains just going fully at it. I love this. I think this has some of my favorite fight scenes of the trilogy. Like this is my least favorite from the trilogy, but the individual fight scenes, especially with him versus Quentin and versus Mysterio, are just incredible. The scene after Peter finds out who he is and he goes through and he's like traumatizing him through these series of whatever. You have like the 1,000 Spider-Mans burying him into the ground and he sees Tony's skull and he goes through and he gets hit by the train. It's like, holy shit, that's like genuinely one of my favorite fight scenes I think in the MCU. I think that's incredible. And then the final fight scenes I love a lot. I don't love the Peter tingle of it all. I think that's one of the things where I'm like, okay, we're doing the MCU thing that goes a bit too far in the humor sometimes. But like besides that, when he has to like close his eyes, takes a deep breath, and he's just going by pure instinct, I think that's one of the best interpretations of the like spider sense. As weird as it sounds, because he doesn't call it the spider sense here, but like that's such a cool scene. And then when he like catches the like bullet, like he catches the hand, is like, you
Yeah.
can't trick me no more. And it's so sick.
Yeah, I agree with you. Those are pretty cool fight scenes. Visually looks awesome as well. Uh what was I gonna say? The I think that's what people usually like criticize about it is that they feel like it's just fighting with drones and stuff. But I think it's smart in the way they do it though, right? Like you're saying, like the visuals make it pretty nice to look at, as well as just showing the trauma that he's giving to Peter, but also just to kind of be like, this is a kind of a battle between, maybe just more like intellect a little bit,
Yeah.
like kind of just more like I need to know like what his tricks are that he's doing, because Quentin is smart in that he's able to like trick him in with these like visuals that he's just needing to make sure if he like he can feel it and stuff. I will say one thing I'm a little bit disappointed in, and not anymore because obviously it's been so long since the movie came out, but when it originally was being promoted, I was very disappointed not to get a version of Hydro Man, the Sandman, and Molten Man. Because I love Hydro Man from the original 90s cartoon, and I was like, wait a second, what the heck?
Yeah.
We're getting Hydro Man? Yeah, the elementals are just an illusion. But, I think it works now. I don't mind it anymore.
We can save maybe some of those villains for later on in the trilogy. And I definitely do remember being in class being like, oh my gosh, we got Hydro Man in here. We can add him to like a Sinister Six lineup, and we're going
Oh, man.
whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Like again, like I just shouted out two scenes I really love, and now I feel I'm going to go the other side of scenes I don't love. I don't love the escort scene with like
Oh, God.
and their little plot line where it's like, oh, he was with an escort, and the drone scene in the bus I just think is I gets I think too much hate because I know people like to post that scene on Twitter every month and it gets annoying, but like it is a bad scene. Like I don't like the scene at all. I don't think it's a good representation of Peter and how incapable he's kind of coming across there. Like I don't think Homecoming Peter would have been in a situation like that. And inherently, I know accidents happen, but even then, I'm just like, I don't love the tone. I don't love this kind of vibe. It's kind of a weird vibe that I don't quite love. And again, it's one of those things of just sometimes these movies get a little bit too goofy for my liking. Like I think when people think of MCU humor, this is what they're thinking of. This is what they're talking about. Where it's just like
Mhm.
too far.
Yeah, yeah. I thank you for bringing that up. The escort scene is really odd. I don't know why they added that in there. Just the fact too that I hated Brad so much in this movie,
Yeah.
dude. He was so annoying. It's just the fact that it's like, I know you're into MJ, so I'm gonna try to ruin your life. And also, don't take pictures of people in the bathroom, dude. That's not a good look. Oh, but I will say, what about the suits? What do you think about the suits in this movie? What is your opinion?
I love the red and black suit. The red and
Mhm.
black suit's in my like top 3 live action Spider-Man.
Yeah.
I fucking I'm like not actually playing it, but I've been hopping back on the first Insomniac Spider-Man game, just fighting, swinging around and stuff. And that's currently my ongoing suit is like the red with the black. Especially towards the end, like when it's like battle damage, he has his mask off. It's like it looks really
Yeah.
sick. It looks
awesome.
really cool.
I-
Obviously, I prefer the red and blue, but in general, like that's one of the coolest. I think that's my favorite Tom Holland Spider-Man suit up until his red and blue he gets at the end of No Way Home.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, the red and blacks always worked for me. It always looks so cool in that movie. And it's funny too because I'm even a kind of partial to his Night Monkey suit. I actually quite like the stealth looking suit. It looks pretty nice. It's the closest you know, since we got Spider-Man Noir's trailer, it was the closest at the time of being to a live action version of sort of a Spider-Man Noir-esque, but it looked pretty cool. I think you're right though. I think the red and black is probably my favorite of his Tom Holland suits. Yeah, besides the ending and also the new one we're getting with set photos and stuff.
Mhm.
I love that new suit. But the black and red is always so
Yeah.
cool.
And it's cool that like Spider-Man can kind of have these almost these different like it kind of feels like you're playing like Insomniac games a little bit because you
Yeah.
have these different suits that he can have on it. But there's these different like in the comics there's so many different eras of suits and like it's still Peter, but he's going under like a different name for like a mission or an episode or like a run of the comics. It's cool that it's like, oh yeah, that's the like Night Monkey era or like whatever. Like that's kind of cool, and I think it's cool. I think that's my favorite way of how to incorporate new suits in movies because obviously I know like there's always going to be they have to make new Funko Pops and new merchandise and new Fortnite skins and they have to do new suits for each movie. And I think it's cool to just be like, hey, this was a suit we made for just this portion of the movie because the plot said we had to have it, but he has his normal suit that he can kind of have throughout the movie and stuff.
Oh yeah. I'm weirdly in the camp of when it came to No Way Home. I know people complain about the black and gold just being an inside out version of the suit. But strangely enough, I actually quite like the way it looks. It looks pretty cool. I also like using it in the Somniac game, actually. It looks pretty cool when I'm swinging around. But I understand plot-wise it is pretty stupid. Mysterio lives! Okay, I can't get the stain out. No. Okay, I'll just put it inside out. Anyway, but
Yeah.
in terms of Far From Home, though, yeah, that's a good suit. What about what do you think about since we brought it up earlier, MJ and Peter's relationship as it progressed?
Yeah, I like it. I think I like it here. Actually, it might be my favorite of them, maybe in the MCU, at least so far. Like we don't get much time on that in No Way Home. It's kind of glossed upon in part. Aside the ending bits where they're really good in there. But like, yeah, I like them. I think it's cute. I think it's nice to have just a very casual relationship. Sometimes maybe it doesn't work as well, but I think in general, like I think especially towards the end, like once she knows he's Spider-Man, their dynamic is so adorable, so cute. I like the ending bit when they go in, like Peter's exhausted and she's worried about him, and they go and they have their hug moment. It's just so. I think it's one of the only like actual ongoing relationships in the MCU currently, because the MCU has really gotten away from like every relationship has either they broke up or they died or the characters are no longer in the MCU. And I guess you can argue they're currently like that right now, but it's clear that they'll be back together eventually. Like eventually we'll circle back around to them, doing whatever. But I like them. I think they're cute. I would have liked maybe a little bit more build up in the first act of the movie. But I think they're pretty cute.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think the buildup would have been beneficial, but it still works for me as well. And you're right. They actually act like a genuine, like the chemistry and for their ages in this film too, it also makes sense for the awkwardness between the characters and stuff and liking each other, but they're like, "Ah, I don't want to say it up front and stuff, kind of that kind of dynamic. It works pretty well. It's like besides I guess obviously Peter and Gwen from the Andrew Garfield movies, which I've loved. They're probably my second favorite, I think, for like their
Mhm.
relationship, like in terms of the Spider-Man films we've gotten so far.
Yeah.
But in terms of MCU, you're right. I think it's probably one of my favorites for sure. Um, it just works. MJ also is great to have in this movie. I like that she's like aware that she's kind of like, I think I knew you were Spider-Man, but I didn't want to say anything. I totally wasn't just looking at you because I liked you either. Like, don't get that twisted, obviously.
And like it kind of works. I mean, it's weird because I don't know
Yeah.
if it's technically supposed to be a version of Mary Jane or whatever, but like if it is, like it kind of works in that like in what some versions of it is like she's the reporter. I know they don't always go that route. Sometimes they go a different route, but if they are going that route, it works there. It works trying to building that up if that's how they eventually. I imagine they'll go that route instead of the model route. Feels like
Yeah.
the version of the character fits more in that route. So that would be cool if they go that direction.
Yeah, I hope so. Because I always felt like Mary Jane just kind of gets sidelined when Peter's stories in the comics. I don't think she's ever given like, I don't know. I like it when she's a reporter. It gives her more to do, and I think that adds a lot more to her character.
Yeah.
I liked it in the Insomniac games.
Yeah.
And if you ever watched Ultimate Spider-Man, the cartoon,
Mhm.
she also has that motivation. She wants to work for the Daily Bugle and all that kind of thing.
Sure.
But yeah, no, you're right.
I'm really curious what they're going to give her in Brand New Day, because I know so many people are against her being in that movie, but I'm kind of like, I think this is their opportunity to cement her as a character that's not just Peter Parker's girlfriend, right? I think
Yeah.
it gives them the opportunity to be like, who is MJ? That isn't just her partner, who doesn't just know, and that I don't think she'll be a big role, but I think this gives them that opportunity to be like, okay, establish her first before we eventually undo everything and reset the spell and all that jazz.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, we'll see how that plays out. I do like that she'll be standing on her own and not having to be connected to Peter necessarily. But I have seen funny things about if she does have a new love interest, like by
Mhm.
herself, not like as a big plot point, that they'll just make it Paul. You know, Paul from the comics, the infamous Paul. It'd be a funny gag, but obviously, yeah. I think if they'll add her in there, it's not going to be a big part, and if it is, it's going to be
Yeah.
showing her being on her own and stuff. I mean, it is kind of sad too. Like, I know we're getting away from Far From Home, but in No Way Home, it's relevant to Far From Home. The Black Dahlia necklace, she still wears it by the end of the movie. It's just curious to be like, I wonder where she thinks she got it from. You know?
Yeah, that is interesting. I'll run through a couple last points.
Okay.
We had the Mayan happy things stuff.
Oh.
I could say. I can take or leave their dynamic. I think I don't mind them together, but I don't love the like bit of like we need to talk about what you're doing with my aunt or whatever. Like it's a bit too much sometimes.
Yeah, it's a little awkward, but not in a good way. And it's also kind of like, again, like I don't really care. And they also just got away from it by the next movie, so it doesn't even matter.
I like. I actually don't know if I fully agree with that. Like, I like the scene when Happy comes like out of the car and he sees May on the ground. Like, he sees that she has died.
Oh, yeah,
Like,
that
I
seems good. Yeah.
I actually kind of like it in that movie because it feels more
Mhm.
natural. It feels more casual. It feels more organic. Where here it's like, okay, it's very in our face what they're doing and they're trying to push this.
Oh, yeah, you're
In
right. That makes
general,
looking at it in that lens, you're right. I agree. Mhm.
in general, this is definitely my least favorite May movie out of the trilogy. I guess
Yeah.
in general, actually, she's just kind of there for the comedy relief. The Peter Tingle thing, I'm not a fan of. And like I really enjoy her in Homecoming. Like I think what works in like she has that in Homecoming too, but like it's balanced by her nuances when she's like, where have you been? Like, what are you doing?
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
worried about you. Like, what is going on? Like, it's balanced in those, and obviously, like, No Way Home is filled with so many scenes like that and so many moments like that. Where, yeah, here it's just like, okay, she's the comedic relief.
Yeah, it's because of the setting they decided to place this in. It just doesn't give her any ability to actually be within the plot very heavily. So,
Mm-hmm.
mhm.
Happy's a sometimes he's great in this movie. Like I love the scene in the plane and I love the like, hey kid, what's going on? Are you okay? What's going on? And like
Yeah.
like I thought that was such a fantastic scene. I love how like paranoid Peter is in that scene as well. Of just like, I need to make
So
sure you are like, please. I thought the like porn joke was a bit off, but like besides that, like that scene is
Oh,
fantastic.
yeah, like
Uh,
yeah, I also agree. A little weird, but yeah, I was like, okay, it works. It's fine. Whatever.
Yeah. And then yeah, like when they're in the plane, I just think that's just fantastic. And he's fully like, again, now that Tony is gone, I think he's just like, this is the thing that Tony left in his legacy, and like I will protect this thing with all I can, like all my might. And I do really love Peter and Happy's dynamic, and it makes it so heartbreaking that he doesn't know who he is at the end of No Way Home. Like I really enjoy that stuff.
Yeah, it's a yeah, I agree. I do like their dynamic. I have one more thing about it. I was
Yeah.
gonna say, what is your opinion on like how they decided to go with the narrative with the sort of class trip and going across the, like Europe and stuff? Like, did you like it? You were indifferent about it,
Um,
or
I think
don't
it's
care for?
nice to have a new scenery. I think it's
Mhm.
cool. Um, I don't know. I prefer New York for sure. Like I like that aesthetic a lot,
Mhm.
but I think what they were going for is I think they wanted a fun, light movie after Endgame. I think they needed a
Yeah.
breath of fresh air, and I think the school trip thing was very interesting. Not relatable whatsoever, because I will say just the idea of having, I don't know how your school is with stuff like that, but the idea of going to Europe on a school trip is unheard of, at least around here. Like that would just like I've heard of some kids doing that and whatever. It's like, we're going to Disney World. I'm like, my school would never. My school,
No.
like,
I agree, especially in high school specifically. Like high school, I get maybe college maybe, but like I've never been on any class trips like that go outside the country. But especially for high school, no, not at all. They would have put the money towards that. And also, I would expect them to probably ask you to pay for part of it. I would imagine.
hmm
And it's kind of funny to think like if that is the case, I don't think May and Peter really have a lot of money. So,
that, yeah, and like this really doesn't go into that, but I do one thing I liked it. Also, I think they could have done a little bit more with it though. Is I liked this was a movie kind of like shining upon the blip of it all and like seeing the consequences of that. Maybe I would have liked something a little bit more diving into that and the consequences of that. They don't really go into like, because this class should be massive, right? Like they don't really go into like, when all these kids come back, there are going to be double of each class. Like
oh yeah.
where's the other like side of the class that had grown up and is already in that grade, because there's going to be two classes. How do you deal with the double? But like they don't really address that side of it. It's like, okay, they're just back now, we deal with this. Like where's the other like 10th grade or like the 11th grade class that you're in? You know what I mean? Like where's the other half of it that grew up over these last 5 years or are now in that grade or whatever?
Yeah, it's a really brushed upon, like it's brushed off really quickly, weirdly. And I agree with you. I was talking to my sister about it when we were watching it, when I was rewatching it with her, and I was like, wouldn't it be weird if you were like friends with somebody and then they're just the same, like they're the same age as you,
Mm,
and then you're already like 20, you know what I mean? Like you're older now, and you're like, what the hell? You know, like, but you also move on, which sucks because then those people are like, what happened? I've been gone for 5 years and I have no idea what's going on. And he's like, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I could tell you what's going on, but I moved on, you know, basically kind of thing.
yeah.
It's very sad, but that's the thing that you wanted, that, like you said, we need a, what do you call it? A debrief from
Yeah,
Endgame. So they
after
were like, we have to
everything.
make it goofy and fun.
This is one of the things where I wish some of those I've talked about this so many times, but I wish some of those Marvel shows that all kind of ended around this time still got to go on and got to tell these stories, because like a stories during the blip and after the blip is so interesting. Shows like Agents of Shield and Daredevil and
Oh
like
yeah.
Jessica Jones. Like I would have loved to see like a Jessica Jones season where like she's a private investigator, but half the world is missing. Like who's
Yeah.
missing? Like I thought the one line was kind of interesting, whereas like the one teacher said, like, yeah, like my girlfriend like pretended to be blipped and was like gone. Like like as
Yeah.
silly as that is, like that's such an interesting concept.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
yeah, the entire world structure would have changed and be affected by it. I would have loved a season of Agents of Shield that's dealing with all these people suddenly reappearing in
Oh,
like
yeah.
in the world. Like that's so. How do you deal with that? How do you deal with all these like schools and all these jobs? People. I talked about this during Wonder Man just because it caused the like we had conversations about like prison. Where
Oh,
it's like,
yeah.
okay, like what happens if you blip and you're in prison? Do you have to stay in prison or have you served your sentence? That's
Oh,
a
yeah.
fascinating discussion to have. Like I want a TV show that's set in these around those eras that we can talk about.
Yeah, you're right.
The whole Flash thing I thought was cool too, where like Flash has a drink and being like, IDs are messed up now. Like we
Oh,
have no
yeah.
idea how old every person is.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I was born, I'm old enough to drink, but you're not old enough to drink. Like that's
Yeah,
an like
it's
conversation too.
yeah, because
So
it's like legally, technically, you should be 5 years older, but technically you aren't because you were blipped at the place you were blipped, and he brought back from the blip exactly when you disappeared. And it is kind of funny. I would like it if they have a serious take on it going forward, or not going forward, but if they had ended up doing more projects where they discussed it, because right whenever those kids just appear in the gymnasium and everybody in the band is just getting just like piled on and stuff, it's funny, but then you're like, what about those kids? Like, what's going on? Like, where, like, it's also you're reuniting with a lot of people after so long, and some people either move on, or some people are ecstatic, or also remember, some people might have died during the 5 years,
yeah.
and you come back and you're like, what happened? Where did my parents go, or where did my friend go, or whatever? So that's also a big thing too.
I remember when this movie came out and like all my friends were like, no, that'd be stupid. But like I wanted like just a drama show set in the MCU. No superheroes,
Mm-hmm.
no complex characters. It's just everyday people that it's like a 5-year show, 6-year show that just it tackles. I mean, probably doesn't have to do that long, but just takes place during the blip, follows characters and their journey through that, and then it's a season like after the blip happens and how we deal with it, and just like this whole thing from the perspective of just the everyday person. And it's like it's such an interesting like real world. The entire world was shifted. What happens if you were on an airplane?
Oh my God.
Right? Like
Yeah.
what if you were in like a submarine? What if you were in space? Like there's
Oh
so many
my
of these
goodness.
what
Yeah.
if you're like in construction and like you were on like a big machine? That machine's gone when you come back, like there would have been mass casualties
Oh
during
man.
this event. And so like I guess I have to like I don't know, like maybe there was something in the snap that was like, okay, they all come back safely or something. Like maybe they're
Something.
like there has to have been, or there would have been like a mass thousands upon thousands of people died during this whatever.
Well, that's the thing they don't bring up, but I don't even think you're wrong though. The thing is that remember, those people in the band gymnasium appeared in front of those people and like bumped into them.
Yeah.
So why wouldn't you imagine that someone that disappeared on a plane wouldn't also end up in a plane or in the air? I mean,
Yeah.
right? Like it doesn't make sense, but I mean, I guess it would be cool if, you know what? You remember at the time Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. was coming out, there was supposed to be a damage control TV show at the time. It would have been, that was supposed to be a comedic show, but what if they repurposed it for more of like a serious take on that and actually just going over more of the blip stuff? That would have been cool, I
That would have
think.
been awesome.
Or like you said, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. could have covered it some.
I mean, like we saw like Wonder Man just came out, and I feel like that's kind of like the vibe I would have liked something like that in, where it's like,
Oh yeah.
It's just like it's not really it's set in the MCU, but it's not fully a superhero show. We get to like tackle these like very interesting concepts, or even like a special presentation. And it's too late now, obviously. 'Cause
Yeah.
we're way past it. They're not going back at this point.
Mhm.
But like a special presentation, or like an anthology series or something following some of these characters or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Um,
That would have been neat. I would have liked that. Oh well.
anything else from Far From Home we haven't talked about yet that you think we should bring up?
We went over characters, we went over setting, we went over overall plot, villain, costumes, relationships. I think we've covered it all pretty much, I think.
Oh, freaking J.K. Simmons arrives in the MCU in this
Oh
movie.
shit. Yeah, if you want to talk about the very, very end, yeah. J.K.
Yeah.
Simmons popping up as Alex Jones.
That was one of my favorite, I think, scenes of this.
I-
Like, or like I think it's one of my favorite post-credit scenes. The Marvel, like that
Oh,
they've
yeah.
done. Because like as crazy as the ending is itself, I was like, hey, it's Spider-Man, like that's a great ending. But also at the time, I was like, fucking J.K. Simmons as Jameson is back in the MCU. Like this is
Oh,
such a
man.
crazy. Like I never would have thought that they would have done that, but they it pulls off and it works, and like no one's confused about it. Like no one's like, so wait, is it the same version? No, it's just he's playing that character again, and it's fine, and no one questions it. So I
Oh
think
yeah,
cool.
he was just too good not to bring him back. You know, we can't leave without JK. I also do like the addition of the newer sort of version of him because I guess unfortunately, print's kind of like not as like print newspapers and stuff are kind of dying out a little bit. So it's kind of interesting that they decided to go with a modern take with him being like on a web show, basically like his YouTube channel, if you will.
Yeah.
So I thought that was kind of neat.
I think I almost kind of prefer that. Like I've heard like so much. Again, I played that like Insomniac game so much, and I swing so much on that game. Like I'm so used to like the like internet personality Jameson, like
Oh
yelling at me
yeah.
through my earbuds or whatever. And I think it works more in like the modern day than like a newspaper or whatever. And I hope we get more of him in Brand New Day. Like I would like to see like it's all been in a more like comedic avenue in both No Way Home and Far From Home, but like I'd like to maybe see him and Peter actually meet and actually like interact and have a dynamic. I think would be kind of cool.
I know he's struggling currently, and I don't know if Jamerson will treat his channel or his like news thing as like a actual like print thing, but if he does need pictures or needs new like what do you call it, stories, that could be Peter's like potential at like working for him in that way. But it's okay if they don't want to do that. They could just have him work at like a sandwich shop or something. I guess it's fine.
Yeah.
Anyway, but
No, that'll be fun. That'll be fun for sure. But yeah, no, like that. I think that's kind of bring us towards the end here. How do you feel as a whole? How do you feel about how they wrapped up the Infinity Saga? Do you think they wrapped it up pretty well? Were there things you would have liked to have seen that they didn't do, or do you think these were kind of pretty good ending points for the Infinity Saga?
I think it capped off a lot of good arcs from everyone involved. I think Endgame did it well. I think it really did give us a close to those characters. I think like we were talking about Iron Man, Tony, Cap, and it also like uh it also teased futures for other characters, right? Like Sam and like the Guardians kind of going with Thor and stuff. Like it all did things right that I think they did narratively well. I was pleased with the way we ended with some of the characters, and we got like sort of a continuation considering like later on with other projects and those characters and stuff. Um Technically you're right. Far From Home is technically the end of Infinity Saga. But it kind of feels like, sort of like the newer.
I still pitch that Far From Home should have been the opening of the multiverse saga, especially since you literally have, like, even though it wasn't real, you have a villain that's like, I'm from the multiverse, I'm doing it. And I think that would have been a good, like, you're doing the future of characters, you're setting up the whole, like, Nick Fury and space stuff, you're setting up Peter's future in the MCU, you're setting up whatever No Way Home is going to be at the end of the movie. Like, it's just so many, like, new beginnings and new starts. You're, like, doing, like the only justification I can say is, like, they do explain all the blip stuff and like the consequences of the blip, and like that's the only kind of thing. But I think that works so much better than like Black Widow be actually switch them. Ideally, have Black Widow be the final movie in the Infinity Saga, and have this be the start. Like in an ideal world or whatever. But
Yeah, because that would be like a sort of flashback for a character that just kind of died in the last movie. So that would make sense. Yeah, I agree with you. It does feel odd, but I mean, even for, like you said, it explains the blip, but it also explains sort of like a character that we saw at the end of Endgame that I guess we really didn't see. Like, what's the aftermath with his life? What's the aftermath with Tony being gone? So that's why they also probably did this as an Infinity Saga ending. But yeah, like you said, like I agree. I think Endgame was a good close to all those characters, and I think Far From Home was a nice breather, but also kind of a taste for the future, let's say. You know what I mean?
I agree. I agree. Farewell to the Infinity Saga. It was fun. It was a great journey, and
Mhm.
yeah, we'll see what comes next. Ian, thank you so much for joining me today. This is a blast. You're a fantastic guest. For those who want a little bit more of Ian, where can people find you? What you're working on? Anything you want to shout out and promo?
Sure. I have my TikTok channel, an_movies_ whatever. I usually do movies, reviews on like the newest movies that come out. Usually I do comic book day.
And I hate saying that,
Yeah.
but like it's like something happened in my heart when I said, no, it's dropping all at once. I wanted like 8 weeks of
That show
Spider-Man.
would benefit so much from the water cooler talk.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe there's a reason though. Like I know Wonder Man came out this year, and
Yeah.
like that was one I kind of understood a little bit once I saw the show, and I was like, oh okay. Like I was still sad it wasn't weekly, but I understood why it wasn't, just the way the show was paced out. So maybe it's the same thing here. I don't know. All right, I got the Infinity Saga shit here.
And a nice elevator music going here.
Thank you. What, all 20? Is it 22?
22, I think.
22. It's crazy looking at the like at the time it was like, oh my god, look at all these projects that came out.
Yeah.
But looking back on it, it's like we've almost tripled that in the Multiverse Saga.
Yeah, in a lot fewer years too.
Yeah, like I think aren't we at like 53 53 mainline projects now or something like that?
54 with Wonder Man.
54 with Wonder Man, and that's not including if you want to add up all the like Marvel like Netflix shows that are now canon.
Yeah.
Like, that's 18 seasons just there, so we're almost at 70. Like,
yeah.
Whew,
and then when you include other stuff that was produced by Marvel but not technically MCU, like X-Men 97, Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man, like that just puts more of it in there.
If we want to go down the list, I'd argue Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I'd argue Cloak and Dagger. But I know
Agent
it's not
Carter.
official. Agent Carter should be canon. I think the fact that it's not is ridiculous to me.
It's a little weird.
It's so, I don't know. I cannot go down this rabbit hole. We'll be here all day. But yeah, we're gonna go through and we're gonna rank some of these. Starting with Iron Man 1. I did Iron Man 1 about a year and a half ago when I started this. Me and Lance talked about Iron Man 1.
Nice.
I really like Iron Man 1. I think I don't know if I'd say Iron Man is like my tippy top of the MCU. Like when I think about all my favorite Marvel movies, Iron Man isn't the first one to come to mind in my opinion. But it's a really good start. It's a really good foundation. It's probably one of the best foundations like a cinematic universe has ever had in terms of like a starting point. Unless you count Arrow season 1, which was also really good. But
and also one of the best superhero origin movies too.
I'd agree with that. I'm gonna go with, I think on my personal one, I think I'd go A. It's like a high A. It's like almost an S. It's like really close to S. And maybe I might move stuff around as I fill out this list here. But where'd you put Iron Man on your personal one?
So looking at my like list of all my MCU projects ranked on my letterbox, Iron Man is my number 4 out of everything. So,
okay.
Yeah.
So probably S for you, huh?
Yeah, I would put Iron Man at an S, but if you're gonna put it in an A, like I'm fine with that.
I need to see how I fill out this list, and I might, like, especially not counting everything we get later. Like, I have quite a few of the like multiverse shit in my personal S. So like maybe with this just being this era, I might move it up later.
I mean, people will look at Iron Man and say, "Oh, this game seems like really small scale and quaint by today's standards." I'm like, yeah, that's kind of what I love about it.
It's that's what makes it special, and it needed to start there.
Yeah, like it's a story about a guy who goes into a cave and he's reborn a different man, and then he tries to, as we say in Arrow, right the wrongs done by his family. So I just kind of love it for that simplistic nature.
Yeah, and it has my favorite probably Marvel quote of all time, where he's like, "Tony Stark built this in a cave with a box of scraps." Like it's so, iconic, and I laugh every time I hear it.
Great stuff, man.
Yeah. Incredible Hulk. Still the only Hulk movie I've ever watched. I've had no motivation to go back and watch the other.
The one from 2003 holds a special spot in my heart. I actually like that movie a lot.
Fair enough. I don't hate this movie. I know a lot of people hate this movie. I know a lot of people have it in their like bottom 3 or bottom 4.
No,
I
don't.
I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's bad. I just think it's kind of just there. Like it's there's nothing I don't think bad about this movie in my opinion. It's just kind of I don't know. There's some cool action set pieces. I really like what they do with like Bruce as a character. In fact, just as a characterization, I think this might be one of Bruce's better outings outside of Avengers, the first one. I like they really lead into like the heart rate of the Hulk and like what you can do there. It also helped that this is the only origin movie we get in the MCU, or like just movie we get of him in the MCU, which helps Bruce a lot.
I'll say this: out of the 3 main live-action Hulks we've gotten in the last 25 years, Edward Norton's probably my least favorite Banner.
Okay, that's interesting. Is it just like casting wise that you're just not a fan?
I mean, I remember going into this movie, I'm like, okay, I don't really see this as Bruce Banner. Just going into it, and then after having seen the film, I still wasn't sold on his Banner. The Hulk action scenes looked really cool. The stuff with the Abomination looked solid. I thought Will Hurt was great as Ross, and I'm kind of here or there on Liv Tyler as Betty. But I don't know. This movie as a whole, I probably have it right where you do. Is C, like it's right in the middle of my list. I don't hate it, but I don't love it.
Yeah, I think definitely even by like today's standard, like someone already said it, like C at the time, worst of the worst at the end of the saga, but now it's like we've had so much, I'd argue, worse Marvel movies.
Oh yeah, I'd say even in the Infinity Saga.
Yeah. Iron Man 2.
Kind of the same conversation we just had.
I struggle with Iron Man 2. Iron Man 2 and like Iron Man 3, I kind of have the same feeling about where it's like I look at individual moments and I'm like, that's awesome. That's fantastic. That's great. But they're moments. They are individually placed things. And I think that describes this one really well, where it's like if I just watch TikTok clips of Iron Man 2, I'm like, this movie's awesome. But it doesn't work as a like the scenes don't flow together. They aren't a part of the same movie. You can tell there was a hell of a lot of studio interference with this one. This was not Jon Favreau's project from the start.
No.
Like this is not what he wanted to make.
No, and it really suffers from being primarily an Avengers setup movie.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't get to tell too much of its own story.
Yeah. I want my bird versus in a cage with box straps.
Yeah, I mean, like there are standout moments in this that I really like. You know, when he suits up in the Silver Centurion from the suitcase. Like I think that scene's really cool. The scene where he fights Rhodey, while kind of stupid, at least makes me laugh. The team up with the two of them at the end, great stuff. Introduction of Black Widow, good stuff. But overall, the movie's just kind of
Justin Hammer's great. Freaking Whiplash is really cool.
Whiplash, yeah.
Like the fight scene, like when they're on the like NASCAR track and he goes out and he's putting on the arm. That shit's fucking awesome. That's so sick, and I miss the physical like suit up scenes in these Marvel movies. Like I think that's one of the cooler ones.
And then kind of like what you said for Iron Man 1, where it has one of your funny scenes for you that you quote. This movie still has that for me when Fury's talking to Tony about Rhodey. He's like, I didn't give it to him. He took it. Hold on. You're Iron Man and he just took it? I don't know why I laugh at that scene so much, but man, Samuel L. Jackson nailed that delivery.
Mm-hmm. I agree. 4. This is your favorite Thor movie, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I think the more I sit with this movie, the more I kind of fuck with it. I kind of like the first Thor movie.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's my. I don't know. I go back and forth if I like Ragnarok or this one more, which I know you disagree with completely. I think they both have their. I think both do things differently that I like, and both do things I don't. You know, like they kind of go back and forth.
Fair.
On your list, where do you put it? Is it A or S for you?
The first Thor,
Yeah.
it's A for me. If
I'm gonna give it a B on mine,
okay,
but I want to see how this list shapes up because I might move it. I need to see what A starts looking like, because there is maybe a world where I move Iron Man to S and Thor to B. I don't know. I have to see though.
just out of curiosity, okay, the first Thor is just outside my bottom 20, or sorry, my top 20. It's number 21 out of everything.
Okay. Which is a high bar. That means that like you have 20 in your A tiers, which is cool.
Well, 20 and A and above.
Yeah. That's what I meant. Love the smashing cup scene.
People hate my like MCU list of everything. People would hate that so much.
Yeah, I think once we start getting into like multiverse saga, people are like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" But like, I didn't watch most of these movies in cinemas. Like, the reason I did this rewatch because I hadn't really talked about most of these movies on like a solo thing. So it's like I have more of a connection with a lot of the multiverse saga stuff because I was watching those in cinemas.
Fair. The only one of these that I didn't see in cinemas was The Incredible Hulk. I saw that one at home.
That's awesome. I'd love to see it. Like I would love. Actually, that'd be awesome. I actually think they should do that. Like they should slowly in preparation for Doomsday start like re-releasing some of these. Like that'd be awesome. Like show one a week or something.
Unfortunately, one of the movies on this list and in the multiverse saga I saw on my birthday in theaters. So
I know Love and Thunder. I know that one.
and then there's another one on here that I'm not too fond of that I had that same experience with.
Okay. All right. Captain America: The First Avenger. I love this movie. I love First Avenger.
Oh yeah.
I think First Avenger is awesome. Just like Iron Man, I think one of the best origin stories we have. Chris Evans is great in this one. Led to one of my favorite Marvel shows, which is Agent Carter. I know, you could probably criticize that third act if you want. Maybe it goes a little too fast or whatever, but
Yeah, I mean, the Red Skull stuff is admittedly the weakest part of the film because a lot of it is just kind of throwing you in exposition, but I love the character arc that Steve goes through. They capture that old-fashioned wholesomeness so well. Joe Johnston was the perfect guy to direct this movie. And, I would say that, like, honestly, Steve's been one of the most consistently great characters out of all the MCU. Like, I don't think he's had a single bad outing. Even if a movie or two hasn't been great, he's always been good in them.
Steve's my number one Marvel character. Just like this version of Steve Rogers is my personal number one, MCU character. And it starts here. So much setup here. So much is done here. And I think it's impressive for the Captain America trilogy, because this is my least favorite of the three, and I still think it's fantastic.
Yeah. Like I know, I don't know where, but I'm probably going to reference this a good bit as we go through this. I have it as my number 13.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Sorry if referencing to this thing gets repetitive or anything.
Oh, you're good. I want to hear it. Avengers. It's hard because I don't love the person attached to this movie directly. There's a person involved that I don't love. And we'll talk about that in 5 or 6 projects from now as well. But I think it's my first S on this list personally. I really love the first Avengers. I think I wouldn't even say it's like perfect because there's little nitpicks I could throw at. I could be like, there should have been more Hawkeye or whatever, but it's.
Yeah, Jeremy Renner even agreed to that.
I think besides these little tiny nitpicks, it's such a perfect individual movie. I love the banter between the characters. I also think some of the special effects maybe could have looked a little bit better.
Yeah, and that
But-
Cap costume could have looked better too.
There's there's these little things, but also some of that also goes into like my nostalgia and charm of it all. Like you could definitely see the age of when this came out, and also it was the first time they attempted something of this magnitude as well, where it's like
Yeah.
trying to merge 5 different film franchises and have them all meet up together. Like that was such a prospect, and now it's like the regular. Now it's everyone.
Yeah. And
But
like I don't mean to say this in like a belittling way to people that are younger, but for people who grew up with the MCU, like the team up movies are commonplace and blockbusters nowadays. But if you didn't have a knowledge of what came before, and if you weren't there in 2012 when this came out to the big screen, I mean, there was a lot of uncertainty going into this movie. Like even I went into it thinking there's so many ways this could go wrong, but they found the formula, they pulled it off. Feige really brought everything together, and like I was initially very scared, but director of this movie aside, I would give this movie an S as well, and
Oh, yeah.
it is actually my number 2 out of everything.
it's so good. This was my. I'm trying to think when I watched this. It wasn't my first Marvel movie. I think Guardians was my first Marvel movie. And then I can't remember if I watched this or Winter Soldier first. I watched one of these two first, or second, I mean. But yeah, I have so much like nostalgia for this movie. It's so good. All right, Iron Man 3. I think I like it slightly more than Iron Man 2. But both kind of struggle, I think, with the same thing. Both are on that same like bubble for me of just like great concepts, great scenes, great ideas. A little choppy though, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I know we have a friend that despises Iron Man 3.
You got 2 friends that despise Iron Man 3.
I definitely don't despise it. But also, I also didn't watch it when it like I bet watching this in theaters was probably a different experience.
Yeah, because this came out in what?
Same year as, was it 2012 or was it 2013?
It was 2013. I'm just trying to remember when in the year.
Was it Christmas? No,
It wasn't Christmas, I don't think.
I can look it up.
Okay, yeah, May of 2013. So yeah, see, yeah, no, because I remember I was trying to think of the month because I saw this like right before I graduated high school, so it was a weird time.
This is a good point. I need to watch it after seeing Wonder Man. That's true. Like Wonder Man gave me such a more higher respect for Trevor as a character, and kind of makes, I think both Shang-Chi and Wonder Man kind of make Iron Man 3 a little better.
Yeah.
Trevor's so good. He's such a. Again, it's crazy that I'm here because again, like watching this movie as it kind of came out, it's like, well, fuck this twist, and this twist is awful, and now I'm kind of like, well, I don't know, like since we got the real Mandarin and we actually made Trevor like a deep character, I don't know.
Fun fact: Trevor's actor was set to play Vulture in Sam Raimi's Spider-Man movies back in the day, but that did not happen.
Ben
Ben
Kingsley, right?
Yep.
Which
Yep.
now he's officially attached to Sonic 4, which is going to be
Yeah.
interesting.
Iron Man 3 is such a weird movie because I think it's a movie that works great on paper. Like
Yeah.
you have Tony dealing with a lot of anxiety and post-traumatic stress, and like I think actually him being out of the suit for a lot of the movie, it lets you get into his character bits more, but also I will say that Iron Legion scene at the end is terrific. I do love that
Yeah.
scene. But yeah, the twist I don't like. The fact that Tony, openly gives out his address to the Mandarin is really stupid. I would probably put this movie right about where you have it.
Yeah. Yeah, in my like middle tier. I like it more than Hulk and Iron Man 2. Great scenes, but definitely have
Yeah.
their issues, I'd say.
And it made $1 billion, and they never made another Iron Man movie after it.
Which is still crazy to think about that they stopped so early. Although, like,
Well, Robert Downey Jr. was thought to be done at that point.
yeah, like, I don't know. Like, you have like Civil War is basically half an Iron Man movie. Age of Ultron's basically an Iron Man movie. I'd argue Infinity War is
He's
like,
like the secondary lead in that movie.
yeah, like he was. It's fine. We never got more, but it's so crazy to think about. But I don't know. Maybe we can give Rhodey, let him do the mantle. Give him an Iron Man 4 or something. Or although I would not be shocked, we just recast and we have a new Iron Man movie in like 6 years or something.
I wouldn't be shocked. No.
Thor: The Dark World. You can stay down there. Thor: Dark World.
Yeah.
I know you don't hate it as much as others.
I mean, I'm not saying it. I'm not going to call it great. I think there are 2 Thor movies that are weaker, but like there are parts of that movie that I do think work. I like the Asgardian world building, the lore behind the Dark Elves. I think there are parts of the comedy that work, but overall, it did go down for a long time as being one of the most forgettable movies until the 2 Avengers movies kind of made it relevant again.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't disagree with that. I think it is in like my bottom 15. So yeah, I'm not saying it's great. That's not my hill to die on.
Yeah, I think like I can 100% understand putting like Love and Thunder below this. I think like Love is Thunder. I think is the worser movie. Worser's not a word. Worse movie. But I think the worst thing a movie can be is boring and unmemorable, in my opinion. And I think Love and Thunder at least beats them at that. It's like, well, I at least remember Love and Thunder. Like, I can tell you the plot lines of those movies, and there's a lot more to talk about. Me and Ronan did Dark World and Winter Soldier together. We combined those movies when we did it on here. We talked about we talked about Lost World for maybe 5 minutes because that was Lost World, yeah. No, Dark World, sorry. Not Dark Thor. But like I was like I watched it yesterday. Like I told him like I watched this yesterday and I don't remember what happened. Like I've already
It's not great.
Jenna Ortega is in Iron Man 3.
Yep.
Right.
For like 2 scenes.
I would agree that Loki definitely carries Dark World.
Yeah, the scenes with him and Frigga is great.
Mm-hmm. I'll never forget the screaming goats, even if I wish I could. That's true. That is true.
Yeah, it is. It is at like the top of my bottom 10. Dark World.
Oh wow. Okay. Winter Soldier, S tier. Another one I don't have to mess with. That's still my like. I think this is the best MCU movie. I think I have Infinity. I guess spoilers, but like I think Infinity War is my overall favorite. But like this is like I think the best made and the best produced and the best put together Marvel movie,
Fair.
in my opinion.
Yeah. People often like hate whenever I go over where my placement is because that suggests that I have nitpicks and issues with it, which I don't. There are just a couple others that I like more, but I don't really have a thing against this movie. I love it.
Agreed. What up, Ben? Ben, if you want a link, let me know. Yeah, no, I freaking love Winter Soldier. I think it's fantastic. Guardians of the Galaxy.
The biggest gamble the MCU ever took, I'd wager.
Yep.
It's coming right after Avengers. When they announced this, I thought Feige lost his mind.
It's this used to be my number one. This is my number one for a very long time.
I know it still is Ronan's number one.
It's
I know.
Yes, we had him on for this one as well. Yeah. I think I'd give it an S. I think if we were, calculating everything in the MCU, actually, I think it's kept as S status. I think it's like maybe low S for me, but
Fair.
it's still a very, very good movie. It's probably my second overall favorite Guardians of the Galaxy movie. But I think stands up way above one we'll talk about soon, for sure.
Yeah. This is my number 11 out of all my projects on here.
Gotcha.
I do really enjoy it. I just wish the villain was better because the villain's not good in this movie.
I think it's very funny, but I think Ronan holds this movie back. I think, yeah, like he looks cool, and I love the bands. Like I love the dance battle shit. I think that's great, but he's just he's very forgettable.
Yeah.
I wish we gave him a little bit more personality, I guess, or just intrigue at all.
I'd argue
And I
the
know
Guardians. I'd argue the Guardians movies only had one good villain.
Yeah, I think I like the villain of 2 more than you do, but yes, I'd agree. There's one that
It's the clear
destroys-
best one.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Yeah.
Age of Ultron. I have such a hard time talking about Age of Ultron because I also I really do like Age of Ultron, especially this latest rewatch. I enjoyed it a lot, but it's a messy movie for sure. I'm not gonna say it's not without its flaws. But also I think maybe it gets sometimes a little bit too much hate. I think I don't know. How about you?
I mean, this was definitely the black sheep of the Avengers movies. There are individual parts that work, parts that got paid off in later movies really well. But man, overall, yeah, it is a mess of a movie. Some characterizations, I think, really don't work in this movie, hence why they're abandoned afterward. And I don't know, as much as, again, I don't like the person attached to it, there's a part of me that is optimistic what the intentional longer version of this movie would have looked like.
Yeah.
They wanted to do twice as much, but gave less time, which that just isn't feasible. Ultron himself, for the longest time, was one of the most disappointing MCU villains. Yeah. See if Vision Quest can redeem that. Introduced and then quickly got rid of Quicksilver. And then, they introduced Wanda, who I didn't love for a long time. People were she was kind of up there as a character a lot of people really liked. It wasn't until Phase 4 that I actually liked Wanda personally.
Yeah.
But overall, where do I have this? It's just above my bottom 15, so maybe C or D.
Okay. Yeah, it's tricky because I think again, it's messy. There are moments that just don't work for me. But then there's so many moments where I'm like, yo, this is so freaking sick. I love the Hulkbuster fight scene. I think, even though Ultron needed more, he was a cool and, a cool villain. I wish, and obviously they couldn't, obviously they needed the money for this. I would have loved this if this was a TV show instead, I think it would have worked better with 8 episodes of these characters just kind of doing it together.
Yeah, do like an Earth's Mightiest Heroes thing.
That would have been awesome. It would have worked. I think it would have worked a lot better. And again, I don't like meme culture too much, but yeah, people be like, yeah, it's supposed to be Age of Ultron, not Afternoon of Ultron. I'm like, yeah, which is why I'm so excited for Vision Quest. I think because it's oh wait, he gets to be the villain of a whole season. That's really cool. It's done right. He's gonna be human as well, though. So it's okay. I don't know. We'll see.
I'll say this though: this is where Hulk immediately started to go downhill for me, because I really don't like the Nat Bruce stuff in this movie.
That felt so, that felt very forced. There's a lot of Whedon stuff, I think, within their dynamic. I think this is Black Widow at her worst. I do not like Black Widow in
Yeah.
this movie at
And it's
all.
ironic because Winter Soldier is one of her best outings. So
There's a point where she's like locked in a cage and the Avengers have to go save her. I'm like, what are we doing? Like, why are we? It's so stupid.
but then when you look at the director, that makes more sense.
It's like this. I think this is outside of Justice League. This is probably Whedon at his most Whedon, I guess. Like he's doing his thing. It's like, oh man.
And well, I mean, the movie made $1.4 billion. So
The whole scene where like, isn't there a scene where like Hulk falls on Black Widow or something? Or is that no? I'm sorry, that's Justice League.
you're
I'm
thinking of
like,
Justice League with Wonder Woman.
Flash. That pissed me off. Don't. Oh my god, that scene sucks. But yeah, I'll give it like middle of the road. I think it's like some of the best and worst of this list.
I personally have it lower than both of your C tier movies, but
Oh wow, really? Okay.
yeah.
Ant-Man.
Ooh.
I really like Ant-Man too. Not Ant-Man 2. I like Ant-Man also.
Also,
I like this movie. I think it's easily the best Ant-Man movie by a long shot. I think this one just like destroys the other two. I think this is Scott at his best. I think this is actually pretty much every character in this movie at their best.
I think there's one movie where I like Scott more than this.
Is it Endgame?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. I'm going to throw him an A. Not quite in my S tier. It doesn't hit any of these, but I think it's around maybe lesser than these two I have here, but I think it's pretty close.
I don't know. This one is so middle of the road for me. Like,
Really?
I think it is obviously way better than the other two Ant-Mans because you can still see shades of what Edgar Wright was going to do with this movie. Whereas the other two just just kind of lost their way, in my opinion. But no, like this is like smack dab in the middle of my list. The other two Ant-Mans are a lot lower, but I don't know. I was never crazy about the movie. It's fun. It's got a pretty lame villain, but there is fun hijinks to be had. I'll say that.
You don't like Darren?
Sorry. I know. Jokes, all jokes intended. I know.
In 3 when they keep saying his name, it was such a weird like brain thing where they're like Darren and they keep saying it again and again, and I'm like, all right, I get it.
You just look up and you're like, yes.
I mean, I'll say it, man. I like him way more here than I do. Freaking Quantumania. Good.
Well, I
Lord.
just can't stand MODOK, so that's easy.
I kind of like MODOK as a villain. Like sometimes I think he's pretty cool, and they just freaking. I don't know. I don't know what they did here.
He's one of my most hated Marvel characters.
Did you see the that TV show they made?
Oh, the
Like
MODOK
Scott
Joe.
Movie? Yeah.
I heard about it. I never watched it.
I watched a couple episodes. It wasn't very good.
Oof. All right. Anyway, on to a better movie.
Civil War. Let's throw that in D. Move on. No, I throw this in my S's as well. I think this is still out of everything. I think this is still in my top 5 of the entire MCU. I think Civil War is awesome.
It is just outside of my top 5. It's my number 6.
Okay. Now Civil War is like.
Yeah, all 3 of the first Captain America films are in my top 15.
Okay. I remember the first time I watched it, I didn't like it very much. And I think it's because I was a dumb kid. And I was like, what do you mean Captain America's in prison and they're fighting? Oh my god, this is stupid. It's like.
Yeah, 2016 was the year of superheroes and movies fighting each other.
Second favorite Avengers movie? I would agree.
It's my 3rd. Well, yeah, 3rd.
It's a toss up between 2 of them. And then what do we count Thunderbolts?
If you count Thunderbolts, I mean this is still my 3rd.
Yeah.
And I love Thunderbolts. So
I love Thunderbolts too. Oh my god, I can't wait to read. I guess I probably won't revisit it because I already done it on here, but I fucking love that movie.
so good.
Yeah, no, like this movie is, I think, an example of how to like do multiple characters well. Like we see sometimes where these comic book movies add too many characters, and they like fumble the bag and it doesn't work. And they somehow do it beautifully. Like it never feels too bloated. It never feels too much. They balance like 2 different Avengers teams, plus introducing Spider-Man, plus introducing
And Black Panther.
Black Panther, and all of these various, you know, plot lines and twist villains. It's perfectly pieced together in a kind of a beautiful way. It's like, holy shit.
The reason the interactions and the conflict between Steve and Tony work so well is because you spent so many movies getting used to these characters, instead of just trying to throw all your toys into the same basket and then say, "Here, fight."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's you know, not to make it a Marvel versus DC thing, and Phil, don't kill me, but I think it's why this worked better than like a Batman v Superman to me. Not that Batman v Superman doesn't work, and it's not that I don't like it, but it's like you need time to set that up and let that simmer before you can like.
I agree, and I still like BVS for what it is, but I do agree with that statement.
I would have liked it a lot more, especially how that movie ends. Not to get on a side tangent, but like how that movie ends would have worked a lot better for me if it was like the 8th movie in the franchise or something like that, opposed to like the 2nd.
Now there are parts in this movie where the film major in me does have to like, I do critique a little bit at some of the color choices in this movie, because some of it can look a little gray, especially Captain America's suit looks a lot less vibrant here than other movies, and some of them just kind of blend into each other. And yeah, there are some shots that don't look the best. There are points where Spider-Man's suit, I can tell there's a good bit of CG in there, but I mean, they're nitpicks.
There's the like classic like, oh, it looks a little gray, which I don't disagree with. Like some of the shots maybe could have looked a little brighter. I think this is the point where you really start seeing the Marvel like color palette really take form.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh, it's okay. They all kind of start looking like this. But yeah, I would agree. Besides that, it's pretty much a perfect movie. Alrighty, let's just get this over with. Doctor Strange in G, Guardians 2 in S. We ready to move on? Oh my god, you weren't. That's funny.
Yeah. As soon as you amend your mistake there, yeah.
Alright, let's put these down here for now. I don't think it's a D. Is this in your personal like S tiers?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's my number 12 out of everything.
I will say I definitely liked it a lot more when we rewatched it for our episode back in, was that October that we did that?
Yeah, I think so. But yeah, everything from like 12 to 1 for me is S tier, and this is at the very bottom of that.
Okay.
Yeah, I love the hell out of this movie.
Where do I want to put it? I like it a lot more than any of our Bs, but I don't like it as much as any of our As currently.
So you like Ant-Man more?
Yeah, personally, yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna say it's a low A for me. I think it's really, really good. It doesn't capture me as much as other people, but I don't know if there's like a direct like, this is why. Like there's nothing that's like, this is why it's bad, because it's not bad by any means. I think it's a really, really solid movie, especially like visually. I think it's one of the best like visually looking Marvel movies.
I'll say behind Captain America and Iron Man, I think Strange has the best origin in the MCU.
Okay.
I'll say that, and maybe this is a hot take too. I don't know. I think I might have even said this to you before, but I think that the Doctor Strange character and the way that they've done him in these movies, they do a better job of visualizing their magic than the Harry Potter movies do.
Yeah, no, I'd love to go back to this. Like, I actually, and like we talked about this in that episode, but I'd love to go back to
Kamar-Taj.
Kamar-Taj. I really want Strange Academy to happen. I think that'd be really, really sick.
Yeah, same.
Speaking of things that are really strange, Lance,
Why do I have to be strange?
because we're talking about strange, Lance.
I thought you were going to use that as a segue for the next movie because range is a word for it.
Lance, you started us off on those on these retrospective series back with Iron Man, like
Oh,
a year and a
yeah.
half ago.
Yeah, buddy.
How's it going, bud?
I'm good.
Thoughts on this ranking so far?
Fair.
Okay.
Eating
Fair.
pretzels there?
Yes.
Pretzels. All right, Guardians Volume 2.
Darren, I'm surprised you're not at work.
I'm off today. Okay.
Guardians 2.
Guardians 2. I definitely don't hate it as much as you do. I know you really hate this movie.
It is in my bottom. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It is 7th from the bottom for me.
Okay. I think this movie has really cool things. I think there are really good moments in this movie. I also think this movie has really bad moments. I think this is James Gunn at his worst, in my opinion. Again, great scenes, great moments, great things they do, but he undercuts a lot of the greatness of this movie with his humor, in my opinion.
Yeah, and some of the characters are at their absolute worst in this movie. Oh, hi.
Hi there. Does she have an opinion on Guardians 2, Lance?
Nah.
Good. She's spared. This is some characters at their absolute worst, though. Like, I'd say it's Quill at his worst. Definitely Drax at his worst.
I agree.
Oh, we're getting a full set of cameos here.
Hi.
Hi.
Got the Brady Bunch up in here.
I know, right?
Hey, get out. We don't have no more water.
I wish you had an F category.
I definitely don't think it's S. I think
I'm Mary Poppins, y'all.
I like Yondu, but man, this movie just gets on my nerves. Also, I love Kurt Russell. I do not like Ego.
I will say this movie does have one of my favorite Marvel moments, though. I love the Rocket Raccoon Yondu fight talk we have in that almost third act of them. I think that moment.
Yeah.
is cool.
And I'll say this: I do like, as messy as the movie is, some moments between Peter and Gamora land for me.
Yeah. I like some of the Drax and Mantis moments as well. I think there are very tender moments sometimes that really, really work. He just gets
Yeah.
carried away. I think this is a very Love and Thunder moment where someone probably should have told James Gunn, hey, just relax a little bit. Hey, lean back on some of these bits a little bit.
Yeah, I'd say this is Gunn at his second worst for me because it was one that I disliked more.
Is it a superhero movie?
Kinda.
Okay, it's super?
Yeah.
Okay.
I really don't like that
I haven't
movie.
seen super. Yeah. Homecoming.
All right. Which
My
your
name-
you
Wait,
wanna
what phase is this?
1 through 3.
Oh,
This is the Infinity Saga.
trying to see where I have Homecoming. Okay.
I like Homecoming a lot.
It
It's in my-
is.
I think-
It is my number out of everything. It's my number 18.
Okay. I think it's still in my top 10 of everything, I'm pretty sure. I think it's still my favorite live action favorite MCU Spider-Man movie is what I mean.
am I your favorite MCU Spider-Man movie?
Are you a Spider-Man movie, Lance?
He might be. He might be.
Are you in
You know
Brand
what
New
else
Day?
I realized?
What?
We didn't do Superman yesterday.
Nope.
Nope.
I was wondering if someone was going to bring it up.
Well, you said you wanted to break from that.
Yeah, for a week, not for 2.
That's fine. We'll talk about it later.
We'll talk about it later. No, I think Homecoming's incredible. I think it's great. I love everything with Vulture. I think it's chef's kiss.
Yeah.
I think it's
Yeah,
great.
that was definitely one of the better parts of the movie where he's like in the car and then you see the green light on his face. He goes, "Good old Spider-Man." And as a I will say, as a Batman '89 fan, when he carries Spider-Man up to the moon and they recreate the Batman shot from the 1989 movie, I was giddy at that.
So good. The scene where he's like buried under the rubble and they recreate the comic shot.
Yeah.
So sick. It's
It
so
was
good.
so nice. It was sick. It was nice. I loved it.
Yeah, there are good parts in this movie that work, but I don't know. I just don't find myself loving this movie as much as a lot of other people do. And
Is it because it's not Andrew Garfield?
no, I honestly think this movie just like, and I get it, it's stark, but just seeing so much of Spider-Man until the third act be tech-based, like I get it's the character arc he has to go through, but I guess I just think they overdid it a little bit. And also the love interest in this movie was not as strong for me as later movies. I'll say that.
Fair.
Especially considering she disappears after this movie.
That's fair.
So like I would probably put it at like a B, but I imagine you'll probably put it higher. Oh, S, okay.
Mine's S. Yeah.
Okay.
Thor Ragnarok.
Ah.
Ready, Jake?
Say your piece, then I'll say mine.
I don't. I. You know what? I think you and Phil convinced me for a little bit that I hated Thor Ragnarok. And then I rewatched it for this show, and I was like, "Wait, no, I don't. I really like Thor Ragnarok."
Wait,
I
you
think
didn't
it's
like
really
it at first?
No, like I did like it, and then Jake and Phil kept dogging on it. I was like, "Oh wait, maybe I don't like it." I mean, I was like, "No, I do. I do really enjoy it.
What's not to like? This is actually the best Thor film.
It's up there. I don't like. Sometimes I think it goes a little too far. Like I can understand you in that degree, Jake. Like sometimes I think maybe they could have loosened up a little bit. It's in my A's. I think it's not quite my S's, but it's in my personal A's.
Okay. I won't rant on this for long. It is in my bottom 10. Yes.
Whew.
It's actually 3 Thor movies are in my bottom 10. Wow. Oh. Okay, I guess Lance went away.
No, he's still here. He just has the camera off.
Gotcha. But no, this has, I guess, been one of mine and Phil's most unpopular opinions. I really don't like this movie. I think that
You guys are just hatters.
Hatter. But no, I mean, I'm just not a fan of this movie. I'm not. Along with I think the humor being way too much in certain areas, like they're tackling a serious topic, the end of Asgard, the end of their days, and so many of those scenes are undercut with jokes. But also, the title of the movie, Ragnarok, feels like such an afterthought when you look at the movie, and it just doesn't feel like that's what they're leading to at all. And then at the end, it just kind of comes back out of nowhere. I like Cate Blanchett as an actress, and I think she gave a good performance, but I felt like the way they wrote the character was really subservient. Yeah, the Hulk and Thor gladiator fight was fun-ish. I'll give it that, but just these characters didn't feel like the characters that I would go into this movie thinking they are. So, yeah, I would probably put this in like a D. F if you had it. But no, I just don't gel with this movie. I'm sorry.
That's fair. I think some things, like, I don't completely disagree about the joking bits of it, but I think when it needs to get real, it does for the most part.
Yeah.
There are some scenes where I'm like, okay, you could have loosened up on that a little bit and got a little bit more real. But I don't know.
I guess what just annoys me is people were saying, "Oh, this was crucial to the Infinity Saga and how the story ended up playing out," and I go, "Not really. Like this does not. This movie could have not happened in the stuff could have played out relatively the same, because people were saying, oh, and like, well, they put them there because Thanos was coming for the stones at the end. It's like they were boned regardless. If Thanos wanted to get the stones, nothing was going to stop him. So this movie didn't really do much. The only thing it kind of did was it, kind of proved to Thor that, hey, you don't need a hammer, even though his main quest in Infinity War is get the hammer. So
I think from a characteristic standpoint, especially for Thor, like it heavily builds where he is in Infinity War, where it's like, oh, I lost my people, I lost my brother, I've lost all these things. Although one of my least favorite scenes from Infinity War is when like Rocket gives him his eye back. Like I don't like this scene because I kind of feel like left there being consequences for what happened in Ragnarok. Like once you give him the eye back, it's like, okay, so are there really consequences of that at all? Really?
Yeah, and then like they stress how important the hammer is after this last movie supposedly stresses how non-important it is. So it's like, come on. Anyway.
Yeah, I like it though. It could have been better in some places, but I still really fuck with it. No, Lance. I'll speak what I want to speak.
I'll say this though. I am really excited for Thor and Doomsday.
Me too.
Why?
Just from that little bit we saw, he looks better than he's been in a while.
And when he comes out telling 17 jokes.
It's not Taika Waititi directing him, so there won't be that many.
Now, Jake, be careful with this next movie.
Oh, don't worry.
Don't be too rash.
Don't worry.
No, I also quite like Black Panther.
No, I'll go ahead and tell you where this movie is. Out of everything, hold on. Scroll up. This movie's my number 7.
Why? Why isn't it higher, Jake?
I'll tell you why. I love this movie. They're just
the free fall was weird.
The third act has some visual effects that are messy, but that's really about it. Honestly, I would probably put it higher than A. Like I really dug the hell out of the movie. The messy parts in the third act are like really my only problem.
Yeah. Actually, I think I might agree. Like I'm looking at A. Like I always thought of it as like an A, but I'm looking at it. I'm like, the only one I'd argue it's probably worse than is like maybe Iron Man, the first one.
I can agree with that.
Yeah, I have it better than all of your A movies. In fact, yeah, Iron Man is the only one out of those A movies that I have it underneath.
Okay. Yeah.
And in fact, it's above half of your S tier movies.
Okay. Yeah. I know. Like, I really like this first one. I think it's a really, really, really solid movie. I still stand by. I like the second one more, which is still probably my biggest hot take in the MCU.
Fair.
But I
also love Killmonger as a villain.
Killmonger's fantastic. He's still like
so good.
Probably top 3 MCU villains.
Yeah.
If we're not including like TV stuff.
I'd say so. Yeah. Got one of the best supporting characters I think in the MCU too. I love M'Baku so much.
I love him. Yeah. I love him even more in 2.
he's got the funniest scene in 2. I'll say that.
He does.
You bald-headed demon.
Killmonger's one of my favorite villains. Yeah, no, Killmonger's fantastic.
Yeah. There's another character in that second movie that brings it down for me, but it's definitely not him.
Infinity War. Well, all right, let's just add to the S's.
Just put that in D. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Yeah, it's my number 3 out of everything.
Yeah, it's my again, like I said earlier, I think Winter Soldier is like the best MCU movie in my opinion. This is my favorite. This is in my top 4 of all time, I think. I just love watching Infinity War.
I used to like for a while I'd convinced myself I was like, do I like this movie? Like kind of like what you said me and Phil did in regards to your enjoyment of Ragnarok. For a while I'd kind of convinced myself I was like, do I actually like this movie? Do I not? But no, I think it's terrific. And like I said, I think there's only two things that surpass this for me. One of them barely is the first Avengers, and the other one is not in this saga.
How about you, Lance?
I don't know.
Are you tired, Lance?
No, I agree with Jake. I
mean, hey, you know what? They paid off all the build up to Thanos because, man, it would have pissed a lot of people off if he was another one of those Marvel villains that just got killed as soon as they were brought in fully.
All I'm gonna say is Infinity War is the leagues better than Endgame.
I agree.
I agree.
And I feel as if Doomsday and
Secret Wars.
that I feel as if they got some big shoes to try to fill. That's
Hey, you know what? They got the Russos back, so
I think it's going to be really hard for me for either Doomsday or Secret Wars to be Infinity War. If it's only for just like nostalgic sake, it's an uphill battle for them to beat that. These could be great movies, but Infinity War has a high bar.
I felt good because, like, me and my old man, I remember we went and signed my younger sibling out of school to go catch this movie one day. So that was just kind of a nice experience. And then after the movie ended, like, we're just like, me and my old man are like, wow, they did that. And my sister's like in tears beside us. So that movie wrecked the world.
I was in 10th grade when this came out.
You're making me feel old. Stop that.
I only mention it because I think that adds to my hypeness. Is we got to spend an entire year, me and my friend group, just every day theorizing about the movie. That 1 year gap, being like, what's gonna happen in Endgame, and how are they gonna bring the characters back, and then what characters they're gonna introduce and whatever. And I think that year of that just adds to my nostalgia of Infinity War and just the discussion that was had.
And they paid off the whole bit with the Red Skull too in Captain America 1. Everybody thought he was just kind of gone, but they paid that off.
That was cool.
Yeah, that was really cool, actually.
I wonder if he'll come back in Doomsday. I wouldn't be completely shocked if they get some kind of cameo or something.
They won't.
I mean, when I spoke to Ross last year, he said he's down to do it again.
That's the guy that does Xavier in 97, right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. He's in Walking Dead as well. Yeah, no, he's great.
Yeah, he's a real nice guy.
X-Men 90. I'm not X-Men 97. Sorry, Ant-Man and the Wasp.
That's going above everything if we're putting it in here. Not this.
I don't hate.
Darren, you remember how you said the worst a movie can be is boring and unmemorable?
Mm-hmm. I hated the whole house arrest thing.
I think this movie came out at just such a poor time.
Yeah. I did the episode on this a couple weeks ago, and I think I had slightly more positive things to say than negative, but it's definitely a very their movie. They clearly just wanted to be hey, we just want a fun little turn your brain off kind of a movie. I think there's some funny bits in here. I think there's some great action pieces here. I can understand, though, just not being a very memorable movie. I can understand that.
Yeah, I mean, even though I didn't originally love the antagonist of this movie, she got a lot better later on.
I think it's helped by, again, I just rewatched it, and I was like, oh, I actually kind of like her a lot more now that we've gotten kind of a whole movie with her.
Yeah.
I'm thinking Loki for me on my list.
I would probably say D.
I don't know. I like it more than Guardians. I kind of like it more than.
Wait.
I kind of like it on my on my personal list. I kind of like them more than all three of these.
More than Hulk, Iron Man 2, and Dark World.
Yeah.
So it is the top of my bottom 10
Okay.
Say that.
I'm moving Thor up though, because Thor does not. I don't feel like Thor
Good.
meets the qualifications of those. So
Sorry, seeing Thor and Ragnarok on the same tier doesn't make me happy, but it's fine.
How did y'all think about? What did y'all think about not Chris Evans?
Darren did that too, but the opposite.
Jesus, what is his name?
Hemsworth?
Chris Hemsworth. What did you think about him dyeing his eyebrows for that film?
Oh, for the first Thor. Yeah.
Yeah.
did he do that?
Yeah.
I never noticed.
It's also the only film where you get his classic Thor winged helmet.
True.
Yeah. It was so cool seeing him wear that, even if it was only for one scene.
Captain Marvel. I struggle talking about this movie because I do have issues with Captain Marvel, but it's not the same issues every bloke on the internet has with the movie.
What issues do you have with it?
I think it needed more time, kind of rushed in some areas. The villain's pretty forgettable, unfortunately. I think they needed more time to flesh out what was a really cool story for Carol.
Carol also felt very one note in this movie.
In fairness, I kind of think she's supposed to in some avenues. Like, I kind of think it's the arc is of, like, don't feel, don't emote, don't have these emotions. And that's kind of like the ending is supposed to be her being like, wait, no, that's not how I should be. But they don't show that very well, in my opinion. Like, I think they needed a couple more minutes to flesh that arc out.
Yeah. I'll say this. Like, I did not love that movie. It is quite near the bottom, but I think it's just... I just think it's unmemorable for the most part. And I think she's definitely better in the second movie. And honestly, I think she's better in every movie after this that she appears in. Whether or not the movie itself is better.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah, I don't know.
And you know, this movie also introduced some of the most wasted characters in the MCU, the Skrulls.
Yeah. When I rewatched it, I got sad because I just kept thinking of all the cool plot lines that Secret Invasion torched.
Are you going to do this for Multiverse Saga whenever we get to the end of that?
Probably if I ever finish those. I'm probably not. I'm not rewatching Secret Invasion. I'm not doing that.
You're not going to rewatch Secret Invasion. You're probably not going to rewatch Moon Knight.
Why won't you watch Secret Invasion over again? It wasn't that bad.
Shit was terrible.
I don't think so.
There was only one project in the MCU that I have below Secret Invasion. That's how much I can't stand it.
Flashback to our Party Nations episode, Lance, when like 6 weeks straight at you yelling at the screen.
So, hey, that was like my first legitimate crash out because that show just had so many dumb moments.
like the first 3 we were like, okay, all right, we'll see. And by episode 5 we were screaming at our screens.
Literally though, who disarms their Secret Servicemen?
I forgot about that.
And I'm
You
sorry.
went on a
Sorry.
20-minute rant just on the gun alone.
It was so dumb. Pushing him through the hallway in the hospital bed.
They also did Maria Hill so dirty.
Oh God,
Dude, they killed her off in the first 5 minutes.
That was
literally.
so dumb.
pissed me off. I was like, we can finally let Maria Hill shine in the MCU for the first time since Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. And then, nope.
See, I didn't expect to like Maria Hill because when you look at like the Civil War comics and the Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2 game, you're not supposed to like Maria Hill. So I had always been used to hating her. Also, to answer Harrison's question, yes.
That's fair.
It's the very bottom for me.
Not to spoil my lineup for it for the summer, but if all my thing lines up the way I think it should, Love and Thunder will be my first episode after our 200th pipeline episode. So that'll be a fun way to continue the era of the show. Um,
And
alright,
that was, yeah. I'm not going down that rabbit hole again.
I can't wait to have you on for Love and Thunder, Jake. It'll be great.
You know which one I'm game for.
Yeah, I already got
Arguably two.
Endgame. Let's finish this thing out. Last two. I really enjoy Endgame. I think Endgame has way more positives than negatives for me. Still has some negatives. Still has some critiques.
Yeah.
I throw it an A. It's not as high as most people. I know a lot of people have it in their top 5, their top 10s. I'd have it above a couple of these A tiers, but
It's not a bad film. It's just
No.
like it doesn't compare to Infinity War.
it has a bunch of little issues for me that kind of add up. Like it
Yeah.
has like a little nitpick here, little nitpick here, little nitpick here. But it's still a fun film. It's still so much fun to watch. And I'm glued to my TV whenever I watch it.
It is my number 9.
Okay.
It's
I think it's like right below my top 10. I think it's probably my like 11th or 12th or something.
Yeah.
I
mean, there are little bits in this that I don't like. Certain characterizations, like namely Thor and Hulk, I don't much care for their characterizations in this movie. Hulk more so than Thor. I really don't like Hulk in this movie. Especially knowing what alternative plans they had in store for Hulk and how much better I think that would have been. So I'm hoping maybe we can get that resolved in Brand New Day. But are the first 2 acts a little bit slow? Yes, but I think it's worth the wait that third act, how well that third act delivers.
I really like that first act, actually. Like, I liked how, like, dour it is and how, like, you get to sit in it a little bit. Like, Scott comes back, like, from out of the portal and he goes through and he's trying to find his daughter's, like, grave and he sees it. Like, that shit, like, is really
like,
well done scene.
That's also part of my problem is that, like, you get to sit in some parts, but then after the time jump, they just tell you a bunch of things that have happened, and you don't really get to see how it gets there. You're just told, like you're just told by Hulk, oh, I got Hulk under control. You just see Thor. Oh, he got depressed after all this time, and I don't know, just being told a lot of that stuff in exposition. I didn't really like.
That's fair.
And when it gets to all the time travel stuff, whenever you're going through, like, whether it's New York or Asgard or Morag or Vormir, like, I thought the New York stuff and the Vormir stuff was really compelling. With the exception of like 1 or 2 scenes, I didn't much care for the Asgard or the Morag stuff.
Fair.
And one small thing, and this isn't even a character I love, but just something I feel like they could have done, and really irritates me that they didn't. When everybody is, like, when everyone's back, when everyone returns, there is no moment at all in this movie where you see Peter Quill react to being back on Earth after all these years. And I feel like you could have so easily given him a moment like that. Like, I get he's thrown back into a battle and everything, but I feel like some moment after that, like, instead of it being a comedy moment between him and Thor and the ship, there could have been a moment of him reacting to being back on Earth after all these years since his mom died. He could have so easily done that.
Yeah, and I often have an issue with like Drax's involvement with it all, because I wish there was, like, I don't know, at least a scene where he at least get to attack Thanos or have a moment with Thanos. Like, I might even swap Drax's scene out for Wanda's.
Yeah.
Like Wanda's scene is great, but maybe that could have been this, like, element of WandaVision. It's like, I didn't even get to fight Thanos. Like I never even got vengeance against my husband. Like, they took care of it before I could get there, or something like that.
Maybe swap Drax out for Captain Marvel, or like swap out that scene. Yeah. Because fun fact, in the Infinity War or the Infinity Gauntlet comics, Drax actually does get a pretty substantial moment, and he rips out Thanos' heart, but it doesn't kill him. He still keeps going.
Yeah.
I theorized
the
that
audience have lost their mind.
I theorized in Endgame, like going into that movie, I thought that they were gonna have Hulk, Hulk out, and they were gonna give that moment to him. That didn't happen.
Yeah.
But I thought it would have been cool.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think A is a solid spot. It's like
Yeah.
not among the S tiers, but still great.
That's
Yeah.
fair.
That third act is like a comic book fan's dream, though. I'll say
Oh, yeah.
that.
Oh yeah. Far From Home. I'm gonna throw it in B.
That's fair.
I think it's kind of with the like Age of Ultron Guardians for me, where like a lot works for me. There's some stuff that doesn't quite work for me though.
It's my least favorite Spider-Man movie.
I think I technically agree, but also I think that shows how much how good Spider-Man movies are typically. Like I think if this is your worst, you're kind of doing something right.
I will say, looking at this, I do have 21 projects according to my letterbox that are worse.
Yeah.
So I guess that's good, but I don't know. The plot in this movie really, I don't think makes a lot of sense. Whether you're talking about Tony giving a pair of weaponized glasses to a high schooler that had been dead for 5 years without any sort of instruction, or and whether you're talking about that, the fact that they play off the snap as really a joke, little scenes in there that really play wrong when you look at it, like a grown woman telling teenage Peter Parker to take off his clothes.
I don't like that scene.
Which you flip that scene around, it plays a lot worse.
How?
Yeah.
Because imagine Nick Fury telling Zendaya to do that in that scene. All of a sudden, it's a lot worse.
No, it's weird. I don't like that scene. I don't love the bus scene. Even though I think people on Twitter need to shut up about it because they post it every month on Twitter or whatever. But like,
what bus scene where he like
when he tries to fucking kill Flash with his glasses, he has to catch the like missiles. Yeah, he like knocks out Flash.
Right, but is that the guy that the drone goes after?
No,
I didn't think it was him.
the drone was going after the other.
Oh
Brad.
yeah. No. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. No. It goes after Brad or whatever.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
I did not like Mysterio in this movie.
I like Mysterio.
Like the visuals and everything looked cool. I don't like the fact that the final fight was against drones, and also the fact that this is the 7th movie in the MCU where the villain is motivated out of scorn for Tony. You keep doing that after Tony's dead, like it's beyond beating a dead horse at this point for me.
There's a lot I like from Far From Home though. I think there's a lot of things that work. for
There's
me.
some individual scenes that work. Yeah.
Yeah. But okay, yeah, we're gonna call it there. If you switch the list on its head, it's a staircase.
Yeah.
So a good balanced list, actually. Probably one of the more balanced lists
Yeah.
done.
If you tilt it 90 degrees, it's a W.
That's true. Well, thank you, Jake and Lance. I plan to do this on my own, and my friends joined me, so that's always a pleasure. Do you guys have anything you want to freaking promote or advertise or shout out, promo, that jazz?
Support physical media.
Yes.
Is that the Jetsons? What is that?
Yes, Jets. Oh,
No, it's
Jackson's.
it's the original. It's the original miniseries from the '90s.
Okay.
Nice.
Probably gonna be better than the movie.
Ah! Ah!
I'm kidding.
Ah!
I'm kidding.
We have
You
50 days left, Darren, and then we have part 2. Prepare to be sick of me.
I'm already sick.
He's already sick of you.
I just want to know, when are you going to see it, Darren?
I mean, my best friend loves Michael Jackson, so I'll see.
So
it probably
you're
opening
going
weekend.
opening night.
Probably an opening night. People are gonna be obnoxious. People are gonna be singing. I don't want that.
So yes, you do.
What's
Maybe
the date
I'll-
on it again?
Like the last week in April. I'll probably go on like a Tuesday when like kids are in school or something.
We have. Oh, okay. Because I was about to say we have Party Nation, which will be dedicated to Michael.
Yeah,
So
I
I'll miss
might.
that episode.
No, we all have to dress like Michael Jackson. By the way.
Darren will tune in on his phone from the theater.
I don't think that flies for a couple of us, Lance.
It's impersonators of all shades and colors and shapes and sizes.
Okay.
Yeah. Trust
I
me,
got
a
like
lot
some
of
of that.
a lot of
love
them
some-
are upset they weren't chosen to play a black guy, but
I mean, just get RDJ back. I'm sorry.
Jake, you have anything you want to promo before I get out of here?
Got Lost Levels on Sundays, 7 p.m. Eastern. If anybody is a fan of vampires and medieval stuff, then you might want to tune in to it because we're going to be hunting some undead creatures. Then outside of that, I got a handful of bonus videos, a lot of them related to Spider-Man and Batman that are coming out. Just released a short a couple hours ago telling everybody to shut the fuck up about the Lanterns hate because it's getting ridiculous.
it is.
And whenever we get into the whole TV season, I'm probably going to be covering Daredevil. I don't know about what else. I'll end up definitely Spider Noir when that comes out too. And that's pretty much it. And I'm close to monetization, by the way. That close.
Guess what I got screeners for?
What?
I already know what you got screeners for, Lance.
Yes. Just guess.
Darren, go ahead and guess.
Invincible?
Yes.
Okay. Oh yeah.
You ain't ready. You ain't ready. You ain't, that's, all I'm saying is you ain't ready.
Okay.
Don't
Have you seen
care.
all of it yet, Lance? Do you have the whole season or no?
No, just the first 6.
Okay. Cool.
You know what? I'm happy for you guys.
On that note, farewell, ladies and gentlemen. I'll catch y'all later. Hope y'all have a wonderful Monday. Not Monday. What am I talking about? It's Thursday. Have a
Well-
great. I'm kind of tired still for some reason. Have a great day, y'all. Regular programming starting back on Monday. After credits should be back. We're talking Ted season 2. We're talking
Oh yeah, I gotta
Shrinking
watch
season
that.
3.
So
Yeah.
Darren, when all the shows come out in March and May, are you going to be doing after the credits on those, like Daredevil, Noir, all that
Oh, yeah.
jazz?
We're doing The Boys, Invincible, Daredevil, Darth Maul. We're going to be... I actually don't know how we're going to squeeze it all in.
If you've got room on Noir and Daredevil, I want to join.
Of course. You guys are always welcome. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Catch y'all later. I'll catch y'all next time.